shit.
Yeah, I haven't been getting very good sleep.
Oh, really? Have you been having nightmares or something?
Actually, yeah, I have. The same one every night, which is weird.
Oh, well, why don't you tell me about it?
Well, it starts with a truck just on this dirt road.
Wow, that was spooky, Hunter.
Yeah.
Well, at least you have dreams. I don't dream at all.
Winslow, hold that thought. I wonder what people dream about. Real human beings and not gross computer people like yourself. I bet people post it online all the time. I have to go find out.
I hate you.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about nightmares. More importantly, we're talking about people's nightmares online. It's pretty funny. People post their nightmares all the time. I love hearing about people's nightmares because mostly they're chaotic and stupid. What other crazy things can your mind do? It just simply tortures you. It's our fears manifesting themselves into our subconscious. It's crazy. It's metal. It's deranged. It's kind of crazy because they can be about all sorts of things. Maybe a home invader. You ever have someone breaking your house? I have. It's terrible. It's very scary. Or someone hacking up your body, which is very gory. Oddly enough, not as scary as a home invader. You could combine the two and then it's a real nightmare. Other times it's just, you know, your teeth falling out, maybe a giant bug attacking you, or maybe you're naked at school, right? My worst nightmare would probably be if I was like in a pit of snakes, or if it was one giant snake. I don't like snakes. Anything involving snakes, I don't like.
Today's video is sponsored by our partners over at Factor. Are you looking to eat healthier but don't have the time? Well, Factor is here for you. Factor is a subscription service that brings nutritious meals to your door. All you need is 2 minutes to heat, eat, and enjoy. Factor has been my go-to dinner when I'm working at the studio. I like it because the food is restaurant quality, but it's quick and easy to clean up. Plus, Factor is flexible, so I can adjust my order sizes as I need to without any hassle. And with over 35 meals to choose from each week, and specialty options like keto, calorie smart, and vegan, you're sure to find a dish that works for you. During the week, it's hard to keep up with everything, so skip the grocery store lines, the prep work, and cooking fatigue, and just get Factor! Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code PAPAMEAT50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month's order. That's code PAPAMEAT50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month of orders. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
I think before we dive into it, we need to ask ourselves, why? Why do we even have dreams? Have you even thought about that? I haven't really thought about it, so I looked into it. and this is what I came up with. Everyone experiences nightmares periodically, but only 2 to 8% of the adult population is plagued with persistent nightmares, which is Nick behind the camera. I don't think there's been a single day he hasn't come in and he's like, I slept bad. I was having nightmares. My dog woke me up. And they are often brought up by stress and anxiety, but many factors can induce an episode, such as drugs and medications, eating habits, sleep deprivation, and mental health conditions. Nick, I need you to blatantly say that this is a fine work environment.
This is a lovely work environment. I had nightmares before I worked here, so.
You could have not have said that with more uncertainty and like it was more of a script. People are gonna think this is a nightmare scenario. In the past, nightmares were considered a source of bad energy, and people who had them were in desperate need of spiritual cleansing, which I'm asking the viewers now. Is that you? Are you that person? Go with Christ. Light up some sage and put on a Shannon Blake song. Other people consider bad dreams a premonition for things to come. Which actually, coincidentally, the word mare in nightmare comes from an old Anglo-Saxon term for goblin, old hag, fiend, or demon that would sit on the person's chest, cause them to have bad dreams. And then also, Adam, you know Adam, the one from the f***ing Bible. Adam's first wife, Lilith, was the original nightmare. Lilith means night monster or night hag in Hebrew. I like that. I'm gonna start calling my wife Lilith. She's a raven-haired demon who preys on helpless newborn infants and seduces unsuspecting men using their wasted seed to spawn hordes of demon babies. This is also the origin of the succubus. Huh. A nice little succubus, why not? There's a similar story in the Epic of Gilgamesh where demons hunt pregnant women, kidnap newborn infants, and have wild sex with men after pinning them down. Dude, I need to read me some Epic of Gilgamesh, dude. The most common themes in dreams, it goes as followed. Showing up late, losing teeth, having insufficient clothing, you know, being naked in school. I never understood that. Why would I care? People see that I have a small cock. I didn't f***ing grow my dick, dude. It's not like I was like, oh, I thought I was supposed to buy a big one. Feeling trapped or unable to move or make noise. Realizing that you are about to crash a car. Falling down. Missing a flight. Forgetting one's luggage. Showing up unprepared for a presentation. Before we dive into all the internet's craziest nightmares here, I think it would be a good idea to have the man who runs the camera, the man behind the camera, he's laughs like an old woman. He's gonna come out and tell you some of his dreams, because if I have to endure it every day, so do you. So Nick, come on down.
Hi, Hunter.
Hey, Nick.
Hi.
Okay, so we're doing a video about the nightmares, you know, so
Yeah.
why don't you tell people about just a couple of your nightmares that you've had recently?
So I keep a nightmare journal because they have it so often. I had a dream where I was walking with my brother, my parents, and my other brother were outside for some reason. Then like I clicked the mouse, and then my 17-year-old dog fell from the roof and exploded on the pavement.
What do you mean you clicked a mouse?
I was probably at my desk, and I was just like, probably like trying to do something.
Oh, so your dog exploded.
Yeah. And it was very sad. I cried in my dream, and I woke up probably sad too, because he's 17 years old. We'll show a picture of him. He's beautiful.
Let's say what we should do. This dog needs to be put down.
No.
Imagine being a dog what's wrong with it? He's blind?
He's blind, he has no teeth, he can't hear.
So he's deaf, blind, and dumb. It's Helen Keller, the dog,
Okay.
who's lived way past what he should have lived.
Did we put down Helen Keller though?
She's a human being, Nick.
Okay, well. Says, I had a quick sleep paralysis dream. I don't remember much. I was chewing gum and it was sticking to my teeth. It was so sticky that I couldn't get off my teeth, and when I tried lifting open my mouth, I could feel my teeth being pulled out from my gums. I stuck my finger in my mouth and tried scraping it off, but to no avail. I only remember the tail end where I couldn't move and everything was pitch black. For whatever reason, I decided I wanted to kill myself so bad I held my breath. This woke me up. Now I know a trick to end my sleep paralysis dreams.
I always forget that you have sleep paralysis.
Also, I believe the reason I had the gum bit was because of my clear braces in my mouth, so I like clear cracks.
Oh, I see.
I think in the dream I was so depressed because I was like, oh, I'm ruined, my teeth. I might have sleep apnea, because...
You definitely have sleep apnea. You 100% have sleep apnea.
All right, so this one's from 2017, December again.
2 days after
Two
Christmas.
days after Christmas. What is up with Christmas?
I don't, you tell me.
This was a really long dream. I was at a school with a giant pyramid, and I used to be a custodian before I was working with Hunter. Like,
I hired a janitor.
all of a sudden, panic struck everybody around us. People were running and hiding around the pyramid building. I could hear people saying, "He's coming this way, hurry, run." I didn't know what was going on, so I ran faster.
This is a school shooting nightmare.
Yeah. As I'm about to turn the corner, the people running to my side duck in some bushes. Out of fear, I began to follow, but it's too late. A guy with a gun is right at the corner. My heart stops as I slip and roll into a bush. My whole body freezes as I lay face up on the bush, hoping this guy doesn't shoot me. He's staring right at me. He's got a snapback hat turned to the side with sandy blonde beard and saggy pants. He then points his gun at me and shoots me 3 times in the chest.
I hope he doesn't shoot me. I'll immediately shoot you in the chest 3 times.
At first, I don't feel anything, then a warm sensation slowly washes over me as the blood begins seeping out of my wounds. I clutch my wounds thinking I can hold in my blood and stop myself from bleeding out. My vision becomes to blur as I lay there telling myself I'll be fine.
I love the idea of a guy getting shot and he's like, I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine. Holding his chest.
Finally, he looks at me. He sees I'm still alive. He begins to circle around the bush. For a second, I believe he's about to walk away. Suddenly, he points his gun at me. In this moment, I lose all hope of surviving. He aims his gun at my knee and pulls the trigger. Sharp pains surge through my body. He points a piece at my crotch.
What are you processing in your head, dude?
Still thinking I'll make it out alive, I foolishly guard my believing that'll stop the bullet, or at least stop him from shooting. This does nothing. He shoots my off. That's my dreams.
Harry, you want to come down and say one of your dreams?
What are you guys doing up? Just talking about our nightmares.
Talking about our nightmares. Do you have any nightmares that you want to talk about?
I usually don't have nightmares, but I have had sleep paralysis a few times. It usually actually happens during naps. A couple times I thought I died because I felt my whole body like shuddering, like a takeoff of a rocket, and I just shot up straight into the air, and then everything went white, and then I kind of woke up like gasping, and I thought I died. It was very scary. No, I'm in sleep paralysis, and you just sit there and you kind of just wait until it releases you. It's honestly terrible.
That's horrible. I don't know why my crew is so plagued with night terrors, dude. Well, okay. Well, thanks, guys, for stopping by. I guess you can go back to whatever room you're sleeping in. I think it's really cute that we all have the same outfit, though.
This is a coincidence.
Yeah, this actually, we didn't plan this at all.
All right. Good night.
Yeah, it's morning, but that's all right.
Good morning. Oh, I'm going back to bed. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, well then, let's get into some random people. I asked people on my Instagram, my Twitter, my Twitty, and also patron members, all random people online who follow me, what some of their nightmares were, and these were some of the nightmares that we got in. Man, okay. When I was like 7, I had a dream. I was in a gymnasium and there was a science fair happening. My mom and dad took me to evil science projects, like ants getting force-fed to spiders or lightning being made into skinny monsters. One thing really freaked me out. There was this old leathery man, skin and bone, moles from hell and back, and the white stringy long hair dangled down and he wore a blue suit. He sat in this giant chair wrapped with this generator thing, and it was electrifying him, like frying him. His mouth was chattering, opening and closing really fast. His teeth making this clacking noise, and you can see every tooth. Scared the dick out of me, so I immediately ran. The old man lunged out of his chair and said, "Hey, buddy!" I woke up in a fully pissed bed. I don't think you had to include the fully pissed bed part, but I appreciate it. Also, this sounds like the ramblings of a child who went to a Spirit Halloween store and saw one of those animatronics. Whenever I'd get stressed out, I'd have a reoccurring nightmare that I was trapped in a room with nothing in it. I was usually naked. And as I tried to find a way out, I'd begin to notice bugs creeping in from the cracks in the walls. I was terrified of bugs back then. They filled the room rapidly and soon began crawling on my skin. I would brush them off in a frenzy and keep trying to unveil my escape route. Eventually, I couldn't keep them at bay. They would bite my skin and I would cry, except whenever I opened my mouth to scream, the bugs would rush in and I would choke until I woke up. The sound of their carapaces scraping together, the skittering noises of their legs, the feel of them on my skin. I still feel the fear thinking about it. That's pretty messed up. The idea that whenever you scream, the bugs crawl in. I'd never really give a about the bugs. You know what I'd do? I'd eat those motherfuckers. They crawl in my mouth, I'd chomp them down. When I was like 7, I had a nightmare about my family beating me with sticks. And just that. Your nightmare was just your family beating the hell out of you with sticks. It was pretty funny. My 7-year-old morbidly obese self laying in front of our garage, being beaten with random thick sticks by my mom, dad, and sister. I still don't know why I had that nightmare. My family IRL are really nice people. I doubt it, dude. If your family's nice, you don't have dreams about them beating the shit out of you, dude. When I was younger, a kid drowned at the pool across from my house. Me and my mom saw the dead kid from the porch. What? And every night I had a nightmare about the kid getting stuck under the ladder he died on and screaming my name from under the water, gripping his chest like he couldn't breathe. Then I tried to help him and he would always end up dying anyway. Every once in a while, I have the dream and it still creeps me out. This is the confession of a man who, as a child, watched a kid drown and did absolutely nothing to help him. When I was pregnant, I had a dream where I gave birth to a litter of puppies in secret. Or is this a dog? A litter of puppies? I tried to hide them away and a raccoon ate them. I cried so hard I ended up giving birth to another litter before I woke up. The crazy thing is that I hate dogs in real life. She shit a litter of puppies from her I think she just wants to be a dog. Bitch saw Airbud and was just like, yo, sign me up. When I was around 5 years old, I had a vivid nightmare where I was stuck inside of a Blockbuster. That sounds like heaven. It sounds like a fantasy. Got all the cookie dough bites you can have and all the movies you could watch. There was a man near me that would rip off the skin of his face, and whenever he ripped off the skin, he would proceed to eat a person near him in a single bite. He did this about 5 times before it was just me and him. Once I noticed it was just us, I was finally let out of the store, but he started to chase me down running on all fours. The dream ended with him about to catch me. One bite.
That's vor shit, dude.
That is vor. This is a 5-year-old child fantasizing about vor. This is why the internet's a bad thing. Once I had a dream where I was sitting cross-legged alone in a dark room. There was enough light to see around me, but anything beyond my immediate vicinity was just darkness. And in my laps was a rusty metal bucket that I was hunched over. I was sobbing uncontrollably while I dug my fingers into my mouth. The gums had the consistency of warm butter, and I scraped globs of blood, flesh, and teeth out of my mouth and shook them off my fingers in the bucket. Then I woke up. That is vile. I love that. First off, that description is sick. I mean, if as a nightmare, it's horrible, but you know, that's a cool writing. Next, let's go to the public. This is where we started researching shit outside of people sending me stuff, and we dug deep. And first off, I checked my own Reddit, and on my own Reddit, I did find this post, and I thought it was pretty funny. Dream I had. I dreamt that Papa Meat came to my room and stood over me like pretended to cut my eyes out, all while whispering in this creepy voice. Then he takes out his phone and shows me footage of him running around my front lawn in a bathrobe. While he's doing this, another guy walks in, sees him hunched over me with the phone and goes, "Is he your monitor?" What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Hey, psycho. Don't post that shit on my subreddit anymore, you psychopath. I don't like the idea of other people dreaming about me. I'll tell you one time, it was actually kind of weird. One of my teachers in high school said he had a dream about me. That felt inappropriate, right?
That feels weird.
At the time, I was like, no way, that's cool. So it's when I was 10 years old, I had a nightmare that involved Barney the dinosaur crying, holding a butcher knife, and chasing after me while shouting, "You don't love me anymore," in his voice. Write that down for a Me Candy video. On a somewhat similar note, I distinctly remember a nightmare from when I was a kid, all in black and white, where Goofy's glove floated around my dad's workshop trying to strangle me, just the gloves. Write that down again for the Me Candy video. When I was younger, I watched the movie It on public television, and it scared the shit out of me. And I remember when I used to get scared when I was younger, I would go into my mom's room and I'd lay on the floor next to her bed. And I remember so vividly, I can still remember it now. I woke up and it was like as if it wasn't like a dream world. I legitimately thought I was awake, and I was like looking around and I saw the like in the foreground, and it was like I couldn't see his eyes or face, but I saw the rim light of the moon on his back of his head, whatever. And I just reached my hand out forward, and then I just heard this like crunching, gnarling sound, like that. And I remember I brought my hand back, and my hand was totally gone, and it was just like tendons coming out of my wrist, whatever. And I was like, ah! And I woke up. You want to say another dream, Nick? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I was 8 years old, and Martin Luther King Jr. got assassinated again. And then in that same dream, there was a kid who he got sucked through the toilet and the pipes.
I'm sorry, the MLK thing really fucked me up. What a weird dream for a child to have, that Martin Luther King Jr. gets assassinated again. I have a lot of nightmares growing up. Being 27, have left most behind me. One that was constant for a few years was Humpty Dumpty. Yes, the weird Eggman version of the old poem. He was about 7 feet tall and was trying to torture and kill me. A 7-foot-tall Eggman. I was hiding in a room in my house, and my parents sat blankly, staring at nothing, not caring on my impending doom. He would run up, and I could see his creepy, demented face through the window. He would run in and be very quiet, just searching. On occasion, he would find me, and I'd wake up, sometimes screaming. I was horrified as a kid. When I think of it now, it was definitely one of the weird nightmares I've had. Every story I've heard of this bitch, he like falls and cracks. I feel like I just push him over. Put up a picture of what the demented face would be. and then put like a little window and have them like look over real quick. Whoever's editing this, I want you to use your own voice to say, I'm gonna fucking kill ya. I'm an egg. Here's a little backstory. When I was little, I loved bagel bites. Dude, who doesn't like bagel bites still? We gotta get some bagel bites for the fucking studio. Are you kidding me? This is the only way to eat a bagel bite. You cook it. It's gonna be molten lava hot, right? You wait about 15 seconds. You don't bite into the bagel. You scrape off the topping with your teeth, all of it, and then you bite the bagel. I ate bagel bites for lunch and dinner all the time. I remember being in my house being hungry. I went to my freezer and found it stockpiled with bagel bites, which was normal. Trust me, we were a bagel bites family. I take several boxes out and put 120 bagel bites on 4 trays and put them in the oven at 500 degrees. I closed the door and left. And then I remember thinking,
Oh, crud. I left the bagel bites in the oven.
I scurry to the oven and open up the door, and I just see the bagel bites that are burnt to a crisp with cheese melting off and falling off the bagels. If this is where the dream ends, I would actually say it's a nightmare. Wasting that many precious golden bagel bites. I begin to panic, thinking of consequences of the mess I've made. I close the oven and go for a towel. I hear loud breaking noise. I realize that it's so hot in the oven that the light bulb inside burst. I rush back to the oven and open it up, and the most terrifying thing I've encountered in a dream. When I open it up, there's a block of cheese the size of an entire oven melting all over the place. That's when I woke up. It seems like the most irrational fear, but now I can't eat bagel bites. It has scarred me for life. More for us. You know, one time my sisters, we were making caramel corn, and she put 2 of the caramel corn things in the microwave to heat up, but they were still in the metal packaging, and it fucking like blew up the microwave. So funny.
Oh, God.
And my dad was like, son of a bitch! God damn it, Haley!
And she's like, I'm sorry.
And I said, so bagel bites, anyone? Did that come for full circle okay? Yeah. I spent 35 years in my dream. I'm going insane. Hi, I'm 20 years old right now, and I spent 35 years in my dream. At first, I woke up in my dream, and I realized it was a dream since I can't remember where I was before. Is that just a way to know that it was a dream? Okay. Then I woke up again in real life, and I proceeded my normal daily life as the same. I married my current girlfriend, I got promoted, traveled throughout the world, and even had a daughter in my dream. I even remember my wife's pregnancy, how she acted and the daughter's personality was. She tried to convince me I'm not dreaming using exact quotes she's using right now. Then I died in this dream from a heart attack at 55. God, dude, you chain smoking cigarettes and eating donuts, you fat and I woke up in real life. My sense of reality is basically shattered. I keep having derealizations and feel like I was given a second chance in life. I don't know if everything around me is real or not. I'm about to lose my mind. Any advice? Imagine living a full life in your dream and you wake up. Would you not just be completely scarred, actually?
I had something similar.
I'm just gonna start calling you dream catcher. Is what I'm going. After all these, you're just like, yeah, that's also happened to me. How did that happen to you, Nick?
This one, when I was dreaming, it felt like an eternity, but it was the same beats. Like, I finished school, met a girl, fell in love. We had 3 kids. One of the kids died. And then we were old and dying. I woke up, and then I was super depressed because I was like, oh my God.
After hearing all of these things, especially hearing my cameraman have a mental breakdown on camera as well, maybe you're not having nightmares and you want one. Well, here's some techniques to induce some nightmares, okay? Some people try and induce nightmares the same way some people try to induce lucid dreaming, which we'll get into lucid dreaming here in a second. So why would you want this? Well, some people maybe just want to have a weird experience, all right? Why do people do meth, right? To escape reality. Probably not a good comparison. So anyways, here's some ways to induce some nightmares, you know what I mean? So immersing yourself in scary/horror media repeatedly. So watch a bunch of scary movies, interact with Nick. Waking yourself up. Use of alarms as having interrupted sleep tends to cause bad dreams. So basically use alarms when you try to wake yourself up, because whenever you wake yourself up abruptly like that, you usually tend to have a nightmare. I didn't say this, just Neil deGrasse Tyson did. Eating spicy food before bed. No wonder, Nick. No f***ing wonder you have so much nightmares, dude. That's all you eat. All he eats is spicy food. I'm not even joking. I actually wonder if you didn't eat something spicy in a day, if you wouldn't have a nightmare. You think that's true?
I'm not gonna try it.
I'm not gonna try it. I refuse. And even apparently just sleeping on your left side, which supposedly increases your chance of having a nightmare by 50%, according to some tests, those tests done by Neil deGrasse Tyson himself.
I call bullshit on that, dude. I only have nightmares on my back.
Well, Nick, you do all these things and you have nightmares, so I don't know, maybe f***ing sleep on your right side and just eat a kebab without a bunch of spices. So here's a post from a guy who is a lucid dreamer. First, some background info. I am a lucid dreamer. I've had lucid dreams on a regular basis. I have heard of some people who can continue where they left off and stuff, but I wasn't as extreme. So as some of you may know, with great power comes great responsibility. Bro's literally quoting Spider-Man. That responsibility, unfortunately, was sleep paralysis. You know where this is headed. No, I don't. So I tend to get sleep paralysis once a month or so, and it is creepy. One of those horrible moments where I'll never forget. I was in bed. I had woken up from a lucid dream. I couldn't move. Oh Lord. I forced myself to stare at the ceiling. And as I knew what would happen if I dared look anywhere else, during the moment, I heard the door slam shut and somebody was sprinting. I looked. I had to look. I saw a child with a machete. He had torn clothes, not to mention covered in a certain red substance. Shivers. He was sprinting towards me with that unforgettable smile on his face. I screamed. Thankfully, I hear sound. I was lucky it wasn't real, and I got up. In the end, I think lucid dreaming is worth it, sleep paralysis or not. I am a man. On r/lucid dreaming, this is their best suggestions for inducing nightmares. So here's some more. I don't get scared by anything besides having nightmares, and it tends to be a bit of an adrenaline rush when I wake up. Sorry, I know it sounds like a weird thing, but I'm not sure how else to put it. And these were some of the responses, I'm guessing. Try wearing socks to bed. I know it sounds weird, but I know a lot of people who avoid wearing socks to bed specifically to avoid having a nightmare. Imagine some guy who's just like, yeah, I wore my Hanes socks and I had a crazy nightmare last night. I used to do this on purpose by eating lots of cheese before bedtime. Watch an extra disgusting horror film as well for best results. So cheese and horror films. I actually, for some reason, I believe that. Probably just because you're having a heart attack and that's your body's going into some kind of panic. I hear Datura is living a nightmare for myself, but don't do it. So you can smoke Datura. What is Datura exactly?
It's like a weed.
It's like a weed. It's like a kind of drug. Every tip report I've read that came from consuming Datura has been an absolute nightmare. I listen to trip reports to fall asleep at night and have had some crazy nightmares from that alone. I guess that'd be a good way to have a nightmare before you go to bed. Some guy just talking about how like life has no meaning and he saw the face of God or whatever. And they say that if you want to have walking nightmares for days, you need to smoke Datura. And some of the common things that people experience on Datura go as following. Common hallucinations are blood dripping from the walls and other objects, seeing deceased family members as they were alive again, smoking a non-existent cigarette, insects crawling on your body, the phenomenon called room jumping, where the user blinks and is suddenly in a different room with different people, and doppelgangers that can be helpful or hostile. Physiological symptoms have been described as red as a beet, dry as a bone, blind as a bat, and as mad as a hatter. Flushed skin, extreme incessant thirst, blurred vision, and psychosis are common when smoking Datura. Good name though, huh? Kind of makes me think of that movie Zathura, which is just space Jumanji. Not very good. It is determined a delirium, not a psychedelic, because people who are unable to determine reality or have a recollection of taking something to feel this way. It commonly results in people stripped naked, leaving their house, and causing unwanted negative behavior such as violence, harassment, and destruction, and ends with them waking up in a hospital room or jail cell, unsure how or why they got there. Just like the guy who started Coney 2012, and he was naked, and I think he had a nervous breakdown, and he was jacking off in the streets of San Francisco. That's real. Remember Coney 2012, guys? I will say, for me going to you, do not take Datura, as there's no recommended dose, and people die on it all the time, so please don't take Datura, and if you do, please don't say that you took it because of me. That'll make me look bad. So, people have nightmares all the time. Usually they're very funny. They're very, very odd. To me, it feels like impulses. It feels like tricklings of your own doubts and insecurities. It also feels like maybe it's just completely random. Nightmares are not fun. I don't like, if I have a nightmare, why would anyone like nightmares? If someone's like, I love nightmares, they're a liar, because nightmares are very, very scary. I've never pissed myself from a nightmare. You did, Nick?
No, not a nightmare, just a dream.
So you're just raising your hand to raise your hand. You know what? You're like the kid in like a 6th grade class who's like, make fun of me. All I know is tonight, if you have nightmares, it's not my fault. Eat some fucking bagel bites and go fuck yourself. Have a good rest of your day.
This, bitch. Let me handle this, bitch. It's not my fault this bitch is dead on her feet. Welcome to my world, bitch. Die, little bitch. Think you're so smart, huh, bitch?
Largely the same as Tom's Reasons or Papa Meats or Stampy Longheads. Like,
Papa Meat's retiring? Oh, welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. Man, what a fantastic way to start the new year. Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildenbrat are in jail. or they're waiting trial. They both pled guilty, and Ruby Franke is, I think she's testifying against Jody Hildenbrand. I think that sources say, I've seen some little Google screenshots here and there say that they could be facing up to 60 years in prison. Awesome. Love to see that. Which, if you don't know, we covered a video about YouTube's worst mom, basically a Mormon family vlog channel, severe punishments, just despicable, unbelievable pieces of that are out there. So happy to hear that, and I will be making sure to cover that as soon as that information comes out, because I just think it'd be funny to see her go to prison, right? If I'm being honest. Is that funny? I think it is. And also, I hope that children are doing well. I'm also so curious, what's the dad's place in all of this, all right? I need to know. But coincidentally, when that was happening, I believe I saw the information on like December 20th, 28th, something like that drop. I started hearing about this thing called the House of Horrors. Started going down that rabbit hole. What exactly is that? Well, coincidentally, it ties in with Ruby Franke very well, because this is another egregiously terrible family. Horrible, disgusting. And I will say with this video, usually we don't do this a lot, but with this one, I must say viewer discretion advised with a lot of the conversations we're going to be talking about today. So if you're kind of squeamish, or if you just don't like conversations about abusive families, neglect, all that kind of jazz, I would say, click off this one. But I wanted the first video of the year to be about something crazy and optimistic and quirky. And that, of course, is the Turnpin family and their House of Horrors. Today's video is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon is the go-to cereal for any occasion. Have it as a protein-packed meal or an after-dinner treat. Either way, you're making the right choice, because each serving of Magic Spoon cereal has 13 grams of proteins, 140 calories, and 0 grams of sugar. It's also gluten-free and grain-free and soy-free and wheat-free, making this a keto-friendly meal that you can feed to just about anyone. Hey, even this guy right here. And if you get the variety pack like me, you'll receive Magic Spoon in 4 tasty flavors: fruity, frosted, chocolate, and peanut butter. My favorite's the chocolate cereal, because it reminds me of all of my favorite childhood cereals that I used to love when I was a child. Definitely not now. I definitely don't eat them now, because I eat Magic Spoon. Try Magic Spoon! Click the link below and grab a variety pack and try it today. And be sure to use the promo code PAPAMEAT at checkout to get $5 off any order. Or go to magicspoon.com/PapaMeat. Magic Spoon is so confident in their product, it's backed with 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it for any reason, they'll refund your money. No questions asked. Try it for free today. No risk. But thank you so much for Magic Spoon for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. The Turnpin House of Horrors, it's insane to think that when you hear these cases, especially let's say serial killers. Serial killers, it's always the 70s, 80s, sometimes 90s, the 50s, 60s. It feels so long ago. It feels like almost it's impossible for it to happen now, which I know is stupid to say, but it has that distance. With the Turnpin family, this kind of extreme family and child abuse, it happened only 6 years ago in 2018, or that's when they were caught. It was long before that, but they were only caught 6 years ago. It sends a shiver down my spine. It's unbelievably disgusting, which you're probably wondering, after hearing all these delightful little things and these little kooky characteristics, you're probably wondering, well, Hunter, who the hell is the Turnpin family? Well, let me tell you. The Turnpin family consisted of David and Louise Turnpin and their 13 children. 13. Remember that movie Cheaper by the Dozen? The comedy movie about 12 children? One more, right? That's the sequel. Cheaper by the Dozen, Turnpin's Family's House of Horrors, starring Steve Martin and Meryl Streep or some shit. The 13 children consisted of 10 boys. I'm gonna say 13 ghosts at one point. I already know it's gonna happen. I'm just gonna say it now. The 13 ghosts, 13 children consisted of 10 girls and 3 boys. And since the family was Pentecostal Christians, David and Louise, they said God told them to have numerous children. Maybe means 2. I'm gonna put that out there. If God's like, hey buddy, have a couple children, I don't think he means 13. I'm just gonna throw. If I go into a bakery, if I ask the baker, can I have numerous muffins? I don't think he's gonna give me 13 muffins. I digress. It doesn't matter. David was a computer engineer and Louise was a homemaker. What does a homemaker mean?
Stay-at-home mom.
She's a stay-at-home mom. Okay, let's say the real title. They were huge Disney fanatics and often took trips to Disneyland as families. I hate to even stop the story again, but the Disney fanatics, we've had our own roll in with that subject, all right? Let me see this. I want to see this. What is this here? That is a haunting picture of David. Louise looks fairly normal, I would say. I'll tell you what looks fucked, though. The man in the background here with his, that's a worker. Oh, it's a sweep. I thought he had a suitcase. He's like, I just got here from the airport. No, that's a man who's sweeping up the floor. This is going to just really tarnish the vibes and the perception I have of Disney fans and people who go to Disney every year. They're hiding something, and I just don't care for it. Oh yeah, there's the 13 people there. David with an extremely dope Andy Warhol-esque Darth Vader shirt. Louise, mean, I say this now because I just want to say Louise here looks good compared to where we get. David doesn't look like this at all. I mean, he looks kind of creepy the entire time, but Louise here, it's odd. It's like all the thing outfits. I hate that just David is just towering over everybody. That is just too many things.
How many things shirts did you want?
13.
Oh, God. We're gonna get those specially made at Hobby Lobby.
I try to picture myself at what point did they go completely insane, and they're probably already mentally fucking insane here, so looks can be very deceiving. Remember Ruby Frankie? I might allow it. That's how good she looks. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful one. You're a devil in disguise, right? Oh, yes, you are. Devil in disguise, Elvis. Dave and Louise also renewed their vows in front of an Elvis impersonator. Yes, we have the footage here.
The chapel is filming the occasion.
God damn, that is a romantic kiss, dude. That motherfucker is getting in there. Do you see this? Damn! He looks like kind of like Larry Bird. That's what it is.
I take thee, Louise. I take thee, Louise. To be my wedded wife. Be my wedded wife.
I'd be pissed if that was my Elvis impersonator. He's not even doing the voice or anything. I'll take you, David and Louise, to be my lawfully wedded bride.
My best friend. My best friend. My soulmate. Our soulmate.
Kind of sounds like Kermit the Frog, dude. My soulmate.
Our soulmate. Baby. Baby. Why?
Okay. Not the wise man. He's just like, would you hurry up? I have to go home and chain up my daughters, please. Okay. You ain't nothing but a half. Goes into that one. Pretty good. And you know what? To the public, they seem like a happy family. Sure, did David look very creepy? Kind of like a Todd McFarlane action figure. Remember those? When he went to Spencer's Gifts, remember those? Did he look like that? Sure. Why not? Louise kind of reminds, she looks like Alex Bornstein, voice actress of Lois Griffin. She was also on Mad TV. She did that racist Asian woman.
Take it easy, no me no.
Doesn't matter. But what people didn't realize is behind the scenes, there was a house of horrors. This is where we get into it. And I just want to say, once again, viewer discretion advised. You know, I understand why now that TV programs do that. Can't throw this stuff on people, Nick. They get fucking people, you get upset. How did they get caught? On January 14th, 2018 at 6 a.m., Jordan Turpin, a 17-year-old girl, escapes her family's home by climbing through a window. Using an old disconnected cell phone, she calls 911, begging the dispatcher that she and her 12 siblings are being held captive by their parents for years. Louise and David Turpin are the culprits. During the 20-minute call with dispatch, Jordan claims that her parents abused them physically by beating them, throwing them across the room, and pulling their hair out.
911, do you have an emergency? I just ran away from home because I live in a family of 15 and we have abusing parents. Did you hear that?
Okay, how did they abuse you?
They hit us, they like throw us across the room, they pull our hair, they yank out our hair. My two little sisters right now are chained up.
My God, unbelievable. I can't even imagine being like a dispatch operator, hearing somebody say my two siblings are chained up right now. Oh my God, despicable. God, how the fuck do people even get to this? Ugh. Makes me sick to my stomach. Jordan and her siblings lived in filth and would wake up unable to breathe because of how dirty the house was. She also told the dispatcher that her two little sisters are currently being chained up to their bed. Jordan was unable to give the dispatcher her address as she never goes outside and that she doesn't know anything about the streets. Jordan and her siblings rarely got a taste of the outside world, but some of the older siblings got to use an old cell phone. Jordan would occasionally watch Justin Bieber videos and used him as an inspiration. I'm going to tell you right now that Justin Bieber is the reason this girl got out of the situation. And God damn it, I have to say, hey, I'm not even one of those people who's just like, oh, Justin Bieber, whatever. God bless that boy. God bless that boy and that inspiration he gave this girl. Listening to his songs made her realize that there was an outside world, and she learned new words from watching his interviews. She literally learned how to speak properly because Justin Bieber doing interviews. God knows which interviews it was.
Why are black people afraid of chainsaws? Don't even say it.
But he's an angel. He's an angel. Her plans to escape were 2 years in the making. Using the older sibling's phone, she documented pictures of the living conditions her and her siblings were subjected to. Unbelievable. When I was 15 years old, all I was worrying about was passing a driver's permit test. Imagine being like, I have to gather evidence against my family. I would never have that insight. Would never be able to do that. And for her to take out what I assume is probably like, I don't know, a Motorola Razor and start snapping pics, incredibly intuitive. Did Justin Bieber say that?
Hey, if your mom and dad are mean, take pictures of the house.
Can you imagine that? What if that was in an actual song? Can you imagine that?
Oh, my mom is bad to me, so I'm gonna take a picture.
That could be a song. Do you think that's a song?
If I was your boyfriend, I'd take a picture of your house.
Days before her escape, Jordan overheard her parents talking about moving to Oklahoma. She felt that during the move, some of her siblings would have died, so she made the decision to run. That's fucking insane. Literally moving would kill her siblings. And then she's like, fuck this. The time is now. Thank you, Justin. She has to have met Justin. Do you think has she met Justin Bieber?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Do we cover that later? Okay, thank God. Quote unquote, Jordan says this: "That was my only chance. I think it was us coming so close to death so many times. If something happened to me, at least I died trying." That's some Hogan Heroes shit, dude. Holy shit, that gets me amped up. That's like fucking watching Top Gun for the first time.
If something happened to me, at least I died trying.
Fucking awesome. The next part, this is how we got introduced to this story, and this is the body cam footage of the officers coming up to the Turpin house for the first time, and just pay attention to their face, their body language whenever they answer the door. This is some extremely fucking bone-chilling stuff that we're about to watch, all right? So the first body cam footage we have is Jordan actually talking to the cops. Her basically, I mean, like, extremely scared, and it goes on to where we even go to the body cam footage of the cops actually showing up to the house.
Hi. Hi, sorry to bug you. We got a call for a check the welfare here at your house. So,
I like how the dog in the background is basically just like, help! Help, please, God!
You guys have kids in the house?
Yes. We now know they had been scrambling to have someone unlock the chains.
Look at their faces. I don't think I've ever seen anyone so fucking guilty in my life. She looks like she just woke up from her fucking sarcophagus and she doesn't know where the hell she's at. Then we got Larry Bird in the background hyperventilating because he knows he got caught. Unbelievable.
We got a call that there was a young female walking around saying that she came from a house over here.
Think she came from here?
That's what she said.
From inside this house?
Think so.
Oh my God. Dude, do you just want to take out a stamp that just says fucking guilty and start marking it on your forehead, you fucking idiot? You can tell right then and there they did not know she was gone at all, and they're like, wait, she fled from this house?
Yeah, I'll be honest, this boss is not fun at all. I just want to get my fucking CAs and get out.
So she lived here? That's weird. She should be chained up by this time. I don't see how she could have gotten out. That's odd.
Otherwise we wouldn't be knocking on your door at Sunday.
Oh my God, I fucking hate this woman.
We have a log where we're packing. We're getting ready to move. So it's a mess in here. So
it's a mess in here. So let me tell you, if there's shit all over the floor,
like
random pies and birthday cakes in the trash can and vomit and children's blood, it's just because we're getting ready to move. Okay, that's why it's so weird. All right, come on in.
How you doing, sir?
How you doing, sir? Could you get out of the doorway? I used to play basketball. Sir, no you didn't. You are not Larry. I'm Larry Bird. You're not Larry Bird.
No weapons in the house or anything like that?
I do have a gun. It's locked up.
Okay, locked up is good. We like that.
Well, it's not locked up now because I was pointing it in all of 13 of my children's faces this morning, but I do have a gun. Totally blocking the doorway, too. Like, he's like, I don't think I want you to come in here. Maybe you guys just give us like 3 days. You can come back. He doesn't even move out of the way. The officer has to be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna squeeze on in. He's just like, I played basketball at one time. It's like, no, okay, no, you didn't, but.
No.
Oh, that's funny. The deputy's like, no, we don't need one, sir. Well, I smell diarrhea. This dog is barking in the background, and I just, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and check anyways. Looking at you two ghoulish fucking sweet potatoes standing at the door, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and come on in.
The windows are closed. The room is swelteringly hot, magnifying the stench of excrement, decaying garbage, every sofa, counter, floor covered in layers of trash.
God. Imagine trying to justify this mess, too, to being like, we're moving. It's like, no, you guys are hoarders and you're living in filth. It's also even more suspicious, too, that every blind in the house is closed. Like, you don't want anybody to look in, oh, I wonder why. Well, we're moving. Duh.
What do you do for work?
I'm an engineer.
Oh, engineer.
Louise Turpin nervously probes again.
you got a call?
Yeah, we got a call from...
That has to be a part of training somehow for police officers, right? Dealing with them in that way.
You got a call?
It would take everything in my might to just be like, why? Shut
your fucking mouth. You horrible person. It's like, no, we got a call. We don't really know what it's from, so we'll just take, I mean, you'd have to have the patience of a fucking saint, I feel like.
We'll figure out if maybe she was one of your kids that wandered away. How many kids do you have?
Do you know you're in a bad place whenever there's the smoke alarm chirping like that? That's how you're like, we need to get out of here immediately.
How many kids do you have?
13.
13 total?
Yeah.
Woo! You guys are busy.
Yeah.
Woo! You guys are busy fucking a lot, aren't you? David's like, oh yeah. Big time.
They are limp, frail, eerily quiet, caked in dirt. Their arms are bruised.
Ugh.
Where are the chains?
The House of Horror is unbelievable. When the police come in, this is some of the information we got. The house smelled of human feces, rotting garbage, and moldy food. There was trash littered on every surface of the house. The children were found quietly sitting in the filthy beds, limp, frail, covered in dirt, and with bruises all over their bodies. Some of the kids were so emaciated that they could barely walk. The eldest sibling was 29 years old. She was so malnourished that her muscle growth had stagnated and she weighed only 82 pounds. That is shocking. I mean, a lot of them don't even look that old. Like 29 years old, she looked like a child. I mean, she was so tiny. My God. Others suffered from heart damage due to lack of nutrients. One of the preteen's arms was the size of a 4.5-month-old's baby. The children had limited language skills, cognitive impairment, and nerve damage as a result of the prolonged physical abuse. Some of the children were so removed from the outside world that they didn't know what medicine or police were. They've been kept in this living condition their entire life, is the thing. Of course, also, I just want to immediately say this. Louise and David Turpin were arrested and put into police custody immediately. Thank God. But I mean, all these things in the video, you can see unopened packages. I mean, you can see all kinds of weird things, full pieces of food and garbage and stuff. And that goes into some of the punishments that they had in the house, which obviously they're malnourished, they're not emaciated. But to go even deeper on these punishments, I mean, David and Louise beat, strangled, and starved their 13 children. Their ages ranging from 2 to 29 years old. And all of them, I mean, frail, disgustingly treated, malnourished. I mean, malnourished isn't even the right word. I mean, they were on the verge of death, some of them. I mean, like Jordan said in her police call, I mean, the move itself seemed that it probably would have killed 2 of her siblings. So the 2-year-old was the only one that was well fed, but that was probably just so they can be fun and quirky and love it for, you know, 1 more year before they threw it in a fucking dog kennel. Who knows? The kids were only allowed 1 shower per year. So all the kids in the video that you see that are covered in dirt, it's because you're allowed to shower once. I mean, their hair is greasy, probably falling out. I mean, they pull their hair, you know, the parents pull their hair and stuff. The kids that were on the mattress are covered in dirt. It's filthy. It's disgusting. The adults were so malnourished that they looked like teenagers. Dave and Louise used chains and padlocks to shackle the kids to their beds as a form of punishment. They would taunt their kids by leaving pies out on the kitchen counter and then throw them away. Those fat fucks, that fat stupid that showed up at the door, she would take the food and she would buy full. She's like, I have my own pie and here's another one and you guys don't even fucking get it. I mean, I don't know how you don't just put a crowbar through your fucking skull. I would be so livid. You'd have to have some kind of psychological training to deal with that shit. Like, my God. Louise had a bad habit of racking up credit card debt, often spending thousands of dollars on children's clothes, games, and toys, but she wouldn't let any of her children use any of them. None of the clothes, none of the toys, none of the game, like nothing. So she's spending all this money and getting in all this debt, and she's just like taunting it and using it as like a fucking mental torture device. Ugh. Their only diet consisted of peanut butter sandwiches, bologna, frozen burritos, or chips. Louise and David would eat fast food and full meals in front of them. Ugh. The parents told their children that they couldn't afford food because the children were stealing. That's healthy. That's a good way to set up that. There's no way that's gonna leave lingering psychological damage. Also, what was the game plan? 29 years old? The game plan had to be that they were just gonna be there till they died, right? I mean, that had to have been. There's no other way. The kids weren't allowed to use the bathroom, so they had to use the restroom throughout the house, on the floor. I mean, like any and everywhere. Not only is it just like psychological torture, but humiliation. I mean, it's like you are probably treated like that of the dog in the house too. Jennifer Turpin said her parents would often point to the Bible to justify their abuse towards the children, stating, quote, they had the right to kill us if we didn't listen. The children were punished for minor offenses. If you color outside of the lines, you'd be thrown across the room. God forbid you sneeze while you're coloring in your coloring book. Hey mom, I know you're a Disney fanatic. I tried coloring in this Monsters Incorporated book for you. Oop, slightly outside the line. Just, there she goes. My fucking God. One of the siblings was caught in her mother's bathroom, so Louise threw her down the stairs. David would use belts and sticks to whip the children until they bled. and any children that were rebellious were put into cages. How fun. How extremely fun and not completely fucking psychotic. I'm going to cover my favorite part of this story, which is the trial. The Turpins were charged with 12 counts of torture, 12 counts of false imprisonment, 7 counts of abuse of a dependent adult, and 6 counts of child abuse. David later received an additional charge of a lewd act of a child under 14. You know what that means. February 22nd, 2019, David and Louise each pled guilty to 14 felony charges. 1 count of torture, 3 counts of willful child cruelty, 4 counts of false imprisonment, and 6 counts of cruelty to a dependent adult. April 19th of 2019, David and Louise received 25 years to life, and Louise addressed the court by saying, one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard one of these people say in my life, and if I was there, I would have scissor kicked her into whatever afterlife that she's going to. Hell. I would scissor kick her into hell, into the black void of death. That's what I would do. She says this, I quote,
I want to say I'm sorry for everything I have done. I love my children so much. I pray for my children every day. I am truly sorry for everything I've done to hurt them. I love them more than they can ever imagine.
You lying you bitch. I hate you so much. If I was a judge, I'd be like, I just feel like I just had to gavel until she just stopped talking. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar. What? It's disgusting. I hate that. I love them more than they can ever imagine. Can't you see I love you? I just want to pull and rip out your hair and throw you across the room one more time because mommy loves you so much. Don't you know that mommy got you all those pies because she loved you? She didn't let you eat them because you'd get big and fat like mommy. That's not good, right? Remember when you were shackled and you shit yourself for 3 months straight? That's because mommy loves you. That's mommy's love. Okay? Let me tell you, the aftermath of all this, which those pieces of shit are rotting in a prison cell, thank God. And I hope whenever their parole comes, I hope that the people look at their charts and they're just like, no. Actually, if anything, I'm glad that it's been 25 years because Marcus and a guy gets up and he just grabs her fucking hair and rips it all out in one go. They just beat the shit out of the fat Larry Bird looking guy. That's what I would hope happens in 25 years, and I hope they rot in hell. I hope nothing but the worst for them. The aftermath of this whole situation, which life has been hard to adjust for most of the Turpin children, and really what, unfortunately for all of them, it isn't really the end. This isn't the end of this tragic story, which several of the Turpin siblings went into foster care and were taken in by Marcelino and Rosa Olguin, which in March of 2021, just 3 years ago at this point, the couple and their daughter Lenny Olguin were arrested for allegedly abusing the Turpin siblings. Can these people not get a fucking break? God, please, Lord, give them a break once in their life. My God. And 6 of the Turpin siblings filed lawsuits against Riverside County and the private foster care agency ChildNet Youth. The Olguins, that were the adopted parents, subjected the Turpin siblings to severe physical, sexual, and emotional abuse, allegedly urging them to end their own life and threatening to return them to their biological parents. Stable people again! God! They also allegedly made the siblings recount in detail the horrors they suffered from their parents and forced them to eat their own vomit. Why? Why is this happening? God. The lawsuits claim ChildNet Youth knew the Olguins were unfit to be foster parents since the family allegedly had prior history of physically and emotionally abusing children, as well as severely neglecting children who had been placed in their care. Good job, ChildNet Youth, you fucking idiots. Is that still a company? Sure, they can't be a thing anymore. They're still a thing? That's fun.
Because this was like, 2019. I think they were blaming COVID for like mishandled resources.
Oh yeah, it was COVID. That's why these psychopaths got hold of these children. It's just a coincidence that it was the kids who already had a fucked up childhood. We thought it'd be nice little kids who didn't have fucked up childhoods. COVID, am I right? It was a rough year for all of us, right? Fuck you guys. Only 4 of the 13 children's names are public, with the rest remaining private. The ones that we do know is Jordan, who was the one who escaped, Josh.
Sometimes I still have nightmares of things that had happened, such as my siblings being chained up or getting beaten.
Jennifer, who was the oldest, and Jessica. So those are the only 4. Hope the other 13 can move on, whatever. But Jordan Turpin, the fucking hero, the savior of this family, is thriving. Big time. Love to see it. 23 years old. She's a rising social media star and an aspiring motivational speaker. And she also has a modeling deal. Here's the biggest fucking kicker of all. Justin Bieber invited Jordan and her siblings to one of his concerts. The fucking guiding angel that gave her the motivation to push through, get out of this hell house, get rid of her stupid fucking family, invites her to the show. I love that. I love Justin Bieber for that. I love it. Which, you know, this is a horrible thing. This is one of those things too where, and this is the same with the Ruby Frankie thing. I don't think you really ever move on from this kind of shit. I think Jordan's doing well, but of course there's like the psychological damage that comes across with this, and like probably the fucking hundreds of thousands, if not millions of children who deal with this kind of shit privately, you know, in their own ways is unbelievable. So I think what you're gonna be good. Let's put a link here if you ever feel like you need help with your own family. Follow this fucking link, dude. You know, I don't know. Is that right? Is that a good thing to do?
I don't know what link that is.
I don't either. Maybe I shouldn't say it. I don't know. All I'm saying is that these things, when you're young and you're forming in your formative years, it affects you forever. And for these people, these disgusting fucking demons, these monsters, to deprive people of a normal childhood, to be raised in a correct way, to be able to have a fighting chance in this fucking world that just sucks so much cock, it's unbelievable. So my hat goes out to them. I hope that they are doing well. I mean, Jordan seems to be doing well, and I hope the other siblings can have some kind of ounce of happiness in this life, especially with all the other shit that has been going on. But the House of Horrors is something that you just never know. You never know what's lurking behind the door of someone's house, the kind of tragedies that can be awaiting somebody. You never know what people are going through. Also, is a big thing. The weird kid, whoever else is going on, you don't know what people are going through in their own home life. So fucking introduce a little more love into somebody's life. Introduce a little more companionship, friendship into people's lives, because goddamn, dude, you just don't know. Evil is hiding everywhere in plain sight. So I just wanted to talk about this. The Ruby Frankie thing sparked this kind of story. It was just so horrific and moving that I had to feel like I share it with you guys and kind of let you all know about it as well. We haven't done a lot of true crime kind of stuff before, so I hope you enjoyed this one. Appreciate y'all for sticking around. Hopefully this can be something. It's always something that's very fascinating of getting to look into real life cases. And with these videos as well, I want to stress that we are in no way making light or trying to make fun of any of the victims here. We are just trying to, if anything, point the light at the fucking clowns that are the evil pieces of shit while informing you of some crazy shit that goes on in real life. So with that, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. See ya.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're talking about haunted houses. And yes, we've talked about real life haunted houses, but I'm talking about the fun time haunted houses, the one you pay to go to. I mean, right now, Spirit Halloween stores are popping up all over the nation again, prepping us for that beautiful October spooky season. And dare I say, a lot of the haunted houses are starting to get organized and get ready to have a little fun scaring you as well. But today I wanted to talk about, dare I say, the most notorious, self-renowned, scariest haunted house to ever grace the land. Something so vile that people run away in fear. I'm talking about the McCamey Manor. McCamey? Is that right? Okay. For those of you who may have never heard of the words McCamey Manor before in your life, let me give you a quick rundown of exactly what it is. McCamey Manor is a haunted house that calls itself the pioneer of extreme survival horror events. Now, if you have to call your haunted house a extreme survival horror event, to me that's already, if there was a chessboard here of uncomfortable conversations to be had, the pawn has been moved forward. Your go. The entire experience is designed to push people to their absolute physical and psychological limits. This includes, but is not limited to, actors grabbing you, shoving you, hitting you, spitting on you, shaving your head, waterboarding you, and inflicting any other type of torture that a human brain could imagine. They got that for you. You want to get your knees scraped up? You want to get your arms dislocated? I got that. It's right there on the shelf. Let me pick it off for you. It's gonna go great with a bow.
The fun thing about the McCain Manor is that it's not really a haunted house, it's just torture. It's just torture. It's a chamber. Yeah, it's a beautiful little chamber. Then you're the star of the show. Isn't that fun? It all comes from the mind of a power-tripping psychopath who enjoys to see other people suffer. His name is Russ McCamey. And before we go too much farther, I want to let you all know that he was just recently arrested for crimes we're going to talk about later in this video. So as we kind of start to dive down this little rabbit hole, just realize that this man is behind bars for now. We're hoping for a prison sentence, but we'll see. But I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? So the McCamey Manor was founded in 2000. Dive down this little rabbit hole. Just realize that this man is behind bars for now. We're hoping for a prison sentence, but we'll see. But I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? So the McCamey Manor was founded in 2001 by Russ McCamey, a liberal arts major in theatrical production and an avid horror fan. Probably Saw. Well, I guess it's 2001. I don't know. He's probably just like a fair movies. Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street. These movies are so sick. Also, it makes me sad too because I have a liberal arts. I have a bachelor of fine arts. I went to a liberal arts school. And I do horror content. Growing up in San Diego, California,
San Diego.
Russ was influenced by classic horror films and local haunted houses in his neighborhood. I had a haunted house in my neighborhood, and the guy stopped doing it after like 3 years because people would just go behind the walls and just steal all of his pictures. So all of his family pictures and stuff, they'd be running out being like, "Oh, I got your family portrait, asshole." And he's like, "Hey, come back here!" In like a werewolf outfit. I was like, well, that's what you get. But during Russ's 22-year Navy career, Russ perfected the art of the haunted house. Whenever I read this for the first time, I was like, well, how does that correlate? Which is funny because utilizing his skills in psychological operations and team collaboration, he created haunted houses on the naval ships where he served. He perfected the haunted house by making spooky walkthroughs on the ships that he was deployed on. Oh man, Russ makes the spookiest naval ship things, man. I can't wait to see what he does this year. He's like, calm down, boys. Calm down, one at a time. But basically, to summarize it, it's just him and his Navy buddies using psychological warfare on the other unsuspecting crewmates on the ships. Very fun stuff. And actually, it is rather spooky. You ever see that movie Ghost Ship?
Yeah, I was scared, terrified of it. Isn't that the one with where everyone gets their heads cut off?
Yeah, with the line at the beginning. The only good part in the movie. You ran out. After his service in the Navy, Russ decided he wanted to create the ultimate horror experience and, quote, not your standard boo haunted house. Sorry, liberals, but Russ turned around on his own. He came up with the McCamey Manor, claiming as the next evolution in interactive survival horror theater. We're just kind of combining survival and horror into all kinds of things. First it was a survival horror experience, now survival horror theater. We don't know which one it is, but it's survival horror. Being a big horror movie fan, his goal was to make this experience as if you're in a real-life horror movie. You are the final girl of this horror film. Oh my God. The videos that they post on social media where people are being tortured are always titled McCamey Manor Presents, almost like a snuff film production company. They take the videos you go through, the haunted house, he records you, but it always has McCamey Manor Presents, almost like he wants to be his own Miramax, or wants to be his own kind of Dimension Films production company. He wants to be, he wants it to be a title card before his very own Nightmare on Elm Street kind of movie. It was originally located in San Diego, California. The experience was run out of a windowless van, but has since expanded into 3 phases. That just got me pretty good. If you can run a haunted house out of a windowless van, there is no other evolution. That is the end all be all. Get in my van. Yeah, just beat the shit out of them. Well, I wish there was more rooms. Maybe we could cut off half of the van and just make it another room. But then he set up this elaborate system of a 3-phase tier system that you have to go through to really go into the actual manor itself. You're never in the manor. No one's ever been in the manor, okay? I just want to say that. It's a very convoluted system, which the first phase is in Summertown, Tennessee, and if you're able to complete that, then you go to the second phase, which is in Nashville, Tennessee, and if you complete that, then you go to the last phase, which is in Huntsville, Alabama, and then we don't know where the manor is even at because it doesn't. We don't know. So basically, you have to go through 3 stages of torture, and then you get to go to the haunted house. Which each experience is specifically tailored to the participant's personal fears and is designed to last 10 hours long. 6 to 10 hours. So you're looking at 30 hours of nonstop torture from this guy. Man, I'm an adrenaline junkie. I can't wait to sign up for this. And Russ will interview you, your friends and family members, and do Google searches in order to dig up dirt on the participants that are signing up for his McCamey Manor thing. I really wish he was just like, so I use Ask Jeeves. And they're like, what? And he's like, Ask Jeeves, have you not heard of that? But you must be at least 21 years old to sign up unless you have cool parents who are like, oh, you're torturing my kid for 30 hours? All right, well, I'll sign the little slip for you. There you go. Cross the T's and dot the I's. There you go. Have fun, Rebecca.
You know, people are just faking hand signatures.
Yeah, I mean, also, you think Russ is going to be like, hey, did your mom really sign off on this? There's like an 18-year-old like, yeah. All right. And his haunted house, or the manor, is operated all year long and has become so popular that there is apparently a wait list of over 24,000 people trying to get in. Now, let me ask, do you think that that's true? Do you think there's that many people?
I don't believe it.
I don't think that there's that many people, because if there was that many people too, there'd be so much more video content. Which, don't get me wrong, there's a lot, but not 24,000 people waiting, especially for a thing that's open all year round. Nah.
Apparently he does like 2 to 3 people.
2 to 3 people a week, my ass. Also, it's like, I like how it's 24,000 people wait list. He's like, yeah, Jiro dreams of sushi. You think that's a long wait list to get in? Sorry, buddy. You don't even know how many people are waiting to get in here. And if this is true, it's insane that there are that many people out there who want to experience this torture. Like, there's promo videos out there that show people, you know, that are going through it, but it's not a haunted house. Like, if you look at a haunted house of like any other haunt in America, they usually show like the building that it's in, and it's like spooky. There's people in costumes walking around, and it's actual footage of people like walking through an experience. Russ's stuff is just you usually trapped in a corner, white trash people screaming in your face, and then just showing people being psychologically abused. And people are like, okay, now that's spooky. Get me in on that haunt, all right? Babe, we're going right now. But it's odd because people want to willingly sign up for this, even though I've seen videos of some of the employees choking girls and screaming in their face, or like aggressively taping people's mouths and hands together, and again, screaming in their face. You have to have that. That's probably going to accent everything we say. And people bleeding from their gums, and a lady getting her whole body slammed into a door, and then people almost nearly drowning while they scream in your face. You know, you have to do that, which actually I would rather be drowned, so it would muffle the screaming a bit.
The body slamming video is pretty funny.
The body slamming, let me watch it. Also, the title card every time. They definitely went on some kind of like royalty-free website thing, and they're typed in like horror font. And it's like, oh, that looks like scuffed graffiti. That'll do. Also, McCamey Manor 2014 Survival Tips Part 4. This is gonna be good. I need to research this. Jesus! God! Know your surroundings? How are you gonna know your surroundings when you're blindfolded the entire time? That bitch got royally surprised. That is evil. And you're probably thinking, well, Hunter, how is this legal? Which is what I thought as well. And to skirt around any legal issues, they make you go through an extensive checklist of things to do before you're allowed to even participate in the manor experience. You have to complete a sports physical, which there's a YouTuber named Reckless Ben who is doing an entire series, basically an expose on this entire fiasco. And he even went there and participated in it. And I'm guessing the sports physical is you having to do those exercises. He basically just made him exercise for like 2.5 hours, which one, I think it's mostly just used, I think, just to wear you down so you can't probably also fight back or do anything. You have to get a doctor's note.
Make sure you're healthy.
All right, you can go to the haunted house, but be sure to see me in 2 weeks. Goodbye. You have to pass a background check. That one, that's probably a legit one to actually do. You have to show proof of medical insurance. So you got medical insurance, right? Okay, perfect. We're gonna scan that. Let's bring your legs. You have to pass a drug test right before you enter the manor. All right. Once again, not a bad thing. You can't get high on angel dust and be like, rip out my tongue. And you have to sign a 40-page legal waiver, which I am going to go on a limb and say that I don't think that the waiver would probably hold up in a court of law. If I was a betting man, I don't think it would, because here are some of the ridiculous things that are actually in the waiver. And I am not paraphrasing. These are direct. This is text, okay? Participant fully understands and agrees that they may be fish hooked, which may inadvertently cause rippage to the mouth area.
Like a little fishy?
Yeah, you want to get a little Heath Ledger Joker smile from a fish hook? Can you just sign the dotted line there, sweetheart? Thank you, pretty eyes. Thank you so much for that. Participant fully understands and agrees that it is possible that joints, i.e. jaw, shoulder, elbow, wrist, knee, and hip, etc., may be accidentally dislocated. There's happy accidents here at the manor. You get it, right? Go ahead and sign that name and be sure the date. Yep. Perfect. Participants fully understand and agree that MK Ultra mind control may be used. Really, Russ's military experience like coming in here. MK Ultra is in the legal document. And the list goes on and on. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's all public too. You can look it up now, but.
Do you think that is just a scare tactic?
Well, here's the thing. I think yes and no.
Oh, it's both.
I think it's both. I think that they signed it up because they're just like, ooh, this is going to be crazy. Do I think they're doing all of these? No. But do I think that they cherry pick which ones they want to do? Yes. Because then that way, too, you get your face slammed into a door or whatever and your jaw dislocates. They're like, well, thank God we have that waiver there. But then, too, I think that they're trying to weed out the people because I mean, you're getting like very mentally disturbed people who want to come here, right?
That's the thing I read. When they do these interviews, they make sure one, is this person like almost like a beta in a sense? They don't want to pick people who are unwilling to participate.
For people who think, oh, we're going to come here and duke it out and box it out, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to be selecting you.
They're definitely signing people up who are willing to take the kind of torture that Russ McKamey and these actors are wanting to dish out because essentially this is also just a snuff film, and it's people who are kind of getting off, maybe not sexually, but getting off in a power trip sense of being able to like be a puppet master over somebody.
She's crying. Look at her crying. Look at her. Look at her. Beg. You beg her right now. You're not gonna beg?
And if you have somebody who's just like, you, I'm not doing it, you would never have any experiences because I feel like the vast majority of people that showed up would be like, I'm not doing this, and then walk off. So you have to weed out the people who aren't serious and get those real mentally deranged people in there who are like, could you hit me with a hammer? Please just hit me with a hammer. This is a spooky haunt. All their teeth just dusted out of their mouth. And even before you sign the waiver, sometimes they just beat the shit out of you, which is a fun way to start your trip. Signing a waiver while you got a black eye.
In a video, they said they used this hostage method, where it's like you would give them the documents, and then they would steal you or kidnap you, and then like torture you a little bit, and then make you sign it.
Yeah, they would do it would have that windowless van that they probably had from their first iteration. Come in, they beat the shit out of you and make you basically sign the documents. But it's all part of the experience. It's spooky. This is scary.
Have your friends ever kidnapped you?
No, my friends have never kidnapped me. I'm too heavy, first off.
One time I was sleeping and they kidnapped me and stripped me naked and threw me at an elementary school.
Is that real?
Yeah, that's real. Well, it was a funny joke.
And while the waiver that you sign gives them consent to abuse you for hours, legally, a lot of this stuff just wouldn't hold up in court, which we dug deep for some nice legal advice here, and this is from a Wikipedia page, all right? During the tour, employees of the manor may physically assault patrons, waterboard them, force them to eat and drink unknown substances, have them bound and gagged, and engage in other forms of physical and psychological torture. Participants might be drugged during the experience. Yeah, exactly. We might give you fentanyl during this experience, or crack cocaine, or even angel dust. I don't know. One of those might happen. Maybe. Probably not. Cheers, buddy.
Russian drug, they throw it in your face.
Is it Russia? I thought that was like South American. Because the whole thing was they go up, they do, hey, take me to your bank. And you're like, I want him to have all my money. Whatever. It's fucking crazy. How the do humans think of that shit? Like, what does this do? And it's like, oh, you know what I mean? I mean, if you just look at these videos, people are clearly in a state of shock and are experiencing severe panic attacks. I mean, it's like a fight or flight response is happening at all times. And it's so fucking creepy because Russ is just in the background like, laughing like AJ, Big Justice's dad. You look like you're being crazy right now. She's like running through that experience. Blows a crocodile out her face. Take me to your bank. Which I will say that there is some improvement recently for any McKamey Manor diehards out there. If I don't mention this, they might come for me. They did recently add a safe word to the mix. Oh, thank God, because before they didn't. So if you feel like you can't handle the experience anymore, you can always be a fucking pussy and say the safe word. If they want to listen to you, they could also just say they didn't hear you and continue to just torture the shit out of you. Or just maybe blow some more crocodile in your face and then you're, I actually want to be tortured. Perfect, perfect. But apparently some participants have claimed that the safe word is useless and Russ will just keep going and that it isn't over until Russ says it's over. Because once again, you're in Russ's little puppet game and this is a haunted house that you signed up for. And if you got this far, at this point, you're probably wondering, why did I do this? Which, I'll tell you why you're probably thinking that you want to do it. One of the biggest components of the experience is a $20,000 cash prize for anyone who can do the entirety of the manor, all 3 stages, and the actual manor that has never been seen before ever. It's just the name, McKamey Manor, but no one actually knows where it's at. He'll allude to it. Oh, you're not even ready for the manor. It's like, well, what the f are we even in this? And it's just a barn, or it's a shed that has like some old props, like an old fridge, and they put like fake blood on it, but then they have like a fucking saw box for you to put over your head, and they just like drown you.
Oh, you tapping out, pussy?
All right, well, no manor for you. But But once again, like I said, these sessions or these phases can last anywhere from 6 to 10 hours long, depending on what Russ has planned for you, or whatever he's kind of, if he's tired or not, or hungry. Big white trash men are just like, never mind, I'm done. I'm gonna get some pizza shit. The caveat is that for every challenge you fail, you will lose $500 from the total lump sum. So basically what he does is he puts you in situations like waterboarding, which if you've never been waterboarded, try it at home. It's a lot of fun. And if you say, oh, I tap, it's $500 off, which, you know, you're probably thinking, well, you know, $19,500 doesn't feel too bad. Well, you're kind of looking at it the wrong way, because $500 deducted from $20,000, it's going to take a lot of challenges for them to fail. So it's a big list of things that they're going to do that if you don't say no, you're just going to die. Or he'll do something like, oh, my camera battery's dying, or, no, you're doing it wrong, we're going home. So it's impossible.
You're really not stable enough to do this. No offense.
I'm fine, man. I'm physically fine.
It's a con, isn't it? It's a con,
I'm fine. If he knows you can do it, he won't let you get to the man.
Exactly.
And to this day, not a single person has completed the entire challenge. Now, I don't think a single person has ever been to the manor portion of it. People might have gone to a couple phases, but no one has ever actually gone through all three and then the manor itself, which has led a lot of people to think the manor doesn't exist. Which, newsflash, it doesn't exist. You don't have to be a fucking rocket scientist to know that. So if you're wondering who is the titan of the McCamey Manor experience, it was a record for 6 hours in the experience in 2014 by a woman named Sarah P. Which, we're going through all this stuff and we're talking about all these different locations, and that makes me want to take a second to just say, how does Russ afford all of this? And not just the prize money itself of the 20 grand, but to upkeep a manor, unless you just outright own it, but still that's like close to like $1 million to have a big thing or something, and you're paying employees. And the weird thing too is that you're probably thinking, well, all 24,000 people, I bet you he has to have the down deposits to even be on the list. No, it's free participation. The only form of payment Russ wants is a 50-pound bag of dog food that he can donate to a local shelter. God, you're such a good guy, Russ. All right, you know what? If you're gonna pay me and twist my arm about it, you can give me the pedigree and I'll take it from the local no-kill shelter. He's saying that to a woman, her face is just like mangled, and she's like, okay, this has been a great experience. The reason he moved from San Diego isn't because of some like grand plan of making something bigger. No, he owed $250,000 in taxes and just moved his operation to a different state. So it just leads to the question, which we've kind of tiptoed around it this entire time. Why does Russ McCamey do this? If he isn't getting paid, why on God's green earth would you want to do this? And short answer is he's a psychopath. To run in all years, no breaks ever, 3 people a week for how many years since 2001 for free? Now, now color me curious, Nick, but I think that you probably have to have a couple screws loose to run that operation, if I had to imagine. The acts that take place inside the manor border on a form of torture for Russ and his viewers, because he streams the events of people going through. He records it and streams it, but when he streams it, he says that there's people in Vegas that are putting money so he can basically just torture you in whatever way. So a guy could put $50 on him kicking a girl in her pussy or something like that, and he's like, sorry, the guy from Vegas is having me do this. So maybe there's like weird snuff sites, or maybe like weird people who get off to it who are donating to him as well that maybe hasn't publicly acknowledged. He gets a kick out of filming and highly editing his videos, like really manipulating the footage that we see.
He always cuts out stuff that will get him in trouble.
Yeah, he always has a way of like the camera's pointed down, or there's a large gap taken out of a video footage, probably because that's the stuff where even with that little cute waiver, I think you're probably gonna get the fucking cops called on you. And Russ seems to take a sick pleasure in hurting these people. Once again, you hear him laughing a lot. He's always smiling with his big ass stupid fucking mouth. What's up too, I forgot to say this, he called my local rock station when I was younger. Kansas City, there's a local rock station called 98.9 The Rock with Johnny Dare, and Russ called up there because radio DJs are just the worst. And they're like, hey, so you got a crazy haunted house, huh? And Russ was like, oh yeah, it's pretty funny watching people scream. And Johnny Dare's like, that's crazy, here's AC/DC. It was always fucking weird hearing that, and then seeing the context now, it's just insane. Because back then, when I heard on the radio, it's just your imagination, him saying it's the scariest thing ever. But no, it's just a white trash dude just slapping people around in a fucking, like, dilapidated barn. That's all it is. But Russ does cover his tracks, ladies and gentlemen. He does make sure to tell people that if the police come, just tell them it's a game. Just tell the police that we're just joking around, which is just a sick way of gaslighting people into also, like, going along with your criminal activity. reality, but then also gaslighting you into being like, this is just an experience. You're like, fingers are all broken on your hand. He's like, we're just playing. You remember you signed up for this, right? Remember when you did that? I mean, just gaslighting people. You must be having a great time. Please don't tell the cops that this is bad. Just say that this is a fun game. Okay. Yeah, all right. Thank you, sweetheart. But unfortunately for Russ, there was a couple who signed up for the tour that ended up suing him for misrepresenting the tour and going beyond what even the waiver entailed. Which, if you've gone beyond even what the waiver says, my God, he must have been having a field day. The woman, Avery, goes through absolute hell and is clearly distraught by the end of it. She passed out multiple times, and instead of stopping, Russ made fun of her throughout the entire experience. The bitch keeps blacking out, and he's just like, well, we got a live one here. Devil's advocate. Even if you're like, this is just extreme horror, this is just for people who want to have that kind of life or death edge kind of thing. Same people that like Spelunk or whatever, that like that extreme thrill. To not break it at a point where it is bordering on somebody actually passing out, multiple times passing out, and you just continue to do it, just shows like his complete disregard for anyone's actual safety, and how it's the perfect example of how this is literally his fantasy. It's not about the participants and their experience there. It's all for Russ, which is just creepy, which does fit into the theme of his haunted house, to be fair. See, that's how you get you. It's like, were you scared? You're like, yeah. It's like, you're welcome.
He also doesn't have any medical staff on board. No one's trained.
Yeah, no. Well, of course there's no medical staff on board. I mean, everyone there is just like weird white trash, like rednecks who are just like, come on, Russ, give her the barbed wire. And you're like, okay. Which all of the employees that are with him now, or at least the majority of them, are some of the actors that help torture people, have been people who have made it through a couple of the phases, and now they work with him. That's at least what we found online. I don't know how true that is, but if it is, then that's like some weird Stockholm Syndrome shit. I don't know how true that is, because I've seen some videos and I'm like, there's no way this guy went through. But Avery, who sued Russ, got quite the surprise when Russ uploaded a 3-hour-long spite video, basically calling her a liar and a big baby. Her experience was, what, 5 minutes long or something?
That's what he said.
Yeah, he says that her experience was only like 5 minutes long, and he stretches that conversation out for 3 hours. 3 hours for that response. What the fuck? The heavily edited video was just to make fun of her and try to refute the claims in her lawsuit. Which also, I want to put out there that he had that couple, Avery and that couple, sign their waivers at a Jack in Box, which I don't know why I just think that's so funny. All right, we can sign this little spooky extravaganza over a couple tacos and some chicken. Then afterwards, on the way to the manor, Avery passes out in the van en route to the haunted house. But instead of stopping, they just slap her awake and scream in her face. He's such a comedically horrible person. Like, this is like some shit that you would see in like a fucking like early 2000s movie, like a comedy, like Old School or some shit. Which he also talks about how the couple never got any injuries, yet throughout the entire video, they choke them, they slap her, they slam her head against the goddamn wall.
Is she breathing? Yeah, she's breathing.
I mean, it's a fucking backyard wrestling match at this fucking manor. Well, I didn't get any injuries. It's like, look at this. What are you talking about? You fucking moron. They also bury Avery in a mountain of dirt.
I want you in the dirt. I want to bury you alive, 12 feet under. That's what I want. That's what I want to do.
It's such a huge length to go to just like basically want to kill somebody. There's no other giant red flags to be like, what I wouldn't give just to leave her down there and really know that she's just gone. You know what I mean? Like, what the whole video is just Russ calling them liars, but then contradicting himself the entire time with footage that he's showing, only helping her case. And there's also many testimonials online for people who have done the tour, and a lot of them share similar experiences throughout all of it. Like, usually afterwards there are the testimonials or like the post. Like, after you go through the tour, they usually have you record stuff where people will have to recover for some time and then do it because they're so bruised up. They talk about how they were beaten up by the actors and how they were forced to ingest disgusting foods and fluids and unable to think coherently throughout the experience.
You know it's not real, right? You know it's not real, right?
That's not real.
So even if there was a safe word involved, if you're going through a traumatic situation like this, you're probably so fucking mentally fried that there's no way for you to even actually be like, hey, no, seriously, I'm done. You're probably so shell-shocked that Russ is just like, oh man, they like it too. Also, whenever you're done with the experience, they do force you to do their testimonials, basically saying like, that was so fun, thanks Russ. Put you in a very awkward situation. I mean, you're exhausted. You just want to get the fuck out of there. So a lot of the time, these people are just like, I'll just say whatever you want me to, just let me leave. These are the testimonials we're getting, which one of the most disturbing ones, in my opinion, is Laura B. Viewer fucking discretion advised. My God, her face is swollen to high hell. So if you don't want to see that, well, don't click away because that hurts my video. But in this video, Laura tells people not to try the experience and to stay away. She says it was so horrible and doesn't wish for that experience on anyone. I mean, just, dude, her face, her lips are swollen, her head is shaved. She looks, I mean, her whole head looks swollen, like various parts. They just beat the fuck out of her. It's unbelievable.
What's that creepy guy in the back and the...
Well, yeah, then there's like a guy in the background who is, just to speculate, I'm guessing it's a crew member there to make sure that, like, is the video done or that she's saying the right things? Because in her mind, she's like, hey, seriously, don't show up. This thing sucks. But then Russ is probably in the background like, this is gonna look great when we edit it. There's also Cadis Silvis's exit interview where right at the start, she talks about being too incoherent to even film the video, so she had to wait and film it at home. So this is after the fact. She shaved her head after the event, and then she said, you know, ladies, if you don't want them to touch their hair, just let you know, they basically will. They don't give a they'll just shave your head, and now she had to shave her head bald, which once again, how many people have we seen them shave their heads? Like, what the do you expect? Yeah. Hey, don't touch the hair, all right? Okay, well, hey, fellas, hands off the hair, all right? Yeah, exactly. Whatever. But once again, even she says that it was so messed up and she didn't like it. It's weird because in some of the testimonials even, people are like, oh, it was awesome. Thank you for the experience. It feels so scripted. Also, sometimes they are in the manor still and they're like, what'd you think? Super close to their face. And the guy's like, yeah, it was great. Thanks. Thank you so much. And you're like, yep, this is a sane man right here. He's definitely not trying to say anything just to fucking leave. Which, now that you've seen what the McCamey Manor is like and who Russ McCamey is as a person, why don't we go back to the beginning of the video where, yes, he just recently got arrested. However, as it turns out, Russ wasn't arrested for anything involving this fucking torture chamber. He was arrested for attempted murder and of his girlfriend. Yeah, I know. I was surprised too, right? That's kind of weird. The guy shaving people's heads and beating them with pipes and dislocating them and drugging them. Him? Really? Okay, I'll believe it, I guess. On July 17, 2024, police arrested Russ for physically assaulting, almost murdered his girlfriend. Which, you know, I wish I could say it was a surprising turn of events, but Jesus Christ, out of everything that we've read so far, out of all the countless videos we've seen and all this historical stuff, it's just like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people who are going to be like, it's like the video game argument. Violent video games makes violent people. People are going to say like, oh, well, just because he's a extreme horror guy, you shouldn't assume that. But it's like, it's not a horror experience, though. It's him simulating physically, too, basically killing people and doing deranged shit. Listen, I've seen some crazy movies, like Poughkeepsie Tapes, all these like other kinds of like movies. They're a suspension of belief, whatever. And even then, you're just kind of like, to each their own or whatever, but it's not real. And it doesn't happen 24 hours a day, 12 months a year. It never, you know, there's never any end. This kind of weird murder fantasy he has, he perpetually lives in it and acts upon it all the time to the point where, in a weird way, it kind of feels like it was bound to happen.
But he donates dog food.
But he does donate the dog food, so we kind of have to give him some slack, right? It's still pretty fucking new. I mean, this is what, last month?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago is where this is at. So I don't know if this man is going to stay behind bars. I don't know the whole thing. This is just what he was arrested for. And seeing all of this stuff is just fucking disturbing. I mean, like, that's not entertainment. Thrill seekers are an interesting bunch. People spelunking and being trapped in a cave or whatever, but having the mental dexterity to withstand that kind of claustrophobia. People deep sea diving, doing whatever these extreme things to get this high is very admirable and shows like a very strong mental fortitude. But people going to just get beaten up, like basically just be tortured for fun, doesn't seem mentally strong. It seems like mentally kind of deranged people doing these things, or mentally disturbed people who are looking for some kind of fix out there. This man has been living in a perpetual fantasy of murder simulation forever. It isn't video games, it's not movies, it's not make-believe, it's him actually hurting people and then getting you to be like, ha ha, yeah, that was fun. Keep this like mental ball rolling of like, ha, we're in on this together, right? See, I didn't try to almost murder you. Dang it, you lived, right? Just kidding. Fist bump. Haunted houses are a crazy thing. I'm such a pussy with haunted houses. houses, dude. Oh my god. Even the Zach Baggins Haunted Museum in Vegas, you have to crawl through this like narrow passage. Well, for me, it was narrow. I'm a big fat ass going through there. Even that was spooky for me. But haunted house, I mean, it's fun feeling afraid. It's fun having that, you know, base level fear come over you. And there's a lot of great haunted houses out there that do it. Even here in Kansas City, there's the Beast on the Edge of Hell. Would I ever go through them? No. Too much of a pussy. There's no way. But what Russ McCamey and the McCamey Manor is doing is not a haunted house. It's just torture simulation. It's just torture over a mentally disturbed guy who's living in the fucking back alleys of Tennessee, performing weird things with even weirder people. I wanted to talk about this today because it's insane that he just recently got arrested. But I remember hearing this guy when I was younger talk about this extreme haunted house, and to see that it's just this is very eye-opening in a very up kind of way. It's just, if you have enough confidence to say anything, people will believe what you have to say. And Russ McCamey was and is his biggest fan. So him hyping up his haunted house, you're gonna get people out there who want to experience that kind of love as well. So I don't know. Obviously, Russ McCamey, McCamey Manor. If you're gonna go to a haunted house, make sure people aren't choking you, beating you with pipes, and drugging you. All right? Have fun out there, guys. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Barry.
A knock on the door this time of day? Who could it be? Winslow, we got a package!
Ooh, let me see.
Okay, just hold on here.
Let me see.
Okay, God, just give me a second. This thing's oh my God.
What?
Winslow.
What is it?
I think this thing might be haunted.
Haunted?
Did someone say haunted?
Hey, who the hell are you?
I'm Zach Baggins, ghost hunter extraordinaire. Oh, is this spooky? Here, let me see that.
Don't touch my box, man. Get off me, man. Come on.
Zach Baggins? What are you doing here?
I'm here to see if there's any ghost in your house, along with any other haunted objects.
Hunter, I hate ghosts, please.
Yeah,
What about you, friend? You must be haunted. Look at you.
No,
You
don't
look like
touch
a little
Winslow.
freak.
He's not haunted. Winslow, Winslow,
Oh, yeah.
no, he's not haunted, I swear. Oh my God.
Stop it.
Wait.
Get out of here.
I'm just gonna, you know, open this box upstairs.
Stop it. This guy's definitely haunted. Yep, you're a haunted little guy, aren't you? Okay, I'll just...
I'll let them deal with that down there.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about one of the most cursed objects of all time.
If not the most cursed object probably ever recorded, I would say.
Today we're talking about the infamous, the diabolical, the evil Dybbuk box.
If you're not sure what the Dybbuk box is, let me fill you in. The Dybbuk box is a wine cabinet that gained fame due to claims that it is haunted by a Dybbuk, a malevolent spirit from Jewish folklore.
Today's video is sponsored by Factor. If you're like me, it's tough navigating through a busy schedule and starting to eat healthier, start little better habits. I don't have time to worry about portion sizes, calorie counting, and eating enough protein. I have too much on my goddamn plate. But luckily, Factor has me covered on all those fronts. Factor has delicious ready-to-eat meals that are chef-crafted and dietitian approved. In just 2 minutes, you can heat, eat, and enjoy, baby! Whether you need calorie smart, keto, protein plus, or vegan, there are more meal options for you than ever! And for the people that just enjoy gourmet side of life, Factor now has the Gourmet Plus meals that include ingredients such as broccolini, truffle butter, shrimp, and filet mignon. And with over 35 options to choose from each week, you're sure to find something you like. Factor even has one-on-one nutrition coaching for those like me that are looking to be better every time they sit down to eat, baby. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. The best part of Factor is that there's no prep work, no standing in grocery lines, and virtually no cleanup. Just scoop, plop, and throw away. Living La Vida Loca. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code PAPAMEATS50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month of orders. That's code PAPAMEAT50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month of orders. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. The term Dybbuk comes from the Hebrew word cling. In Jewish mythology, a Dybbuk is a restless, often evil spirit that possesses and clings to the body of a living person, typically seeking to complete unfinished business or exact revenge. According to legend, there are only 10 Dybbuk boxes in the entire world. These boxes are believed to contain the concentrated evil of the 20th century, and it is said that opening one can unleash the dark forces into the world, aka Pandora's box kind of mythology. They all kind of tie together, world mythologies and religions and stuff. But that is essentially what the Dybbuk box is. It's an evil box, and the Dybbuk box that is known to be from the movie The Possession, or Zach Bagans, whatever the hell his name's downstairs yelling at my computer. They made it really popular. It's become a huge haunted attraction, and from a lot of cases, there's been a lot of just weird cursed shit going on. A lot of documented stuff too. But I'm curious to see the origins of it. I mean, where did it even come from? Who was its first major owner? Well, let me tell you.
The story of the Dybbuk box, as we know it, began in 2001. Why can't I forget that year? When a man named Kevin Manus purchased the box at an estate sale in Portland, Oregon. The box reportedly belonged to a 103-year-old Holocaust survivor who had escaped Nazi-occupied Poland. According to Kevin, the survivor's granddaughter warned him that the box contained a Dybbuk and that opening it would bring terrible, terrible misfortune. So he bought it. He bought the box anyways. What a weird thing, dude. If I was at a garage sale and some guy's like, "If you open the box, is it here one of the spooky stuff in there?" I would, actually, you know what? I would probably like, give me that fucking box, old man. Grab it from him, fucking hit his hand. Care! Which also, why did she keep it that long? Maybe she is a protector. Protecting the world from the evil. Only I can stop this evil, this spookiness. Ignoring this ominous warning, Kevin purchased the box and immediately opened it when returning home, which I love that. Just some like blind old Jewish person being like, "It's spooky, don't open this file." And he just goes home and he's like, which in Kevin Manus's defense, he thought it would be a good gift for his mother, which is kind of funny. Like I could see myself gifting my mother a cursed box, thinking it's funny, being like, "Look at this," and she's like, "Oh my God, look at it, it's a nice box, I love it." And I'm like, "It's haunted." You know, it has like a little bit of character to it, right? But inside the box, Manus noticed a couple of very odd and peculiar things, such as 2 locks of hair bound with string, a dried rosebud, a strange black cast iron candlestick holder with octopus-like legs, a golden wine goblet, a granite slab with the Hebrew words "Shalom" inscribed on it, and 2 1920s Arab pennies. I say that's the concoction of a mad
alchemist, dabbling in satanic rituals. Do Jewish people have like satanic stuff?
Yeah, they believe in the devil.
Is there a hell?
I thought Jewish people didn't even believe in heaven.
Whoa.
I thought that was true. Like they don't believe in like a heaven or
So Judaism is the original, and then Christianity is the fan fiction that adds on.
Okay, first off, Nick. Yeah, I'm gonna believe you because this is coming from a guy who was raised in a cattle farm in Missouri. I don't know. I don't really have any Jewish friends. I wish I did. Clashing some ideologies. You're not Jewish, Nick. You're just Italian American, which is the worst. These objects that Kevin found in the box, seemingly random but potentially laden with symbolic meaning, added to the mystery that surrounded the box even. And on Halloween, Kevin gifted the box to his mother, which is that's a fun Halloween gift, right? Nice vintage trunk or box or whatever, and then it's even haunted, and you're like, oh my god, what a spooky gift! Yeah, what a day! Whatever. Abracadabra. You ever hear that song, Steve Miller Band?
Oh no.
Oh man, such a good one. And after Kevin's mom opened the box for the first time, she reportedly felt an evil presence and experienced a cold breeze emanating from the box, which, depending on where she was, you might have been a little spooked out by the story, so that might have just been mental. But also, immediately after that, she suffered a stroke. Back to back. Cold breeze, stroke. And this is a quote from Kevin, and he says this.
I found my mom sitting in a chair beside the cabinet. Her face had no expression, but tears were streaming down her cheeks. No matter how I tried to get her to respond, she would not. She could not. It turned out that my mother had suffered a stroke. She was taken to the hospital by an ambulance, and she ended up suffering partial paralysis and losing her ability to speak
Oh my god.
and losing her ability to speak and form words.
I'm gonna have a fucking stroke too, trying to read this. Don't put that in, editor. Fuck you.
When I asked her the following day how she was doing, she teared up and spelled out the words, "No gift." I assured her that I had given her a gift for her birthday, thinking she didn't remember, because she's a dumb Just kidding. But she became more upset. She became even more upset and spelled out the words, "hate gift." I laughed and told her not to worry.
What a weird way to end that quote.
Oh, I hate that movie. I hate again.
Oh, you're so silly, Mom.
Yeah, Mom, stop. You're silly. All right, I'm going to leave this cursed box on your chest while you go to sleep, okay? There you go. She's like... Looking at it right on her chest. Despite her distress, Kevin still does not associate the stroke with the Dybbuk box because he's an idiot, and instead dismissed it as a tragic and very odd coincidence. He decided to keep the box in his furniture store, unaware that his decision would lead to a series of increasingly disturbing events. He gets a box from a distressed, borderline senile Jewish man, puts his mother into a stroke, and then now puts his box into a public furniture store. Kevin, he's a bit of an odd duck, if I'm being honest, all right? And this is really where we see the paranormal activity begin. The ball has begun to roll. The little Dybbuk box that I'm going to name... What's a good Jewish name? I was going to say Matthew, but that's more like Christianity. Deborah? Isn't that the Demon King from Dragon Ball Z? I'm going to say... we're just going to say Dave.
That's a good one. David is a biblical name from the Old Testament.
There you go. David. Boom. David the Dybbuk Demon. David the Dybbuk Demon. I like that. Okay. Over the next 2 years, Kevin Mannis and those around him experienced a range of terrifying phenomena, all seemingly linked to the Dybbuk box. The most immediate effect was the onset of intense, reoccurring nightmares between him and his family members. Not only did Kevin have nightmares, but every member of his family as well, who probably worked at the goddamn furniture store, started having terrible nightmares. Like they're all bags under their eyes. Anyone else having horrible nightmares every night? It's like you, dude. Every time I come into work, you're always just like, I had the craziest nightmare last night. And Nick, it almost looks like he has like fucking 2 leathery fucking Dolce & Gabbana bags under his eyes at all times. He's just like, so I didn't get very good sleep last night. It's unbelievable. Which, in all these nightmares, Kevin described one of the dreams he had. And in this dream, he would walk with a trusted friend, only for the friend to suddenly transform into a hideous, demonic hag that would then beat him. Which does sound scary. Don't be wrong. We're starting to get the hag thing, because I'm pretty sure the hag is also supposed to resemble the Dybbuk, which the Jewish people, you can figure out what you mean by hags and old women being demons. That's up to you. But to me, it also read as like a sexual fantasy dream between him and his friend. A little bit. You're a straight guy, your friend transforms into a woman, beats you, probably because you're having sex with him and you think it's wrong, and he's beating you as, you know what I mean? You're like, I'm so confused. What am I supposed to, what am I doing?
I've had reverse dreams where it's girls that turn into my best friend to suck my dick.
Upon
Upon waking, man is often found bruises and scratches on his body, yet he continued to rationalize these experiences unrelated to the box. I love how Kevin just will not give in to the box at all. He's like, well, I mean, it's just the rats infestation we have in the house. No big deal. See, he like lifts up his covers. There's like 6 rats like gnawing on his foot. See, it's probably what that is, obviously. Goes back to sleep. In addition to the nightmares, Kevin reported feeling overwhelming fatigue, nausea, and a general sense of unease whenever he was near the box.
Something about this box.
This goddamn box. Why do I feel so tired all of a sudden? It's like there's like a like face looking out of it, like. He's like, this thing is, there might be something going on with this box. Others who came in contact with the box also developed unexplained physical symptoms, such as headaches, coughing fits, and strange welts or rashes, which also just leads me to believe that Kevin's furniture store might have also just been like moldy. There's asbestos in the walls or whatever, black mold. Like it's the damn Dimmet box. They look up on the ceiling, it's just like rotted. But these symptoms were sudden, severe, and lacked any clear explanation, so the mold thing probably didn't happen. It was probably just the goddamn box. And as time went on, Kevin began to notice more overt paranormal activity in both his home and the furniture shop that he owned. Objects would move on their own, strange noises like footsteps and banging sounds became common, and doors would slam shut without any apparent cause. I wonder at what point did Kevin, he's just like, okay, this thing's haunted. I like how he's like, after a while, I did start to notice some kind of weird stuff. All the doors in the place are opening and like some windows are opening and shutting closed. Things like flying around the room. He's just like, okay, this might be paranormal. And light bulbs frequently burned out or shattered unexpectedly. I think that's because Kevin didn't pay the electricity bill. I think he was wired into the building next door, so he didn't have to pay electricity, and it caused a surge. They put that on the docket of Kevin's sins. Kevin's brother and sister-in-law complained of a strong odor of cat urine, which seemed to emanate from the box and linger in the surrounding area. Which, once again, how do we know that Kevin wasn't just putting cats inside the box? He's a sadistic killer, and the cats are so afraid that they're pissing in the box. I would love to see, too. He, like, opens it. He's just like, I don't smell anything. It smells perfectly normal to me. Just like loves to smell cat pee. Just like puts, like wears it like a hat. His like face is totally covered. Oh my.
Well, in the eBay listing, which we'll get into, he did say many times, I do not own a fucking cat.
Well, sure he does. He might not own a cat, but you think Jeffrey Dahmer's like, yeah, I own a cat after he skins it alive? And he's like, I want to see its insides. I want to know how its insides work. I don't think people are like, I'm a pet guy. I don't even own a cat. I'm getting out of here. Like stands up and his whole belt is made of like sewn together cat tails. And out of all of this stuff, right? Out of all of these responses to the horrible things happening in his life with family members having horrible dreams, cat piss that he definitely killed the cats from, I'm almost positive. Things just going awry. What does Kevin decide to do? He decides to pawn it off to his girlfriend. True love. Imagine dating someone. Imagine if you're dating this person right now, imagine your significant other being like, telling you all these horrible things about these boxes, right? And all of a sudden he's like, so I brought it to you. I want you to have it. And you're like, what do you mean? I'm not gonna fucking take it. Are you kidding me? Thank God she's smart. She's like, I'm not taking this, and she gave it back. So good for her. But after enduring 2 years of torment, I don't understand. Why don't people throw this stuff, kind of stuff away, you think?
It won't let you.
I can see that probably. It's like tempting you. I can't throw it away for some reason. I'm drawn to it. But Kevin endured this kind of trauma basically for 2 years until Kevin finally decided to get rid of the Dimmet box by listing it on eBay in 2003. Dude, eBay, wild, wild west back then, dude. Bid on it now or buy it for the seller's price? Which one? It's like shows the demon like crawling out of it.
Did you ever buy like Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
No, I never trusted eBay.
I bought like the Egyptian god cards. Yeah, they were printed. Yeah.
I know, like back, especially like back eBay back then. I don't think that they had like the verified seller thing yet. So it was just everything was just. It was really popular, but I remember everything just being dog shit. But in the product description of the Dimmet box, Kevin goes into great detail about how cursed the object is, and at the end of it all, he wrote, "Help me." I can just imagine there's a guy too, like on his web browser, like his like glasses down, and he's just like. I don't see why I couldn't just take that off his hands. The listing attracted the attention of a museum director named Jason Haxton, who did not initially believe in the supernatural, but bought it out of curiosity for $280, which there was a bidding war between him and someone else. So, and I think the price started at $100, and he's like, God damn it, he keeps like having to like up his bid. Especially like 2003 money, you'd be like, fuck, man. Your son's like bitching at you to buy him like a PS2. He's like, I got the goddamn Dimmet box, son, I'm sorry.
Gotta help this guy.
Yeah, I know you want to play tag in the power of Juju with the rest of your friends, but you'll have to wait. Unfortunately for Jason, though, he quickly regretted his purchase, not because of his obese son wanting tag in the power of Juju. That was later down the road. This is for different reasons. From the moment Jason received the box, he was plagued by what he described as a tidal wave of bad luck. Jason experienced severe physical symptoms, including stabbing pain, hair loss, and full body welts and hives. God damn, Jason. He's like, son, you win. His son's poisoning him. We can get tagged in the power of Juju. His obese son's eating like a fudge sickle. He's like, glad you finally came around, Papa. Jason also began having nightmares of a hag, similar to those described by Kevin, and reported seeing large, dark blurs in his peripheral vision. His health deteriorated rapidly as he began coughing up blood and experiencing bleeding from his eyes. My God! Good God! I like to imagine, too, he's like just as skeptical as Kevin was, so he's just like, son, I got you, Jack, and power of the Juju, please. He's just like, but I want the devil may cry 3, Father, and you did not give me that. There's a couple quotes from Jason here that I think are pretty interesting. The day it arrived, I put my hand on it, and it almost feels like the thing is collapsing into a liquid state. What does that even mean? What incarnation is happening?
I'm guessing it was heavy? I don't know. It's weird.
I guess. I don't know. To me, it makes it seem like a bubble bed or like a water bed. It'd be like a liquid state. You'd be like, whatever. I feel like a knife is coming into my gut. I'm paralyzed in pain. When I go to bed, I have terrible dreams of a hag that seems to come with the box. All I knew is I got this thing, and I got very ill. I don't know what happened, and I still don't know. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Inquisitive. Jason's just like, I don't know what's happening, and I'm not going to look into it.
I don't know what happened. I read the eBay post that said all this stuff would happen.
Well, yeah, it's like, what the f do you expect? He's like, I don't know what is going on. My son keeps getting bigger, but I don't buy him cosmic brownies no more. He's like, foolish father. I bully kids at school who bring me them. But desperate to rid himself of the box's influence, Jason sought the advice of a rabbi who instructed him to place the box in a gold-lined wooden container to neutralize the spirit inside. I don't know why that would work. Let's just put up a little info thing of maybe why that would work. There you go. Don't you say Jews love. And following the rabbi's advice, Jason's symptoms did start to subside over time. But the fear of the box's power still lingered in the back of Jason's head. I think he kind of knew. He's like, I think I want to get rid of this. So he decided to bury it in a military-grade safe in Missouri, where it remained for several years. And you're probably thinking, wow, that's the end of the story. I mean, this is where it's buried underground. The demon is even buried literally underground in Missouri. That's the end of the story, right? How I wish that was true. Oh, what about this? Is this haunted?
Hey! Stop touching our stuff! Honey! He's touching our stuff!
Yeah, it's fine, Winslow. What about this? Is this haunted? I feel a dark energy coming off of this item.
In many ways, yes and no.
How much do you want for it? I'll buy it off you.
Please be careful with that.
Winslow, stop doing that!
I'm scared! He's scaring me! Leave me alone! I hate ghosts! I hate them! I hate them!
Because in 2016, Zach Baggins, a well-known paranormal investigator, reached out to Jason in an attempt to purchase the box off his possession, as Zach felt it would fit perfectly with his collection of cursed objects, which he's not wrong. He has a whole museum of it in Las Vegas. I went to it. It was like 2.5 hours long. I'd recommend it. It was fun.
I like it.
Jason was reluctant at first to part with it, but ultimately felt that Zach Baggins, with his extensive experience in dealing with the paranormal, was better equipped to handle it. So he agreed to sell it for an undisclosed amount of money. Which, let me tell you, I thought this part was funny, because like I said, I've been to the Zach Baggins Haunted Museum, and in every room you go into, a hidden TV turns on. I'm not even joking. A hidden TV turns on, and Zach talks to you, and almost the first thing he says every time is how much he bought the item for. And when we went to the Dybbuk box room, he did not say. In every other room, it was like hundreds of thousands of dollars. If I was a betting man, I would say Zach probably bought this for, over $1 million. Millions of dollars, probably.
I was going to say $2 million.
I think $2 million is a conservative amount.
I really think even more. more. Embarrassingly amount of money.
I would say it's an embarrassing amount of money for something that's sold on eBay for $280 in 2003. I bet Kevin's kicking himself now too. He's like, God damn it. The Dybbuk box was quickly added to the collection of haunted objects at Zak Bagans' Haunted Museum in Las Vegas, where it was placed in a specially designed room to minimize its potential influence on guests. The box immediately became one of the museum's most infamous and talked about exhibits. And shortly after the Dybbuk box arrived at Zak Bagans' Haunted Museum, Bagans and his team began to experience strange occurrences. One of the most alarming incidents involved the sudden appearance of mysterious protruding holes in the walls surrounding the box. I don't even know what the hell that means. If there's visuals or something to represent that, that would help. But that, if someone told me, out of everything so far, I've been like, oh my God, that's kind of creepy, right? And then Zach, of course, Zach is the guy to be like, black holes are forming in my fucking museum. I hate for you to pay a ticket to come see it. I mean, we gotta get people in there, but we gotta get you to pay GA. All right, can you pay GA for me? These holes seem to materialize without any clear cause, leading some to speculate that they were results of an unseen force trying to escape from the box.
David wants out.
Dybbuk David wants out. Dybbuk David the demon wants out. Zach also reported that many visitors in the museum who came into close proximity with the Dybbuk box experienced intense feeling of dread, anxiety, and nausea. And that couldn't have been from the prices of having to get in there and being in there. Because let me tell you, the feeling of dread, anxiety, and nausea is what I felt in that goddamn heat box. There was no AC in the Haunted Museum. It's in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's a goddamn oven in there. And also, they had to put in like a water fountain area because I'm pretty sure people, you're walking through in every room, they're like, people keep blacking out in here. And it's just like a bunch of obese people falling over. And it's like probably because they're getting fucking dehydrated, walk around this fucking long ass labyrinth. They're boiling alive. Oh, exactly. And he records all of it. I'm pretty sure the waiver you have, it's just like, hey, we can use you in any of this. Nick got a bloody nose. I want to go back to see if you're in the video now, because you're probably like, Some visitors claimed to see shadowy figures or hear disembodied voices near the box, while others felt an inexplicable coldness in the room, even when the surrounding areas were warm, you know, like Nevada. In 2016, Zak Bagans featured the Dybbuk box on his show Deadly Possessions, which focuses on haunted objects and their history, stuff that he owns, basically from his museum. For this episode, Bagans invited Kevin Mannis, the original owner of the Dybbuk box, to the museum for a reunion with the box. During the episode, Kevin, who had not seen the box for several years, exhibited strange behavior after opening it. He seemed to enter a trance-like state and began reciting cryptic, disturbing phrases in a voice that was not his own. It was a British guy's voice. And it was phrases like, Shadow Man, I wait here in the darkness in the nighttime till morning, I'll torment your soul. I wish it was that crazy. Wouldn't that be awesome? Even Zach's just like, come on, dude, and pull it together just a little bit. Jesus Christ. After this event, Zach sealed the Dybbuk box in glass to prevent others from opening the demonic item. Kevin later claimed to have no memory of the event, further deepening the mystery surrounding the box.
Don't remember.
Yeah, I don't seem to remember what happened, Zach. You think me and you can go to MGM and toss the dice around, eh?
Zach's just like, Jesus Christ, what is happening? What the hell is going on here?
Get this guy off my show.
Get him out of here. Well, I will say the glass case he has around it's pretty sick. It's like I think there's like Hebrew all around it. It's a very nice presentation. I don't want to discredit that. It's worth going to. I want to say, if you're in Vegas, you're not wasting money going there. Just want to say that. It is long and hot though. And I felt so bad because in a group of 12 people, 10 of them were my friends. And there was like a guy who was really afraid of like everything. And it was his wife. And we were just like laughing. Every room was so funny. Cause like, okay, like one of them's like this. It'll be like, you walk in and there's like, it's like a barn, like a themed barn. And it looks really cool. And you're like, what the f is this? And they have like a glass case around like a cauldron. And then once again, the hidden TV turns on and Zach's like, this is Ed Gein's Black Cauldron. I bought this for $180,000. And like every time, Zach's delivery is so funny that every time we would just die laughing. I just know that guy. We were ruining his immersion. Well, the guy didn't even want to go downstairs in the basement. There was like supposedly in the haunted house that Zach has, it's like an old satanic family used to live there and do rituals in the basement. So they have the basement open you go into. And we were all like, let's go. They had like strobing lights in there. It was nauseating. But the guy like ran upstairs. He's like, I'm not going down there. You could tell that motherfucker was spooked, dude.
Which is funny because we paid extra to go down there.
Oh yeah, I was like, I'm gonna go. Absolutely, I'm gonna pay extra to go down in your weird satanic basement. Hell yeah.
Also, one more thing to note is at the very end, like the last 10 minutes, finally an employee went up to us and told us.
Oh yeah, at the very end, because we got to go to. He had a movie called Demon House, and he recreated the basement of that. And that was like the ending of the tour, and we were all like, I mean, such a good time, laughing, having a great time. And this guy like walked up and he's like, "You need to stop. You're ruining the other people's experience in this museum. And I felt kind of bad because I was like, oh, he's probably right. But at the same time, I was like, dude, fuck off. Like, come on. Then in 2018, Baggins hosted a 4-hour-long live stream event at his haunted museum featuring the Dybbuk box as the centerpiece. During the event, Baggins and his crew reported feeling intense pressure in their chest, unexplained anxiety, and dizziness. After removing the glass surrounding the box, cameras captured what appeared to be a mist or vapor manifested in the box. That's proof. That's proof. Viewers of the live stream also claimed to see shadowy figures and orbs in the footage. Conserving the safety of his crew, Baggins ended the live stream early. Later, he made a statement saying this: I wasn't attacked. I wasn't harmed. I just felt something. I felt the power of it. To me, it felt good. I believe that it doesn't affect me as bad as it affects others around it, because it knows I'm its owner.
Which is funny because the previous owners were tortured.
No. That's his response. And one of the most widely reported incidents revolving the Dybbuk box occurred later that same year in 2018 when Post Malone was invited to Zak Baggins' haunted museum. Yeah. During the visit, Post Malone and Zak Baggins decided to interact with the Dybbuk box because Zak gets a little bit of an ego when celebrities are around. Same things happens with like Nick Cage. There's usually footage of him being a little goofy, being a little silly because he's a bit of a paranormal thrill seeker, you see. Zak Baggins removed the protective glass covering, and Post Malone, though hesitant, touched Baggins' shoulder while he was handling the box. You dumb son of a bitch. Oh, I want some help. I couldn't get that glass up off the shit. Don't put that in. I don't know the song. Following this encounter, Post Malone experienced a series of unfortunate events. First, his private jet had to make an emergency landing after 2 tires blew out on the runway. Then, a few days later, his mansion was broken into by armed robbers. And a week after that, his Rolls Royce was involved in a horrible car accident. Which all this is scary, but like to me at the same time, I'm just like, you rich son of a bitch. That's all that thing. Every time I'm like, oh, your Rolls Royce, did it get banged up? Just me, just envious of all that money. I'm like, maybe I want a fucking Rolls Royce and a private jet. Post. Hey, Posty, give me some money. These incidents fueled speculation that Post Malone had been cursed by the Dybbuk box, though neither he nor Baggins confirmed this definitively. Post Malone even remarked, God hates me, in response to a string of bad luck, which maybe it wasn't God. Maybe the Dybbuk box demon hates you, Post Malone. Which if that's, you know what? Allow that person to hate you. I don't like Dybbuk box David. I don't. I think he's a dick.
What's funny is that they say this, but in the museum, Zach was like, Post Malone was cursed.
Well, yeah, that's the funny part too. It's just like when we were there, that motherfucker was blasting that story over the TV in the Dybbuk box waiting area. In the waiting room, you have to wait to go in, and it's just like Post Malone was cursed and died several times. We're like, oh, he didn't die. He died. Zak Baggins has continued to regard the Dybbuk box as one of the most dangerous objects in his collection, probably in the world. And he goes on record stating that it's the most haunted object probably fucking ever. And it's scary, right? That's where it still resides to this day. But there's a couple things I didn't mention yet. A couple pieces of truths that came out after the fact, after all this stuff, right? Which leads to a new question. Is it actually the most haunted object, really? Is it? Well, in 2021, Kevin Manis, remember him, the original guy who posted it up on eBay, the guy back in 2001, came out stating that he made the whole thing up. Yeah, I made it up. I'm sorry. At least he waited like 20 years. Like, imagine he like messages the guy right as soon as he bought it. Dude, this thing's not haunted at all. Fuck you. Jason's like, Kevin Manis is a creative writer, and he wanted to create an interactive horror story in real time. He wanted to have an actual living horror story that someone got to experience. He confessed that the carvings on the box and the items inside were of his own making, and that he had crafted the narrative to post on eBay as a creative project.
There was a time when I didn't do anything creative. I pushed papers, and I made a lot of money pushing papers, and I absolutely hated it. And then one day, my head split open, I unzipped it, and I was an artist. And from that point on, I made my living artistically. I want to make that really clear. I would not give my mom a demonic box. Here you go.
Which is actually so ahead of its time. This is stuff before even like creepypastas. There was like Ted the Caver, of like people using internet-based stuff to have interactive horror stories of people stumbling upon it and believing it's real. It's actually kind of sick. Kevin even said this about his box. The carving in the back of it is my carving. The stone was in the box is something that is a signature creation of mine also. Make no mistake, I conceived of the Dybbuk box, the name, the term, the idea, and wrote this creative story around it to post on eBay. Kevin also revealed that he conceived the idea of the Dybbuk box during Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, while praying and asking forgiveness for his sins. But ironically, after revealing the hoax, Manis experienced a series of personal misfortunes, including his car breaking down, his girlfriend leaving him, and the deaths of his mother and 2 friends within a week. Now that feels, see the weird coincidence that he was talking about before when he was making up the story? This feels like the tragic coincidence now. That is Or maybe it's Dybbuk Demon David coming for his revenge.
You say that I'm not real.
David, stop!
Not Dybbuk Box David! These events led some to question whether the Dybbuk Box might still hold some residual power, even if its origins were fictional.
John Michael says, what do you say to people who continue to believe in Dybbuk boxes even after you've revealed that you were the origin of Dybbuk boxes?
I don't know. What do you say to people who believe in Santa after they're 10? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he said the story is fake, but what if it's actually haunted? Yeah, I mean, he made the whole thing up, but what if it actually is, though?
It's a big coincidence.
It could be just a major coincidence, guys.
It's just like, you know, he made up the story, but coincidentally, it was already a haunted thing.
Skeptics have long pointed out that there is no precedence in Jewish folklore for a Dybbuk to inhabit an inanimate object. Dybbuks typically in folklore tradition have only ever possessed a human being or something like living. There would be no reason for it to be inside of this box, like to possess that box. Traditionally, a Dybbuk enters a living person's body and cleaves their soul, causing mental illness and speaking through the host's mouth as a separate personality. Maybe that's what happened to Kevin's mom.
Oh, shit.
Despite the revelation that Dybbuk box was a hoax, Zach Baggins remains convinced to this day that the box holds some dark power because he spent $2 million on it. And he's like, I have a whole fucking room I've dumped money into. We got to keep this bitch rolling. You know what I mean? Baggins has also argued that regardless of its origins, the Dybbuk box has demonstrated a capacity to affect those who come in contact with it, citing not only his own experiences, but also the visitors of his museum. Yeah, I mean, people get pretty scared when they go in there. So it's safe to say that it's probably still haunted. Visitors are warned of the potential risks associated with viewing or interacting with the box, and it remains one of the museum's most sought-after attractions. So of course Zach is gonna go out and say like, oh, okay, and toss it. Like, why the f would he do that? He's gonna let that bitch ride. Also, you have to be under the assumption too that he's like, not everybody will know that it's fake. You know, who knows of that story? And in interviews, Baggins has spoken about his beliefs that the Dybbuk box, like many other haunted objects, carries an energy or force that transcends its physical origins. He suggests that the stories, beliefs, and fears surrounding the box have imbued it with a malevolent energy that can manifest in real, tangible ways, affecting those who are sensitive to its presence. I think there is so much more to the Dybbuk box, and regardless of its origins, it is very much cursed and evil. Like I was just like, yeah, it's fake, but people are so spooked around it that it has caused it to actually be haunted. That will actually be $55 for the GA if you want to come in, and we do have a gift shop on the way out.
They give you a free shirt.
They do give you a free shirt. Well, I mean, the ticket's like $70.
We did do the special.
And we did the special. I mean, so it was like $70 for a fucking $8 shirt. Deal alert! But you know, it's still kind of up in the air. Also, or I want to say this too. Remember that live stream I said from 2018 when Zach was doing this thing and they had to cut it early for the film's crew safety? He brought in a rabbi, which I don't think the rabbi knew what live streaming really was. So I think he thought it was going to be edited. So Zach is like talking to him, but the rabbi I don't think really knows that they're live. And Zach's like, so what do you think about this demon in the Dybbuk box? Do you think it's like scary or? And the guy's like, I mean, whatever fits your narrative. And Zach's like, what? We should get him out. And they kicked the fucking rabbi out. And then after that, he's like, I think we gotta end this thing. It's getting crazy in here. The video footage of that is so funny.
So that may not be good with your script, but that's my personal belief. Okay, let's go over here.
So we don't, I mean, who knows, right? At the end of the day, who really knows? I mean, me personally, if the original guy came out and he's like, I've made everything up, why would he have to lie?
It sounds like he's actually mad that Jason made more money off of him.
I think Kevin would be. What's fucked up too is like, I would be mad if I was Zach because I'm like, you made me look like a fucking idiot. Like I invited you out to be on my Cursed Object show and now you're coming out 5-6 years later being like, it's fake.
Speaking of that, the thing he was reciting is a poem that he made. So he was just reading a poem.
So Kevin was just reading a poem? Oh my God. He was just reading a poem they wrote because he's a creative writer. I don't know. It's a very compelling thing because one, it feels like a Ted the Caver thing where it's like a guy knows that his family's reading a blog, so then he just starts writing this thing to fuck with them. But then it turns out to be this crazy, awesome horror story. And this feels like the same thing. Regardless if it's real or not, it still holds all this tangible, horrific, kind of like fun, scary aura around it that makes it so special and still like a fun box. Like even now knowing it's fake, I'd still go back just to see it to know that this thing has had this much infamy. You know, you've had the Possession, Zach Baggins show covering it. It's been covered all to high hell. It's just a fun piece of like horror history at this point. So regardless if it's real or not, in my heart, it will always be the most cursed object. It'll always almost have that title. If anything, because it's fake now, it holds that infamy even more. It's just the cursed object that never was. And I think that's pretty sweet. Yeah, I gotta say too, after hearing that this thing's probably made up and everything, I mean, I have no reason to even believe that Winslow should be afraid of this. I should probably go tell him that it's just a hoax, right? Yeah, we can just go tell him.
Here, just talking to my device. Here, just talk.
Guys,
You're
I
the
actually
last
think that
time,
this
I'm
is
not
a
sure.
He's gonna open it up. I think
Stop
it's a
it. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's
I'm Jack Bagans. I'm Jack Bagans.
Oh my God.
Winslow, I guess that box was haunted.
Yeah.
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 It's probably haunted, huh? Wait! I got something crazy to tell you. My house is being haunted by crazy good deals. Oh, here's a ghost now. Oh, he's wearing. We got new merch. We got it. Ghost, stop f***ing moving something. Oh, look at the ghost posing for it. The Papa Meat Bowl shirt. Here, take that shirt off, Ghost. Whoa! He's do a little dance. Whoa! It's the Meat Canyon Brain Food shirt. Look at him. Look at it. And luckily, we got another shirt, don't we, Winslow?
Yeah, it's the best shirt.
The Winslow XP shirt. Whoa!
Don't buy my shirt. It's the best.
Winslow, shut the f up and let me sell this.
Oh, fuck you.
Look at that. We're profiting off his likeness, and Winslow's not getting a goddamn
you,
dime. Not a single penny will go to Winslow. So please buy the shirts at full price right now in the link below.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about human pets. That's right. You have a little doggo in your house? You got a little kitty cat? Meow. You got a lizard? I hate when people have lizards and shit. Just have a dog or a cat. I got tarantulas. Freak. One thing we love to talk about on this channel is the F word. I don't think we can say this word in the first 30 seconds or else YouTube will kill us. The word's fetishes. We're at like a minute now, so hopefully if not, just bleep it. I don't know. People that become attached to certain things, right? Whether it be diaper play, smashing diapers in a giant bathtub, or maybe it's eating too much and you get your kicks out of feeding people. I don't know. But today we're talking about people who want to be animals, but more importantly, they want to be pets. They want to be under the control of somebody. It's more specifically called pet play. That makes me think of Petco, like an animal store where you get food. So what exactly is pet play?
Butter dog. The dog with the butter. Butter dog.
Pet play is a form of role-playing where participants take on the persona of animals while engaging in behaviors and activities associated with their chosen animal. You ever want to be a dog?
Actually, yeah. When I was in 8th grade.
You wanted to be a dog when you're 8th grade?
I didn't want to go to school, so I was like, I'm gonna be a dog.
Which this can include dressing up in an animal costume, using accessories like collars and leashes, mimicking animal sounds and movements, and having a handler or an owner. So you know, just encompassing the vibe of a house pet, whether it's a nice kitty cat, a doggo, maybe a bird. Do people have cages? No one has a giant bird cage?
It's not very common.
But I'm sure there's someone out there. I'm sure there's somebody in pet play that has a giant bird cage.
I didn't find any.
Pet play is part of the BDSM practices and similar fetish communities, but it's not exclusively sexual. Boy, oh boy, we've heard this one before, haven't we? Boy, oh boy, we've danced around this before, huh? Yeah, it's not exclusively sexual, but it can be. Yeah.
Wait, today's video is sponsored by Fume.
We all have our bad habits in life. Hell, I've been playing a lot of Magic the Gathering lately and spending a little too much money. Shame, shame. But Fume is here to help me leave all my bad habits behind. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps you say bye-bye to bad habits and say hello to healthier living. Fume doesn't use vapor, nicotine, or toxic flavors, making it a great guilt-free alternative that you can take anywhere. Plus, you can reach for the device anytime you need to calm your anxiety with their movable, snappable magnets. I'm sure you're thinking, it's air. What could it taste like? Let me tell you. Fume has an array of core flavors, but they just came out with 3 new ones. Cinnamon Hearts, Spearmint Ice, and Black Licorice. Orange Vanilla used to be my favorite, but Spearmint Ice has a sweet mint taste that I just simply can't refuse. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code PAPAMEAT to get your free Fume base when you order the Journey Pack. It's the all-new magnetic stand for your Fume device. Head to tryfume.com. That's tryfum.com and use promo code PAPAMEAT or scan the QR code on screen to get your free Fume base when you order the Journey Pack today. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Some who participate in pet play find it a form of stress relief, a way to explore identity, and simply, it's just a playful activity. It's not sexual. Stop saying it. I'm stressed. I need you to pull my leash harder. This leash isn't tight enough around my neck, kind of thing. Also to note, pet play does not involve any actual pets, just adults pretending to be pets. So no animals are actually involved, usually. I didn't deep dive that far. We didn't deep dive down that far. I'm not trying to see any kind of, we're gonna nip it in the bud right there. The exact date that the pet play movement started is not known, but it began to gain a following in the mid to late 20th century, sometime after World War II, which it was, everybody was stress relieved back then. They were just like, I can do what? The Nazis are gone. I can be who? Woof, woof. Am I right? Before that, though, some ancient cultures incorporated animal masks and costumes in religious and cultural ceremonies, suggesting a long-standing fascination with animalistic behavior. People have always been kind of obsessed with being little doggos, right? But it wasn't really until now that people get to actually be one, right? You can ceremoniously be one. You can embody the energy of an animal, but now I actually want to be a fucking dog. It's not sexual, by the way. I'm not hard. Don't point the camera down. So pet players want to embody the animal to such a high degree that they will do anything in order to enhance that experience. By immersing themselves in these roles, they lose their identity and become one with their animal. They get to discard the annoying person they are. I was gonna say the annoying goth girl, but then I was like, what does she look like? Hey, well, let me shake hands with that person, right? And I don't give if I'm shaking Paul. So I want to see goth girl. Whoa. People get to be like, during my regular day, I'm an accountant at H&R Block, but when I go home, I'm an owl. Probably owl's not a good. I'm a parakeet. Birds really aren't that common of pets. I should have just said a bulldog. But when I go home, I'm a bulldog. And you're probably asking yourself, why would someone do this? We ask ourselves that in almost every fetish video, but it's worth asking. Why would people do it? And some people say it's an escape. It's an escape from everyday responsibility. Which who doesn't want to do that, dude? Alcoholics say that's their escape.
I jerk off to escape.
You get home, you drop to the floor and pretend to be a dog for the rest of the day. And dogs don't have any worries, right? When I get home from work and if I put on my dog collar and I flop to the floor, I'm just like my pupper who doesn't have any worries. And now, neither do I. Do you think pet play people have their own animals? And do you think that they talk to them? During the day, I can't understand them, but when I'm in my pet play, I can communicate with them.
Well, that's the thing. They're kind of like pet play.
Oh, so even when they're dressed up with their normal clothes, they're like, I have to have these human clothes on me, but I'm still a dog. Okay. It can also be therapeutic for some in a way to help with social anxiety. Pets get groomed, they get their belly scratched, and they even get treats. The stress just washes away when you're an animal sometimes. Am I right? That's why I'm an animal. My pet plays an iguana. I go outside, I'm naked, I just lay on my driveway, and I bake in the sun. And then I get melanoma, which is cancer. Others claim it's a form of self-discovery. As a human, people judge you and criticize you, but as a dog or cat, you don't have to worry about that. Instead, you're too busy thinking about being a puppy or a cute little kitty cat. So you let loose and you enjoy being free. Easy way just to let things slide off your shoulders and just say, hey, I got time to lick my balls. If somebody, dude, if you're a real pet play too, I just want to say, you better be taking care of that. If you're taking a shower standing up and licking yourself, you're not doing pet play right. I want to see a guy get down and do that cat leg stretch, almost like touching the moon, just straight up, going down and just start licking. I'm like, God damn, dude, I think you got it cleaned up. I hate when a dog is either closing their eyes and you can tell they're really into it. They're like, but I also don't like when a dog's like, either way, it's never good. I'm always just like, do that somewhere else, dude. I don't know why too, but it's always when you're like, I've been at work all day. I'm gonna just sit down and I'm just gonna watch Big Bang Theory, my favorite show. And that's whenever their happy ass comes in, plops on the floor, and you're just trying to watch it. You're hearing Sheldon saying bazinga, and you're also hearing this fucking fur baby lick his balls all night. It's fucking annoying. And of course, we do have the kink aspect to it, which is like 90% of pet play. All right, no, we said it isn't all sexual, but it's pretty much all sexual. Within the pet play community, there are pet handlers and owners. Much like in the feeder community, there are feedees and feeders. all starting to make sense, Nick. Starting to connect. I mean, what is a pet without its owner? It's nothing. It's not a pet, it's just an animal. And animals don't have souls. All dogs don't go to heaven. If a dog doesn't have an owner, it's going to hell. Or it's going to go into it's black after you die. If you're that kind of...
Black?
Black. It's all black and void. What the hell do you think I was saying? And this is where the BDSM comes into play.
This is my puppy. So I actually own this one. This one wears my collar.
All the Eskimo kisses on the leather jacket. I want to know what punk band they're a part of. This is about every ska band I've ever seen. Is this Real Big Fish right in front of me?
Look at that. See that smile?
Well, I tell you, him getting that hand in, he was feeling that shit. In the movies when they're sitting there and someone's like touches their face and they lean into it and they're like, whatever. He says, thank you, sir, dude. Thank you, sir. That's not bark. My dog doesn't say thank you, sir. You know what I mean? Isn't that fucked up? What the hell is this pet play? You're just a guy who likes to wear a collar and get and I don't like the little greasy mohawk and I don't like the shaved head that goes into the beard. Don't enjoy that, Nick. I want to say though, nothing against him personally, just to me, just a little uncomfortable. In pet play, you have one partner to be the dominant one. You need to have a partner to be the dominant, the dom, as they say, which is usually the handler, and then you have the submissive one, who is the pet. It's a sexual fantasy roleplay that uses sub and dom archetypes to get your rocks off, dude. Sometimes you need to be dominated. Sometimes you need to be submissive. It's what people like.
We have 3 like real dogs at home, and having a human dog is basically the same thing.
I want to say that, first off, the Poughkeepsie Tapes-esque mask, steampunk mask that this woman is wearing made of leather is horrifying.
You know, you play with them, they chase stuff, you go give them pets and tell them what a good girl they are.
Okay, the kiss on the head is fucking me up, actually. Mwah, mwah. You good little doggy? Mwah. Mwah. I feel like a bunch of snot just shot out of my nose because I was like, he looks like a off-brand Doctor Who.
It's about the headspace for me. It's about becoming an animal.
Okay, we can't show this part. Her whole ass and pussy is out right there. We can't show that. I think that it has to be a humiliation kink, which I still don't understand. Man, I'll be honest with you. I wish that I could get off by being humiliated, especially as a morbidly obese man. You know how easy it is for me to be humiliated? I just go to like a water park, take off my shirt, and I'm just hard the entire time. People are like, oh my God. I'm like, I know, I'm heavy. They're like, no, you're fully erect the entire. No, I know, I have a big belly. I get it. God, I'm so humiliated. Well, after a while too, would it be if you have a humiliation kink and you're actively looking to be humiliated, that has become harder and harder to become humiliated, right? So at a certain point, you must have to go to extremes to find it. And that's probably where people find themselves in these things where it's like, oh, I'm gonna literally be a dog.
Did you just put a cigarette into his mouth? That's... Oh, it's a video, if that's okay. I'm not judging. You're both consenting adults.
Oh, yeah.
The viewers will be wondering, what is going on? What is going on?
This is a world of female supremacy.
This is not a pet. This is a slave. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, what are you trying to say about your pets at home? I got a golden retriever at home. I do the same thing. You flick ashes into its mouth. Is that a normal thing you do with dogs? This is just like being a human slave. This is nothing but a humiliation kink.
So as the beta male...
Beta male? Are you a beta male? Okay, as the beta...
I don't think this is pet play. This is just her being like, yeah, he's a fucking cuck. And he's like, yes, I am. It's like those people that spit in people's faces and like, thank you, or step on their balls in public. Brutal, dude.
Or they go to their doors and drop $10,000 and then they shoo them away.
There are even specific subreddits and adoption days for people who are into these pet play kind of antics, you know, like having adopted days as if you would go to a non-kill shelter and adopt your own dog, or a kill shelter. I don't know why I specified non-kill shelter, as if I'm like, I'm not going to go to the kill shelter. Let those dogs die. I don't give a shit. Adoption Day, a play party and matchmaking pickup play event for pet players. Like they're just in a box that just says adopt me. It's like a 47-year-old accountant. I need you to take me home. I'm a little puppy. I'm a little doggo. Boot my nose. Boot my snoot. But before you can be adopted, you must first pick what animal you want to be. Some people like to be foxes, rabbits, or even mythical creatures, which I think is not cool. You can be a fucking dragon and say pet play, dude. That's not a pet. First up, you have puppy play. This is for the more energetic individual, as they like to bark, play, and fetch, and run around the yard. We can't play the song, but it's that Black Eyed Peas song where it's like, bump it louder. I'll also don't like the FaceTime selfie mode they have where the guy is just like being recorded. Imagine like working at a GameStop next door to this all day. They embrace the fun and carefree aspects of being a puppy. They also often use gear such as harnesses, leashes, pup hoods, and sometimes muzzles for aggressive pups. Are we insinuating that some of these puppy players bite their owners?
Well, that's like part of the play. Just like, I'm aggressive, so you gotta muzzle on me. Beat me.
Why the f did that actually get me kind of hyped? Why the f was I just kind of like, hell yeah, dude? I was like, god damn, old boy's transforming right in front of my eyes. I love that. While many puppy players take on a submissive role play by obeying commands and seeking guidance from their handlers, some may adopt a more dominant role. So in order of dominance, these are the stages of pup play. First, you have alpha pups. Alpha puppy player. Alpha pup. Pup named Scooby-Doo. These are the dominant, leader-like, and often take charge in a group setting. They're the alphas, dude. Alpha of the pack. You don't have to be a fucking puppy player to know what that means, idiot. Beta pups are submissive to the alpha, but can dominate towards more submissive pups. You like to be the main alpha, but you like to be a little dominant sometimes, dude. I promise. I think I might be there. All right, so far, that's where I'm seeing myself in the line. I think I'm a beta pup. You got omega pups, who are highly submissive and often at the bottom of the hierarchy of the pack. All right? Service pup. They have fucking service dogs and puppy play? Is there a blind man out there with a service dog?
Oh, probably.
That's what I'm saying. There's gonna be a fucking blind guy with just like a little like gimp dude walking around like, or those girls are like, have you ever seen the people? There's probably a guy with like epilepsy. He's getting ready to have a seizure. He's like, get on my lap, boy. Have you ever seen those dogs that get on there? Becomes extremely less cute.
Well, I was gonna say, I definitely would have a puppy player as my service dog, because I feel like you would know the signs more.
What would you need a service pup for?
Aneurysms.
Have you had an aneurysm before? So service pups are dutiful, eager to assist, and enjoy performing tasks. You have bratty pups, who are mischievous, playful, and enjoy pushing boundaries. You have guard pups, who are protective, vigilant, and loyal. Show pups that are performative, enjoy being in the center of attention, and are skilled with tricks. A playful pup, who is energetic, enthusiastic, and enjoys playful interactions. And even strays, who are pups without masters. I still think once again, I think I kind of see myself as a little beta pup, if I'm being honest, right? I like having a daddy, but I also like being the dominant one sometimes.
Where's the Sigma pup?
Would the Sigma pup basically just be the Omega pup?
No, because Sigmas are better than betas.
I want a Senpai pup. And that's even above Alpha. Senpai is like the Oracle pup, dude. Knowing my ass, dude, I'd be a stray. I'd be looking for a daddy, but never find them because I'm damaged goods like that. I'm just trying to give a little something for the pup players out there. Just trying to get them involved, get them in on my... No big deal. Pups are also more social towards other pet players and will partake in more social events such as pup washes, pup moshes, or even pup shows. I'm really trying to
I'm in pain watching this right now. It's so cringe.
I walked by this. What would I honestly think? I mean, there's like a level of fear. That's a fucking scary outfit. All black and you have a fucking leather dog mask on. I'd probably be like, what the hell is happening here? Well, I'm like, I'd probably be actually a little like, ugh. And they would probably go to disgust. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Maybe disgust is the wrong word. I think maybe, no, it's disgust. It's disgust. Do you think you'd ever see a pup player pee in public?
Oh, yeah. They get off to that. They poop.
They shit in public and they pee in public?
Yeah.
And they get off to it? So they're just hard shitting and they're hard pissing?
Not all of them. Not all of them.
No, Nick, it's not all sexual, Nick. Just want to put that out there. I don't want to come off as ignorant, dude. Let's see what a pup wash is. Good thing about this is that it's not sexual. Okay, that I want to. You picked such an unhinged moment. What is this? What I can't see where the other guys. Good thing about this is that it's not sexual. Okay, that I want to. You picked such an unhinged moment. What is this? What I can't see where the other guy's hands are at. This is like they're just like, we need to do this in a forest because people will not understand. Puppy show and auction. Okay, they auction off the deal. This is definitely not sexual though. Kind of like, why do I kind of vibe with the camo one, huh? Little safety hunter orange. I'd like to put a bid. I'd like to give a bag of pedigree for that dog right there. Arf, arf. Heel, heel. Do you think if you gave a pup player a full bar of Ghirardelli dark chocolate, do you think that they would live?
I think they would role play dying.
What if you actually died? I'd be like, oh my god, how fucked up that would be. Oh my god. Can you imagine too a guy going to the vet and the vet comes in, he's like, he has to put down his dog, he's too old. He goes in there and it's just like a fucking pup player. He's like, this is a person. I can't put this person down. He's like actually sitting there like it's like the ending of Marley. You're such a good dog. It's just like a full grown, like 56-year-old Puerto Rican guy on the table. Give me the shock, doc. I'll do it myself. That room's gotta be stinky. Have you ever been to like a dog play park?
Oh yeah.
That shit smells too. They're definitely pissing on that carpet. They're getting their rocks off pissing on that carpet and knowing that shit's not coming out. Their piss has got to be like 40 years of smoking cigarettes in a house. It's like there's no way it's getting out. You know what I mean? It's there forever. Okay, I think that is. I think I'm legit. Is this someone's asshole right here? I think this is someone's asshole, and I think it's because a tail is supposed to come through that.
Yeah, that is someone's asshole.
Okay, we can't show that. That's someone's asshole. The LAPCC Puppy Palooza 2019. Very fancy. There's a level of autism that comes with going to a puppy play show in a neighborhood with boxing gloves on, a mask, and a Deadpool shirt. It's admirable by this point. I mean, it's truly a human experience that I'll never get to ever fathom. That has to be a ninja puppy mask.
Like the streamer ninja?
Yeah, I'm not even like, look at these colors real quick. You look at me in the face right now and say that is not a fucking ninja puppy mask. The yellow and everything, motherfucker probably bought that at Walmart. Ninja sells everything at Walmart. Unbelievable. It's just it's people doing the howls, but they like snap their head back really quick. It's a little cringy. All right.
Hater.
Yeah, maybe I am a hater, dude, but I'm trying to learn and make myself more adapt to understanding and becoming a more loving guy. I'm going into this document, dude. This is my first time really experiencing this stuff, and I think that my visceral reaction is because I don't know. But the more I get into it, the more I think I'm gonna be able to understand. Which there are many prominent figures in the pup community that we found. One of them being Tom Peters, aka Spot.
Guess why his name's Spot?
Does he show his asshole? And that'd be a reason to go to base Spot, right? The whole thing, and you just see their fleshy asshole like that. I don't know. He gained popularity after being featured in the BBC documentary Secret Life of Human Pups. He started his involvement in puppy play in 2008 after discovering the concept while participating in the BDSM community. Not sexual. This is a way to relieve stress. Tom likes to dress up as a Dalmatian and indulge in the life of a puppy. That's what they call it. Right?
There are 9 million of them in the UK, with 1 in 4 households having a canine companion.
We're going home!
But some people don't just want to own a dog.
Hertfordshire.
They want to be one.
Okay, that unironically just scared the absolute shit out. That is a jump scare. Look at that. Oh my.
32-year-old Tom works as a sound and lighting technician for a local theatre. But after a long day at the office, this is where he likes to sleep.
I can actually fit in quite successfully.
That guy too looks like he could fuck you up. You know what I mean? Takes off the thing, hit the fucking chain on. He was like waxing it. He looked like Tom Hardy in that. Tom Hardy is in this movie where he plays a British gangster, him and his twin, and it looks like this.
It doesn't look very comfortable.
It's bizarre. It doesn't look comfortable. But then, I mean, you can shuffle around. You can make yourself a different shape and curl up differently.
Dude, get a bigger goddamn cage, right? Why are you punishing yourself like this? Holy shit, you got a perfectly good bed. Dogs sleep on beds all the time. Hey, my little puppers sleep in my bed. Sometimes when they're smelly. Take them off. You see that Facebook post of that woman who like duct taped her mouth, her dog's mouth shut? She's just like, he won't stop barking now. And then when people freaked out, she was like, why are you guys so upset about it? I took the tape off. It's like, God, you crazy bitch.
For the past 10 years, Tom has spent every spare moment becoming a dog.
My claustrophobia can't, dude. Especially my fat ass. Come on.
Puppy training pads. They're there for small puppy spills normally, but they're quite absorbent.
Makes a puppy accident.
So he's pissing in there.
Which is funny because dogs don't pee where they sleep.
That can't be true. I had a puppy in my cage who would piss in there.
Okay, I guess dogs, once they're trained, don't.
Well, it's called puppy play, so I wonder if they're just trying to be puppies. I bet you feel real fucking awkward now.
Tom spent more than £4,000 on specially made gear to transform into his alter ego, Spot.
Oh my god, those feet. What's weird is everyone else has just kind of had like almost like steampunk leather masks. It's kind of what it made me think of whenever I saw like the crow mask thing. It looks like it's made of the same material as that. This is like plastic, like rubber or something.
I'm a Dalmatian. They want to be on the go all the time. They're an active animal.
I'm scared, Nick. I'm like, ironically, I really hope I don't have a fucking dream about this. I am fucking scared. Jesus Christ.
I actually munch on bonios, which are proper doggy biscuits. But there's...
That can't be good for you. There's no way that eating food that can be processed by dogs, humans can't. Okay. He also plays with chew toys and eats plenty of kibble from a big dog bowl. He eats up on the table. He has this giant mitten things. It looks just like, especially that rubber suit. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, dude. Imagine getting a stiffy in that suit. You can break your goddamn dick off doing that. Good lord, dude. His costume cost £4,000, which is tailor-made just for him. I mean, we're getting into like furry suit levels here. If like people throwing down some real dough, you can buy a goddamn used car for that much money. You kidding me? Which he looks, I just want to say, I mean, it could not look more horrifying. I don't know who would ever look up to this and be like, how cute. And you see this walk around the corner. I mean, if I was like, yeah, man, I'll pick you up. What's going on? Or like his friend Rachel, you go to her house and she's just like, yeah, my friend Tom's there. Eh? And then he walks around the corner. I mean, I would scream like a girl. I would do like that. I would seriously have that kind of visceral reaction. And Tom is a show dog, as he was the first person to win the Best Puppy Award in 2015 at Puppy UK. But this, unfortunately, had its own consequences, as Tom was so focused on embracing the pup lifestyle that his relationship with his fiancée Rachel was strained.
You know, his friend Rachel?
Yeah, that used to be his fiancée. She's just like, sure, I guess you can stay here, eh? Dating in the UK is a bit tough, eh, Tom? He's like, roof, roof. Though they are no longer engaged, Rachel is still friends with Tom. Almost every day, she plays fetch with him and helps him train for his competitions. She claims Tom is a much happier person, and she wouldn't have it any other way. Liar, dude. Yeah, fucking right, dude. Given the documentary, it seems like she's just desperately holding on to the idea that maybe one day she'll be like, I just think I'm done with the pup stuff. Would you want to redate me? It kind of, like a baby reindeer thing. I kind of just love that about it. That kind of bit of desperation. Very sad. Baby reindeer show me up, dude.
Yeah, she's suing Netflix now.
Yeah, which seems very in character for her in the show. Who knows, though? Would you rather be in a Disney doll or would you rather be in the pup play?
Disney doll.
I think I'd rather be in the pup play. I honestly think I'd rather be in a pup play than be a Disney doll. I think I can confidently say that. After the separation, Tom moved in with his handler, Colin, who makes sure Tom has food, water, and plenty of scratches. Scritches?
Reddit version of scratches.
Has plenty of scritches. That's the Reddit definition of scratches? Jesus fucking Christ. Nick, you're actually trying to kill me, dude.
Do you think if Tom wasn't Spot though, that you would be back together?
You can tell Spot didn't want. He was trying to run away from that question right there. He was like, Wax this fucking mask.
The problem is I don't think I'd ever get rid of Spot in my mind, in my life, and my body, and my soul. I'm happy as this. Puphood needs me, and I need the Puphood. We are one.
I don't think that could have read any more like Willem Dafoe talking to the Green Mask in Spider-Man. I need Puphood and Puphood needs me, Spider-Man. I feel sad for her. Like I feel bad, but I'm like, dude, move on with your own life. Holding on to like Tom is not, he's not Tom anymore, he's Spot. It's easier for him to choose the Spot thing because it's like you literally don't have to face any of your problems as this thing. It's just kind of sad. Next up we have Toko, the human dog. Toko is a Japanese man who gained significant attention for his unusual hobby of dressing up as a dog and posting videos on his YouTube channel, I Want to Be an Animal. He spent approximately 2 million yen or $15,000 on his highly realistic dog costume of a border collie. Wouldn't have chose that dog, if I'm being honest. Border collie. His transformation has provided him with a sense of comfort, happiness, and fulfillment in life. That is crazy. That's scarier than Spot. You was stuff about these houses where there's nothing on the walls.
Dog can't put stuff up on the walls.
This is legitimately like a horror movie. This is fucking. I'm unironically unsettled. Like I'm like a bit flustered. I'm kind of like, oh my god, dude. It's like it kind of feels like if somebody had a dog, it died and then they made it into an animatronic is what it feels like now. It's because there's no life in the face at all. It's so unbelievably uncanny. Oh, missed the paper the first time there. He's like, I will play tennis today. That way it could not have looked more human. I mean, I feel like I'm watching the Poughkeepsie tapes. Who's the person bouncing the ball, and how do they have this free time to be doing this shit, dude? Seriously, I have to go to work. He's like, only a few more balls, please, just a few more balls. While Toko has received support and admiration from some of his admirers, he has also faced backlash and misunderstanding. Some people view his actions as eccentric or fetishistic. Fetishistic?
Fish sticks.
But Toko insists that his hobby is purely about his love for animals and the joy he finds of play acting as a collie. I don't think that's true, but you know. God. It's like a human centipede diagram.
When I first read this story, I thought when they said they spent $4,000, I thought it was like a Tusk situation where he like chopped like his...
Yeah, broke his limbs up or whatever. And while most pups are male, but there are some females within the group, such as Meow the Twitch streaming dog. She has recently been in the public eye due to her collaborations with Turkey Tom and Ms. Kiff and their videos about her, which I'm pretty sure Ms. Kiff just kind of look like Turkey Tom's video, if I'm being honest. Can I just put that out there? Meow has over 15,000 regular Twitch viewers that watch her embrace the life of a dog. Which also I want to say, I just don't like the idea that her name's Meow. She's doing a fucking dog, dude. I don't find it cute. Call yourself Bark or Wolf.
It's ironic.
I don't give a fuck. Meow claims that once she was able to afford to live on her own and become a grown-up, she wanted to dedicate her life to becoming a full-on dog. Not bound by mama or daddy anymore. I have become dog. Donning fake ears and a tail, Meow enjoys eating dog food, sleeping in a cage, and even shitting outside. She said she chose the name Meow out of irony, similar to naming a Chihuahua Kong or Russian Mastiff Tiny. Fuck that. I don't like that, Nick. Well, who am I, dude? Name yourself what you want to name yourself, but I just think, come on, dude. I don't find it cute. People that have a Chihuahua named Kong, I punt that little motherfucker.
She actually bit my leg. Bad dog. No biting.
Why do you think that girl's not wearing a fire mask?
You know, I just think they already look like dogs.
God damn, Nick. Jesus Christ. Next up, we have kitty play. This is for those that like to be more independent and have a sense of curiosity, much like a cat. Kitty players typically have a playful side, engaging in activities like batting at objects, chasing toys, drinking milk, and using their litter box. So instead of shitting outside, they have to shit in sand in their house. How fun. Conversely to pups, kittens are dominated by females, with very few males within the scene. Sorry, men, step at the up. Can we get some men in the kitty play, please, Nick? This is what I want out of my viewers. If there's a guy who's like, I want to get into puppy play, that become a cat. Don't be a fucking pussy. Just like pups, kitties often use gear and accessories such as cat ears, tail plugs, and sometimes mittens or paw gloves to enhance their feline personas. According to the Kitten Play subreddit, there are certain rules that the kitties and their handlers must abide by. Handlers are responsible for giving the kitty a different name, petting the cats, putting the cat in cages, collaring the pet, disciplining the kitty, taking the kitty for walks, letting them roam as a cat outside, controlling the kitty's food, giving kitty treats, buying kitty toys from the pet store, having the pet learn tricks. But we all know that's not happening because they're kitties and they're their own person. They're a little too stubborn, am I right? While the kittens are required to only be able to crawl, not being able to speak without permission, and instead only using body language, purrs, and meows to communicate. Being a kitty play honestly seems like it doesn't seem good. I guess be a pup. I don't know why I suggested men do that. But next up we do have pony play. Which, is this gonna dive into bronies at all? Are bronies a part of pony play at all?
I guess you'll find out.
The majority of people who role play as ponies enjoy the showmanship and performative nature of being a pony. These often include competitions that show off their strength and grace. Wow, magical stuff. Such as pulling chariots or wagons. Wow, look at that. Did you like that? Pony play. Ponies will focus on mimicking the gait and motions of horses. This can include trotting, contouring, and galloping on both 2 and all 4 legs. This person galloping on 2 legs? Look at that. That's a little dance. Ponies will equip themselves with brittles, bits, saddles, hoof boots, and tails. Not to be confused with hobby horses. There's one hobby horse. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Also, they're not bronies. Just want to put that out there. I thought they might have been, but they're not fucking bronies, so don't say that. If you think that they're bronies, you're a fucking idiot, and you should be curb stomped out in public. Don't make me neigh, because I will neigh. But lastly, we're going to talk about hue cows, which are human. Human cows, or hue cows, is a fetish subculture that is focused around role-playing as a cow and dressed. You always gotta save the best one for last. Hue cows, of course, adorn cow-themed outfits using props like cowbells and horns, and of course, behaving in ways that mimic a cow's behavior. The dominant partner in the relationship is a farmer, and many hue cow enthusiasts focus mostly, I'd say, on the lactation, the milk. Pumping milk. Milking a cow. Whether that be through pumps or natural means, if you're a hue cow, you're gonna get pumped eventually somehow. It feels aggressive reading that way. This can involve hormone therapy, regular pumping, and other methods to induce milk production. That's crazy. Putting hormones in your body, you're like, I need to get that milk out, dude. Cow-themed body modifications, such as udder piercings or tattoos resembling cow patterns, are sometimes part of the hue cow subculture. Sometimes you gotta modify, dude. You got a real risky business. Hue cows also sometimes partake in grazing, mooing, and being herded by pup players. Cross-pollination there, huh? Really does get full circle. Which there are some controversies that come around these pup players. The biggest source of discussion is, should you be able to show your kink or fetishes in a public space? Is it wrong to force people to be around these kinds of things as well? To partake in your fetish? Because in a way, having other people or strangers see you as this seems to be a part of the fetish as well. Because I think people seem to think like, you can do whatever you want behind closed doors, right? As long as you're not hurting anybody, I feel like you can do whatever. But whenever it's out and about and you're shitting in public, or you're pissing in public, are you hard while you're shitting? Are you hard while you're pissing? Like, what is happening? You know, who are you putting this on that did not want to be put in the situation? I think it's where people are a bit like, the pet play thing seems to be an odd. It seems to be a bit odd in public. You know, to conclude the video is, as always, do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting others. And I would say, seems that a lot of these people do these things to help with social anxiety and to help come out of their shell. And some of them just get genuine happiness out of this. And I think, why the not, man? Because people process trauma and all kinds of things in different ways. If you want to dress up like a fucking cat or dress up like a goddamn uncanny border collie, and if that makes you happy, then why not, dude? As long as it doesn't affect others, I think it's all good. Do what you gotta do to love yourself. And for the love of God, don't impose people on anything out of some selfish gain. You know what I mean? Don't go up to some stranger asking for belly scratches, dude. That's fucked up. All right, don't take a shit on someone's lawn. I guess it's just what I gotta say. But I just found it kind of interesting. It's a weird kind of piece of subculture of the human experience, and you know, I've been seeing more of it pop up lately, so I just thought you would get a kick out of it as well. Until next time, everybody, woof woof, meow meow. I'll see you next time.
¿Dónde está el titán speaker?
You smell that? It's new merch! Yay! Yay! Head on over to Meat Canyon Dog Store, where we have the Puppies on Fire shirt. Whoa! The Monster Truck long sleeve. Wow! The Puppy Meat Work shirt. Look at that! And the Kill Every Influencer shirt. Yay! Yay! And don't forget the Heartburn hoodie. Now, if you're happy,
back to the Papa Meat Show. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and settle down because today we're talking about
babies. And I'm here with my beautiful wife. We actually just had our first child recently, and we will be revealing. Well, today, first off, I just want to say we're talking about gender reveals and how fun they are. Definitely not a waste of time and totally stupid.
I too love burning down national forests.
Oh, yep. And at the end of this video, we're going to talk about the gender of our own baby. But you have to wait till the end after you smash a like and subscribe. We're going to reveal our baby's gender, its possible future gender, and its name, or its future dead name. When the hell did gender reveals when did that start?
I feel like it was like 2016 or 15. I feel like it started popping off when we were graduating college.
2008. Let's see.
Really?
2008 makes sense to me because that's like when social media was really picking up, and I could see that's when people were like, what's a fun way I can tell someone that it's a boy or a girl, right? And I think ever since then, I think that's also the point when this nation was divided. I think that people introducing that into people's lives and force feeding us gender reveals is the bullet wound to our society. No, I'll say it.
We just keep fingering that hole, don't we?
Today's video is sponsored by Upside. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas, groceries, and dining. There are over 100,000 places on the Upside app, meaning cash back is always around the corner. And there's plenty of ways to earn. The best part is, we're talking about real cash back. No confusing rewards, points, and credits. Just money transferred to your bank account. Ooh. Each week, $1 million cash back is being earned by users of Upside. All you have to do is claim an offer on Upside, pay with a credit card or debit card, and follow the steps in the app to get paid. Upside is super easy to use. I claim my rewards when I go out and get gas. It has been worth the extra few seconds it takes before I drive away. Thanks, Upside! Top Upside earners are making as much as $300 a month. To find out how much you can earn, click the link in the description to download Upside and use code PAPAMEAT to get 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. Or you can scan the QR code here to claim your offer today. Thank you so much to Upside for sponsoring this video. I'm back in the video. It used to start off with a simple, a balloon pop. But over the years, these gender reveals just keep getting more and more outlandish, more outrageous to try to farm them likes and have people, it's a little pick-me situation, right? Families wanting to make sure you know that we're better than you and we just had a boy or daughter, spitting in the face of all of us common folk. Isn't that right, Allison?
It's true.
Which is why when we did our baby reveal, which I won't tell you the gender yet, once again, but we did blow up 3 Bugattis filled with the colored dust. So
it did start a massive field fire.
Don't talk about it. Stop. Seriously, stop that because
lots of crops were lost.
Stop. Do you know we can't stop. I would be so nervous that I would punch you right in the face, or you slip and you punch the baby gut.
I feel like I'd be so nervous to not hit you in the gut. That's exactly where I'd hit you.
If you did this to me, you would punch me in the face. You'd be like, I slipped. And I'd say, guess what, lawyer up, bitch, I'm taking everything.
I like how you assume I'm the one boxing.
No.
Okay. I thought he was actually gonna nail her in the face. Why are you going for another one?
The second swing was too much. The second swing, she was like, yeah, you did it.
He's like, what if I can frame this as an accident and I don't have to?
He was looking right at her and he was like,
oh, maybe he was mad it was a girl.
Oh, God. Hey, who isn't disappointed with that, right?
The tantrums people throw when it's a girl.
There's some good tantrums.
If you were to have a child, let's say we didn't already have a child, which is definitely, like we said, it's at the end of this video, please watch. Would you be disappointed if it was a boy as a girl? Because I feel like the whole thing is, the meme of it all is boys want boys and girls want girls. That's primarily true.
Yeah. It's because people want a mini-me.
So, exactly. You're basically making a friend. Would you be slightly disappointed then if you had a boy?
No, because I feel like I'm more afraid of raising a girl. It feels harder.
It's because she's a trad wife. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. The wrestling match against a buff man versus a small person is actually pretty sick. Who wins?
I
love it. It's scripted.
I don't hate this.
Okay, I don't like the shots of all the suburban people. Be like, she doesn't look impressed at all. This guy in the back, he doesn't even know anybody here. He's just like, I'm just walking down the street and decided to pop by.
If I was walking down the street and I saw that, I might take a peek.
Oh my God, yeah, definitely. I'd be selling tickets to this bitch. Are you kidding me?
Hell yeah, dude. Actually, if every gender reveal was just this, I would love that.
You see the guy smashing the stone colding the beers though down there? You know what? I like how elaborate it is because
that's just fun.
You're gonna see a lot of critiques from me today if it's just the stupid smoke or whatever.
Well, you can tell they have a sense of humor too. It's not like
I see that and I'm like, I'm glad these people reproduce. We need more people like this in the world.
We need
versus a guy who's just like, I blew up I'm gonna shoot this water bottle.
They let the cousins that have been beefing do your gender reveal.
It's like the frogs who start fighting each other, but
This
there's
looks-
no damage.
This just looks like a legitimate fight. I don't even think.
Yeah. Well,
I
it's
feel like someone's gonna get knocked out and they're gonna be
they've
like.
been beefing. Well, it's like one clearly has to lose, like on purpose.
I don't think that's how they're doing it.
Yeah, I think they're just
Whoever
like.
wins, that's the gender.
Well,
You
they're
better,
like,
hope, you better hope that pops out that same gender, or else there's gonna be some serious consequences. Hey, what is this one?
Aw.
Gingerville cake for a penguin.
I like that. See, if it's for an animal, it's fine.
No, dude, kill the animals, man.
Oh.
I bet penguin tastes good.
Probably. Really fatty though.
This just makes you don't want to have children, doesn't it?
It is a good. It's a good birth control video.
That are you fucking kidding me? I don't even know what I would be able to do. You know what? If this is you, which also this is definitely going to be your build soon. You're going to be wearing that cargo
it's not.
jacket.
I've been running.
Big frumpy ass. I don't know. You haven't been running, dude.
Also, my
Got that sweet
style-
potato body. I'm telling you,
My style
my
being
ass would be.
boyish is better.
You wouldn't even believe how acrobatic I'm going to get when I do a front flip over that fence and you never see my ass again with that kind of. Ugh, there you go. Oh, there goes the balloon. It'll pop in the atmosphere. That'll look kind of cool.
For who?
Also, was that mom? That mom was getting ready to lay down the law with that kid. Here's going to be a controversial statement for us and the viewers. Would you spank our child?
No, but I'd probably remove him from the situation and I'd take care of it privately.
Oh my God, what the fuck does that even mean? Are you gonna kill this child? I will snuff out the problem quickly, secretly.
Are you guys gonna do a family channel when the kid arrives?
Oh, absolutely. You better believe I'm gonna do if I have a kid, if I have to be put through that hell and I don't get a profit off of it with a family channel, absolutely. We're doing Ryan's Toy Part 2. And I know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have my kid be like, why is Ryan's Toy he's so old? These toys are for people like me. The only time that smoke is appropriate is whenever you have an old shit kicker and you burn it out in the driveway, revealing you're having a daughter.
This is some
Look at that guy. He's like,
yo.
Dude, Caleb, stop! You're burning up the tires, man.
I bet they're gonna name the kid Crystal or something.
Oh, this is definitely a stripper name. It's not even pink anymore. It's red. They're giving birth to the devil. That's what they're doing. Oh!
Oh, okay.
Oh my God! It is the devil.
So it's gonna be a goth girl.
Yo, Lucifer, gonna name my baby Damien, bro. Her name's either gonna be Rose, Emerald, if it's a boy, it's Damien.
God, this suburban energy, dude. This suburban energy is insane.
The khakis, the tucked in shirt.
God damn, dude.
She's hit it like once and she's about to piss herself.
Oh, there it goes. How did they not pop that after beating the shit out of it? You'd be so crazy. You dumb son of a bitch. You know what I think there should be a law, and this is gonna once again controversial opinion. I think that if the balloon floats away and you're doing the gender reveal thing, you gotta just
abort.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to say the word, but I think you just gotta cut it. To me, that's an omen from God.
Yeah.
Somehow, they're just like, give this one back. Oh my, this is a very average Nebraska gender reveal. All right, go out there and get the $150,000 tractor and bring it around. We're gonna see if it's a boy or girl. Or do they dye the corn? It's gonna be corn related. They're from
Well, dang, you
Nebraska.
think they'd have enough kids already?
Wow, dyeing the corn.
Well, great. Now it's useless.
I'll tell you another thing too. People from Nebraska, just gross.
I'm not sure why you called them people, but
Well, you know what? Good point. Is powerlifting while you're pregnant? Do doctors?
That's fine.
if you continue to do it like from conception to
Oh, really?
it's same with
More
exercise.
power to you then. I thought water was gonna break right there on that up tilt.
I wonder if she went into labor and then did like a lift. I mean, at
That's
least it's
fine.
relevant to what she does.
I'm just impressed all around. If I'm being completely honest, I'm like, there it is.
She can get it.
Going into labor, I mean, I think it's just gonna be an easy ride, dude. Big buff, just be,
She's got good core.
just queefs that little motherfucker out, and he's all buff and shit. Crawling out.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I like to think it is. Is that not what it's like? Okay. I wasn't around when she gave birth because I was just like, gross. Also, I hear that women shit themselves profusely.
It's true. Right afterwards, a little squirt.
Oh, I heard it's during it because you're pushing. They just fiesta bowl all over the table. And the funny thing is, Allison said she was just like, they're like, hey, try not to eat. A couple days before, I saw her and like Dave and Buster's chowing down on chili hot dogs.
I'll shit all over the place. I don't care.
No, yeah, no.
You're already seeing my everything, you know.
Okay, all right. You've already seen my everything.
Well, I didn't know how graphic I wanted to be.
You know, it's pretty common. Women who give natural birth tearing their asshole.
If I was a woman, dude, I wouldn't get that shit stitched back up. Let it all hang out in one thing.
I think it has more to do with bleeding and needing to poop later.
Well, what I was gonna say is, if you poop, if it's just torn right up in half like that, doesn't that just make the shits easier? Like a giant, looks like a fucking little shop of horrors mouth. Being like, feed me. He just like that.
Why would you want that?
Does it make my life more convenient? Is what I want to know. Aesthetically, I don't care. It's gonna be a mess, especially if my man's better stay back, right by my side. All right. If I'm split open like that, I'd I'd lay down, I'd put my hands behind my knees like that, and I say, just come and get it. Is what I would say. I wouldn't care.
Are you that man's?
Oh hell no.
3, 2, 1.
I feel horrible for this person. This person just got that. This is unnecessary. Also, this is so much less impressive.
Yeah.
She did a clean jerk and everything. She looked awesome. Dropped it down in front of her. It looked great. This guy picks it up. He's like, okay, let me drop it. Let me drop it. Let me drop it. Okay, come on. She's legally blind. Good God.
She's trying to keep it cool, but
what if they ended up blinding their best friend for that?
That'd be awesome.
To be fair, though, what are you doing up front here? Also, why would you do this indoors? Oh, let's do this on carpet. That's gonna be fun to get out. Also, what is going on with the guy with the huge ass?
Dude, you're just jealous.
Look at his normal up half. Look how big that ass is.
You're just jealous. He has cake.
I'm saying it's amazing. This is insane. That is a big man, and that is a big gator. I don't know how I feel about this so far.
It's kind of fun.
That scares the shit out of me. Also,
I just want to know, is he qualified? Whose gator is this? Does he...
I just want to say the normal heart rate at this party is going to be about 180 beats per minute. All right,
Yeah.
This is people struggling. If sleep apnea had a family, this is what it would be, dude. I feel bad. The gator's just like, get me out of here. You see him like slither back in the swamp immediately.
He's probably disappointed. He's like, there's not a bit of meat in this. He's like spitting it out.
Do gators like melon? Why not just fill a rotisserie chicken full of stuff? Queefs out the chicken, whatever.
Yeah.
And it sprays out. Yeah, then he gets to eat it, and he's like, thank you. And he walks back to the pond.
Just put jelly in the cavity of the chicken.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Fat people are so inconsiderate. It's unbelievable. What's up with so many gator ones?
Florida people love their gators.
I was going to say, this is definitely probably stereotype. Also, green and purple are like, we're hoping it's either a girl or a gator.
My thing is, are they finding wild gators, or are they like hiring someone who owns a gator?
I'm guessing they're hiring somebody who owns a gator. Oh,
thank God it's a girl.
It's a girl. You can tell the dad's pissed. He's like, oh, cool.
Yeah, he's not very excited.
Cool. Thanks for nothing. I like the way he dropped that stick. That's disappointment.
Him be like, God, what a little bitch.
Allison, you don't get it, dude. There's too many women in the world as is. We need to get the boys back, dude. That Thin Lizzy song. The boys are back in town. Boys are back in town. Not for this month, dude. I will say he's a poor sport about it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, if you're like, I want a pair of Nikes for Christmas, and then you end up getting a nice pair of Adidas. It's like, sure, it's a nice pair of shoes, but I wanted the Nikes.
I've just never cared either way.
This whole conversation is moot because as long as they're not gingers, can we at least agree with that? My cousin AJ, he's ginger, and every day he tells me, he comes up to me.
Very ginger.
His parents come up to me and they say, we wish we would have just dropped him in the woods. Let him get raised by wolves out there. Because my whole thing is, if he's able to come back, you've earned your place. Otherwise than that,
I don't think genetically we could throw a ginger.
We absolutely could.
There's no gingers
a big,
in my family.
pugly-faced ginger. We're gonna have the fattest, ugliest ginger kid. It's gonna be unbelievable. And his name's gonna be Simon. Third time's a charm. Uh-oh, you can tell. So two.
It's definitely a girl.
Yeah, this is definitely this. You can tell.
And he's definitely gonna throw a tantrum about it.
You're wearing a. Before you can even get a shot out.
I know that mom's pissed.
Oh, she's pissed. Oh, well, look how the tables turn, Allison.
I'm not saying it was just me.
You know, you're setting back. You being in these videos, you're setting back feminism years with how you're talking about this.
It shouldn't matter.
I think, you're the woman squirting out the kid. She could be upset.
I would say so. I mean, the person deposit, like men. Listen, guys, this is a male feminist, but I think men, all you do is deposit the seed. If you have to let that grow and you have to shit it out later, I think you have the right to be a little upset. You know, you're sitting there, fuck.
She is hormonal.
Well, when aren't they? That's just one of the many lines of excuses. Am I right, Allison?
As a a family of feminists, we support that women can be hormonal and still be citizens.
And queens.
And queens.
And heroes.
And heroes.
You destroyed a gender reveal because you didn't want another girl. See, this is. I think that this is a good reaction. Normal. Tear it all up.
Damn, now the kid's getting in on it.
There you go. Get the kid. Get everybody involved. There you go. Chaos. There's too many women at this party, though.
That is a lot of. That's a family of women.
Anytime I've ever gone to somebody doing like a gender reveal or like a baby shower or something, there's nothing I hate more than just seeing boxes of Huggies on
You know
a
how
table.
expensive those are?
I'm always just like, put that shit underneath the table or something.
It's a fucking baby shower. It's for
I don't care.
babies.
No, to me, I'm like, this is what I think.
This isn't the boys'
Baby, let me explain. Baby showers and up until the kid's 8th birthday is all about the parents. I'll say that every time. Because guess what? Those kids aren't going to remember any of it. And this is just you being like, I have kept this thing alive. I'm getting ready to go on this excursion. So to me, I'm like, all the baby shit, put it in the underneath the table. We're going to use it definitely.
You don't remember your 4th birthday?
I don't remember my 4th birthday.
I think that's just a you problem.
Do you remember your 4th birthday? You want a job? You want to keep your job? Do you remember your 4th birthday?
5th birthday.
But you don't remember your 4th.
I don't think so.
Or your 5th, or your 6th, or your 7th, or your 8th.
No,
None of those.
I was conscious.
Yeah, so none of those.
5 years old.
Hunter, how are you so controversial yet so brave all the time?
Honestly, it's because of a male feminist. And that's how I won your heart. Because actually, we went to a liberal arts school together, and someone was just like, he is the most liberal. This guy speaks from the heart. And I took every feminist class. That's actually true, I did.
He did, actually. That was kind of
I did, because I love the teacher. She was a good woman. I liked her.
Were you trying to hit up the teacher?
No, if anything, I'd choose like a motherly figure. I loved her. Talking about a bunch of gobbledygook, but I'm kidding.
He's mad he got a boy? Or is he just mad in general? It was a live child. What the hell?
I'll be honest. This one actually scared the hell out of me. One second, I need to.
If I was the wife, I'd be a little scared.
Let's rewatch this one. Hold on.
He's got the stabbing motion down a little too good.
He has definitely stabbed someone before in his life. First off, you don't show up to a baby
the way
shower.
He's looking at her in this freeze frame, he's gonna go for her neck.
You don't show up to a baby shower with the first 3 buttons of your shirt unbuttoned and think that you haven't stabbed someone before, dude. Like that. This part here, that's where I'm like, even
if I were
that's.
I'd be rethinking some shit.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, oh, yep, this is my man.
Hope he doesn't get mad at me one day. Oh wait, now he's happy. Okay, he's having a lot of emotions.
No, I think what happened was I think he was mad, but I think he came back at the end because he's just like he caught himself and he's like, oh,
he's like, oh, I'm on camera.
Whatever, but he's definitely gonna go to the bathroom and that shit's gonna get destroyed.
Okay, at least I feel like this is like he's just speaking from the heart. He's praying right now.
Especially with her holding a baby girl and another baby girl. I do feel bad for him because they're just like, Dad?
This one doesn't piss me off for some reason. I think it's just he's not being mopey. He's just like, what do you do?
You know what? I like it whenever there's not a giant crowd. If I saw that and I knew it was a friend, that's fine. Why am I so hateful?
I think we're both haters. I don't know.
I just hate seeing people being happy. God, dude. The way that every Midwestern woman looks the exact same is unbelievable. I like all these old people too. God.
I've seen every one of these people.
The Midwest needs to stop producing. It is just the ugliest people imaginable.
You know I love you so.
They just kill the whole family.
Well, okay, I read that as this guy is looking down at the party and he was just like, which one am I going to pick off first? I'd go with the girl, not she came and stand.
I'd shoot the fastest runner because the rest are going to be easy pickings after that. If they follow the fastest runner, they might get away. They're going to scatter too much.
That's true. Old tree stump over here. I don't think she's moving.
Yeah, we can get her later.
That's a lot of ice.
All right.
Would you? Okay, here we go. Another person doing the ice bath thing. Would you ever buy into the ice bath thing? Would you ever do that?
I don't care if it buys me 10 extra years of life.
Why would I want to live another 10 years, dude? Are you kidding me?
I don't want to feel it. I don't want to feel the ice.
God.
I want to sit in a sauna.
Is it first person to get out, I'm guessing?
Why are you going to do that to your baby? You're going to shock it.
I feel like probably shouldn't put yourself in -degree water with a baby inside there.
He's gonna be immune.
To be fair, I'm making a lot of. Okay, she's not getting down in it.
Okay, but what determines the gender?
Oh, nope, there she goes. Okay, these people that do content with their kids, man. I can't wait till we do content with our kids.
I mean, they know the gender, so.
I like how you can tell he's just like, seriously, babe, Rebecca, bad throw. Seriously. You know I could have. Everyone, you know I could have smacked that thing like out of this universe, right? Okay, just making sure.
Why is she apologizing?
He's a bad throw.
Well, she's a woman, so
Well,
it's her fault.
Well,
Again.
big woofer. If you miss your hit like that once again, it's one to me a bad omen, dude. That is bad juju.
What? That's the pitch.
Oh god damn! Did you see that?
Awesome, actually.
This is perfect.
That was better than him hitting it. That's perfect.
Breaking over his face. You know, it's kind of though. It makes me think that guy cheated on his wife with this guy. It's like that's actually the real.
Or
father.
that's the real
destiny.
father.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's the sick joke of this cruel world. Why is there no twerk gender reveals? Oh, this is literally happening right now.
Giving everyone a little show. Like you just talked about it.
I feel like I just forced that into existence. Of course, Nick puts this in.
I want to see how the genders.
Is there even a gender reveal?
Just her dancing?
Why did you put a pregnant girl twerking on the deal? There wasn't even a gender reveal to that.
He's like, I just needed a break.
Yeah, throw curveball.
Poor dog.
That it is kind of funny that immediately showed the priority of like she's like I have had this dog for so long
I'm done
to be
with
like
it.
yeah exactly I got my own baby bye bye. Is this Austin McBroom's gender reveal?
Well, it's Logan McBroom. I guess he has a brother.
They look the exact same. This has to be. Is this seriously not Austin McBroom?
It's a McBroom, so maybe it is Austin.
This also seems like something fucking stupid that he would do. How obnoxious, dude. That's gonna be a fun mess for the whole neighborhood to clean up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. Why is there so many?
She has 3. I think she has triplets. Oh, wow.
All right, go, go, go.
I like how they're confused there. They're like, it's a boy. She's like, no, actually, so this is a multi-tier. So you have to connect the dots. He's like, so what?
Also, I feel like they're gonna stab the glass.
I'm gonna guess it's probably a girl. I'm not a scientist, but I imagine the top one's gonna be a girl.
Yeah. I want to just choke slam.
This is insufferable.
Yeah, just pop the goddamn balloon. Oh my god, you thought it was gonna be a girl, but actually it's a boy.
I'll tell you right now, I would never hold a pregnant woman.
I just let her drop.
I would like a sack of potatoes. Absolutely not. You know why? Because I forgot what movie it was. Wait, hold on a second. All right, so these people didn't realize that I don't think these trucks are gonna stop. Margaret, it's been a good ride.
What? I don't understand the reveal. Someone needs to explain it to me.
I think it's pulling forward to see which one, and then whichever one's the gender reveal, it blows his horn, whatever. But it's like so sluggishly done. But it's like,
So is this a trucker family? Like, why is it done?
This has got to be a big rig family. It's like, you got soft hands. Go ahead. And we're gonna get 2 big rigs out here and see who's gonna carry on the family name. It's like, yeah, you're skidding and stuff, but at the same time, you're not. This is not gonna end well.
It seems like he's overstayed his welcome.
One thing we've learned so far is do not skid your tires and do a gender reveal because your car will explode. Okay?
They just take it too far.
You take it too far. Okay, first off, what the fuck is this dummy? This mannequin? What is that?
Absent father.
Brazilian woman who married doll.
Oh, it's not even for a real human.
Thrown gender reveal party for her second ragdoll child. Morris said their inanimate daughter is due in December and revealed that her name will be Marcella.
Who hurt her? Who are all these people enabling her? This whole family should be ashamed.
There's 40 people at the.
Is she at a asylum? Is she at a Brazilian nut house? And everyone's because then I'd believe it. But I wonder how big she made the hog on that doll.
The doll does have a.
Oh, trust me, dude. I know the doll has a hog. I'm wondering. I'm like, do you think she's he's modest, or do you think she's just like a leviathan? Get the woman away from the lit fuse, dude. It's the Terry all over again. Terry!
Back it up, Terry.
Bag up, Terry. Put in reverse, Terry. Put in reverse. Oh, Lord.
This is 100% gonna start like a fire. So, oh no!
Jesus. Yeah, I mean, it was on a stable surface, so I don't know what went wrong. Here's my
Dude.
favorites, yeah.
Officials released video from a gender reveal party that ignited a 47,000 acre wildfire. This is why this shit, we need to stop this.
Also, can you imagine
All
being
right.
born and being a teenager and be like, yeah, when we were revealing your gender, it caused a 47,000 acre wildfire.
The kid whose parents caused a 50,000 acre wildfire is definitely is fentanyl addicted for sure. Oh my God. The man who caused the fire pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 5 years probation. And he was ordered to pay $8 million in restitution.
He's never paying that back.
No, I'm going to say that the guy who decided to explode something on dry grass, I don't think he's the smartest book. He's like, I don't think I got it.
I feel like sometimes quantities like that are more of like warning other people about like, hey, if you do this.
Well, they're garnishing his wages for life.
That sucks.
Grandma killed at gender reveal. A soon-to-be grandmother was killed at a gender reveal party in Iowa when she was struck in the head by a shrapnel from a homemade pipe bomb. The family accidentally constructed the pipe bomb when they were experimenting with different types of explosive material for the gender reveal device. So they didn't even realize that they made a pipe bomb. On the day of the reveal, the 6 family members gathered and placed gunpowder at the bottom of a homemade stand that was welded to a metal base plate. Oh, bro. The intention was for the gunpowder to shoot the gender revealing powder out of the top of the stand. Instead, the stand exploded, which sent metal pieces flying. One of the metal pieces struck the 56-year-old victim from 45 feet away. Too close. The victim was pronounced dead on the scene when police arrived. Yeah, you think? She's dead. I mean, you know what? All this death is getting me scared. We should just tell people now what the gender is. On 3.
Okay.
So, boy or girl on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Boy! It's a boy! He's a beautiful, healthy boy. He had to stay in the hospital for 6 months, and he's the healthiest boy they've ever seen. His name's Modine. He's a beautiful, handsome boy. He came out 36 pounds, 4 feet tall. Here's a picture of him. We love you, Modine. Should we say it at the same time? 1, 2, 3. We love you, Modine. We say, like say it, but go like we love you, Modine.
Okay.
3, 2. 1. Sorry, I got caught in the throat. 3, 2, 1. We love you, Modine. No, we have to hold on as long as I do.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. We love you, Modine. This is also a great time to announce as well that we're getting divorced. I'm kidding. That's all the gender reveal shit we have for you today. You know what, dude? If you're having a gender reveal party, don't put it online. Just don't do it.
Just
Who
don't
gives a
do
shit?
one.
Who
You don't
cares?
need to. Just text them.
Who gives you and your dumb, ugly baby? You're gonna make it's so you're gonna plague people with pictures for the next, I don't know, 8 months before after a while you start resenting the little. So you know what? Save yourself some time and everybody some time and don't do it.
The kid or the gender reveal?
Both. Both. Also, we will be. My beautiful wife does have a channel called Beer Pup. Say the name of the channel.
I have a channel called Beer Pup.
The channel is just called. It's not a channel called Beer. Her channel's name is Beer Pup, and there's just so many crazy videos of our farm and stuff. And she's a brilliant artist. So please go subscribe. Do you have anything else for the viewers here at home?
We love our son Modine, and he definitely will be a huge part of our lives and in our videos. And if you don't see him, just don't worry about it.
It's true. And now it's time. Modine's, I think, kind of hungry. So breast milk time, which that's the first video.
That means it's also daddy's milk.
That's I'm supposed to say that. Stop the recording. Stop the recording.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today we're talking about more cursed objects.
We did a video on the most cursed places, but one of those things was Robert, the Jamaican cursed doll. Yeah. Robot. Which got us into thinking about more cursed objects because we've also talked about the Dybbuk box. Oh, but that's probably not real. But there has to be some real evil objects out there, haunted, cursed by the devil himself. And I want to talk about more of those today, starting off with the devil's rocking chair. What'd I tell you? The devil, he works in mysterious ways. Should the devil be hot? Because he's God's, he's the most beautiful angel. What if God's like, you're beautiful? And he's like, definitely not.
That's why homosexuality is a sin, because the devil tempts you with his body.
That adds up. I feel like if I saw the devil, dude, I'd be chubbed up big time. Not hard, not hard. Only hard for the Lord, Nick. But I might get chubbed up for the devil. All right.
Today's video is sponsored by Displate. Displate's metal posters let you capture your true passions in any room without the hassle. And with over 2 million artworks available in the Displate catalog, there's a lot to love. Discover new, original art, or choose from an array of officially licensed designs like Star Wars, Warhammer, One Piece, or Call of Duty. Good art should stick around, and Displate's magnet mounting system makes that possible with their fast, easy setup. Absolutely no power tools needed and 0 holes in your wall, just stickers. Plus, around this time of year, you're probably thinking about gifts. If you're running out of time, Displate has got you covered. Everything you order will ship in 4 to 5 business days, just in time for the holidays. I love Displate for the One Piece stuff, and they're so durable. Displate is celebrating Black Friday with their biggest discounts of the year. To get 44% off your order, use code POPAMEAT or use my link in the description. That's code POPAMEAT or click the link in the description. Thank you for Displate for sponsoring this video.
The Devil's Rocking Chair. This was a case from the archives of Lorraine and Ed Warren. They're con people. They're not. They're criminals. Also, I think they're Italian.
Mamma mia.
They look Italian.
It is a spicy meatball.
The famous paranormal investigative duo that you may know from the Conjuring series, Ed and Lorraine Warren. Actors look so much hotter than the actual couple. It should be a crime. Why can't they just put fucking ugly fat people in these roles?
But he likes ugly fat people.
True. The story is actually a core plot of The Conjuring 3, The Devil Made Me Do It. Devil's Rocking Chair is said to be the cause of demonic possession and even murder. God, who the fuck is this? Is this Lorraine? God.
I don't know, but TMZ took a picture.
Yeah, I like how TMZ's just like, this is ours. This is ours. Okay? We got a video about Leonardo DiCaprio and we got the Devil's Rocking Chair. Okay? It's a haunting. Is that a man? It's a woman. Oh, God. Hard for me to move past it, if I'm being honest, my lord. The chair was owned by the Glatzel family in the 1950s. They had owned the chair for 30 years without noticing any strange occurrences. That is, until 1980, when 11-year-old David Glatzel was possessed by an evil spirit that appeared to be half animal with hooves, horns, and spiky teeth. Ever since that night, David became a different person. He was anxious and disconnected from the world around him.
Going through puberty.
Yeah, 11-year-old boy's balls drop and he gets hairs on his balls and testicles. No one likes me. He used to be such a bright kid. What happened? Nothing. God. The nightmares would become more and more intense for David, who would wake up to bruises and markings on his body. How do we know that someone's not fucking giving him a Full Metal Jacket, going in this room with a bar of soap and a sock and just beating the hell out of him?
Maybe it's Ed.
Yeah, it's Ed and Lorraine sneaking in, spinning a sock. The devil's making me do it, David. The beast would roam throughout the daytime, taking a liking to the rocking chair. The family reported that it would slowly rock back and forth on its own from time to time. I like that little in bit. It would rock back and forth. Every once in a while. On a blue moon, it very rarely happens. It keeps going more and more. Lorraine and Ed Warren were eventually called to perform an exorcism as David began to feel he was turning into a beast itself.
I got these heroes. Am I a werewolf? Werewolf? I got asshole and taint hair now. Why is that?
During the exorcism, David was reported to have levitated and contorted his body. Ed and Lorraine said that he flew and he folded up like a goddamn origami swan. Okay, you have pictures? They're like, no, we didn't.
Cameras malfunction near spirits.
That's one thing. How has there not been a camera company that has made paranormal exclusive technology? It would sell like hotcakes, Nick. It would sell like hotcakes.
The devil doesn't want it to work.
And therefore, it won't work. 24-year-old Arnie Johnson, the fiance of David's sister, decided to take matters into his own hands. Arnie went to the first spot David claimed to see the demon so he could provoke it and ask to take David instead. Like others, I like to imagine the guy with a pop collar. He's like, leave the fucking camera and take me, motherfucker. They were able to successfully remove the demon from David and restore control to his body. However, upon leaving, it soon entered Arnie Johnson. He would come to have the same visions as David. Yeah, which it was odd, but it did possess the man who provoked it, and he did have similar nightmares. When Johnson became possessed, things took a much more violent turn. He was charged with murdering his landlord and stabbing him repeatedly, which his fiance witnessed fully. God damn. Arnie's just like, I got the devil in me. She's like, Okay, thank you. During the court case, they tried to use demonic possession as a defense, but to no avail. Johnson was found guilty and sentenced to 10 to 20 years in prison. He served 5 years and was released for good behavior. What? You just stabbed the landlord to death. You stabbed a human being to death. Yeah, 5 years is fine. Go ahead. Go on, Arnie. You rapscallion. Surprisingly, the Glatzells kept the rocking chair even after moving houses. Because of this, they were never fully rid of the paranormal occurrences. People who sat in the chair would suffer severe back pain that required medical attention. The chair was eventually purchased by Zach Bagans for $67,000, and it was placed in his haunted museum in Las Vegas. Of course. Zach can't just not let things be. He has to own every piece of paranormal paraphernalia out there. Also, it's probably a fucking uncomfortable rocking chair, dude. I bought this chair for $67,000. Don't sit in it, you'll get back pains from a demon. Let me get this straight. David sat in a chair when he was 11. And he's like, I'm turning into a monster. We believe that it was him basically just going through puberty, balls dropping. He's probably getting horny, hard for no reason. It's the worst time in a boy's life when they get hard for no reason at all. And then all of a sudden, I think Arnie Johnson, who's like, you know what, I'm gonna take this demon. I think Arnie saw it as an opportunity because he's like, I'm gonna kill my landlord. I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to say, oh, I was possessed, and then murder this guy. And then he got out. I can see a guy named like Arnie Johnson. I imagine he's in a pink polo, popped collar, and he's listening to like Motley Crue. You gotta turn it down, Arnie. There's like 7 other families who live here. He's like, sure, would you mind coming up to my apartment real quick? I want to show you something. Next up, we have the paintings of Arshile Gorky. There's no way I said that name right. The paintings of Arshile Gorky have been linked to several paranormal occurrences, from spontaneously catching fire to inviting the presence of ghostly figures and even tragic death on a large scale. We gotta define what that means.
Oh, we will.
Oh, we're gonna have to, because even I'm like, Many believe this is due to the horribly sad and disturbing life of the painter, who lived through the tears of the Armenian genocide. At age 14, he and his mother embarked on the 150-mile death march as a result of mass deportation. Were you having a good day? Just wanted to soil it for you. Thank you. They struggled to survive in their new home, and his mother eventually died in his arms from starvation. This is a comedy video. He fled to America at age 16 to live with his estranged father, eventually taking up painting and creating a Russian identity to escape persecution, deciding on the name Arshile Gorky. Oh, I want a Russian identity. Arshile Gorky, please. What? I thought the generic Russian name was like Nikolai. Nikolai Deshpolpovich, huh? Vladimir Polshka. Vladimir Polshka, yeah. Arshile Gorky? Even his later years as a painter, father, and husband, tragedy continued to strike. Gorky's studio had suddenly caught fire and destroyed most of his work. Only 1 month later, Gorky was diagnosed with colon cancer. The following operations broke him physically and emotionally. Once again, comedy video. Hope you're laughing. His marriage worsened amongst the turmoil, leading to his wife having an affair with a fellow painter he befriended. In the divorce, she took the children. This is a man who was just not meant... He was not meant to live long. God. That same week, a gallery owner gave Arshile a ride home while drunk. The car crashed, and Gorky suffered severe fractures to his neck and back, and he was forced to wear a neck brace to keep his head upright. In the end, Arshile was left a shell of himself. He hung himself from the rafter of his barn and died in 1948. 24 years after his death, in 1962, tragedy struck on American Airlines Flight 1, which was routed to Los Angeles. 15 of Gorky's paintings were aboard that plane, making its way to an art exhibition. Minutes after taking flight, the plane rolled over and crashed into a nearby swamp. 87 passengers and 8 crew members died, and every single Arshile Gorky painting was destroyed in the accident. Let me ask you this. Does that even feel like the paintings?
It's him.
I think it's just Arshile. I feel bad for the guy, but at the same time, I'm like, you should have just isolated yourself. What could you possibly paint? How could you have any mental bandwidth to even put brush to canvas after a life like that? You have to wear a goddamn cast to keep your head like still. He's just like, miss my wife. Miss my wife. Next up, Letta the Haunted Doll.
Perhaps the most famous and certainly the ugliest, the Demon Doll.
I don't think, is Letta gonna even hold a candle for my boy Robert? We're gonna see. Letta the doll was believed to be a product of 18th century Eastern Europe, and it has been deemed one of the most haunted dolls in the world. They should just get rid of that title. Anyway, haunted dolls where they're like, seriously, this one's the most haunted. Robert or bust? Well, actually, who do you think would win in a paranormal fight? Robert or Annabelle? With his giant club feet. The doll was found in the 1970s when two brothers explored an abandoned house in New South Wales, Australia. The doll was found under the floorboards and taken home, and the doll was dubbed "Let Me Out." Due to jokes being made about the doll seemingly moving out of the bag, it was put inside. I like how that's a cute name. The doll moves itself out of the bag on its own, and the Australian's like, oh my god, look at that. I'm gonna let it out of the bag, eh? It was also discovered that the doll's hair was 100% real. Okay. The Letta doll, not gonna lie, pretty haunting looking. This looks like any lesbian New York stand-up comic I've seen in the past 10 years. Can I just put that out there? Can I be so bold to put that out there? Letta looks like a New York lesbian stand-up comic. That or Adam Friedland. I can't tell. Letta was known to move around by itself, leaving small scuff marks from its shoes all throughout the house. Being in close proximity to the doll has led many witnesses to scream, vomit, and pass out. It said dogs that came in contact with it would constantly try to tear it apart. I don't think your dog knew that thing for real at all. That doesn't seem that crazy. It's a dog.
A little yummy treat.
But this dog's possessed. It's like, no, it's a dog. I don't know if I was a dog, I'd bite the shit out of that thing. Look at it. It's ugly.
Could be the human hair too. Maybe it smells something like weird to them.
Yeah. Do you keep a doll that has human hair?
No.
No.
It's in the garbage.
I'm even kind of, I'm being honest, like when I hear this, I was like, oh, toothbrushes or paintbrushes are, it's boar hair. Boar hair. Nick? Oh, this one's made of horse hair. Witnesses have claimed to see many paranormal things surrounding Letta the doll. Like facial expression changes. These things happen, and I constantly ask myself, why do you not just throw it away? Would you not be like, cool? And you just take it and just bye-bye.
Maybe they tried getting rid of it.
They never tried getting rid of it, dude.
That's what Robert tried to get rid of it, and it would always come back because the little kid would probably dig it.
Well, yeah, the kid was digging it back up. I mean, he kept the whole thing his whole life. He was a freak. He was attached to it. Items surrounding the doll being moved or falling from the wall. So basically knocking off picture frames, you know, toys around it being moved. Sudden destruction of light bulbs. Letta's causing power surges and having bulbs explode. And rain whenever the doll is transported in moving vehicles. That one, that's... You can't get me with that one. All right, I was kind of like, oh, this is kind of creepy, right? You know, the doll has radiation in its hair and it blows up a light bulb. But it's like, really? Don't want rain? Don't move, Letta. Don't put her in a vehicle because it will rain. The doll still remains with its original owners. What? And today he refused to sell it out of some sort of obligation that he now feels he has to care for it.
Insane.
They're insane. And here's the thing. I know there's a lot of people who are going to be like, oh, well, it's obviously fake. It's fake. Let's say it is real. It is real. How do you even communicate with somebody who's just like, I just like being tortured? Well, it's just a mysterious doll. It blows up light bulbs and makes it rain. What if Letta was one of the reasons that caused the hurricane? A big topic of discussion right now is weather machines and how a certain political group is causing the weather to happen on this election cycle. How do we know it isn't that man with Letta out in the ocean just like... How do we know, Nick? We can't know. Next up, the Hope Diamond. The Hope Diamond is a blue diamond that was extracted in the 17th century. While famous on its own for its size and beauty, the diamond has been removed for carrying a curse that has led to the untimely demise of several people throughout history. You know what it kind of looks like? It looks like the heart of the ocean. Titanic.
Oh, you're right.
Could be. That old bitch, and she's just like,
it's been 90 years.
Or whatever she says.
Was she actually alive when they made Titanic?
Hell no, dude. I bet they're not even f***ing real, I bet, dude. Was Rose from Titanic real? And Leo?
Leo wasn't.
Oh, so now it's okay, yeah. Collected in India, the rare diamond was originally purchased by King Louis XIV from Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, who claimed to have acquired it from the Kohler mine of the Golconda region. Definitely didn't say that stuff right. After being stolen during the French Revolution, it was found in the collection of King George IV, and after his death, it was bought by Lord Philip Hope in 1830, which is where the name Hope Diamond comes from.
I wonder why.
What do you mean you wonder why? It's because his name's Philip Hope. Some of the notable deaths of this diamond's possessors include Marie Antoinette. What happened to her? Just kidding. She inherited the diamond after King Louis XIV's death, only to be guillotined 9 months later during the Revolution for crimes against the state. See that Conjurer performance? Sick. Or Princess Marie Louise, Marie Antoinette's close confidant. She wore the diamond temporarily, only to die soon after during the September Massacre in 1792. This was during the Revolution, when the mobs of Parisians murdered people, mostly prisoners, believed to be the Old Order. The French Revolution sounds fun. Good time. French Revolution video? People would love that. You know why I don't want to do it? Because I hate the French. Or we can talk about Willem Falls, a Dutch jeweler that shaped the uncut 115-carat diamond into its current shape. And after doing so, his son allegedly stole it from him before murdering his father and then taking his own life. You know what the curse is? It's that it's like you can't trust a single human being to have just like a nice thing. No one can ever just let somebody have a nice thing. This is the curse. Or Simon Marcher, a Greek merchant who briefly owned the Hope Diamond, and after reselling it in 1910 to Pierre Cartier, he took his own life by driving off a cliff with his wife and his child in the car. It almost seems like people who own it and then they get rid of it, that's when they're cursed. It's almost like the Hope Diamond's just like, you have to stay with me forever. Or we can talk about Evelyn Walsh McLean, owner of the Washington Post. After buying it from Pierre in 1912, her mother-in-law and son died abruptly. Soon after, her husband left her, but was declared legally insane in divorce proceedings. He passed away in a psychiatric hospital. Lastly, her daughter died of a drug overdose. And then finally, James Todd, the man tasked with delivering the diamond to the Smithsonian, crushed his leg and received serious head wounds in 2 car accidents. A large part of his house in Maryland also burned down. I will say so far in the list that to me, I'm like, this feels like the actual most cursed object so far. I would say out of all of them so far, you would not see me dead wearing or touching that necklace, dude. But we can also talk about the Thomas Busby chair. A lot of chairs, dude. Also, you can't go from Devil's rocking chair to the Thomas Busby chair. This better be good. Thomas Busby was a criminal and drunk living in North Yorkshire in the 1600s. Already off to a good start. Thomas Busby from Fay, Yorkshire, eh? Yeah, in the town drunk. He married a woman named Elizabeth, whose father was an equally deplorable small-time crook. This man, named Daniel Awady, owned a farm that was customized to aid his crimes. The farm he named Donati Hall featured a hidden room connected by a secret pathway to the cellar. Busby and Awady befriended each other, committing crimes as a team. However, they did not get along well. Dun, dun. As the story goes, Thomas Busby and Awady began a heated argument that led to Awady threatening to take Elizabeth away from him. Busby was further enraged by the fact that Awady was sitting in his favorite chair, which he promptly threw him off before returning home for the night. The argument had kept Busby up at night, and in his anger, he grabbed a hammer, returned to Donati Hill, and beat Awady to death. This is some serious 1600 behavior. Busby attempted to hide the body in the woods, but failed. His remains were discovered, and Busby was charged with murder and given a death sentence in 1702. Not only was he being hanged from a gibbet, but his body would be dipped in tar and presented in front of the inn that he owned, now renamed Busby's Stoop Inn. Dude, how brutal, man. How f***ed up is that? You're gonna be hung, but they're gonna dip you in molten hot fucking tar. You know they threw feathers on him and shit, too. That is one thing. If I could go back in the day, I would tar and feather somebody in a heartbeat. Wouldn't you not?
Probably, if I was at the time.
At the time? Yeah, you know how fun that would be? What else are you gonna do? Read a book?
It doesn't happen every day, too, so that's like a big event.
Yeah, it is a big event. It's almost just being like, oh my god, they're gonna tar and hang somebody, you know, and you fucking kill a chicken, like rip out the feathers real quick. Many deaths and paranormal occurrences have been linked to the inn, specifically his favorite chair. Supposedly on the way to his death, he cursed the chair and anyone who would choose to sit in it. Once again, I believe that to be true 100%. A guy being like, you fucking sit in my chair when I'm done. And in 1894, a chimney sweep that briefly sat in the chair left to sleep in his car, only to be found the next morning hanging from a nearby gate post. First off, a chimney sweep that briefly sat in a chair that he went to sleep in his car on the job?
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but maybe somebody hung him because he wasn't doing his job very well. You ever think about that? In 1968, 2 airmen who dared each other to sit in the chair died the next day in a fatal car crash. Airmen, were they pilots? 2 pilots are like, oh, and then they die on the ground in a car. Is that ironic? It feels ironic. In 2007, a manager for the pub once saw a towering, armless figure with an indistinct visage on the upstairs landing. It saddled sideways and vanished through the wall. Basically, he saw a fucking ghost in 2007, is what it sounds like. Was it the ghost of Busby? Or was it the ghost of the pilots? Eventually, the chair was secured in a cellar before being donated to the Thirsk Museum. Now sits untouched for decades, high up on a wall to prevent anyone from sitting on it. That's kind of f***ed up, dude. You think even if you just touch it, you're still cursed?
You gotta sit in it.
You have to sit. Okay. I wonder if you talk shit on the chair if you also get cursed. I don't know, I wouldn't sit in that. It looks uncomfortable. Busby's just like, it's a comfy chair, you fuck. Or we can talk about the Iceman curse. The Iceman, known as Otzi, a 5,300-year-old mummified hunter that was discovered by a German tourist in Tyrolean Alps in 1991. Yeah, that's kind of recent. In terms of finding like a preserved body, how often do we find, you probably don't find preserved bodies that much, do you? While the discovery itself was celebrated, there's a dark and strange phenomenon in which those that helped retrieve Otzi were subjected to unfortunate deaths. This was known as the Iceman curse. In 1992, forensic pathologist Rainier Hen used his bare hands to help put the mummified corpse into a body bag. Later, while on his way to give a lecture about the Iceman, he died in a fatal car accident. Ooh, I don't know if I would touch the body even if it's that old with my bare hands. There's some gloves on, dude. Is there still bacteria? Would he still have bacteria if he's that preserved? Or would he just be clean?
That's like a big thing going on right now as the ice caps are melting. Bacteria that was like lay dormant is now awakening. Lovecraftian.
Cthulhu. Kurt Fritz, the mountain guide that helped Rainier Hen uncover the body, died in a sudden avalanche after being struck by falling rocks. And next was Rainier Hosel, who was doing camera work for an internationally produced documentary about Otzi's extraction from the ice. And several months after the broadcast, he passed away due to a brain tumor that developed soon after the program was broadcasted. And in 2004, Helmut Simon, one of the original discoverers of Otzi, died falling 300 feet from a cliff during a hike in Austria. A sudden blizzard interrupted their travels, carrying off the ledge and burying him in ice. Dieter Warneck was the head of the mountain rescue team sent to find Simon before his death. An hour after the funeral, he died of a heart attack. And 1 year later, Konrad Spindler, the archaeologist who inspected Otzi's body, died of complications of multiple sclerosis. It was known that he had always scoffed at the idea of a curse, even joking about how he would surely be the next victim. Then the seventh and final death related to the Iceman was Tom Loy, a molecular archaeologist who was responsible for determining Otzi's exact cause of death. He had written a book on Otzi, but was killed after being diagnosed with hereditary blood condition soon after completing it. It seems a little serendipitous that they all have something die. Not one guy who's just like, yeah, I died of old age. The only one was kind of a bit of a jump. I'm like in 2004. I'm like, okay, well, dude, how long is this curse? When I think of a curse, I think of something it happens immediately. You're cursed, you're flying home, something happens, boom. Can't wait almost a decade? I don't know if I buy that. Out of all these, I would say the necklace, the Hope Diamond, that one me up a little bit. Or the stoop, the 1600 stool. I would not be sitting in that man's chair, all right, because people would curse the shit out of that, I guarantee you. But you know, there's something very inherently creepy about curses, right? Stumbling upon something and being given negative energy that might kill you even. Somebody in their last moments on this earth cursing something and wishing nothing but harm on everyone else who interacts with it. Pretty devious. Is there power in curses? Can you be cursed? I'm not sure. I know one thing. My fat superstitious ass isn't going to figure it out by trying any of it. If something's cursed, I'm not going near it, Nick. Same with like Robert. You wouldn't see me with Robert. I know people say that we talk to them, we interact with them by making these videos or pictures. No. I don't buy that. He's far away, dude. He doesn't even know I'm talking about him. But with stories like the Hope Diamond or the Iceman, it really makes you wonder if there's really something supernatural or malicious going on that we humans just simply can't comprehend. And in that way, it makes the universe a whole lot more interesting. So without further ado, that was the Cursed Objects video. We hope to see you in the next one. Bye-bye, everybody.
Children have been asking us to make dolls with real growing hair for years now. The only problem is the current technology doesn't allow for that, so we've turned to the next best thing. A voodoo witch doctor named Captain Oogie who can transfer human souls into plastic dolls to give them lifelike characteristics. You can even modify the amount of humanity within the doll using our patented soul nub.
Oh!
welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Today we have something very, very interesting. You know, I've been doing this podcast with me and Wendigoon. If you didn't know, it's called Creepcast. You can find it on all the platforms here. I don't know, this is what it looks like. Maybe go check it out. But since I've been doing that, I've been getting more invested into cryptids and all kinds of weird monsters. But today I just wanted to settle it once and for all. What is the best cryptid, in my opinion, all right? Because let me tell you, last tournament we did, which the video got demonetized to high hell, was the worst food tournament, and yes, people were upset. Chicken feet meatballs won over Asian boy piss eggs. I stay awake at night thinking about my decision, but today, hopefully our minds align and we can have a nice cryptid tournament, and we can all decide once and for all which one of these is the best cryptid. In our categories here, we have the Wampus Cat, Fresno Nightcrawlers, Ninjin, the mysterious cryptid of Antarctica, the Flatwoods Monster, Mowgli Mimimbi, the Jersey Devil, Champ, I like that, the Mongolian Deathworm, Nessie, Wolpertinger, Mothman, Skunk Ape, the Yatevo, the Chupacabra, Bigfoot, and the Wendigo. That is our nice lineup of people. It is time. Round one begins now. The Wampus Cat and the Fresno Nightcrawlers. I have never heard of any of these, if I'm being completely honest. But luckily, we have a nice little document here. We're gonna try to digest where these came from, you know, try to give a little bit of information. So, where exactly did the Wampus Cat come from? The gist of it is that it's a big cat and it's magical. That's kind of the ins and out of the Wampus Cat. There's a similarity to the Cherokee myth about a female onlooker who witnessed a sacred ritual by hiding under a wild cat pelt. The woman wasn't supposed to see the ritual, so she got cursed to be a cat. In the 1920s to 30s, the Wampus Cats got blamed for killing livestock in North Carolina and Georgia. It can use magic. It can use magic, and we don't know the variety of the magic, but just know it's magical. I don't know what kind of magic, but it can use magic. Extra legs allow it to fight with 2 while running with the other 4. It's a strong swimmer and potentially a shapeshifter. It can run at you full speed and swipe at you and cast spells, I guess. You know what I don't like about it though? I don't like that I don't know the magical ability stuff. Can they shapeshift or not? Because at the end of the day, it kind of just sounds like it's just a 6-legged mountain lion, you know? I mean, that is magic. I'm not saying it's not magical, I'm just saying. And it is facing the Fresno Nightcrawlers. The Fresno Nightcrawlers, or the Fresno Aliens, as I do. This picture's just, I don't know what I would do with this information. If I saw this, I'd be like, okay, just like 2 spooky guys just walking across the street, mostly. Originally sighted in 2014 by a man who was awoken by barking dogs on his security cameras, he saw strange creatures running across his front lawn. He saw these guys like dancing around his front yard. Their appearance is extremely thin, white humanoid with no discernible arms. The cryptids appear to have very short, thin, stilt-like feet. Its powers is teleportation, potential chloromancy, plant magic, intelligence, and muscular. Maybe they're powerful. We do have a little video here. Let me see. You be the judge. I will. Oh, there they come. Walking around. They do look like a big pair of like bell-bottom jeans just walking around, don't they? It's kind of spooky. It's also kind of cute though, isn't it? Very nice. It was featured on a sci-fi show called Fact or Faked, and on the show it was deemed unexplainable. But some of the explanations were an alien or an extraterrestrial being, a new species, possibly a primate with short arms, no way. A misidentified deer standing upright, no. Pants or a puppet on a wire, probably yes. A balloon tied to some sort of cloth with 2 remote controls, toy cars, and the feet. Okay, we have video footage of the Fresno Nightcrawlers. We don't have any video footage. There might be some footage of the Wampus Cat out there, but mostly it looks like pictures. I also do like the mythology behind the Wampus Cat a lot. Woman kind of cursed, and then she was turned into this kind of horrid mountain lion creature. I'm gonna give it to the Wampus Cat. I like the Wampus Cat for that reason alone. Boom. Wampus Cat. Today's video is partnered with GamerSupps. GamerSupps has been a long-standing partner of the Papa Meat channel. You know them, you love them. They got the amazing waifu cup shakers with some delicious elixir on the inside. The best thing about GamerSupps is that it's keto-friendly, 0 sugar, and goddamn if it doesn't taste amazing. I mean, you got amazing flavors like bread risk, titty milk. You even got Grandpa's ashes. You got them all. There's all kinds of flavors. And you know what's the best part? Is that they're all amazing. There's not one bad flavor to be had. And you can even try right now by going to gamersubs.com and using promo code PAPAMeat to get some free
free samples. Because you know what? If you get some free samples, I know you're going to be a returning customer. They all are. And even the best part, I know I've said best part 7 or 8 times now, but the best part about this is that they have caffeinated and non-caffeinated options. So it's like if you don't want to get all wired up at night, you know, it's a little late, but you do enjoy the taste, you have a nice non-caffeinated option as well. It's amazing. So be sure and check out gamersubs.com and use promo code PAPAMeat to get some free samples and just give it a try. If you don't like it, it's just whatever. It's on them. You know, I'm not paying for it. I'm certainly not paying for it. They are, okay? I just want to put that out there. So like I said, be sure to use promo code PAPAMeat and check out with GamerSubs and get yourself something free and test it out. We know that you'll be a returning customer in no time. Take care, everybody, and thank you so much for GamerSubs for partnering with us. Back to the video. Next one up, Ninjin, the mysterious cryptid of Antarctica, which first off, that picture is wonderful. This is what I wanted the Fresno Nightcrawler to be, if it's just gonna be legs. And the Flatwoods Monster. So what exactly is the Ninjin? The Ninjin! A cryptid first observed by 2-channel user in 2007, with supposed eyewitness report from a whale researcher who claimed to have seen the creature surface near their ship. The creature has 2 common descriptions. One is whale-like creature with a human face. The other is a large head on humanoid legs that's more human-sized and wanders around on land. Both are described as being pale, blue, with large slit-like mouth. The eyes are consistently described and are either small or large and gaping. We don't know what the fuck his powers are. He's just big and has long legs, basically. I like him. He's very simple. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Oh, he's just chilling. You gonna move? He's not. Okay, there you go. He's very cute. I like him. Which now we are going to the Flatwoods Monster. Is a creature sighted in September of 1952 in West Virginia after seeing a bright object cross the sky and land in a farmer's field. 3 kids saw the light in the sky and went to a nearby house to tell them about it. 3 kids were joined by 2 other kids and a National Guardsman, then went to investigate the object. Upon reaching the point of impact, they saw a pulsing red light. When they shined a flashlight upon it, they saw what is now known as the Flatwoods Monster. He's 10 feet tall humanoid creature with red eyes and a head shape like a playing card spade. The body was a metallic armored structure lined with thick vertical pipes. There are some discrepancies on whether it has arms or not, which, first off, what's up with this deal about creatures not having arms? Let's bring the arms back. You know, come on now. There are people speculate that he has advanced technology because he's an alien, and they have night vision, imposing stature. Big guy, 10 feet tall. The old creepy picture here is fun. This is hard. The Ninjin is kind of cute, but he's kind of boring. Versus even just having glowing red eyes and falling to earth from a meteorite. I like that. It's kind of like a fun little mystique, but I'd give it to the Flatwoods Monster here. Gotta give it to the Flatwoods Monster. Mokele Mimbe and the Jersey Devil, which I have heard of the Jersey Devil before. The Mokele Mimbimbe. I'm not gonna say that right. In the local language, the name means one who stops the flows of river. Originally described in 1913 from a German captain surveying German colonies in Africa, he was cautious with what he reported because of how unbelievable it was. Seen in the jungles of Central African countries, an animal with long neck, long tail, and tracks with 3 claws kept being reported. When asked about what a Macaulay Culkin looked like, the local people of the region would draw the shape of a sauropod dinosaur and a single tooth or horn. A single tooth? He has 1 giant buck tooth. Its size is somewhere between the size of a hippopotamus and an elephant. God damn. It transformed between spirit and physical form. Ooh. I like that. Megafauna size and strength, very territorial. I'll be honest, the drawing here is not, that does not help its case. I wish there was one picture of it that had its big buck tooth. The thought of a big buck tooth creature with claws being able to transform from physical to spiritual forms is very alluring to me. Especially imagine seeing his big, stupid fucking face with his buck tooth. I like that. Alright, Macaulay, you really got me there. But you're facing a pretty hard foe, which is the Jersey Devil. The origin of the Jersey Devil traces back to a woman named Deborah Leeds. She was the mistress of a British soldier and was suspected of being a witch. She probably was. She had immigrated from England to the New Jersey Pine Barrens when she found out that she would give birth to her 13th child. She cursed it and said, "Let it be the devil." The baby was born as a hairy creature that flew out the window. God damn. From there, it is said that the Jersey Devil started to terrorize the locals and took to eating children. This is awesome.
Napoleon's older brother, Joseph Bonaparte, is said to have a run-in with the Jersey Devil. Freshly exiled in America following Spain's defeat with England, one night Joseph Bonaparte was walking the grounds of his fucking banished to 800-acre land. God damn, dude. Walking the grounds of his 800 acres land in border town, New Jersey, he came across some odd tracks. He explained them as a two-footed donkey, where one foot was slightly bigger than the other. He followed the tracks and then abruptly vanished as it had just flown away. Then a strange hissing sound came. Turning, he was face to face with a large winged creature that he described having a horse-like head and bird-like legs. The creature hissed at him once more and flew away. In 1909, there was hundreds of newspapers published claims of encounters, and people drew the conclusion that it was the same creature as the Leeds Devil and got called the Jersey Devil due to the public's location being national attention. Last reported sighting was 2009. Pretty recent. Its powers. I'm going to read this, and I want you to know that this is overpowered. The Jersey Devil is too powerful. It can breathe fire or poison water, all right? It can fly. It's extremely durable, so firearms up to and including a cannon had no effect. Someone shot it with a cannon and it did nothing. And it has night vision. It's just so good. That is a great photo too. So good. I love that. I mean, in this one it's obvious. I mean, it's got to go to the Jersey Devil. It's just too good. Jersey Devil, especially the idea of it being like a witch's 13th baby and she's just like, yo, fuck this baby, it's a devil. Pops out of her and just flies off. Gotta go Jersey Devil. One of the most famous crypts. I mean, it has for a reason. All right, so now it's Champ versus Mongolian Deathworm, which the Champ is an American Nessie, an American Loch Ness monster, more of a sea snake than a plesiosaur. First recorded sighting in 1609 was from the lake's namesake, the French cartographer Samuel de Champlain. There have been 300 reported sightings of Champ. Its appearance is basically a giant sea snake that's somewhere between 20 feet and 187 feet long. That is a big gap, and thick as a barrel with a head like a horse. This is the video 1985 footage of Champ. All right. Okay. I don't know about old Champ. I'm not gonna lie, he's not really doing it for me. Mongolian Deathworm, which, to be fair, the Mongolian Deathworm art here is much, much more sick. Much more creepy. I would hate to be in this, you know. I feel like I could slap the shit out of Champ if I'm being honest. Mongolian Deathworm first came to Western attention from a paleontologist book in 1926, which was called On the Trail of Ancient Man, where he heard secondhand from people in the Gobi Desert about the creature, none of whom had seen it themselves, often confused with a local snake, the Tarta sand boa. Its alleged powers are the ability to spray venom or discharge electricity. Huh? Both of which used to kill at a distance. Do they? Also, it's so poisonous that if you touch it, you'll die. I will say, worms are just kind of creepy in general. Big worms. Especially you can't even touch it. You could just be chilling. You could just be like, peekaboo, touch you on the side and you're dead. That sucks. In this one, I mean, it's off. And then the Mongolian Deathworm's gonna win. What are you supposed to do with Champ? Which next up, we have another one. Loch Ness Monster's coming up. And Wolpertinger, which we have the Loch Ness Monster, also known as Nessie, but I'm not going to say that. This is beautiful art. The Loch Ness is a 22 square mile mountain lake in Scotland. It is home to old legends speaking of water dragons and kelpies living there. On August 22nd, 564 AD, Saint Columba famously encountered a water demon in the River Ness in Scotland. Nessie's popularity resurged in 1933 with several first-hand accounts. However, the accounts were very similar to depictions in the original King Kong, released March of that year. That's really funny. No, I swear, it's like, did you just watch King Kong? They're like, no, what? Come on. The Loch Ness Monster has been mostly described as having a large body with a long neck and tail and no limbs, just flippers. It's pretty cute. I mean, it's one of the most iconic cryptids out there, with the most kind of controversies around it. A lot of people have taken pictures. I mean, the guy who originally took the famous picture of the Loch Ness Monster admitted later that it was fake, even though he still believes in the Loch Ness Monster. So it's one of the most famous ones out there. It's like, it's so iconic that you have to show respect. So let's see what the Wolpertinger is all about. The result of a romantic coupling between a hare and a deer is not particularly threatening, being a herbivore. However, its defense mechanism are that its saliva touches you, thick hair will sprout, and it can also emit a skunk-like, mystical, terrible smell that cannot be removed or covered with perfume until magically disappears 7 years later. What kind of power is that? They appear as amalgamate creatures, most commonly made up of rabbits' heads, squirrels' bodies, deer antlers and wings, sometimes legs, sometimes with fangs, sometimes. It's an interesting kind of, it's a cryptid that's, you know, it has like some mystical vibes to it, or it feels very fantastical in that way. But the whole idea too of also it just like queefing out some nasty smells and it won't leave for 7 years is also a lot of fun too. I mean, I have to give it to Loch Ness Monster there. The Wolpertinger just doesn't do enough to rile me up, you know what I mean? Next up is the Mothman, another big guy, and the skunk ape, which I'm not gonna lie, it's my favorite name so far. So the Mothman, originally sighted in Clinton, West Virginia in 1966, 5 men were preparing a grave in a cemetery when a brown-winged humanoid flew out of the trees. They swore that it was more than just a bird. 3 days later, 2 young couples encountered a human-like thing about 7 feet tall with large wings while driving home at night. It chased them down to Highway 62 and out of Point Pleasant city limits. Over the course of the next year, there were over 100 Mothman sightings. The strange sightings seemed to culminate in the collapse of Silver Bridge during rush hour traffic, killing 46 people. It is still the deadliest bridge disaster in United States history. Kinda interesting. Its appearance, despite the name, Mothman is not very moth-like. Okay? He is more like a large humanoid owl, reportedly 7 feet tall and can fly at speeds of over 100 miles per hour. Who clocked him in there? You know what I mean? Who the fuck clocked that in? The details of Mothman's face have not been adequately described. Sometimes he's described as not having a head, with 2 huge red eyes set in the chest. Part of the potential reason that no one can explain his face is that anyone who gets a close look at the Mothman seems to suffer from psychological distress that can last for months and sometimes years. I do know, yeah, I've seen the Mothman statue before. I've always wanted to see it in person. And apparently it's a big thing that people want to have sex with the Mothman. So, I'm not gonna lie, Skunk Ape, you got a lot to hold up here. This is probably one of my favorite ones so far. Skunk Ape, also known as the Miaka Ape. It's Bigfoot's Florida cousin. Started in 1818 as reports of a man-sized monkey raiding food stores and stalking fishermen. Reports vary in severity, some just reporting sightings, but others include stalking people and killing livestock. Its backstory: in the autumn of 2000, police received a letter from an anonymous woman. Included in the letter were 2 pictures of what she claimed was an escaped orangutan. God, that's fucking horrifying. Who had been stealing oranges from her back porch for the last few nights. That would, you couldn't even go outside. There's an orangutan out there. Later, it was found that the pictures were taken near the Miaka River, and after the photos were released to the public, they deemed the creature the Miaka Ape. Its appearance has black fur and glowing red eyes. What's up with the glowing red eyes, too? No arms, glowing red eyes. Come the fuck on. It has terrible odor, which is where its name comes from. Very awesome. Does it fucking compare to Mothman? I don't think so. I think Mothman takes it. The Yativia and the Chupacabra. Man, now we're getting... See, now I'm getting to... It's back-to-back with a lot of the ones I've heard before. The Yativia, a carnivorous plant that eats large insects but prefers to eat humans. Its name supposedly means, I see you already. Oh, that's great. That's so sick. Its original report was a letter obtained by a New York newspaper from a botanist in Madagascar. The tree was violent and reached for natives, strangling one and pulling her in with many tendrils. A short, thick trunk with spiked tentacles. The original description said it had a single eye to locate its prey. That's fucking rad. That's really good. Its power is as long and strong spiked tendrils, capable of grasping and overpowering humans. That is awesome. The I see you already translation is so sick. God damn, that's good. Yeah, I gotta go against the Chupacabra. Fuck the Chupacabra, dude. Stupid ass like rat dog. The Chupacabra! The Chupacabra is a carnivorous creature from Mexican folklore that preys on livestock and unsupervised small children. Its name literally translates to goat sucker. That's dumb. I didn't know that. The name rose to prominence in 1990s as reports of more and more brutal killings were being reported of farm animals. Some sightings have been debunked as dogs with mange. The first thing you see is its eyes, fiery red in the dark, then its sharp teeth. Depictions vary between being more dog-like or more reptilian, with the size varying between a large dog and a small bear. Yeah, it's one of the goats, dude. Goat sucker too. I mean, honestly, I think the Yativo, it's just way cooler. Might be a controversial opinion because I know the Chupacabra is legendary, but I'm gonna go with the Yativo. This is gonna be a difficult one. It's the Bigfoot, which is probably the most infamous cryptid of all time, and the Wendigo. This is a big one here. So Bigfoot, aka Sasquatch, great name, is the poster child for cryptozoology, and because of that, there's a dizzying amount of information about them. Bigfoot are commonly associated in the Pacific Northwest of the United States and generally are a projection of the European mythologies about wild men of the woods. Some indigenous myths state that when Bigfoot is sighted, it is a sign that man is on the wrong track and needs to change his ways. You know, we all know Bigfoot's big, hairy, 8 feet tall, big ass feet and shit. Probably the most one of the most famous pictures in human history is the Bigfoot walking across, which is definitely not a guy in a suit. And it's going up against the Wendigo, which the Wendigo is also a big one too. A creature from the Algonquin. Is that it's a malevolent spirit that possesses human beings. When possessed, their victims gain an insatiable hunger for human flesh and just a general desire to commit murder. Awesome. The first sighting of the Wendigo dates back 40,000 years ago. The earliest description of the Wendigo was that of a similar appearance to a corpse, with skeleton-like thin body with gray skin, sunken eyes, bloody lips, and a long, slimy tongue. Later myths say that the Wendigo is a lipless ape with giant fangs that devours human flesh. The idea too of like its powers are possession, mimicry of speech to lure victims, okay? Creates psychosis in physically adjacent humans, repulsive smell, and is able to like live in extreme, you know, temperatures. And also people say that when he takes a footstep, the footstep's filled with blood. Are you fucking kidding me? That's like the flavor of the text is. Bigfoot will forever be the most popular, but Wendigo here, I think, just rules. Just absolutely dominates. And that's our first round. This is where it's gonna get, you know, there's still some heavy hitters in here, and there's still like some where I'm like, Like our first one here, round 2, fight 1, go. The Wampus Cat versus the Flatwoods Monster. The Cherokee woman who is transformed for watching her husband, and she gets transformed into a 6-legged mountain cat, or the meteorite monster who fell to earth with glowing red eyes. Trying to put myself in a situation of if I saw one, which one would I like? Would I be creeped out by more? Which, here's the thing. 2 different reasons. If I saw the Flatwoods Monster, I'd be like, what the fuck is that? You know, it's crazy. Versus the Wampus Cat, even just seeing a mountain lion out in the mountains or the forest would be legitimately terrifying as well. But I do think the Wampus Cat still has a way more interesting backstory. And to be completely fair, there's too many cryptids with glowing red eyes. So if I had to be tedious about it, I'm gonna say the Wampus Cat's still gonna win for me. The Jersey Devil or the Mongolian Deathworm. My gut immediately says Jersey Devil just because of how fucking brutal it was. I think the thing that makes it more creepy for me is that the Jersey Devil I feel like would torture you a bit more. Versus the Mongolian Deathworm, you just touch it, you're like, oh, you just die. Or he just like shoots a bolt of lightning at you and you just get electrocuted and you pass out and die that way. So I feel like the experience with the Jersey Devil would be much more painful. It is more mystical. It feels like there's more lore behind it. Yeah, it feels more fantastical in that way. I mean, it's gotta go the Jersey Devil. God, the Loch Ness Monster or the Mothman, get the fuck out of my face. Loch Ness Monster. Mothman, unironically, I've seen so many documentaries where it's like the Mothman. I'm always like, oh, shut the fuck up, whatever. I'm gonna start watching some of those because the description of that is just too good. This might be the hardest one all night. The Yatevo versus Wendigo. The flavor of both of these, the designs of both of these, the background, the history, so good. The Yatevo to me, like in terms of visuals, like if I was watching a movie, I would probably want to see something with the Yatevo more than the Wendigo. Well, that's not true, I guess. I can see how they both have like really strong merits to them. My mind goes a little more crazy with the Yatevo. The only problem with the Yatevo is that it's idle. It is a plant, but the idea of the translation of its name being I see you already, and that the idea is that it has one big eye to like look at its victims is just so cool. God, is it really gonna I feel like it's just gonna come down to the fact that the Wendigo can like lurk around the woods. You have to like come to the Yatevo, but there's also something that's kind of horrifying about that too. I gotta go with the Wendigo. It's unfortunate. I really do want to vote for the Yatevo, but I just know it's wrong. That might be the hardest matchup all day. We're already into round 3. I mean, besides the Wampus Cat. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, the Wampus Cat. This is going to be the Jersey Devil for the Wampus Cat. I'm just going to get that done with right now. We're already done. Jersey Devil's in the finals. But now we're between the Mothman and the Wendigo. That's another hard one. The only thing that takes off points from you with the Mothman is the glowing eyes on the chest. Because the owl head is really cool, but the glowing red eyes on the chest just feels kind of... The Wendigo is just such a powerful thing. The embodiment of greed and gluttony and all that stuff is very cool. The thing about the brutality of the Mothman is that, to me, the brutality comes in with the very real superstition of the bridge and how 46 people actually died from that. And it's something that's like really happened. Obviously, was the Mothman involved? We don't know. But the idea that it's associated with that is interesting to me. I gotta go with the Mothman. Mothman it is. Man, you know, this is the finals. This is the finals I think people knew what was gonna happen, which I'm kind of happy. I'm happy that two of the biggest names out there came in. These are the finals. The Jersey Devil versus the Mothman. Now, the Jersey Devil is definitely, I think, more brutal. They both, I think, are on a similar power level, if we're talking about power. Mothman can be tall, he flies super fast. The owl head is really intriguing to me. Versus the Jersey Devil is pretty goofy. Like, it's like what the fuck they say, donkey feet with bird legs. It's such an abstract character. But at the same time, Mothman, it's not even a fucking moth, it's more of an owl. They're both kind of dumb names. Mothman, I think as a name, I would prefer Mothman over Jersey Devil. Versus Jersey Devil, it's just my hatred for New Jersey knows no bound. This is tough. This is the finals. This means everything. If I choose the wrong one, it's gonna be the piss egg all over again, all right? And if people don't think I'm hurt by the piss egg thing, then you're wrong. I have been severely affected by the piss egg. But the thing about it is chicken feet meatballs would be so dry, it would be so hard to get through. Versus an egg, I feel like would just slide down your throat. It'd be moist, you got the piss that's soaking it up. I feel like if you added anything to the chicken feet meat, that dry mess, it'd be terrible. Like imagine dipping the chicken feet meatballs in ketchup. Are you kidding me? That gave me the mental clarity I need. I have enough faith, and I know who my winner is. Mothman! 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 Mothman wins. Honestly, this is the weirdest thing. Whenever we had people, or we had somebody help us with the document for this, which we'll link them down below. And a lot of this stuff, I've heard about a lot of these in passing, but never knew too much about it, especially Mothman. Mothman, I think, is just one of those cryptids that is just so out there. Like, there's like t-shirts and all kinds of stuff about it that it lumps in with like Bigfoot, where I'm like, I get it. I know what it is. This thing has multiple ways of freaking you out, and I think that's why Mothman is the #1 on my list here. What'd you think? I mean, I'm curious. I know there's going to be some discrepancies, but to me, Mothman is numero uno. You gotta love him. Until next time, I will talk to you later. Enjoy your cryptid tournaments with you and your friends. Hopefully you do that as well. You know, it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. I'll see you next time. Back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're talking about our pets. Wow, I'd do anything for my little pupper. I'd do anything for my little kitty cat, right? We all love our pets, and hell, I think that we all agree that they're an extension of ourselves, members of our family. Not mine, dude. They're animals. But today we're talking about something very kind of interesting that I just found out about, that is called a pet psychic.
I transmute energy blocks that I can feel in an animal.
Which I feel like maybe in the back of my mind, I've heard the phrase said, or maybe even in a piece of media or something, but it hasn't really come to my attention how real pet psychics are. Because we've heard of regular psychics, you know, that they read your palms, or they tell you the future. I don't know what the fuck psychics do, but I didn't know that people specifically were able to speak to your pets. It blew my mind a little bit, if I'm being completely honest.
What she's sharing with me, that she has a high level of anxiety.
So without further ado, we want to get in and see just where exactly does this pet psychic thing start, and where is it going? Where is that? I need to know.
Wait! Before we go back into the video, I want to thank today's sponsor, GamerSupps!
And especially right now, because right now, at this current time frame,
we have the Meat Canyon Drop, baby.
Oh, Christmas is finally here! It comes with the beautiful Meat Canyon Waifu Shaker Cup that also I got to draw the artwork on the back. And it's a little summer-themed, a little spring-themed cookout vibe that we have here. And it comes with the lunchbox, the nice waifu lunchbox. It is premium, baby. The artwork is amazing on the back. It even has a little heart that says Meat Canyon as well. Very good. And then also, we have a spatula available. A nice Meat Canyon spatula. A Meat Canyon apron that is reversible so you can see both sides. And if you buy the whole bundle, you get condiment bottles for free. It's a beautiful thing to start grilling up and start serving some beautiful burgers and fries, but also have a little bit of energy. Keto-friendly, sugar-free, and unbelievable taste. And especially with our flavor, raw meat. But you gotta do me a solid. You have to use promo code PAPAMEAT at checkout to get such a beautiful, luxurious deal. So please head on over to Gamer Subs, check out my new drop, maybe even pick up our new flavor. It is, dare I say, the best flavor of all. And use promo code PAPAMEAT when you do, and just let them know that I sent you. All right? Thank you so much, Gamer Subs. Enjoy all the beautiful, beautiful gamer energy and beautiful products. Back to the video. I mean, have you ever been in a position where you're like, you look at your dog, you're like, what are you doing? Are you okay? I think there's something wrong with them. Pet Psychic's perfect for that because they'll be able to sit there, they look at the dog, fucking explode its head. They look at your dog, they're just like, your dog hates you. He fucking thinks you're the worst person ever. Fuck you. A pet psychic or animal communicator are people who claim to be able to psychically communicate with animals living or dead. But how is it done exactly, you're probably wondering. You're probably scratching your little head. It's like, how does that even work? Well, let me tell you. There are many ways people claim to communicate to animals. Some claim to use photos of the animals. Doesn't matter if they're living or dead. If they see the animal in a picture, they're going to be able to talk right to it. And others claim they need to see the animal in person or need something of value that the animal held dear, which is, I'm guessing, a bone, a sweater, a dog sweater. Do dogs like the sweaters that they're put in? I don't think they do. People who are curious to their dog's wants, needs, opinions, gender identity. Yes, these things, people are curious about it. I knew a kid one time, he left his dog out like a beautiful border collie. He was out in the yard, whatever, and a guy in a fucking Jeep just hopped out and grabbed him. And we were there on the back deck. They're like, no, God! And they drove on. It was fucking terrible. It was horrifying. It didn't affect me the most because it wasn't my dog. I remember I had a flip phone at the time and I texted my mom, I flipped that thing open. I was like texting. I could barely do it, but I remember trying to do it, being like, should you come pick me up? Their dog just got stolen. It took me like 15 minutes to write it. And one of the last big reasons that you would have a pet psychic is just wondering why your pet does something. Maybe your pet shits all over one particular area of the room and you're like, why? Why do you do this? Lo and behold, pet psychics are here to help. There's amateur pet psychics and then there's also professional animal psychics.
And he literally said 3 times, pay attention to me, pay attention to me, pay attention to me.
Yeah. On Reddit, there's r/pet psychics who infrequently post content. It's actually been a while. I don't know if the mod is dead or not, but it's there, but I don't think anyone's really running it anymore. Amateur pet psychics will give cold readings on animals based on a picture. So you can submit a picture, and they would tell you how horrible you are about treating your dog. I really don't think there's many positive ones, is one I found. You know what I mean?
90% of them is my dog died. Can I talk to them?
Yeah, a lot of the posts are going to be people being like, my dog died. I want to talk to them, and they're just like, no, I can talk to him, and he does not want to talk to you. You can also go on r/mediums, where people claim to hear from animals seeking their people. Which, dude, I feel like these motherfuckers would just move on really quick. I mean, yeah, definitely in the afterlife. If you went away from your dog, because don't they say that dogs are like, whenever you leave them, they're like, oh good, they're never coming back. They think you're dead or whatever. So they're already kind of moving on anyway. Every time that you leave the house, they're already grieving. I'm like, how many times can those little motherfuckers really care? All right, he's gone, he's dead again. Okay, well, how many more times are we gonna do this dance? Or you can go on r/psychics, where people are asking for help for all sorts of issues with their pets. Let's look, I just wanna see some of these. So these are all from various Reddit posts of people looking. So here's this one. A person asks, is my dog possessed by a human spirit? Okay. Is my dog possessed by a human spirit? He says, ever since I got my dog, he's always felt human-like. What does that mean? Do you actually believe that? I'm like, let's cut the shit. This is Nick's post. I just want to put this out there. The guy behind the camera, this is his post on the source. What does that mean? What do you mean your dog's felt human?
When I look at him, I feel like I'm staring at a human.
When you look at him, you feel like you're looking at a person? Okay. People might look at their dog and they're like, oh, I connect with him on a human level, but you're saying like, I see a man.
I see a person behind those eyes. I see a fucking human soul.
There is a human being inside my dog's body. All right. I don't know how to explain it, but his eyes and demeanor are very human, which I will say. The dog he's talking about is his dog Teddy. Here's a picture of him. I don't know what it's about. I think the photo doesn't really do it justice. In person, it is a very haunting kind of like, he's cute, but at the same time, you kind of question it because you're like, I feel like I'm calling like a human being cute. That is true. He has this 1,000-yard stare that is unsettling, and he doesn't act like a normal dog either. How does he not act like a normal dog?
Never wags his tail, he never barks.
That is so haunting. If that's actually true, that is so fun. A dog who has never once wagged his tail. Can you imagine that? Never barks, it's just quiet. He just stands. He's very calm and serious looking all the time. He never wags his tail and is stoic. The vet says that's just his personality, but I've never seen a dog like this before. Sometimes I'll catch him staring at me and I get chills down my spine. I love my dog, but sometimes something is off about him. A few times I've caught him watching TV on my bed and he gets upset when I turn the TV off. He also doesn't like pictures being taken and gets angry when I point the phone at him. One time he snapped at me for taking this picture. See below. Can anyone help? You've really painted a fucking evil picture for this dog, dude. You painted a really... Look at that fucking... Which luckily, people, these pet psychics on the internet, you're lucky that people were able to respond. Which we have a user by Book of Black Dreams. That's a good psychic name. Which he said a long time ago when I was a kid, my former stepfamily was deeply into traditional witchcraft. That is a crazy first sentence, all right? I was told that familiars are animal bodies possessed by the spirit of a demon or a human. My stepbrother told me this story about going to another witch's house and her dog was sitting at the table eating human food and appeared to understand every word. At which you responded, do you think my dog could be a familiar? I got him from Craigslist ads, so maybe his previous owners dabbled into witchcraft as well. He's not dangerous, do you think? You motherfucker, you threw the fishing pole out there, didn't you? The look in his eyes is so intense. I don't feel like his spirit is malicious at all. I'm getting that he's been through a lot and he just wants to have a low-key, relaxing life and he appreciates you. As a medium, I did believe it's possible that our soul can incarnate into a human or animals, even fractions of our souls. I think his soul is very masculine and it actually gives me chills to see how human-like his eyes are. Whole girl's getting fucking bricked up over here, huh? It's like you're looking into the eyes of another person, so I totally understand what you mean. I do not think this is anyone related to you that has passed on to the other side, but a wise spirit that is reincarnating on a different path than before. Ooh. That's kind of fun. A very serious one at that. You guys were meant to cross paths. You have been through some shit and will continue to experience life together. You've been through some shit. What have you been through, Nick? You've been through some stuff? What is she right on that? Have you is her psychic abilities? Is it really
Spot on.
Oh yeah? Oh, I've been through some stuff. I like how someone just said no. Here's another one that says, I just found this injured moth. I'm trying to help it. Would anyone be able to help me with asking it what it needs wants right now? It very much has a will to live. It wants to fly. It's like the moth actually does not want to die. Perhaps let it rest safely and comfortably and provide appropriate accommodations for it to be able to leave again when it wants to. Thank you so much. Is it possible to ask if it would want to take it back where I found it? I could also bring it to a nice park and plenty of flowers. God, dude, Jesus. I would take it to the most beautiful park and I'd put it on the prettiest little flower. If I was a pet psychic, I'd be like, dude, I already put it outside. It'll be fine. I urgently need help with this person. I want to know why he does what he does and how to stop it.
The fuck?
Can someone please help? He is walking on extremely thin ice, and this is my last resort. I've tried everyone else. Are we the picture of the cat just like, it feels like the person's like taking the photo and they're like, okay, God, fine. Could you please share more? What do you mean he's walking on thin ice? That's pretty good. Even the mediums on that one, even like the fucking tarot card readers and shit, they're just like, what do you mean he's walking on thin ice? He is extremely aggressive. 98% of the time he's okay. 98, but that 2%. I'm desperate to find out why and to get through to him that this is not okay. If he carries on like this, he'll be euthanized. God! Holy shit! If he carries on like this, I'm going to kill. He'll be put. I'm going to throw him in little cat gas chamber and he'll die. Never in my life would I think I would consider this, but it is out of control. He lacks for nothing. I like how the medium's like, I'd like to help, but a behavioral change this extreme sounds like it calls for a thorough medical checkup. Even the like pet psychic's just like, you probably need to like actually get some fucking real help for your cat here. If you're so like, he's got to be euthanized. I think it's like, instead of just being like, I can't anymore, please just take him, maybe someone else will adopt him, they're like, he has to be put down. This beast is just too evil to be left alive. I feel a unique connection with this stray. Was this cat meant for me? Like I was just a cat behind a fucking trash can. The cat's like, I've been out here for days, please let me inside. Hi everyone. This stray was annoying to me at first, but yeah, like I like looks outside, there's like, goddamn cat. But something told me to give him another chance. I saw him laying down in the leaves and something told me to sit down and try to befriend him. With some catnip and food, it worked. That's strange. That's strange that catnip and food helped. There must be some kind of weird spiritual connection between us. Last night he came again and we spent about 30 minutes just sitting near each other, sometimes exchanging stares. Okay, I feel like we're getting kind of okay, we're getting into some like weird rom-com territory. She's like sitting next to him. She's just like. I decided to name him Hades. If that helps to connect a little better. Black cat named Hades. You know what? I don't like the name. What I got almost instantly was an image of flames and fire. Wow. I'm not sure how to interpret this. If I should be interpreting it at all. It's like flames reflecting in her eyes. Not sure if it's a metaphoric fire within or that he witnessed a literal fire. I know this sounds crazy, but I think my cat is sending me his symptoms. What? My cat has a mystery illness that the doctor has yet to figure out. I have been having pain in the areas he is supposed to be sick in. I don't know if it's all in my head, aka sympathy pain, but I wonder if it's possibly that someone, it's him telling me what's wrong. Okay, first off, not crazy at all. Psychic. I often feel psychic pain in my body when communicating with a pet. I call it psychic empath. Hell yeah. It's such a great skill to have. Congratulations. You're dying because your cat has stomach issues. Have fun with that. You're so lucky. Congrats.
Thanks. I just wonder, how am I supposed to explain to the vet how I know what he's feeling? Lol.
Lol. Right? I felt like people are talking, they're being vulnerable, they're putting their dogs out there, so I wanted to put my dog out there, Tugboat. I have a basset hound named Tugboat. I have a couple of dogs, but we're just going to focus on my biggest piece of shit dog. His name's Tugboat. I love him, but I hate him at the same time. Hopefully people can sympathize with that. This is the picture we This is a picture we use of my dog sleeping. He was extremely comfortable and he was snoring so fucking loud. It was obnoxious. We had a full-blown flashlight in his face. His eyes were like open and he still wouldn't wake up. He was like, you think it was a night we gave him like some bacon or something too. He was just like knocked the fuck out. And then also we have, these are two beautiful stages. You have Tug and you have Tug, it is passed out, cathartic state, and then you have Tug when he's contemplative. How nice. His shaman state. The Tug, he has some problems, he's a dick, essentially. So yeah, we sit here, I said, hello, pet psychics. I want to know if anyone could get a read on my beautiful boy, beautiful ornery boy, Tugboat. We call him Tug for short. We have 2 other dogs in the house plus 2 cats. We're in a new space. It's been a year now, and he's always kind of been like this. The main problems are he shits in the house when he knows he's not supposed to, and he even has ample time outside. Motherfucker spends 10 hours outside, and he'll come in and just squeeze out a fucking log on the floor. I fucking hate it. He also eats my wife's underwear and has damaged her retainer twice, causing her to buy a brand new one, and I have to reform her mouth. Ugh, Tug. Tug. When you're on the couch, he will also jump up and stand on top of your thighs, spin around, and take the nastiest fart imaginable right in front of your face. It's such nasty work. You can taste in your tongue for hours. Tugboat. So what I need to know is this. These are the 2 questions I posed. Is he human? And should I start treating him with more of a human-like punishments? What kind of that? Am I grounding him? Or whatever. I don't know. Is he mad at me? If so, what is he mad about and how should I correct this? He says you don't pay enough attention to him. He says, I don't want to keep putting my life in jeopardy, but you need to start paying attention. And get me to the vet. I want to be checked out. What? What are you talking about? Okay, hold on. I don't want to say that there is no animal abuse happening in my house. We have a whole fucking farm. We love our animals. But this deal, you don't pay enough attention to me. Fair, right? I would say, you know what? Sure, I work a lot. Maybe I need to give more attention to my boy, right? Bring him up to the studio. Let him rock around. Okay, and I only got 1 fucking comment on the whole thing. Well, I mean, I'm kind of like bummed and ashamed that there's not more people willing to actually, I guess, come in. Which, out of all the amateurs, fine. We're out of the amateur hour, right? But then we go into the professionals. People book sessions with professional pet psychics that could be up to $550 for a session with an animal communicator. These pet psychics look to unravel behavioral issues, to learn about preferences for end-of-life care, and when the time comes, to make sure their pets are enjoying the afterlife.
All right, Laura.
Okay.
What are we gonna do?
So we're gonna talk to Mikey, who's in spirit. He recently passed away. Let's see what he has to say. Okay, let's get it.
Which here we have our first professional, who is Sonia Fitzpatrick, which I want to look at this video here.
I'm Sonia Fitzpatrick, and welcome to my YouTube channel. Now, if you love animals, you're going to find this channel extremely exciting.
Oh my God. That's the whole video.
If you love animals, you're going to find this channel.
Sonia is the most experienced and trusted animal communicator in the world, okay? And she's British. Ew. Ugh. Sonia claims to have telepathic abilities since she was a child, allowing her to communicate with reptiles, birds, and animals of all kinds. Fitzpatrick was born with a hearing loss and didn't speak until she was 5 years old. Fucking loser, dude. She claims it's because of her hearing loss that she began working on talking to the animals around her childhood home telepathically. What I like how the parents are probably looking at her like smoking a cigarette, like, I don't know, let her talk to the dog. Like, I don't fucking like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Just fucking, I don't have time to fucking talk with her, eh? Probably not the best bit. But she stopped speaking to animals for a while after her father turned 3 of their pet geese into Christmas dinner. Oh no. Daddy, where's the geese that I've been talking to? I want to have a good time with them. We need a fucking dinner.
Do you think she heard them screaming in pain while they're...
Well, yeah, she's probably upstairs taking a nap, and then, yeah, telepathically just hear... When she moved to New York, word spread that she could help people reunite with their lost pets and also correct behavioral issues, which she has a book here that says, What the Animals Tell Me. And that is the creepiest photo, like, cover. Like some weird, this has to be like a 90s book, right? Late 90s, whatever. And in 2002, she had a show on Animal Planet called The Pet Psychic that ran for 3 seasons. God. Oh my God, that title card, that is... The hand is like reaching out for what, but then also I don't like her fucking blue lip. She looks dead. Like imagine seeing that at night. It looks like she's like leaning into you while she's sleeping. She's just like, you want me to talk to your pet parrot, don't you? Ah, 4.8 out of 10. That's not bad. For trash TV, that's not bad. At 84 years old, one of Sonia's biggest claims to fame is that she diverted a herd of elephants away from hunters by using a picture. In 10 days, they took Fitzpatrick's path and made it to safety. I took a herd of elephants away from being hunted just by using this picture from a copy of Zoo Book from 1994. Sonia currently takes private 30-minute readings for $300. Not bad, dude. Not bad. She also has a $200 course on her website called How You Can Communicate with Your Animal. Dude, I bet it's $200. Why not? If you're even a skeptic, I feel like $200. You can throw $200 at it, right? Next up, we have the pet psychic, who is Laura Stinchfield. Laura grew up on a 14-acre horse farm in a small town in New York, and as long as she can remember, she says she knew what animals were thinking and feeling. This led Stinchfield to become an internationally renowned pet psychic. Stinchfield uses telepathy to speak to animals, the deceased, and the disabled.
Wait, disabled people or...
That's what I'm saying is, okay, hold on. Is she trying to say that she can speak to animals and mentally challenge people? That's not what that means, right? She's saying that she could talk to horses and mentally challenge people.
They're on the same caliber.
Moving on from that. Move on. Move. Get the hell out of here. The last professional we'll talk about is Nikki Vasconez, who's a former lawyer turned pet psychic. That feels kind of like, you know what I mean? It's like the fucking scummiest profession being like, well, like this would be a lot easier, and they do another scummy profession. She was featured in the Wall Street Journal and charges $550 for a reading. I feel like that's just like the market cap. $550 seems like for a premium content, like that feels like the premium content. That feels like that's the go-to. Here's her going rate for animal readings posted from her website. So we have here, it's $550, which is an approximately 75 to 90 minutes duration. Entirely depends on your animal, and 1 animal per session, living or deceased. I do the session on my own time, utilizing the photo you provide. After the session, you'll promptly receive the full audio recording, allowing you to listen to the entire conversation. Vasconez said she became an animal communicator in her 20s when she first learned of it after hiring one for herself to work with her own dogs. Okay, that reads definitely like she's like, oh my God, this shit's fucking stupid simple. You're charging how much? Currently, she has a wait list of over 7,600 people. Over 7,600 people are in a wait list who have already paid. So just off her wait list right now, which it could be different, it could be more people now. Vasconez has made $350,000 off people wanting to get some kind of peace and closure from their dog. I might have to take a little fucking crack out of the Vasconez book and start doing some animal psychics as well. Pet psychics are, from what I can tell, at an amateur level, I think that it's probably delusional people trying to do the right thing from a good place. Professional psychics feel like people who saw a very easy path and are, dare I say, scamming the people who are looking for just a little bit of peace in their life. And if you're one of them and you believe in the pet psychics, I wish you all the best luck in the world, and I hope your pets are doing very well. And I'd say that for everyone else. Everyone else watching, I'm going to do a nice healing seance, so put your dog up to the screen right now. or your animal. Any animal you have, put up to the screen. Peace to you, my little furry friend, or my little animal friend, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. And once again, thank you for watching. Take care, y'all. I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Maybe your dog's ripping up carpet in your room over and over again, and then every other day you come in and say, "Hey, my dog, I have to take him to the vet because he keeps eating all this carpet, and I keep having to watch him take it out of his asshole over and over again." Maybe you could be the guy who's standing right behind the camera right now. I don't know.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today I got something toothy to talk about. I have to go and get my gums deep clean my gums. They're talking all about it. I'm an anxious mess. If you know me personally, which you don't, I'm an anxious guy when it comes to, you know, being sedated, having kind of weird kinds of shit happen to me. Not because of what the doctor's gonna do. I don't know, the feeling I get anxious. I have weird panic attacks. I don't know. I'm a big fat fucking idiot. What am I supposed to do? But today I wanted to go and I wanted to look into some of the worst dental practices. Seems kind of counterintuitive when I'm saying it now. I want to look at all the bad stuff to be like, you know what I'm going through is not going to be that bad. So it won't be that bad. It'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. And I think that'll be good. I think that'll be okay. I don't know. I wanted to start off by talking about tooth worms. Have you all heard of tooth worms? Which today we know that tooth discomfort is caused by bacteria that decays the tooth. But in 5000 BC, those motherfuckers did not know what that meant. It was believed to be caused by small worms that would burrow their way into your tooth. Which, even thinking about that now I feel like I'm going to be drugged up at the dentist office. I'm going to be like, there's worms in my teeth. Someone help me. The worms were thought to be the size of your palm and would bury themselves underneath the surface of the gums. Oh my God. Are they saying like as long as this and they're just burying them? Probably like a little quarter shaped thing, just like a slug. Yeah, no, I don't like that. People believe the pain was caused by the worm wiggling around and the pain would go away once the worm stopped moving. That's crazy. Dude, the worms, they keep wiggling. I'm f***ing, he like, let me see your teeth. He's like, these damn worms, dude, man. This was a common belief up until the 1700s.
And then it wasn't until the early 1900s that they actually proved there's no such thing as teeth worms.
It wasn't until the early 1900s where officially dentists were like, we can pretty much say, without a doubt, there's no worms in your gums. Bold fucking claim, buddy. Good luck with that theory. One thing I think that is interesting is how exactly did they treat the worms, right? Your tooth worms. How did they get them out? Which tooth worms were such a widespread belief around the world, and there were all kinds of methods to treat them. Some of the methods to deal with the tooth worms were cut a mouse in half and place the warm dead body over the infected tooth.
We lure the worm out?
You like that? You see, tooth worms love a nice fresh dead mouse. As we can see here on the board, I drew the worm going to the dead mouse, so you know he likes it. Yes. You could drink a mixture of crushed up teeth and gladiator's blood. Those Roman crushed up teeth is crazy. Do you think they just did it straight? Some guy like dilutes it with wine, they're like pussy. Like chewing on the teeth and stuff like that. You could use urine mouthwash. Some places use magic to cast the demonic worm out of the gums. They're demons now. I didn't know they were demonic, but now they're also demonic if you didn't know. During the Middle Ages, honey was one treatment attempted to cure tooth worms. The hurting tooth was coated in honey and the aching victim waited with tweezers in hopes of removing the sweet tooth pest. Another trick was to put an onion over the patient's mouth and the same side of the toothache. And ancient Greeks thought spitting into a frog's mouth would help soothe the pain. What a time, honestly. Like, don't get me wrong, it's awesome to live now. We get the internet and whatever. You know, you can just dull your brain. Imagine living back in a day where you're just like, spit in the frog's mouth. Right in his mouth. I feel better. Like, convincing yourself you feel better. Arsenic was also used for tooth pain and root canals, and sometimes a heated probe was used. And other ancient doctors thought that the tooth nerves was the infamous worm itself. Imagine you thinking that your exposed nerve is the worm, and they take like a tweezer and tear it. They're like, really, hold it on.
Today's video is sponsored by Scentbird.
Scentbird is bringing you designer fragrances every month for less than $1 a day. They have a catalog of over 600 fragrances from some of the biggest names like Gucci, Prada, and Versace, as well as up-and-coming labels like DS and Durga. With some fragrances costing up to $300, it's definitely worth the try before you buy. You won't know if you like something until you've worn it around for a couple days, which makes Scentbird perfect for finding a scent that suits you. Every month you choose some fragrances you want, and they come in vials that will last the entire month. And with Scentbird, it's never been easier to smell good. So let's take a look at what I received this month. French Defense from Mind Games. Percival from Parfums de Marly. Atlantis from Blue Atlas. And the Royal Forest from English Laundry. French Defense has notes of cherry, amber, cedarwood, and rose. It's a sultry, deep, and understated fragrance. Percival has notes of lemon, pink pepper, mandarin, and lavender. It's woodsy and citrusy, and this scent has sophistication and long-lasting staying power throughout the day. Atlantis has notes of lemon and lavender, and it's a light, clean fragrance with bits of citrus that's a little watery. Royal Forest is notes of grapefruit and apple. This is a bright, sweet fragrance, and it opens with citrus and apple, leaves notes of oak moss and amberwood. There you have it, 4 new fragrances, perfect for spring. All of these were memorable, but I'd have to say Royal Forest was my favorite. So head over to Scentbird to find your new fragrance today. Use my coupon code PAPAMeat55 for 55% off at Scentbird. It's just a little over $7 for your first month, and it's available in the USA and Canada. Thank you, Scentbird, for sponsoring the video, and be sure to check out the links below. Back to the video. And now let's talk about some of the scary tools that have been used throughout dentist history. I'm not gonna lie, when I go into the dentist's office and I see the little tray of tools, my heart gets a little, it races, it flutters. Not because of the heart attack, but just it flutters. A nice little dance. Which, you know, we've come a long way with dentist stuff, you know, I mean, we have anesthetics now, we have x-rays, electric toothbrushes, toothpaste. We have Colgate, thank God we have Colgate here. Listerine. It wasn't always the case. Well, I want to start off with a nice little primitive piece of technology called the bow drill, which the bow drill showed up around 7000 BC in the Indus Valley area of modern-day India and Pakistan. These drills, constructed with a stringed wooden bow tied to a rotating spindle, featured a flint tip that bore into the tooth. Does that sound like a good time? The rapid spinning of the stick produced enough energy to softly drill into teeth, eliminating decay and relieving discomfort by sliding the bow back and forth. Oh my Can you imagine the sounds? Imagine the sound of just like of your actual bone. Oh God.
Well, you know how fast drills are now?
Well, it's like now, but not, then it's like
sitting there for like an hour.
Yeah, and like it would probably be rotating like instead of just whatever. Moving on, the 17th century dental forceps. In the 1600s, if you needed a tooth extraction, you had to face the torturous grip of the 17th century dental forceps. Designed with a long handle to reach deep into the back of your mouth, these forceps allowed dentists to squeeze enough pressure to crack a tooth.
Crack it?
You know, these things are pretty helpful. How do you feel? This left the patient in a lot of pain and usually came with damaged gums and bones. Really? That's weird. They look like literal, like in World of Warcraft, they look like a gnome's forging tool, like a dwarf's forging tool. The literal shit that they use to like bring the One Ring out of the fire, that's what they put in your mouth. Or an oral speculum. An oral speculum is used to open the mouth for an investigation or medical purposes. To open the mouth for an investigation. What's happening here? Dentists used a screw to pry open a patient's mouth. If cracked too wide, patients would suffer from broken jaws. I like how it's just like, they just don't even know, they're like, is it uncomfortable? Like, well, just a little more. I can't see back there. I don't like on this photo too. It's like a heart shape. That's just brutal. Looks like a goddamn Tim Burton tool or something. The 19th century secateur. The French came up with a dental instrument to wrench out entire teeth. Just right out of your gums. Just plop them right out. They're called secateur, meaning French for cutters. This device is effective in locking on a tooth to be ripped out just above the gum line. Look at that little deal. Just the poses these doctors, these dentists would have to take. Putting their fucking leg over your shoulder. Also, I don't know why I thought of Sweeney Todd.
Well, did you know that barbers were dentists?
Barbers were dentists? They were called barber dentists.
Yeah.
You get a shave and they just like what? Pull a tooth?
Yeah.
When was this?
It's like the 1700s, 1600s.
So are you telling me that Sweeney Todd himself was a dentist?
Could have, yeah.
He could have been. Tongue erasure. A tongue erasure was used to remove diseased portion of the tongue caused by cancers. I talk about clipping up part of your tongue, Nick? Little paper hole stomp out of your tongue? A painful process. The chain was looped over the infected portion and tightened using the ratchet, stopping the circulation of blood to the area. Most people who had a tongue erasure procedure suffered a permanent speech impediment. This is bullshit. What is a speech impediment? A speech impediment like what, Porky Piggy type deal?
Yeah, where it's, your speech is affected.
Oh, because it's your tongue, whatever. Yeah, this is bullshit. The bad part of my tongue is gone, but honestly, I kind of wish that I had just left it in there and just died. A dental key. Dental keys were designed for tooth extraction with the claw at the end of the shaft. Claw at the end of the shaft. Dental keys could grab the diseased tooth as the instrument was rotated to loosen the tooth. Poor practices with the instrument often resulted in tooth and jaw fractures. You You know there's some motherfuckers who just didn't care. Popped out, they're just like, God, get up, baby. It caused more accidents and injuries than all other extraction instruments combined. I like how they're like, this is totally how it is. They're literally talking about like it's a fucking crowbar for your tooth is what it is. I'm like, and that's fine, that's what it is. Have you seen like actually how long a tooth goes into your gums? It's fucking insane. Imagine actually putting in your mouth, you open it, whatever, and it like lets out like a spirit or something like that. It's like, good luck. And the doctor just shuts the door. A dental pelican. Tooth extraction tools used from the 14th century through the late 18th century when dental keys became more popular. Examples like the French or Italian pelicans consisted of rotating claw mounted on a shaft in an adjustable slot. The tooth would be pinched between the claw and the head of the shaft, then pulled out. This was not always effective, however, and could in fact loosen and damage a neighboring teeth during the process. Seriously, like they would like grab it and they would like rip out more teeth with it. Well, we did get the tooth, but we also got 6 other teeth with it. And they're just like, you take that and put that under your pillow for the favorite. You're a lucky man. The Wilcox Jewett obtunder. Wilcox Jewett obtunder was a futuristic-looking device that used a periodontal syringe for the oral injection of anesthetic substances, usually cocaine. It was a cocaine gun, pretty much, is what it was. Like it's just like a little drill that goes in your mouth and just injects cocaine in your mouth. It looks like that gun from Men in Black, doesn't it? It looks just like it. That thing looks fucking sick, though. You look at me right now, and you say that little thing does not look like the fucking throwing star from Cruel. Right there. That's exactly. How do we know that the people who made Cruel were not influenced by the Jewett gun? I couldn't remember any of the other names. Next, we have the finger rotated dental drill. From the 1870s. This unusual 6-inch long drill. It's long. Huge. Really long, right? Well above average, probably some of the other drills that we've watched. Do you think you can fit that in his hand?
That looks bigger than 6 inches.
This is probably bigger than like 6 inches, probably. This unusual 6-inch long drill was attached to a thimble that held in place while the spindle was rotated by the dentist's finger at a rate much slower than other dental drills of the era.
Why?
Well, him doing this, he's just like, how we go in our circles, how we play our games, which use bow action, hand cranks, foot pedals, and ultimately electricity. So they had everything else, but they're just like, I mean, a foot pedal? I mean, how much money do you think I'm making in this service here? My God! Have you seen the photo of this? Jesus Christ. Looks like a goddamn Harry Potter tool is what it looks like, doesn't it? A goat's foot elevator. I like that. Another extraction tool, the goat's foot elevator, whose double-pointed tip resembles a goat's cleft hoof, was used in conjunction with other devices. Its major purpose was to aid in the cleanup of remnants of dental root and tooth fragments, since tools like pelicans frequently failed to remove the entire tooth and root. Stupid, crazy bastards back in the day. Its pointed design allowed it to be inserted into sockets to, quote, elevate dental tissue and other material. Sometimes it was even used to loosen a tooth before extraction. It's like popping the hood. All right, you can use your pelican or whatever the fuck else you need to use to take it out. A dental mouth gag. Anyone else hot now? A dental mouth gag? That's what I hope my dentist used on me. That's my kink. Used to keep patients' mouth open during procedures. This 16th century gag used wing nuts to open and close the handles and lock them in place. Never mind. No, I'm good, actually. God, just the idea, too. Everything back then is just, I think it's just old as shit, where it's like... Just a little more. Dental screw forceps. These unusual American forceps contain an extendable screw that can be held in place by blades to ease burrowing into the tooth's root during extraction, allowing the dentist to simultaneously drill while holding a tooth in place. It's a 2-for-1. Look at that tiny little drill. I don't like that. Some guy had to have made this in his backyard. I just put a little spindle thing at the bottom there, and I'm still able to hold the tooth. Bone chisels. God, look at those. Unlike modern dentist chisels, which are petite and used largely for cleaning purposes, antique dental chisels were large and used for more as extraction devices, functioning more like traditional chisels to dig into the gum line to remove teeth. I have to do deep tissue gumming, and you're talking about like digging into it, because the thing I'm doing, they have to put these like metal squirt guns basically under my gum. So for people who don't know too, I have to get like 6 pain shots. Was it Novocaine? I don't know what the fuck it is. God damn it, Nick. How about we talk about teeth exploding? A 19th century dentist in Pennsylvania solved 3 cases of exploding teeth in his career. I don't believe you. In 1871, a reverend began experiencing extreme pain from a toothache. He said, quote, during his agonies, he ran about here and there in the vain endeavor to obtain some respite. At one time boring his head on the ground like an enraged animal. At another, poking it under the corner of the fence, and again going to the spring and plunging his head into the bottom of the cold water. All at once a sharp crack, like a pistol shot, bursting his tooth into fragments, gave him instant relief. At this moment, he turned to his wife and said, "Me pain is all gone." on! He went to bed and slept soundly all that day and most of the succeeding night, after which he was irrational and well. This is like downright mean towards the guy. They're like, he was in extreme pain. He was acting like a goddamn animal, like a Neanderthal. Similarly, in 1871, a woman's tooth exploded, which resulted in a concussion that knocked her out. It was actually a gunshot to the back of the head. They're like, oh my God, your tooth. She's like, yeah. The blast was so loud that she was deafened for a few days afterwards. Before the 1830s, a wide variety of metals were used to fill cavities, including lead, tin, and silver. One hypothesis suspects that mixing two different metals would create an electrochemical cell, essentially turning the mouth into a low voltage battery. The first guy to ever have his fucking tooth pop. You talking about Jim Duracell? He's like, it's fine. It's all fine. It's just Oppenheimer in your mouth.
Now I am become death.
So let's take some time and go into the future, to the present here, and talk about some modern dental practices and trends that are happening right now, because there's a lot of weird stuff going on. Starting, of course, with veneers and crowns. What the hell are veneer and crowns? Jojo Siwa, Joe Biden. These are two examples immediately. They have the same mouth. Veneers are porcelain caps placed on top of the front of the existing tooth, and crowns cover the entire tooth. Your dentist will shave down a bit of the existing enamel, take an imprint of your teeth, then custom make veneers. Thanks to TikTok, getting veneers is becoming a popular trend among all these younger people. Younger people desperately don't realize that it's old person mouth. I'll go ahead and say it, dude. I don't mind a couple crooked teeth. Why not, dude? Who gives it? Gives your mouth more character. Seeing those porcelain white, borderline blue veneers when they're just like, hello, my teeth are perfect. People are drawn to that perfectly aligned, perfectly white porcelain look. Younger people who are quick to jump on the trend without considering the long-term effects of getting and wearing veneers, which these are normal veneers. I mean, you know, the bitch's mouth does look like razor wire here, and the veneers do look better, and these are the disadvantages to the veneers that get heavily overlooked. You'll lose at least some of your natural enamel. Many types of veneers aren't reversible, and your teeth may become more sensitive to heat and cold. It's possible for a veneer to fall off or become dislodged, and dental veneers are cosmetic, so they're not covered by most insurances. And you gotta replace them after 10 years. I mean, it's a whole thing, but also look at some of these shavings. My God. I will say the ones with the grooves here, that's metal as f. Like, if that makes me like think of like an H.R. Geiger like monster or something like that, or like a Hellraiser monster.
I'm pretty sure I have veneers in my teeth.
How do you not know if you had the veneer surgery, Nick?
It was 9th grade, and I had a chipped tooth, and he's like,
oh,
it's that. And I was like, okay. And then like he started drilling for like 30 minutes on my teeth.
And you're just like,
and I was like, this is weird. And then he left, and like I felt.
He left?
Well, like to go do something like real quick.
What do you mean? I heard his car keys jostle around, and he left the room and locked the door. Then did you like look at it or something or what?
Well, I put my tongue to my teeth, and then I could feel like half my teeth were gone, my front teeth.
Both of them?
Pretty sure they are.
I will say, for a positive, I would have never guessed. Which leads us to turkey teeth. What are turkey teeth? Turkey teeth is an alarming trend where people travel to Turkey to receive irreversible dental work for crowns. On TikTok, the hashtag turkey teeth has garnered almost 634 million views. The part 2 where you get the tiny teeth, unbelievable. I could never do it. The British nation has showed that you don't have to give a which granted, there are some British teeth out there too. I don't want to get into that, but I'm just saying. If someone's like, oh, I wish my teeth were, to me, character. It's nice. You're human. The else are you supposed to do? Here's a little incident called the Katie Price veneers incident, which Katie Price is a British television personality, turned her back on her nation, dude. She has 1.4 million TikTok followers and over 1 million on Instagram. And in August of 2021, Price visited Turkey for a fully funded trip by a dental clinic in Antalya. During this trip, she underwent a live-streamed dental procedure, leaving Turkey with a set of new ceramic veneers. However, by July of 2023, the narrative took a turn. Katie Price experienced multiple issues with her veneers, including knocking out a tooth during a live stream, and she required another operation, this time from a renowned British dentist, to fix the issue. God, that's gonna be me, Nick. According to a famous London dental surgeon, many patients enticed by Turkey's low prices are traumatized upon return, often unaware of the exact treatment they received. They have vampire teeth as well. It's exactly what it sounds like. Getting your canine teeth modified to be extra pointy and resemble vampire teeth. Dude, cradle filth. People have been doing this for fucking forever, dude. You know what I say? Cool. I say good for you, dude. If you have sharp-ass canine teeth, better watch out. You know what you're gonna get me sucking on your neck.
Is that directed towards me or the...
It doesn't matter. We want to get down to the brass tacks, which is the actual real dentist horror stories here, right? What are some things that are actually some of the most f***ed up things that dentists have done? Well,
Let's dive in. Dr. Kenny posted calls for doing free dental work for people in need, made sexual jokes in the call. Thousands of patients called out. A 27-year-old applied, asked for body pics and illusion for nudes. Dr. Harold Schneider, he tortured children. He choked a child.
So these are all his things. These are all.
No, I know. I'm just. I understand. You go through your day and you know, I mean, I'd never think that I would say choked a child in a day, you know? A child went in for one tooth to be removed. He removed all of her front teeth, all 8 of them that were there. It's not funny, but it's so absurd. It's crazy. Operated on children without anesthesia and strapped them down from head to toe with their jaw cranked open and immobilized. He left children unattended for long periods of time, strapped down, and told them not to tell their parents. We're going to hell, dude. Improperly pulled teeth on a regular basis, singled out Medicaid patients because they were poor and unable to fight back. He claims that everything he did was done in a professional context, or was deemed to potentially be unfit to trial due to mental competence, and committed mass Medicaid fraud, milking Medicaid by billing for and removing teeth that were unneeded. Oh, so he was just scamming the system for money. Would have unnecessary teeth crowned, then have them removed months later. Capped all 14 of boys' teeth. Deaf parents sat through their children screaming for help while he pulled all his front teeth and capped a tooth without removing decay. You know, as soon as his deaf parents came in, he was like, jackpot. Nova Scotia dentist traumatized children for generations. His name was Errol Gaum. He's been licensed since 1971 with a specialization in pediatrics. Kids! Advertised full anesthetic dentistry. Refused to allow guardians in the room. Classic 1970s behavior. That's some like Jimmy Savile type shit. Behind closed doors, he suffocated a child and told her that her mother was dead. Operated on her without any anesthetics, and when a patient came forward, generations of people came forward with similar stories. Spanked children and violently manipulated them. Held his hand over their mouth to suffocate them. 480 of his patients came forward. Slapping faces, leaving bruises, threatened to remove another tooth if they continued to cry, holding a needle to their tongue threateningly, non-consensual removal of teeth, sitting on children to operate on them, jerked teeth out violently, and one gesture without Patient complaints were ignored for over 50 years. It wasn't until public accusations went viral did the Nova Scotia Dental Board actually act on this. They held an emergency meeting and suspended his practice. Seems a little late. Well, he can't operate anymore, guys, so this is it. The Dental Board refused all interviews, refused all answers to questions, and charged with 8 counts of assaults dating back to 1970s. That feels so not enough. I'm ending this video. I have to go get my gums cleaned, and it's a thing. Like I'm so in my head about it. This could not have been a worse idea. I'm gonna flat out say that right now, dude. This could not have been a worse idea to do. So I guess I'm gonna go get my gums cleaned. Bye. Don't forget to check out Scentbird if you want to smell real good. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're doing something a little gross, which is pretty standard for this channel, but something I've been seeing recently on TikTok and the internet and all the places is Indian street food. It's remarkable. I mean, it's some of the most disgusting shit I've ever seen in my life. You know, we did the worst meals before, but now we gotta get very specific, what is the worst Indian street food? And I want to get this out there now, dude. India is not a rich country, right? You know, we're very privileged. I'm very privileged I get to go to the store and buy a pork chop. And people deny the whole world has that privilege, but it's still disgusting. And I still think that coming from a perspective that people want to hear from, which is as a straight white man with privilege up to his ears, what exactly do I think of this whole situation? So without further ado, what exactly is the worst Indian street food? Let's get into it. First off, we have Yum Scrum and Sandwich. Why do I feel like Yum Scrum is a little racially charged there, Nick? What the hell are you trying to get at here, dude? What the hell am I looking at? So it looks like there's lemon slices and tomato slices in one of them. Maybe some corn? Doesn't look too bad. You know, sure, it's a messy kitchen. I just don't know what I'm looking at. So the sounds of it is just way more intense, isn't it? I'm trying to think if you put that on some on the border tortilla chips, if that would just slap. Some lemons, a dash of lemon. Whenever I think of prison food, this is what I think of. What is it, gruel? It's a lot of lemon juice. Oh my God, he looks dapper as hell. I will say the way they scoop, that's one thing that I will notice, and I will go to my dying breath saying is nobody has a scoop game like Indian street food people. Those motherfuckers, it's always the quick scoop right at the top, and they do not care if it gets anywhere. Really, you know, sewer soup, it's not bad. It's not the worst though. I would definitely not say that's the worst. Next we have is just sandwich. Is this a sandwich? I just don't like dipping your entire fist into the goddamn broth. What kind of sandwich is this though, Nick? Is this a sandwich? What could be? Okay, so because there's bread there, it's a sandwich. It's a full-fledged sandwich. There's nothing indicating that this is a sandwich, all right? I mean, just because he's putting his hands in it is just what makes me, I would say it's a little more vile. The problem is I just don't even know what I'm looking at. I will say the first dish aesthetically looks much more unappealing, if I'm being honest. What do you think?
Yeah.
Like, I would say sewer soup is probably worse than the sandwich. I'm gonna go Yum Scrum, which still feels racially charged, like I said, Nick, so. Wait, today's video is sponsored by our dear friends over at Bad Dragon. Now we got some bragging rights to do this time. We just won the coveted Bazowie Award for best toy out there, and it was awesome. For people who have bought the product, I've heard nothing but rave reviews. But that's just a little taste of what Bad Dragon has to offer. Taking fantasy and the beyond and merging them together for your own personal fantasies is quite hot, I dare say. With their amazing products, amazing customer service, it's hard not to have just an amazing experience with Bad Dragon. If you're looking to spice things up with your relationship, if you're looking to spice things up with yourself, or even newcomers, head on over to Bad Dragon and they will help you out however you want. I don't know what your services are, but they have it for you. The product's amazing. Amazing quality control. You couldn't ask for a better company to be a part of your exotic relationship here. But I will say, too, we went to the factory, as we've said before, everything could not be better quality control, made by happier, fucking more amazing people than the Bad Dragon team. So we just want to say thank you so much, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring the video and being a longtime supporter. We appreciate you. And if you're looking to spice things up in your bedroom, please consider Bad Dragon because they are fucking awesome. And seriously, quality is just... Thank you so much, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring the video. And back to the video. Next up is Blackfeet versus Hand Meat. Oh, God. Oh, no. Those slides have seen better days. Those are the new Yeezys. Taking your feet and smashing it in a plastic bin onto what is essentially like a rusted piece of metal that was probably a part of someone's roof is crazy. Oh, looks like the dirtiest juice I've ever seen in my life. God damn, at least he's got some nice arms on him though, huh? Ugh. Foot juice, I'm not gonna lie, we're gonna have to see here. Oh. Okay, so we're looking at, I'm assuming, some kind of meat in a bowl of blood. What the fuck is this? What is this? He's throwing the bones aside. He's like, I think this is meat. All right, I'm going to go ahead and throw this on whatever little... Oh, God. I don't know. I'm not going to lie to you. The guy who was stomping on the fruit was kind of handsome.
I feel like if I got to know the guy that was stomping the fruit, I'd be like, yeah, dude, his feet are fine. I gotta go hand meat. It's gotta be hand meat. I don't feel particularly good. Foot butcher and fly slop. Motherfucker knows how to work a knife with that foot though, huh? Ew, the meat is like going against his toes. What is he cooking though? I'm guessing is he just grilling the meat? I don't like how he's looking. He just keeps looking at the camera, just like. I will say, motherfucker is blazing fast though. I mean, he has not stopped once. What is the? And it's going up against fly slop. Oh my God! Is this fruit?
I don't know.
What is this? What the hell am I looking at? Some fucking paprika hummus, a bunch of fly eggs. It looks like sliced up mangoes and raw liver all over the place. Also, I'm having a fucking panic. I'm like, there's so much flies in there. I legitimately thought there was like flies in my fucking room for a second. Without a doubt, dude, I would take the guy and his greasy ass foot any day over whatever the fuck this is. That is unreal. It's gonna be hard to beat things where there's just excessive bugs. Cheapest cocktail and just slop. These names. Our viewers are gonna be like, wait, what's in the lead now? All right, let's look at cheapest cocktail. That's at least a good title. Oh my God. What is that? What are these little beasts in there? Are those like eggs? What the fuck is that, Nick? Oh God. Got some fucking McDonald's fries on top with, what is that conglomeration? Oh my word. Oh dear heavens. It has the same consistency as like applesauce, which I'm sure it's just ground up, but dude, it just looks so. Wait, the egg? Wait, what?
This might be a different thing.
He's putting sugar in with an egg and stirring it with whatever utensil, because we don't care. Here we go. Oh, he's a little mixing champion though, huh? Look at that. All right, so then we're gonna look at what slop is. All right, so it's mashed potatoes. I'm guessing beans. I don't know what the fuck he just put on there. I'm guessing that looks like barbecued pulled pork. That I don't think it is. Little driblets of whatever kind of corn. There you go. Get your hand all the way down in there. Oh, what is at the center? Nick, what is that? That is too much pepper. I can tell you that right now. That is far, far too much pepper. And a big handful of fucking plastic oregano. Glazed up? Why did it kind of win me over when it was glazed up, huh? He's dressed up all nice with the red. See, the thing is he's distracting me with the outside of it, but as soon as I see back inside, that fucking throw up. What the hell is that? What is on the inside of that? He just keeps. This is like a forbidden fucking Coliseum. Is what this is, dude. I don't know what the fuck they're making. Because I get this is all cooked stuff, but they're just making a mound out of it, and they're using it like cement block. I just don't know. Once again, I don't know why this doesn't make sense, but just grab a fucking on the border chip. Just start taking down that wall myself, dude. In time, the Great Wall of Slop would probably, win people over at a football party, but that juice is only gonna get more unappealing as the night goes on. You know what I mean? Next up, Handon Pot and Baron Harkonnen. Okay, first off, Handon paint bucket and some kind of weird. I feel like it's racist of me to say, but every time I just see the orange shit, I just think of chicken tikka masala, like tomato curry paste or something. You got the ladle right there. He's like literally the spoon is going around like, grab me, use me instead. He's put his whole ass arm in there. What is that? My mysterious Russian powder being thrown into broth. What is that? What the hell am I looking at? You should have just labeled this Indian pizza roll. That's what this looks like. Wait, so what's it up against? Baron Harkonnen.
My desert, my Iraqis, my doom.
Okay, dude. All right, man. Shots fired at the guy who's just scooping stuff up. It's a nice little like tapioca pudding on top of a trash can. He's got that diabetic foot rot going on. I don't blame you, dude. Same. A little sloppy. Yeah, he's, his foot is swollen, but also it's nice. It's like he's using the pudding to mask his diabetic rot. I'll tell you what, though, he is a working machine, huh? Full motion. Look at that. Is this pudding? He's not putting his hand in it, and they're using utensils. Got a guy in the back with a shirt that says Elite. I mean, that's pretty sick. And you know what, Nick? I know that you put Baron because you're a bad man, but I think his hair looks kind of cool. So you know what? I'm going with. I would even without all that, I would say the Handon Pot is just that's more foul to me. Honestly, if I was walking by, I'd probably. I could see myself being like, hey, it looks like, nice little tapioca pudding. Why not? All right, next up we have Rats in the Kitchen. That's never a good way. Rats in the Kitchen versus Master Chef 1. All right, so what we got cooking here? So he's got some mini tortillas. He's got some weird heated milk. Some nice symptoms. Okay. All right, there is a bit of a... Oh, it's on the bowl! Oh, it's on the... It's in the bowl! Oh! Oh, he's enjoying it. Like, you know what's fucked up is, listen, I get that there's rats there. That's disgusting. There's probably rat shit all over the place. Watching that rat go up there like Ratatouille and just be munching down, and I'd be like, this shit's probably pretty fucking good. I mean, that little motherfucker looked like he was enjoying it. Look at him. Master Chef 1. Testing the cleanest food in India. All right, so we have a bunch of basil leaves on top of some mysterious pot. Reach behind him here, touched his foot there, putting his cleaning towel over his bare foot. I just don't even know what that is. There's something about like just a bowl of brown that just is unsettling. I tell you what though, this motherfucker has a packed house. I just don't. Let me look at the facts here, Nick. This guy had way more of a crowd than the rat dude. Rat dude, everyone's like, "Ugh." You think the rat's one? I think so too. All right, here. Next up, we have armpit pakora, and then just one that's labeled street food. Oh, does look good. What does putting it in the armpit really do for you? Hey, he's missing an arm, so he probably can't smash it down with his hands. I was gonna say you could put it under your nub and you could roll around, but it's probably way faster that way. Here's trying to tell you deep fry those little golden brown donuts. Are you kidding me? Oh, they are up there though. Look at them. That's gonna be a sticky ass armpit later. I'm gonna tell you what though, I'm fighting to keep myself from eating it that quick, because I tell you, looks pretty good. Where is the street food? Well, they're just eating off the ground. That makes me think this food must be so good that if you're able to eat it off the fucking ground, it must be, you know what I mean? I personally wouldn't eat it off the floor, but sometimes that's what you gotta fucking do. Dude, I'm gonna go armpit. Because it's like the other one is just like, hey, it would be, I guess, criticizing how they're eating it, which that doesn't really stand for taste. Then the last for the round one, we have soupy mess and black oil. Oh, God. I think I saw some of those McDonald's fries pour through. I need to know what the hell those McDonald's... If someone knows what those McDonald's fries are, you let me know. Knowing my fat ass, I don't know any fucking vegetables, so don't even ask me. What? There's so much of it. I will say, the buckets don't look very good. All right? The old pot as well. I'm not gonna lie, this looks terrible. Got nice little bowls here. I'm just trying to picture... Ooh, those pancakes look good though, huh? I would have a pancake. Every time they're kind of winning me over a little bit. There's a lot of people who are winning me over here. Tell you what, motherfuckers look mad standing there though in the background, don't they?
They're hungry.
They are. They're just like, I've been waiting here all fucking day for a basically blown up pancake and spicy slop. What was the next one? It was, oh yeah, black oil. Okay. The video doesn't need, I see his titty popping out. The video doesn't have to have an arrow saying, look at his tit. All right, so he's got some kind of paste here. All right, he's making a little deal. Nice little strips, some noodles. I will say the black oil, that is some, that oil has been used a time or two. I don't think that's fresh olive oil in there or canola oil or anything. I think that motherfucker, that is aged. What is this though? What the hell are these? They're like Crispies? Oh, what is that reveal? What is that? I'm gonna say black oil. I'd say black oil a day, because also it looks like those pig ears or cow ears that you give to a dog. You know, you ever smelt one of those? Fucking disgusting. That's the end of round one. We've gotten out the tasty stuff, so now it's stuff that we have now said that we wouldn't eat. So now we're gonna have to force one of them down each time. We're going back to Yum Scrum, which I'm pretty sure was sewer soup mixed in with hand meat. All right, so these are just a bag of beans. What is it, soybeans? It's a lot of leaves, man. Tell you what, dude, look at that, huh? Nice jaw. Oh, look at that naan. Are you kidding me? Oh, I'd eat that all day. Looks just about as good as fucking Taco Bell's refried beans. You know what I mean? What the fuck am I supposed to do? All right, let's look up hand meat again. Okay, I don't know what. Yeah, I'm guessing. Let's just assume it's white gravy. What is that?
Clam chowder.
Is this clam chowder? What bit of meat is that? I'm looking at it right there. What is that, Nick? You tell me right now what that is. I was just supposed to assume it's chicken. He's plopping them in there. Oh, his hands are so filthy. Oh, you're getting so much extra flavor there. All right, he scoops up some once again blazing, some blazing Buffalo Wild Wings blazing sauce from his pot there. Tell you though, that scoop game. I mean, I gotta go with the hand one. I don't know what. It's just mysterious meat. It's fucking me up a bit, if I'm being honest. Also, the first one, give me a little plate of that with that naan bread, whatever. Come on, dude. Hand meat category is going pretty hard right now. Next up, we have fly slop versus cheapest cocktail. It's gonna be very, very hard to beat anything that has that amount of flies. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be extremely difficult. All right, well, we do have a cheapest cocktail too. Okay. Oh, it's just the excessive amount of stuff putting your hands in it. When you have the ladle, what was he grabbing in there? What are these? Oh, they're ice. Okay. I thought that was fish in there for a second. Oh, yum. I need to know what these eggs are. What are these? Is this a fruit? I mean, the fly slop looks so brutal, dude. What the hell is this supposed to be? Even if you threw some of that hummus in the middle there on top of it, I don't think it's gonna. I would probably say fly slop. Hand in pot versus rats in kitchen. All right, here we go. Same guy too. I love that's the same guy. He just loves putting his hands in these fucking bowls. Ooh, it does have a nice little texture though there, huh? Just. Do you have to put your hand in it? He's like purposely doing it. Okay, that's a big plastic bag in there too. He cleaned the plastic bag out in the deal. If you had to assume that his hands were clean though, would that deter you from eating it? Because it didn't look like the worst thing in the world. If his hands were clean, I'm like, hey, you know.
But you gotta think he's touching other people's hands, getting money.
You'd have to assume, oh my God. Look at him, look at how happy he is. He's like, my feet up, this is for you. Looks pretty good though, huh, that dough? Kind of becomes, do you want to share with rats? Oh God, but they're all, the rats are legitimately all in the bowl of food though. There's gotta be rat droppings all in that stuff. The naan does look tasty. I'm trying to, it's become a mental game at this point, right? The hand, I mean, it's gotta be rats in kitchen. Just because I'm picturing actually eating rat shit. All right, next up is armpit, Pakora, or the black oil guy, the cow ear dude. They look good. It was tough even going against him the first time because look at that golden brown glaze. It's hard to go against him. Let's see here. Black oil too. There's another black oil recipe here. I'm trying to think. Those were both pretty rough. Honestly, dude, I would eat the fucking guy's armpit donut over one of those fucking black oil. Oh God, I can't even imagine like what that taste is. Have you ever had something with like bad oil? Ugh. Next up, in the semifinals we have hand meat versus fly slop. Let's look at hand meat again. Kind of like how he's holy though, huh? Uh-oh, this is looking kind of good so far, I'm not gonna lie. You gotta put the water over your hand and then drip it in there. Once again, those Hawaiian dinner bread rolls look pretty good. Doesn't look bad. That does not look good. For a semifinal finalist, they've been squeaking by apparently. Especially, he's up against fly slop. This dude's fucking, he's cooked. Fly slop, we have fly chicken here. I'm just gonna give the fly slop. Move on to the next round. Oh, rats in kitchen versus black oil. But this is the big one. Now we're getting past. Give the fly slop. Fly slop. We have fly chicken here. Give the fly slop. Move on to the next round. Oh, rats in kitchen versus black oil. But this is the big one. Now we're getting past the deal of can you stomach actual rat feces and piss over disgusting black oil? Let's see here. And this one's called rat milk. Oh, buddy, I would eat that. Watching somebody actually eat it is crazy. I just can't imagine going there and being able to actually stop and eat something. I'll tell you what, those little motherfuckers, like I said, every time are pretty cute, and he eats it. He's just like, see, it's perfect. This is buttermilk ranch. Tell you what, rats are eating fucking good on this alley. You got a big ass bowl of milk for him. I'm trying to be not a completely closed-minded piece of shit. All right, so once the black oil thing here, they have a third one just labeled horse shit. Thing here, they have a third one just labeled horse shit. I'm guessing I just have to do rats in kitchen, right? I mean, what the fuck else do I actually put here, Nick? So this has come down to literally, do I want to stomach tons of flies on top of rotting food or rats crawling over my food as well. So we have fly slop and rats in the kitchen as the finals here. Okay, so we've gone through, we've looked at rats in the kitchen first here. The guys, to be fair, if we're looking at this objectively, the guy had nobody at his counter. So we know that the food's not good, right? Versus the other guy had a whole fucking line. Then in the second rats in the kitchen, the rats are feeding on the dough and chilling out, which does say that the dough is pretty good. If the rats are, I mean, you know, rats will eat anything, but at the same time, look pretty good. The naan bread look pretty fucking good, right? Sure, you have to think that there's shit and piss all in the rat piss all over it, but we don't know what that tastes like either, Nick. Think about that. And it's up against fly slop. Oh yeah, the original OG fly slop plate is really brutal. I don't know what the fuck that is. It looks like a plate full of organs, and then just a little thing of hummus in the middle of it. And the other stuff is just disgusting food covered in flies. So I feel like I can really only go off the first one. Oh, Nick, I don't know. Well, let me, you know what I'm gonna do though, since you are a third party here. What would you say?
I would say if there's flies around it, it's probably not good.
That's what I was gonna say, is because flies eat garbage. Rats also eat garbage, but that does, I guess that does really. I have to the other thing about this, if there was a gun to your head, which one would you do? The naan bread didn't look that bad, the dough didn't look that bad. I'm gonna have to say fly slop wins. I know what that entails, everyone, but fly slop does win. That doesn't mean that I'm enjoying it, but I think that, I think that fly slop is just more disgusting. For me, the fly stuff, too much. Fly stuff, too much. And now we were supposed to go get lunch after this. All I know is this. Listen, we're extremely lucky. We're extremely lucky to be in a place where we get to go to a grocery store, right? I have nice running water, all that stuff. This is nothing against the people. It's just the idea of it is gross. I mean, it's grossing me out. It is. But it's nothing to do against their situation or anything they're in. I want to reiterate that. Whatever. That's my fucking verdict. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go throw up. Goodbye, everyone. We were supposed to go get lunch after this. I don't think that it's probably still gonna happen, but still, now I'm gonna picture a fly. That first fly video, fucking show, replay that. I was like, I thought there was flies in the room. I got so even now, it's like that thing where you look at look at bugs or whatever, and I feel like it's in my hair. It is the holiday season. We got Thanksgiving. We got Christmas. We got Hanukkah coming up. I don't celebrate the last one, but it's still there. And what do all of these things have in common? Well, how the f should I know? Big holiday meals with families, right? And it's always the same. It's always so boring. Turkey, ham, mashed potatoes. So we devised a challenge today. We got some of the most cursed meal items ever, and we are trying to construct the most vile, most apprehensive, most disgusting meal for your holiday seasons. And we're doing it in a tournament bracket format because it's kind of fun. So to explain some of these, game one, we have a king hand versus virgin boy eggs. We had to look up what a lot of this shit was, so let me explain what virgin boy eggs are. The key to these eggs is the urine of young boys under 10. Young boys' urine is collected in schools and markets around the city in buckets placed by their street vendors. Eggs are boiled until the urine... Eggs are boiled in the urine until hard. The eggs are then cracked and continue to boil for several hours to let the urine soak into the egg. The golden egg smells strongly of urine, but the taste has been described as delicate, salty, and addictive. So it's little Asian boy piss inside of an egg. That's so disgusting. I literally thought that was a jalapeno with cheese inside of it. That is fucked. Let me see what the king hand is. So the king hand is from a popular Twitter post. Someone said, I had a dream where there was a food called king hand, a hollow handmade of M&M cookies filled with Greek salad. I could not stop thinking about it. Here's the accumulation of work and effort. That is fucking disgusting also. And like I said, the objective here isn't to be like, which one would you eat? It's about which one would you not eat. The objective is to make the most fucked holiday season dinner that maybe you can replicate at home. Oh man. You know, I mean, like, at the end of the day, the king hand is part cookie. The virgin boy egg is just piss egg. I think that it's very clearly gonna have to go to virgin virgin boy eggs. I also hate the fucking name virgin boy eggs, dude. But I will say the king hen, that is just a cursed fucking combination of like cold salad with cookie. It's just, I think it's supposed to be a play on like sweet and savory. That is just absolutely terrible. But I think all in all, I would eat the king hen over virgin boy eggs, so I have to give it to virgin boy eggs. All right, next one, a ballot. Oh my God, what the fuck is that? And then chicken feet meatballs. Oh my God, these both look fucking terrible. Let's look into what a ballot is. Which a ballot, it's from the Philippines. The mallard ducks are incubated for 2 to 3 weeks, boiled inside, and then served from the shell. The warm, gooey, gamey liquid is referred to as the soup of the duck. How do you eat it? The amniotic fluid is drunk straight from the shell and the yolk, as well as the duck embryo, and then eaten straight from the shell, the bones and the beak still being soft enough to be eaten. Here's a fun fact. A common street food in the Philippines, it is considered a known aphrodisiac and hangover cure. Interesting. That sounds terrible. It's essentially boiled duck. I mean, look at that. Oh my God, so that is a duck. I was kind of like looking, I thought it was like bugs at first. So the beak and everything is so soft that you just drink it straight. It's a little shot glass. It's an egg shot glass with boiled duck. I'm gonna go on a limb and just kind of say I know what chicken feet meatballs are, which is, it just looks like, I mean, just chicken feet and meat. Is that all it is? Chicken feet and meatballs, which is also pretty fucking disgusting. The hangover cure part makes it seem very interesting. I honestly wonder if the ballot is as bad. Because also you take it down, I mean the chicken feet and meatballs is gonna be crunchy. Also, look at the fucking meat. Is that meat around them? What kind of meat is that? Those look like Brazilian nuts. So those aren't Brazilian nuts, that's ground beef. Oh my God. This is hard. I really don't want to do a shot of a basically fully formed duck embryo, but at the same time, the crunch, like I'm thinking about sitting there with the chicken feet meatball, chewing into that. Oh, God. Oddly enough, the chicken feet meatball is kind of skewing to become the winner right now. I mean, I'm zooming in on this now. Jesus fuck. That is honestly so rancid. It looks like a testicle where it's just like a baby crawling out of a testicle. That is, oh my God, that is horrible. The zoom in on the ballot doesn't seem much better either, but at least at the same time it feels, I mean, I'm just thinking in terms of texture. I think it'd be smoother. The chicken feet meatballs has got to be the winner. That is disgusting. That picture is fucked. That is horrible. Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. Debt is never fun to talk about. Even when you're doing the right things, it seems like debt can come out and grab you at any moment's notice. But luckily, PDS Debt is here to help. You know, I went to art school and it wasn't cheap. It was one of the dumbest financial decisions I ever did. And after I graduated, immediately they started racking up the bills and we had a little bit of grace period. But after a while, the stress is built up and I just really wish there was an easier solution to it all. Which PDS Debt has a customized options for anyone struggling with debt. They can help with debt for credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Plus, PDS Debt is interest-free. Anyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies. There is no minimum credit score required, which means they can help people with bad or fair credit, save thousands in interest and fees, pay off your debt in a fraction of the time. Also, PDS Debt rolls all of your payments into one low monthly payment to keep you on track. If you're struggling with debt, choose PDS Debt to help you out. Right now, PDS Debt is offering a free debt analysis. It only takes 30 seconds. Head over to pdsdebt.com/papameat to get your free debt assessment today. Thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. All right, Rocky Mountain oysters versus Mountain Dew deviled eggs, which Rocky Mountain oysters, those are just balls. I think they're bull balls. I'm pretty sure a lot of people like them. I think I've had them once, actually. Okay. Mountain Dew deviled eggs, honestly, doesn't sound that bad either. Mountain Dew deviled eggs, they kind of are pretty too, aren't they? That's the thing with Rocky Mountain oysters too, is they can be deep fried. I mean, which one would be less appealing on a plate? I think it would be the Mountain Dew deviled eggs. If you deep fry a Rocky Mountain, you will not know that it's a testicle. So I think you gotta go with the Mountain Dew eggs, just in terms of the chaos of your plate. Because now we also have to think about, a big part of this too is thinking about the aesthetic of your plate, right? Something to think about there, but I think the deviled eggs has got to take, it takes the cake on this one for sure. And everybody else is like, oh my God, it's a ball, it's a testicle. Dude, don't knock it before you try it, bitch. Here we go. Boom. Nacho Cheerios or Casu Marzu. Casu Marzu, for people that don't know, is a type of cheese that they put flies in. The flies lay larvae into the cheese. From there, it's able to ferment. It's illegal in most countries. And honestly, if I was drunk enough, I could see myself eating nacho Cheerios, if I'm being completely honest. So, Kazu Marzu with fly larva that makes it ferment. Oh my God. I thought it was pound cake. I thought it was like a scone at first. That is disgusting. That's fucking cheese. We gotta go Kazu Marzu. Holy fuck. Monster mashed potatoes or fried tarantula. Oh, it's Monster energy drink, mashed potatoes, or fried tarantula. Both of these aesthetically kind of work. The tarantula one is way more chaotic. At least that's what I thought at first. But now Monster mashed potatoes, it makes me think of, remember when Heinz ketchup had like green and purple ketchup and it made every plate ever look fucking disgusting? Especially, I think that's brown gravy and a little pool in the center of that. That would be chaotic. Mentally though, I'm putting myself in like a fear factor situation. I feel like I could eat this. I feel like I could. Especially if it's fried. If it just had regular tarantula, well, one, I'd be like, that doesn't make sense out here, but I feel like anything deep fried is, I mean, it's all right. It probably tastes like chicken. That's like the thing with everything. I feel like I could crunch into it. I honestly feel like the Monster mashed potatoes with that brown gravy. The brown gravy is the part sending me over there, which is funny because I would eat a fried tarantula, but the brown gravy is making me gag with these probably damp potatoes that have, it's just blended together with Monster. That just seems like a more chaotic item. I gotta go Monster mashed potatoes. Monster mashed potatoes all day, dude. That is fucked. Chapulines and energy toast. I don't know what the fuck that is. Let's read this. They are grasshoppers on the genus Cephanerium. Okay, they're magical, I guess. Often they are seasoned with garlic, lime juice, chilies, and or salt. Damn, that sounds good. Honestly, dude, I don't know. I was about to get my... Not fucking good. Are you kidding me? Garlic, lime juice, and chilies, and salt. God damn. If you were telling me if you had a blindfold on it was just a paper bag and you just popped them in, you probably wouldn't even... I bet it would be delicious. Would I get sick? Probably. But it sounds kind of tasty. Energy toast, I don't know what the fuck that is. Anyone else make energy toast when in a rush? What the fuck does that mean? Is it just Monster energy toast with jam? I feel like that'd probably be better than... I guess I'll go with the grasshopper one just because that one doesn't feel too crazy. I'll do the grasshopper one, Chapulines. I know I said I'd eat it, but the toast one, I was like, whatever. Vegan blue cheese, which looks disgusting. Unfortunately, gets a bye. It gets to win. Apparently, this is like the NCAA, and we have buys for some reason. But here we go. Round 2, baby. All right, we're back to the little Virgin Boy piss eggs with chicken feet meatballs. Could I eat a deviled egg used with Asian boy urine? The picture is just so foul, dude. That literally looks like a jalapeno with cheese. Look how dirty. What, is this like a street? What kind of fucking AI generated picture is this behind him too? It's so orange and evil. It should be pure white because of, it's an egg, but it has been tainted over time with fucking urine. I like how they're like, it smells strongly of urine, but it's pretty good, honestly. I physically don't know if I could actually be in the same room as the chicken feet meatballs. That is so disgusting to me. I can't believe I'm about to say that I would eat little baby boy Asian piss. I gotta give it the chicken meatballs again. The picture, it's just so bad. Why does it has a vein? The ground beef, all of the ground beef has veins, dude. It's disgusting. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my fucking word. Whatever. That's the winner, dude. Holy shit. The Mountain Dew deviled eggs versus the Kasu Marzu, which is basically the fly cheese. Already on this one, the Mountain Dew I see Kasu Marzu and it makes me want to fucking gag. Mountain Dew deviled eggs, honestly, I've kind of come around to them. I'd actually be curious to try it. Look at the little, it has the nice cream on top with the paprika. Why the fuck not? Kazu Marzu, you are the winner for sure. Monster mashed potatoes versus Chapulines. Every time I come across the Monster mashed potatoes, it's just the brown gravy that's getting me. The brown gravy mixed with soggy, monster-filled wet potatoes. Like, I don't know if you've ever looked at like a plate of just like wet mashed potatoes, like if you're washing dishes. It's disgusting. It makes me want to fucking hurl. I'm still behind the idea that the Chapulines, or hopefully I'm saying that right, whatever, the grasshoppers, you put those in a blind bag, the garlic, the lime and everything, with a little bit of salt, fuck. I bet that shit's tasty as fuck. I gotta go Monster mashed potatoes. The vegan blue cheese, once again, is a winner here with another buy. Vegan. Once again, though, it would be very hard for me to not pick that. That thing looks fucking disgusting. All right. Third round! Every time I open this picture of the chicken feet meatballs, I seriously, if the train would just fucking hit me. This is just so disgusting. Oh, God. The worst worst part is like, it looks like they got all of them got in fist fights. They all have bruised knuckles and shit. It's like they couldn't possibly look more like alive. God, it's just fucking horrible. And the thing about the Kasumarzu is like, I don't know, that looks pretty disgusting too. But it's more so the idea. I wonder if I would really even notice the taste when it was done. It's a texture thing for me too. Like I can tell it's gonna be very dry, but I feel like maybe with like a glass of red wine or something. I'm not even a red wine guy, but maybe it would hide the scent of it. Maybe it would be something that's like it seems disgusting, it sounds disgusting, but really it tastes fine. It's gotta be chicken feet meatballs, dude. I can't believe it. I would rather eat cheese that has been fermenting because of literal fly larvae. Flies fucking and reproducing and doing all that kind of, well, I guess not fucking, but you know, laying eggs. Chicken feet meatballs. I hate you. And then this round here, vegan blue cheese comes up against monster mashed potatoes. Oddly similar textures. The vegan blue cheese just looks abhorrent. Like, this is the first time the brown gravy has ever looked kind of appealing next to this thing. The vegan blue cheese looks like something that you would find in the ocean that has never existed, like has never been seen before. And the researchers would bring it up and be like, what is that thing? Look at all the mold. That is so disgusting, dude. That is so gross. That is so fucked. This is all mold. All of this, all the fuzzy stuff. And you're supposed to fucking dip some Triscuits in this? I don't know, man. It doesn't help, too, that in the monster mashed potatoes, they put like Italian herbs over the top of the brown gravy, which essentially just looks like chocolate pudding. I would probably stomach the mashed potatoes over the vegan blue cheese. That is fucking disgusting. We gotta go vegan blue cheese. The final round for appetizers. Here it goes. Our finalists are chicken feet meatballs and vegan blue cheese. Man, this is actually very difficult for me. The meatballs, honestly, is one of the most abhorrently evil things I've ever seen in my life. But the vegan blue cheese, once again, it feels like it's alive. Like, the amount of fungus and mold on it. I wonder if there is a world where the Triscuits would make a difference. Yeah, you dip it in and it, like, maybe masks itself. It's kind of, that's the problem with cheese, is cheese can look really bad, but then you bite into it, and then it's like, you know, it's stinky and stuff, but maybe it tastes kind of good. Versus, I don't know anything on God's green earth that could go with chicken feet meatballs that would make it. Because it's not like you can just dip it in ketchup. I think anything else would just add to its chaos and be absolutely fucking disgusting. I think just tried and true, dude, honestly, I think the winner of this tournament has to be chicken feet meatballs. Chicken feet meatballs is our winner for appetizers. But, you know, at least now we get to see what is going to go with our drinks, which our drinks start off mac and cheese shot. That's kind of rad. And Tic Tong Soul. These fucking Asians, dude. Do some. If this is piss again, I'm going to be absolutely fucking pissed. Ba-bing! What is it? It's a fun mixture of water and the poop of... Tic Tong Soul is a mixture of water and the poop of a human child. Ages range from 4 to 7. That has been fermented. It is fermented child poop. Korean child poop. Traditional Korean medicine that has 9% alcohol content. After the poo has refrigerated for 3 to 4 days, it is mixed with water and divided into smaller pieces and fermented overnight. The vat begins to smell incredibly strong of feces, getting worse as the fermentation continues. The mixture is then poured through a sieve and mixed with 70% non-glutinous rice, 30% of the glutinous rice and yeast. It sits for 7 days to ferment and wrapped in a blanket to maintain a temperature of 30 to 37 degrees Celsius. Fun fact, if not fermented enough, it is dangerous to drink. Is it? That's weird. But when perfectly ripe, the alcohol drink is claimed to cure pain, broken bones, bruises, inflammation, and even epilepsy. God damn. The taste is a bit sour and similar to rice wine. It has a faint poo smell and can leave the smell in your breath. Your breath smells like shit. Yeah, dude, I was just trying to cure my epilepsy with Tung Tong Soul. Mac and cheese shot? Why the fuck would I? Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would do that today. Absolutely. Tung Tong Soul, the fucking invincible shit, like, elixir, has to be the winner here. Next one up is Gomutra, which is just cow urine, okay? And baby mouse wine. Oh my god, are those all just baby dead mice that they just, I'm guessing, ferment? Cow urine is used as medicine in some places of India, Myanmar and Nigeria, while cow urine and cow dung has benefits of fertilizer. The proponents' claims about its curing diseases and cancer have no scientific backing. Well, of course not. It's a big religious thing amongst Indian cultures and stuff like that. So I can see, kind of tasty here. It looks like orange juice, if I'm being honest. I don't know if that's just all the boxes, but also at the same time, the labeling for that thing, pretty fire. The baby mouse wine, on the other hand, baby mice drowned in rice wine. At least a dozen baby mice are drowned in rice wine. The wine must mature for at least a year before drinking. This is more of a health tonic than a drink for a casual night out with the boys. It could supposedly help with asthma and liver disease. What does it taste like? Mouse wine has notes of gasoline. It has notes of gasoline. With an aftertaste of rotting animals, the smell is described as incredibly putrid. Baby mouse wine has fans in South China and ancient Korea. Fun fact, the mice must be blind and hairless. Parts of baby mouse skin often float around in the wine, so a veteran move would be to sift the liquid before consuming. That would be a veteran move. Once again, it feels like a no-brainer. I would definitely just sip on stuff. Like if I had a couple Indian friends who were like, no, dude, for real, try it. I'd be like, why not, dude? I don't give a shit. Baby mouse wine, to see that, to have to sit there and look at a bottle ferment for a year with a bunch of baby blind mouses in there? Come on, man. Baby mouse wine wins. I don't want to sound controversial here, but the Asian countries need to get a fucking grip on poo, pee-pee, and like dead animals and shit. Snake wine. Oh, God. And frog juice. Snake wine, which I'm guessing is they kill a snake and they fucking ferment it for probably a fucking year. Fun fact for me, snakes are my least favorite thing ever. Ever. Like having this, I would cry seeing this in my room. Frog juice, that looks delicious. Like I don't even give a shit if they're blending frogs and mixing with mocha frappuccinos. I'm gonna have to go the snake wine. I know this is a quick one, but snake wine over anything, honestly. Snake wine, it's gonna be very hard for me not to fucking recoil in fear for that. Bovrgal. Bovrgal is from Sweden, not from Asia, so it's probably not poo. What is it? Schnapps from the infused anal glands of a beaver. It's the anal glands, but it's not the poo. It's not the poo, so it's almost there. Description: the anal gland of the beaver is infused in the alcohol for several weeks. The result is a bitter schnapps with an overpowering taste of pine trees, tar, leather, and urine. Fun fact, in the 1800s, these glands could cost 2 months' salary, causing Swedish beavers to be hunted to extinction. God damn. The yellowish fluid produced by beavers' anal glands has been used in perfumes to make a natural vanilla substitute. Dare I say I wouldn't mind trying the beaver gland. Stag semen beer. Okay, well, I don't have to be a scientist to figure out what's going on there. Do I either want to eat the asshole of a beaver or drink stag cum? Basically fermented stag cum. Honestly, the beaver thing, I feel like it wouldn't be that bad. Like if you went up to it and you were like, oh, you didn't know that was like a beaver gland, it feels like it could be passable. Versus, I feel like stag cum would just be very thick and even in a beer. You're like, oh my God, is this a milkshake? They're like, no, it's beer. Oh, well, what flavor is this? This tastes kind of weird, huh? Yeah, it's stag cum, actually. I have to give them points and I don't like it for the label of this beer, which is half stag and half sperm cell. It does have chocolate notes! Coffee and chocolate notes. I'm not a big mocha guy either, though. I think I'd have to give it to the stag cum. There we go. Amaranth's vagina beer or placenta 10,000. Amaranth she's doing like the yeasty flavor of her vagina in a beer. I think it's an unbelievable marketing strategy. Good for you. Hope you make even more millions of dollars off that. I personally probably won't be trying it, but let's see what placenta 10,000 is. Placenta 10,000 drink comes from Nihon Sofuken is a popular new drink in Japan. Uh-oh. It's supposed to taste like tender peaches. Oh, well, what is it? Is that it? It's just placenta. Oh, that's a real human placenta in there.
So the 10,000 is 10,000 milligrams.
10,000 milligrams placenta is just in these like weird Repo Man blood bags. It's supposed to taste like tender peaches. God, kind of sounds good. Damn. Why am I kind of wanting to drink placenta? Why am I gagging more over Amaranth's vaginal yeast than I am over drinking a placenta? Yo, All this shit's got me confused, dog. Sorry, Amaranth, but you're moving up on the list. And last from these rounds is 3 penis liquor or sour toe cocktail. I don't even know if we can show that. That is disgusting. The sour toe shot is a shot of whiskey garnished with a human toe, a literal human toe. Where do they get the toes, Nick?
They're question, but they are mummified.
They're mummified, so people are grave robbing and doing shots with them. That's probably Ireland, right? Do we have anything for 3 penis liquor? Chinese alcohol contains 3 kinds of animal penises. I mean, come on now. Honestly, a mummified toe is better than just some like extract of like dog penis, deer penis, and seal penis. That's a pretty, honestly, I feel like I would get superpowers. Part of me honestly wouldn't mind, not a full shot, but I kind of want to do half a shot of 3 penis liquor. Also, the branding's kind of fire too. Like, I feel like if you showed up and you're just like, I don't know, dude, are you a pussy? You want to fucking drink this or not? The sour toe cocktail, that would be a bit harder of a pill to swallow, if I'm being completely honest. Also, it would be impossible for the toe not to touch your mouth. A rule for it is you can drink it at however speed, but the toe absolutely has to touch your lips. And for that reason alone, I think it makes itself a pretty beautifully cursed and fucking horrible drink, so I'm gonna move it forward. All right, round 2 for drinks. Oh God, this is a hard one too. Titong Sol or Baby Mouse wine? Korea, how dare you? So basically fermented child poop or baby mouse wine. I think in any situation, if you show up and say that like this is made from the excrement of a child, people would much rather, I feel like there'd be, I would say 9 out of 10 people would be like, just give me the baby mouse wine. So I think for that reason too, and also the whole thing is that when you drink it, your breath smells like literal shit. I think that you gotta go with Titong Sol. Snake wine versus stag semen beer. Honestly, once again, the snake is absolutely fucking me up. I gotta go snake. The stag semen beer, I can see it being like a party trick thing. But the snake wine for me, just showing up with a giant fucking snake, and I just can't. I don't think I can. Me personally, I can't. People might disagree, but snake wine's gotta push forward for me. Amaranth's vaginal beer or sour toe cocktail. I mean, honestly, the toe still. And this is the reason why, is because if it was made of her actual vaginal yeast, that might push it forward, but it's just supposed to be, oh wait, no, to brew a new flavor using her vaginal yeast. Oh, so it is using her vaginal yeast. Makes it a bit more difficult. How do you get her vaginal yeast? So she just swabs her pussy up and throws it into a vat of beer? The idea of it is like just abhorrently disgusting to me. The sour toe cocktail now, I mean, honestly, it seems kind of, I hate to say it, but it seems kind of cool if you did it, right? I just don't know if I'm down putting human yeast inside me. Because at least the sour coke, well, I mean, I don't know, it is a dead toe and you're drinking the liquid but only putting on your lips. This is hard, man. The problem too is I feel like I'm in a catch-22 where if I don't choose Amaranth, then I hate women. And if I choose the other thing, I'm an incel or whatever. It's a losing battle. I'm overthinking it. I would go sour toe cocktail still as pushing forward because obviously it's like a gimmick. It's not really anything crazy. Sour toe cocktail, you win. All right, second to last round. Titong Sol and snake wine. Objectively, my fear of snakes can't push us forward through the baby poop drink. Baby poop drink has to win. It just has to. So our finals are Titong Sol and sour toe cocktail. I feel like I've already kind of answered this. I feel like my answer to this has to be Titong Sol, because at least the sour toe cocktail, I could see myself doing that once. It would be very, very hard to convince me to be like, hey, you should try this Korean baby poop deal. Your breath will smell like shit afterwards. That just feels fucking terrible. And also showing up to the holiday party with some Titong Sol feels, I mean, you're gonna like, I can't remember when I'm gonna talk to you after that, all right? I think Titong Sol's the winner, dude. Titong Sol's the winner. Our entree. I mean, we have to think that this is the centerpiece of our meal, so people, lock it the fuck in! We gotta go! First one up is frog sashimi and warthog anus, which honestly, the warthog anus thing is some beautiful art. The frog sashimi just looks very sad. Frog sashimi is a large frog is stabbed, skinned, gutted, and served up on an ice plate with a lemon slice with soy sauce. So literally, it's frog sushi, and we just eat frog guts. I don't know how I feel about that. The frogs are very cute. That makes me sad. Warthog anus is to kill and gut the warthog and pull out the anus with the last 1 foot of intestines attached. Squeeze out the feces, but don't wash the anus or intestine, make fire, and throw the juicy anus directly into it. Ignore the dirt and ashes that will cover the anus. Be sure not to cook it too long. Cut it into into bite-sized pieces and serve immediately. Both of these are bad. I mean, the frog sashimi thing, I could probably see myself with soy sauce, baby enjoying. I could also see myself, I mean, the warthog anus thing is just don't clean the shit, so you're like probably gonna bite into some like pooey warthog anus. I'd probably go warthog anus on this one. It's my immediate gut reaction. Well, I don't know. I mean, showing up to the club with frog sashimi, I feel like it's gonna bring the vibe down. Is that a positive for our cursed meal? I probably would rather eat warthog anus, maybe, than look at the sad frog. I guess I go frog sashimi because I'm a sweetheart. Frog sashimi. Black pudding or shirako. Honestly, none of these seem too bad, so let's look into it. Shirako is, while this white paste may look like mayonnaise, it's actually fish semen. Okay. Milt is sometimes harvested by hand, but the easiest way to harvest is to simply retrieve the mill from the genitals of a dead fish. So those are just large pieces of fish semen put together. Why do they still kind of look aesthetically pleasing? I also don't look like that you have to go into a dead fish's genitals. So you don't see that in Jiro Dreams of Sushi, do you? Black pudding from UK and Ireland. Oh, God. Blood sausage made of pork or beef blood with pork fat and oats. Considered one of the oldest forms of sausage, since blood generally spoils unless prepared. This became the easiest way to ensure it didn't go to waste after animals went to slaughter. Most traditional recipes from the UK involve stirring the fresh blood, adding fat in some form of rust, and seasoning before filling the mixture into a casting and boiling it. The black pudding is a good source of protein. It is low in carbohydrates and high in zinc and iron. It has been described as superfood because the natural... Yeah. I mean, honestly, the black pudding thing, while it looks gross, I bet it's not bad. I bet it's just sausage. It looks disgusting, but compared to dead fish cum, and like that looks aesthetically pleasing too, but the thing is, I think it's too aesthetically pleasing, and I think that it would be fucking vile. So, Chirako, you are proceeding forward. Next up, we have jellied moose nose, oh my god, and Sonic curry. Okay, you've really touched your Sonic limited edition curry. That jellied moose nose looks fucking insane. Chili's moose nose is similar to European head cheese. Oh. Trapping cuts of moose nose within a gelatinized broth. That is disgusting. So this is literally just like a grinded up moose nose put into a gelatin, like a broth gelatin, and frozen for it to be basically a giant jello, like moose nose gut jello. That is fucked. That is actually fucked. The fur must be removed prior to cooking, either by being singed off with an open fire, peeled off after the nose has been boiled, or simply skinning the nose. Chefs then slice the nose and simmer it with onions, garlic, and an array of other spices, which may include cinnamon, cloves, allspice, or mustard seeds. Meat from other parts of the moose's head, such as the ears and lips, oh my god, may be added to the mix. Once the concoction has cooled down, the cook lays pieces of meat in a loaf pan, douses them with broth, and places the mixture in a refrigerator so the broth can solidify. The resulting jelly is served with a loaf of bread and eaten into slices. That's disgusting. Moose ears and lips and just all of the cartilage and shit from a nose. It's fucked. Baby UK, you barely touched your Sonic curry. I'd eat the Sonic curry. Why not? Yeah, it looks fucking disgusting, but whatever, dude. I had chicken tiki masala tonight. Sign me up, bitch. Yeah. Moose nose proceeds forward. Moose nose proceeds forward. Powerade pasta or chocolate ramen dogs? Both of these are just getting into poor white trash territories of snacks. The Powerade pasta, man, it's just whatever's just died. The idea of this, like, dried ramen with Hershey chocolate bars and hot dogs, I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, I think it would be hard to power through. That would be a weird concoction of things. My white trash nature almost wants to I would probably eat the chocolate ramen dogs before I would eat the Powerade pasta. Powerade pasta, you're moving forward, but I'm gonna let you know you're not gonna be a winner in this competition. Ortolan bunting or ptarmigan shit. The ortolan bunting, a tiny songbird that summers across Western Europe and winters in Africa. Yeah, I hate that we had to start it off like that because now I feel bad for it. Netted ortolans are kept in dark cages, which tricks them into gorging themselves on grain and figs. Once the small birds have doubled or more in size, they are drowned and simultaneously marinated in brandy. They're then plucked and roasted, which doesn't take long since there is a little meat on their bones. First off, I just want to say that this would be delicious, but that was tragically depressing. That is the only reason that is, you know, that's even on this list. That is just horribly depressing. The next one is ptarmigan shit, or uramet, which is the Inuit name of the bird droppings. So people are just eating bird poop. Okay, it's collected in the winter. When it's dry, it's unpleasantly gooey in the summer. I hate that. Don't grab it now, son. Wait till the winter. It's going to be unpleasantly gooey right now. It's then cooked with rancid seal oil. Why does it have to be rancid? Why can't it just be regular seal oil? In the old days, the seal meat was masticated by one spouse before being spat into the cooking pot. What the fuck does masticate mean? Is she shoving her pussy or something like that? Or does she chew it and then spit it in? So she chewed up and spit it, and then so basically they're doing nothing besides cooking this with seal fat. They're eating shit with seal fat. I mean, the parting and shit. I bet you the bird tastes delicious. It's just horribly sad, and I hope the birds can be set free. It's so sad. And look, like this is the cutest image here. Is their little legs? They're just like dink. Yeah, I guess the shit's moving forward, dude. Black chicken. Okay, we're getting racial. All right. And Hackerl comes from Iceland. Okay. Well, first off, I want you to know this picture that we have in the document's fucking horrifying. It looks like just a psychopath's like murder barn. It's fermented shark meat. The Greenland sharks do not have a urinary tract, but rather urinal through their skin, making their flesh toxic. To eat the toxic meat of the Greenland shark, Icelanders let it rot in the ground for several months. It is then hung to dry for another 5 months. The fermentation process involved in making hackerel breaks down the urine and makes it safe to consume. Hackerel is traditional Icelandic food and is eaten both during special occasions as part of everyday diet. Small cubes of the white rubbery delicacy are served on toothpicks. What does it taste like? It has been described as chewing a urine-infested mattress. What? Why would you? How is that a delicacy? It has been described as chewing a urine-infested mattress, but the pungent smell of death and ammonia is worse than the taste. That it doesn't sound good. What the fuck? Anthony Bourdain described this Icelandic food as the single worst, most disgusting and terrible thing he's ever eaten. Why would they do this? Black chicken is a variety of chicken known as silky chicken. These silky chickens have black flesh and bones and white feathers. Silky chickens are frequently seen in China and India. Black chickens are slightly gamier in flavor. Just a literal black, it just tastes like chicken. So whatever, yeah. Definitely the white urine mattress that is hackerel. Why would I do that? Hackerel wins. Black hot dog. Okay, a lot of black stuff here, dude. What are you trying to do to me, all right? And kiviak, which looks like, I saw this black hot dog in here before. It looks like they're at an IKEA. Black hot dog. IKEA. I called it IKEA. In Malaysia. Uh-oh. A suggestive looking black hot dog. What is it? A suggestive looking black. Seen it in IKEA. This color scheme choice was hopefully short-lived. Fun fact, use heavy globes of yellow mustard for maximum taste. So it's just literally a black hot dog with a weird bun. Whatever. Kiviak looks haunting. That looks, is that a fucking house cat that they've broiled? Kiviak is the name of a Greenlandic Inuit dish which consists of up to 500 small seagull birds fermented whole within a sulture closed freshly disemboweled seal. That's sad. Oils are applied to the skin to prevent infestation by maggots. The pelt containing the whole seagulls is buried underneath a large flat stone, seam side up, preventing rupturing by the gases that evolve and contamination. The pelt is dug up half a year later when fermentation is complete. I would eat a black hot dog. I'm so sad. Seals are adorable. I love seals. And this picture is just haunting. Imagine that. You kill a seal and you're like, I can't wait to eat this in 6 months. All right, Kiviak wins that. A lot of these are now coming down to like, I'm sad for the animal, and then also it's just the inconvenience factor. All right, last one for this round. First round is San Naki, which is definitely gonna be some kind of cum, I bet, and fruit bat soup. The COVID starter. San Naki, I saw a picture of that. This looks fucking disgusting. Let's look at this. A Korean raw dish. Dude, Korea, get your shit together, dude, for real. A Korean raw dish, or ho in Korean, that features a young live octopus cut into small pieces and served immediately. This is not food to be eaten after screening of finding dory. That's silly. That's very sad. This is just an octopus who's like, what's going on? And then people are like, have you ever seen all the videos of the Korean women online that just eat like live animals? Fucking horrifying. Poor son. Honestly, the bat soup, that is fucking terrible too. Is that cheese in there? Bat soup, the broth of a fruit bat soup is made by washing a bat and throwing it in boiling water, fur included. After it's been cooked for a while, the bat is taken out of the water and cooked with ginger and coconut milk. Other species as well as vegetable can be added in as well. Many people prefer to skin the bat, remove the fur to get to the meat. However, the real way is to chew the bat, suck out the meat, and to discard the remaining fur. God damn. Okay, so basically we show up to either have people eat alive, but the thing about it, this that doesn't work as an entree, Nick, with San Natchi, is we have an appetizer to get through, and you have to eat the sand nakshi right away. I guess you could just leave it in a cooler or a fucking fish tank or something and be like, hurry, go eat the sand nakshi. The fruit bat soup is probably it's just very unappealing. Like the sand nakshi is like, it's unappealing, but at least it doesn't have a cute, I mean, the cute little bat's face, it's so sad. Also showing up to a holiday dinner with a big vat of dead bats. It's like, don't take off the fur. You're supposed to suck out the meat and discard the fur afterwards. We have to respect the culture. I'd say fruit bat soup. I mean, it's also the COVID starter. That's gonna be a hard one to beat, honestly. But that ends our first round, so round 2, here we go. Frog sashimi or shirako, which is the pretty cum, basically. Honestly, I feel like I've eaten a lot of poo and cum. I'd rather just not have to keep doing that. And I feel like at this point, I'd probably power through for the frog. I'd power through the frog because I would be tired of cum and poop and piss. But, you know, here we are. It's turning into a Korean Thanksgiving immediately. Shirako wins. Jelly moose nose or pare pasta? I mean, this is a no-brainer. Jellied moose nose. Pare pasta was like, I mean, I would welcome that amongst everything now. Shit or the piss foam? So the shit is cooked with the seal. It's just poop. It's just poop cooked with spoiled seal, like oil or whatever. I would probably just eat the urine fish foam thing, but Anthony Bourdain did say it was the most disgusting thing ever. I remember having that guy. These are both rough. I wouldn't want to eat any of them. Once again, it's just like there's so much poop. At the same time, though, it's like people have said this is the worst thing ever. What's crazy, too, is that they say it's a delicacy where they say that, like, you spend so much time and it still tastes like that, and you continue to eat it. I'd probably power through to the hack roll. Yeah, the shit wins. So kiviak or fruit bat soup. The kiviak image is honestly it's so haunting. They're both cute animals, and bringing it up, I mean, I feel like the kiviak wins, but the fruit bat soup of that being like a COVID starter thing, I don't know. I would probably go kiviak. It's just so sad. It's also just thinking about seeing this exact image. I'm picturing myself at my own dinner table having this, and it just looks, it's disgusting. I gotta go kiviak. Which ends, I mean, we're in the quarterfinals? No. What's before the finals? All right, quarterfinals. Oh yeah, because 4. Semifinals. There you go. Shirako or jellied moose nose. I mean, aesthetically, I would probably go Shirako. The chipping away at that jellied moose nose looks crazy. And it's not even just moose cartilage too. It's like their lips, their ears, like their face, their entire face, and then it's put into a broth to be turned into a fucking jelly, and you're supposed to eat it with white bread. Are you fucking kidding me? I probably would go jelly moose nose. I think I would power through the cum taste for sure. I'd be like, give me some chopsticks, dude. I'm going to town. Basically, seal shit or seals with seagulls. The problem is that they're both seal dishes, and I love seals very much. I'm very upset with this. Now I'm coming down to the thing. You know how before I was saying, do I have the big pot of bat soup? There's no big container of shit. Like, if I have a giant container of shit, it's going to be a lot more disappointing than at least having like a full thing of meat from the kiviak. So I'm almost thinking that the somewhat muddy shit with rancid seal oil would probably be a more fucked, terrible meal option. But also just seeing the kiviak picture, I just don't know. Seeing that image is just, it is intense. This is just such an intense image. I'm gonna have to go just because I don't want to show it anymore. I'm gonna go to the shit. Okay. The finals are jellied moose nose and the Partmagan shit, which is just the seal, like shit mixed with seals. Honestly, for the entree thing, I'm gonna have to go jellied moose nose. Jellied moose nose wins. All right, that's it. We made the most horrid cursed meal. Well, let's relook at this. When we start the day, let me sit you down at our beautiful holiday dinner. Please, won't you have a seat? Here, can I pour you a nice glass of Tottengol? As you sit there, you smell the nice aromas of shit and Korean boys fill the air. Ah, as you take a shit as well, you notice that your own breath smells like shit. So you won't be able to escape that madness. But don't you worry. I just sat down our beautiful, beautiful appetizer. You gaze in glory as you see chicken feet and meatballs get set down in front of you. You reminisce by how they look like a black man's testicle, and how you can really contemplate on better times, knowing this is a true delicacy. Ah, and yes, you take another sip from your Tootengall, or whatever the fuck it's called. Tootin' soul. The taste of shit reforms in your mouth. Your belly's getting full, but you don't want to get too full because finally the entree comes out. Oh my God, jellied moose nose. Oh, it sits down and it gives a nice little jiggle. And you really know that as you cut into it and you plop it onto maybe 2 pieces of Wonder Bread, that this is what the holiday seasons are all about. Getting together with family, eating a bunch of terrible, terrible shit, and being able to reminisce over better and simpler times. Thank you so much for watching. If any of you decide to make these meals, please send me a picture, even if it's just one of the meals. If it's also, first off, if one of you guys have Toot-Tong Soul, I'm gonna be like, who's the kid? First question. The chicken feet meatballs, I'll be like, sure, that's fucking weird, and same with the jelly. But I'd be like, how'd you get the kid in the poopy? All right, that's all I want to know. Thank you so much for watching the channel. I hope you all have a great holiday season if you're celebrating. If not, I don't know, go to McDonald's or something like that. Take care, y'all. I'll see you next time.
stinky.
Hey, Nick, would you mind actually going and grabbing me clothes from meatcanyon.store? I think Meat Canyon has new clothes right now over at meatcanyon.store. You know, long sleeves, hoodies. It's awesome clothing, tons of great stuff. Could you go online and get me all those awesome products that you can see probably on the screen right now? My burns because I got soap in the head of my. Thank you so much, Nick. You can't see my footage, can you? Okay.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about doomsday buckets. We're gonna figure out what is the best doomsday bucket that you can buy to survive the apocalypse. I'm not about to sit around for the rest of eternity in this hellscape and not have a nice, clean, delicious bucket. And we have one hell of a competition today. So buckle up because doomsday is at our doors, bitches. Okay, so it seems that the rules for the Doomsday Bucket Challenge, it seems to make the most sense. We got about, is it 9, 8?
7.
We have 7 Doomsday Buckets to choose from here. I think the easiest way to go about this is going to be breakfast, lunch, and dinner. How do they all compete in the 3 meals of the day? Because I'm not about to sit through this apocalyptic wasteland and not be able to get my 3 in a day. You know what I mean? So, without further ado, these are our buckets. Cabela's Mountain House, Ready Hour, New Mana, Valley Food Storage, Augustus, and last but not least, Peak. Which, of course, we want to make sure people know that Jim Baker, the nutty professor himself, his doomsday bucket is New Mana. Oh my God. It's very deceptive. Also, I just want to say, too, all of the icons you have to put on the back of these buckets, it's a child basically getting trapped or drowning in a bucket. It's some kind of, you have to put the same dead baby logo on all of these doomsday buckets. Which I will say, point to everybody, it adds to the doomsday charm. I think for this as well, we're going to do a ranking of life totals. Everybody starts off with 10 life totals, and those get deducted. We drop bombs on them for everything that we find a complaint with, and whoever has the most life at the end wins. So without further ado, let's eat some breakfast, shall we?
Yum, 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 yum.
Wait, I want to talk to you about today's sponsor, Gamer Subs.
Now, if you're like me, you like to get hyped up, you like to game, you like to be a big energized guy. But you don't want to have to go through all the hassles of disgusting coffee, disgusting energy drinks. Gamer Subs is here to be an amazing, tasty alternative with 0 sugar, keto friendly, and God damn it, doesn't just taste amazing. A plethora of flavors to tickle your taste buds and make you feel like you can conquer the world. And I also have my own flavor called Raw Meat. A beautiful blend of cantaloupe and watermelon that makes you say, oh, hello, Summer. Also, did we mention anime shakers? That's right. Anime shakers so valuable, they're like goddamn blood diamonds on the off market. So if you're like me and you want a nice little pep in your step, give GamerSubs a try and use promo code PAPAMEAT at checkout. Thank you so much, GamerSubs, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. Starting off with breakfast. Look at this beautiful assortment of fucking chaos. My God. We have pudding, biscuits and gravy, and egg scrambled pancakes. What the hell is this?
Cream of wheat.
How is this cream of wheat? Oh! Oh God, it feels like a piece of fucking raw chicken. Oh my God, can I put this to it? Oh! That is actually, this looks like a cow tongue. That looks like a cow tongue! Oh my God. And then we have these eggs, which the bag for the eggs, awful. Corn. Smelled like hell. Unbelievable. But at least it comes with Valley Food Storage whole milk. Yummy. Milk that's supposed to last 20 years. I bet that's not gonna give me diarrhea. What, and then what? Oh, cream of wheat. Oh my God. It grabs like a goddamn monkey brain. Valley Food Storage with their monkey brain cream of wheat. That's fun. And then lastly, we have Ready Wise whey milk and their, I think this is also cream of wheat. Or this is oatmeal.
That's the maple oatmeal from Cabela's.
Oh, so this is all Cabela's here. Okay, so this is Cabela's.
Cabela's is Ready Wise. It's just rebranded.
Yeah, well, because they're not a company anymore. Because Bass Pro Shop whipped out their big donkey dicks and just slapped Cabela's across the face. I just want to say, get a zoom in on that, Jacob. Look at the bottom ring of that hell. You did not stir this. You look at me right in the eyes right now and you say you stirred that.
I whisked the shit out of it.
This is unbelievable. It looks like Amish butter.
It sat for a while.
Yeah, it's been sitting its whole life. This is fun. What, Margaret, which one should I start with?
The biscuits and gravy from Peak.
Okay, biscuits and gravy from Peak.
Wait. Which one, based on looks, do you think is the worst?
Oh God, this. Whatever the hell this is. I'm still not convinced this isn't a cow tongue. This was cut from the mouth of a four-legged beast and thrown on a fucking Dixie paper plate. That one. This looks horrible. The two that look the best, I'm not gonna lie, this biscuits and gravy doesn't look too bad. I'm not the biggest biscuits and gravy guy, but I can get down being like, that's aesthetically not too bad looking. And the scramble. Oh. God. And then also, I just want to say these pancakes should be illegal as well. Jim Baker, you are a fucking fraud.
Not even a syrup packet.
You're not even a syrup packet. He's like,
There's no such thing as syrup in the doomsday apocalypse, you see?
all right, here we go. Oh my God, it's so hard. Oh my God, it's so hard. Wait, seriously, I can't cut that. We might actually need a fucking knife to cut this. Hold on a second.
Oh my God.
It sounded like a piece of sulfur breaking. Oh!
Take a bite.
It sat for a while.
I don't want to do this. Oh God, dude, this is gonna suck. Bon appetit.
Oh, that's crunchy.
Oh, dude, fuck. That is horrible.
What's the gravy itself taste like?
Oh, it has no taste. It's just a fucking biscuit. It's just a goddamn biscuit. Oh. God. Oh, it's horrible. God. Oh, it's taking so long to chew. Oh my God. This is diabolical. I would fucking kill myself in the apocalypse if this is all it was. Also, the sausages all look like tiny pieces of rat shit, dude. They all look like rat shit. Oh, finally it's going down. God, that was like cracking a jawbreaker in half. That is f***ed. Did you cook this wrong, Margaret?
No, I just added boiling water to the bag.
Yeah, I forgot. The only way to cook all this is boiling water. You like boiling water biscuits and gravy? You like that with your... You see how that flopped over? Oh my God. I mean, I don't even know how to go about this. How were we ranking these again? Oh yeah, they all had 10 life points. I forgot about that. I would say initially, out of 10, I'll just give it out of 10. The life point, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Out of 10, I would give that, God, I mean, a fucking 2. I'd give it a 2.
Some of the other ones are very, very bad, so.
You know what? I'll give it a 3. It's just the biscuit. The gravy is so non-existent, but that's probably a good thing. At least you're getting nourishment inside you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were we able to get the crunch of that biscuit in there?
Oh, I heard it from here. It was crunchy.
I now know why I've waited so many years to not come back in this fucking kitchen. Margaret, what should I eat next?
The Valley eggs, the strawberry cream of wheat, and the milk from Valley.
Good choice, because at least now I get something to wet my whistle. That's... Oh my God. It smells like a Yankee Candle. I don't even know what flavor. They're like, don't even try to put a name on it. There's nothing remotely human about that glass of milk. Let me just say that. Oh God, the fucking monkey brain cream of wheat. Oh.
The eggs smell really bad.
The eggs smell like piss, dude. You didn't piss on this, did you?
No.
Tastes like eggs. I feel like the eggs have got to be like, if you fuck up eggs, what are you doing? It's weird. It's like, you get the egg taste, but it has the texture of like, I don't know, like the skin of an olive. Oh God. Oh, dude. It smells like a fucking blanket. Oh, dude, it has the texture of a wet noodle. Oh, this is the whole milk. Oh my God, this had to have gone bad. There's no way that this is gonna be good. What is the flavor of this?
This is strawberry cream of wheat.
Strawberry.
This is strawberry. There's no strawberry. There's no strawberry. I don't know what kind of cream of wheat. This has to be dehydrated monkey brains.
Tastes like strawberry.
You taste this right now and you tell me that tastes like a strawberry. You come here. Don't even touch it. I'm putting it in your mouth. Come here. You took such a huge bite, Jacob.
I thought you were giving me the whole thing.
You tasted strawberry yet?
Well.
No, you don't. Do you actually?
No.
You son of a bitch.
I'm so thirsty right now, though.
Here, have a drink of this. How's it smell? I'm gonna get that in your gut. It's not good. That's exponentially worse. Okay, I didn't realize the kind of. I understood that we're doing doomsday buckets. I didn't know it was gonna be like this. I thought Nick just fell, like died. He walked back down the basement and died. This shifts my entire perspective for the biscuits and gravy. I'm gonna raise the biscuits and gravy up to a 6. I just don't think this is gonna get any better. We haven't even eaten the cow tongue yet. Does a 2.5 feel wrong for this? A 2.5, is that fair? Well, you know what, the eggs, I'll give it a 3. Because let's say you're off. At least you have the eggs. The eggs taste like eggs. How about the milk?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, you better leave it at 2.5. We'll leave it at 2.5. Oh my God. Why does my mouth feel so dry? Do you think that has anything to do with the preservatives or whatever that's in the, or dehydrated
It soaks up a lot of the water, probably.
Oh God. What's next?
Breakfast skillet by Mountain House.
Breakfast skillet? I'm not gonna lie, this actually looks pretty good.
It smelled really bad.
This does smell like, I went to visit Wendigoon in his town and somebody threw up jambalaya on the street and it smells just like this. Which, to be fair, visually the threw up looked pretty good. Honestly, you can do like that didn't digest anything. I got to see the whole meal he had that day. Let's go. So this is like hash browns and there's some peppers in here, some sausage, you got some protein, you got some egg. Damn, I could f this up, dude. I could f this up every day. Smells terrible. It's awful smell. I cannot emphasize enough how bad this smells. Truly a wonder how something this good could smell so bad. I don't know. It's gonna be going in for seconds, huh? Damn, dude. I'll give this an 8. Pretty f***ing good. How many people, is this supposed to feed 4 people?
Yeah, or 2.
You said 2 people?
I think so.
If it's supposed to feed 2 people, then that feels good too. Like, I feel like if I ate half of that, it'd be good.
It's Best by May 2054.
Best by May 2054. I'll be a distinguished young gentleman by then.
Still drinking.
Why did I drink that? Oh God! Just absolute fucking brain rot to grab that and drink it again. God damn, that's a deal. You know what? Give it a 9, Harry. Boost it up to a 9, Margaret. Boost it up to a 9. You did good with that one, girl.
Up next, the pancake from New Manna.
All right, so this better be fucking good because Jim Baker's been slinging these fucking buckets for a long time. That dirty old sucker. How the fuck are you gonna give pancakes and not give syrup?
It's criminal.
The syrup has to last longer than the pancakes, right?
The audacity on them.
When we cooked these, did we form these or did they just come like this?
No, Harry formed them.
You had to mix the batter and pour
Oh,
it.
you even had to make it?
We had to pop it in the oven.
You had to pop it in you?
Yeah, they popped it in.
Jesus. After one sniff, it completely, it literally breaks in half. Okay. Gross, dude. It's just fucking, it's bread. It's like bread. It's edible, but no one in their right mind is gonna be like, now that is a pancake. This is, I mean, this is just I like how Jim Baker's like, we're gonna give you pancake mix. He just gives you the essentials to make fucking caveman bread. Fuck you! That's false advertisement. That's a 0. Seriously, there's nothing, there's no way.
Okay, next up, pudding from August-sun.
I do love pudding. I will say this is obnoxious. How many fucking people is
4? It's
4
4
people?
servings, yeah.
That one was fresh off the stove.
Was.
I don't know, I always got a weird feeling with pudding, dude. I always feel like, especially like white pudding, big old droopy tank of cum. Also, look at the spaceship bowl it came in.
That's my bowl.
Oh, it's your bowl?
That was from your house.
Oh, I asked you earlier if this was mine or not, and you're like, oh, it came with it.
Oh, sorry.
All right, Margaret. You fucking... Okay, I'll admit it smells pretty good. Dude, also, here's another thing. Pudding for breakfast? Sign me up, dude. You kidding me? Also, I think I have to
Oh no!
I think I have to I also can't tell if my throat is closing up. So I don't know if there's some kind of allergic reaction I'm having to some unknown thing, but we'll find out soon. I'm not gonna lie, that floored me. It has the same consistency as like soup. It's thick on top, but then when you like it goes into your mouth, it immediately becomes hot liquid. I mean, it wants to taste good, but it's just like, nah. I'm good on tasting good.
Can you guess the flavor?
Let me try again. Tapioca?
Vanilla. The box said it came with chocolate.
The box said it came with chocolate and then it ended up being vanilla? So stupid. I mean, like, you know what? I'm picturing myself, it's the end of the world, right? You have to wake up to this mediocre pudding every day. I think things could be worse. I'm gonna give it a 4. I'll give it a 4. I think that's fair. I'm going the tongue next. I'm going the fucking tongue.
You wanna lean that up real quick? Doesn't even move off.
Oh, it doesn't move because this is actually a living organism. What they didn't tell you is that a part of the doomsday, the nuclear fallout, that you actually get to make your own microplastic chicken.
It kind of looks like my insides.
It kind of does actually look like your insides. Look at that. Margaret, did you actually just peel a piece from inside of you and give it to me?
I'm not gonna tell.
I wish you'd just be more straight up with me, honestly.
You'll find out.
So wait, this is the strawberry cream of wheat again? In what universe is that cream of wheat? Look at the wheat! Just like Grandma used to make at her house. I feel like this is the most disgusting one. I feel like I want to take the biggest bite. I mean, you can mold it like snow. You can make a snowball.
So much jiggle.
Swallow. Swallow.
I don't want to swallow that.
Swallow.
Oh my God! That is that's fine. You know, I might have to politely decline on this one because it just can't seem to get it down for some reason. So I think I might have to. Which company was this?
Ready Hour.
Ready Hour? Could you go ahead and dock them -2 points? Could you do that for me? Thank you so much. Oh God.
Harry, can you get a paper towel from over there?
No, I'm going in the oatmeal. I'm going in the oatmeal, Harry. Who the hell is this company?
Cabela.
Is it Cabela?
Yeah.
No wonder Cabela's without business. It tastes like rock. Okay, can't forget the milk. The fucking milk. Wave milk. Oh my God. Oh my God. That tastes like glue.
Whoa.
That is sour.
I was gonna take a drink, but not now.
That seriously. That is bad. That is good bad. I'm really trying not to blow that one back. Could you go ahead and dock Cabela's just -1 point, please?
What's their score? -1.
Just -1. -1 is their score. Margaret, I need to clean myself before I continue.
Okay, clean time.
Okay. Oh, I am back with a new t-shirt after my nice little throw-up incident here. I'm back and fatter than ever and ready to take on more Doomsday Buckets. This time, it's lunchtime. And lunch here consists of 7 new meals from our Doomsday Buckets. It looks like this is sweet habanero chili. Oh my God. My God. I mean, it smells like chili at least. These all look terrible, dude. God. And the flies! Margaret, I thought we got fucking fly traps or something.
Yeah, I haven't set them out yet.
If you're gonna cook shit, you should set out the fly traps. Next we have Valley's enchilada, like rice. How can something be so impossibly flat? It's like a sheet of fucking paper on the deal. It's so flat. Oh God. This is the most upsetting. This is potato soup. Ready Hour is potato soup, but they also give you, it was only labeled orange energy drink. Not sure the health implications of how much caffeine or what is inside Ready Hour's orange energy drink, but here we are. Next you have, I think this is black beans and rice. Southwest rice and beans from Cabela's, which if you look in here, there's actually, you can see 3 pieces of corn. Impressive. Wow, look at all that color. And then we have these all look like fucking throw up. Next you have Peak's homemade style chicken. Are these carrots?
I think it's like chicken noodle soup.
It's chicken noodle soup. I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at. This looks like a live leak, like the aftermath of like a live leak video.
I like how none of them move.
Oh, this one's kind of going a little bit. Look at him go. Off to the races, as they say. Next up has to be the most unappealing of them all. This looks like actual cat throw up. This is Mountain House Chicken Fajita Bowl. Doesn't that look like a fajita bowl? I once had a 24-year-old cat named Susu that we had to put down. Every time she threw up, it looked just like this. So rest in peace, Susu, you horrid little cunt. And then last but not least, we have probably another just rice-based slop. What the f even is this? ReadyWise teriyaki rice. Uh-oh. We're heading to Mount Fuji because this is teriyaki rice. This looks like every Asian cuisine I've ever seen. Wow. Is this Panda Express or is this Doomsday Buckets? I'm not sure. Oh, God. Margaret, well, I guess we had you do this last time. What's the first one we should try?
Peak home-style chicken.
Oh, God. This looks terrible.
Sorry.
It's not your fault, Margaret. They're pre-prepared, aren't they?
Yeah.
This is just all, I'm almost positive all these are rice-based. This has to be a carrot, I'm pretty sure. It tastes like ground beef.
That's not good.
It tastes like have you ever had like a really, really raw hamburger? Almost like an old woman who's like,
Just let it hang on each side for 3 seconds and give it to me.
that's what this tastes like. I feel like I'm making like blood. I think that's what it is. I think it's the fucking blood. It's what it tastes like. It just tastes like blood. Oh my God. I don't even know. I'll be honest, I don't even know what the hell these are. I thought this was a carrot. I have no idea what that is. I'm suspicious that these are croutons.
It has to be a carrot.
That's what I thought. There's no way that this is vegetative life. What is this again? Peak homestyle chicken? If I could describe this in 2 words, it would be bloody crouton. Blood crouton. I don't even know what if I had to give it points, is that I didn't gag. There's that. If I was sitting at the nuclear fallout all around me and I was with my wife and my kids and I had to have this for lunch every day for the next 25 years, I feel like there's probably worse lunches out there. This is not the worst. You know what I'm gonna give it? I'm gonna give it 2 points. I forgot what the hell the point system even is. I think at this point it's just we're just adding up points. It's chaotic, just like a nuclear fallout kind of world. So 2 points. I don't know. Offline. All right, Margaret, what's next?
Up next, Cabela's Southwest Rice and Beans.
Oh, you talk about the Rainforest Cafe entree? Look at all that color. Yellow, 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 and brown. Pretty good.
Take a big bite. Big.
You want to take a big bite?
Big.
Is this big enough, Margaret? I don't want to take this big of a bite, dude. It smells. It's like you can smell the beans, but then it just smells like foam. I don't want to take this big of a bite.
Do it, pussy.
I mean, you know what's up?
Is it good?
No. It tastes like rice and beans, but man, oh man, does that corn sear through. No wonder they only peppered it in there. I don't know why. That corn stands the out. I mean, it tastes like rice, beans, and corn. There's 1 piece of corn. It tastes more like corn than anything. I don't know how that's possible. Can rice be made from corn?
No.
No?
Nope.
I gotta say, for evolving from breakfast, so far not too bad. Rice and beans, you know what? 2 points. 2 points. Edible. You know, you're in the fallout, you're not gonna get filet mignons all the time, right? But rice and beans, you can't really go wrong. Also, that corn's sweet.
Out of 10? 2 out of 10?
No, we're getting rid of the whole 10 points. It's just we're adding points. Whoever has the most points at the end wins. It doesn't even matter. I could give something 20 points. We're just gonna tally up points at the end. It's not the best system. I don't really know else how to do this. I'm still recovering emotionally from breakfast. So far, not bad. The blood, even the fucking The blood crouton thing wasn't the end of the world. I will say I would rather have the rice and beans over blood crouton any day of the week. What's next, Margaret?
Ready hour potato soup with orange drink. My favorite.
I like how this is supposed to be soup. You want a bowl of soup? You want a bowl of soup? All right, so this is just potato soup. That's it. So these are just little chunks of potato here. Let's see here. Let's get a nice, good glob of this thick, gravy-like substance on this plate. What's weird is that they're formed, but then when you touch them, they dissolve. Is that a good thing? I'm not sure. Damn.
Good, huh?
That's kind of fucked up. The texture of this is abysmal. The texture feels like it's like melted like crayons. Like it's hard. It's very hard, but the taste is actually pretty fucking good if I'm being honest. That's fucked up.
I had a good feeling about that one.
I could eat that whole thing.
Wash it down. Take a big gulp.
Delicious. What's weird is that it's orange flavored, but the substance inside is pitch black, like an oil spill in the ocean. I'm picturing Dead Sea animals in this, but yet I can't stop drinking. I'm actually nervous though, because I'm like wondering what is the energy drink aspect of this. If I start getting heart palpitations, I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna give the potato, god damn, dude. Give me some of that. Huh, Margaret? Who is this by again?
Ready hour.
Ready Hour. You know what? 5 points. I wouldn't mind having that multiple times. Also, if I had to get hyped up in the morning, I already feel like I'm gonna, actually, hold on a second. I can't tell if it's paranoia, but I feel my heart fluttering. I can't tell if I'm like psyching myself out or not. I feel like I want to keep drinking the orange drink, but I think it might be. I'm getting a little pepped up too quickly.
Is it good?
Don't get me wrong, it's good, but I'm not gonna lie, I just had a surge, like a surge of life flood into my body, and I can't tell if my heart is just like, what is my fucking heart rate? I need a.
Better eat the other ones pretty quick then.
You know what? I'm gonna keep it at 5. That's good. I don't know what kind of fucking primal activation that just gave me, but there it is. Margaret, I'm gonna do the chili next.
Chili with pineapple.
We have New Manna, which I believe is Jim Baker's. Jim Baker's chili. Better be good, Jim. Sweet habanero chili with pineapple. Where the fuck is the pineapple here? Oh, it's this? Oh, it's like dog food. This looks like fucking dog food, dude. I want to eat one of these like Jim Baker. He's like, oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, that is. Oh, the first word that came to mind was skunk. Oh god.
Oh my god.
The habanero. There's like unnecessary heat in my mouth. Give me the. It's like being pepper sprayed in the mouth with none of the flavor. It's just heat. It tastes like a skunk. It's almost tasteless with this texture.
Spicy.
Oh, the pineapple has to be rotten. The pineapple was sweet for a second, and all of a sudden it was like, it just immediately turned sour, like a goddamn Disney villain right in my mouth. Mar, I don't want to take another bite of this one.
One more.
I mean, look how that curves. God. Mother of God. All right, well, everybody dig into the chili here. I wouldn't even give this to my dog. This is fucked. It's so hot for no reason. There's no flavor. There's nothing. There's nothing there. It's just slop heat. This is fucking mud with heat. Imagine eating a pile of mud and then your mouth is just hot for no reason. No fucking points. There's nothing to even say. You know what? -1 point for the heat. Heat without taste. Nah, just give it 0 points. 0 points. God damn. Let's get in the back of my throat. Give it -2. The heat is only growing in my mouth. Hold on a second. This is actually it's building in the back of my throat.
Why would you want something spicy in the apocalypse?
Yeah, exactly. I'd love to have diarrhea. Hey, can I get some squirts in the apocalypse? Especially chili? Who the would be? Oh man, I'd love to just cause a mess. You know what I mean? What the -3 points. Kim, goddamn. Next we have Valley's Enchilada. God, there's still spicy mud on my fork here. It's actually, it's uncanny how flat this is. Also, none of them move. Can I put this upside down? Yummy. As our friends down south like to say, bon appetit. That's really crunchy.
It's crunchy.
That's really crunchy.
That's not good, sorry.
I didn't know rice could taste like this. Oh.
Did I not cook it all the way?
No, it's cooked. Oh, man. You know what's off. You know what's fucking crazy is the beans. If you're in the apocalypse, one thing I've noticed so far, hot spice this too. Damn. Or is it just left over in my mouth?
Probably from the pork.
This is definitely cooked, but it's like, it feels like I'm biting into chicken bones. I'm gonna have to give this 0 on the enchilada. Also, this is extremely deceptive. Enchiladas tonight! That has to be a point deduction too, right? That's so. Uh-oh.
Ay, ay, ay! Enchilada!
And then it's just this. Look at it go. Hey, Mom, I think my enchilada's breathing. It is, sweetheart. That's disgusting. God, get me the fuck out of this hell, dude. Ready Wise teriyaki rice. Can't you see the Asian influence?
See.
Teriyaki rice, don't know if we can capture this, but for some reason, it looks like moisture is trapped in between the rice. It looks like there's a little pond. So it almost looks like the rice is hiding an ocean underneath whatever the hell this is. So here we go. Oh, yum. Oh, it's so thick. It's like maple syrup. Yummy. Wow, better get some of that bean in there. Oh, that is unpleasant. It smells like gym socks. Gym socks, but a little bit of sweetness to it. So let's see if it tastes good.
How's it taste? Must be good. Can't talk.
I gotta stop drinking that. I don't know what the hell this is. I feel like it's cocaine. I'm like on a fucking wire's edge right now, dude. Teriyaki, it's kind of up. I mean, it's just rice. It's rice with like a weird syrupy teriyaki sauce in it. It does taste like teriyaki, but I wouldn't be mad. I got 2 points. Is it as good as a potato? Oh, absolutely not. No. Potato, my beloved. You ugly, ugly son of a bitch. And then last but not least, we have the Mountain House Chicken Fajita Bowl. I will say, no, the chili is probably the ugliest. The chili has to be the most unappealing. This one, it looks dastardly. Oh, it's like cutting into like a red velvet cake, that kind of consistency. Also, I cut it, and then it had this little like squirt of orange, whatever the hell that is, grease or whatever. Salud. You know what? 3 points. Shoot from the hip here, 3 points. Not bad. Looks terrible. Absolutely terrible. But guess what? You kind of taste the fucking peppers in that. All right? It does feel like you're eating like a dog's tongue, texture-wise. Okay, what the hell is this? Hold on a second. Is this a piece of chicken?
It is the chicken fajita bowl.
Oh, it tastes like a beet. The chicken tastes like a fucking... Have you ever had a beet before?
No.
You're like an oven. Shouldn't you have eaten like everything?
I only eat meat. I'm on Jordan Peterson's meat diet.
Oh, you're on the carnivore diet?
Yeah. Can't you tell?
Your figure does look very slim, Margaret.
Oh, thank you.
Her titties look nice.
Thanks.
You got cute little titties.
Thanks. Thank you.
I gotta say, lunch way more desirable than breakfast, okay? My God, if anything, if this is a message so far from me to the doomsday bucket people, just skip breakfast. Maybe we don't need breakfast. Maybe that's a thing for human evolution after the nuclear fallout. No breakfast, okay? God damn, dude. It's like a goddamn piece of Jacqueline's beef jerky, this chicken. We've been working on this son of a for a while. Let's move on to our last meal. Dinner. It is now dinner time. Some time has certainly passed, but it is an appropriate time to finally eat some dinner. Our last, probably I dare say, most important meal of the day for breakfast. I think dinner's the most important meal. It's the meal right before a lullaby. It lullabies you to sleep, right? In the doomsday, you want to have a nice dinner with your family. Think of Christmases. Think of Thanksgivings and nuclear fallout. What are some of our dinner options? Let's take a look. One is Cabela's Hearty Tortilla Soup. This looks like, oh my God. It looks like a spit cup. Look at it dribbling into the side of the bowl over here. Oh, good heavens, is all I have to say. Then we have Mountain House's Beef Stroganoff. This looks just like rat shit and throw up again. There's a lot of noodle-based ones in these. Oh God. Here we have Augustin's Italian Marinara Pasta.
Italiano. You love Italians, don't you, Hannah?
I hate hate Italian Americans. I'm trying to get a better look at the sauce on the bottom. It is disgusting. I don't know if it translates well on the camera, but this is just foul. Oh God. There's no way that you're supposed to have Doomsday Bucket pastas, right? Or like the cheeses and stuff. Maybe dry pastas, but like meats and sauces. I think it's gone bad. Like this. Like look at the tiny, what the hell even is this? What am I looking at here? Peak beef pasta. It's just beef pasta. Look at that. My God. God have mercy on my soul. Good Lord. This is probably the ugliest looking one. It's corn chowder. Corn chowder from Augustin. So these two are together. We were supposed to have corn chowder for lunch, but we're having it now because, you know, f me, I guess. And then the New Manna potato casserole, which there's no semblance of potato. It just looks like microwave plastic. All right, mac and cheese from Ready Hour. Mac and cheese does not look bad. We'll see. And then last but not least, we have Valley's mango. Oh God. Valley just had mango habanero chili as well. I'm gonna bite the fucking bullet here. I'm just gonna do the tortilla soup first. Cabela's hearty tortilla soup. Oh God. Oh, I didn't even know there was like rice in here. Oh, it's so thick on the bottom. Oh God. Oh man. Oh.
What do you think?
Oh, there's so much pepper. Oh, there's so much pepper. God, it's like a goddamn pepper. It's like pepper, and then they're like, by the way, there's rice and beans in here. What the f is this? You know what? Even though I just got pepper spray in my mouth, it tastes much better than I expected compared to, it looks horrible. This probably has to be tied with some of the worst ones. The chili looks better than the last chili we had. The last chili looked like dog food. This looks like dog food too. It looks like throw up. But to be fair, the throw up looking ones that we've tasted before they've been tasting a little better. You know, Cabela's, ugly as shit. I got pepper sprayed. I'm just gonna give it a point. I'll at least give it a point. You know what? I'll give it 2 points. It was edible. It was much better than I expected. I'm gonna move on to another soup as well. I'm gonna move on to the Augustin's corn chowder. Looks like mashed potatoes. Isn't corn chowder supposed to be like soup? Is it supposed to be this thick usually? It usually is this thick.
Also, usually there's corn in it.
There is no corn. I just noticed that. Yeah.
It's ground up corn.
Is it actually ground up corn?
Yeah. It's dried up, ground up corn.
Oh. Oh, dude.
Is it sweet corn?
There's no taste of corn, Margaret. It tastes like white gravy. Like white gravy gone bad. I'm gonna go to the beef pasta. These little pellet beef balls are just unfortunate. Oh, goddamn. I just want to point out, I understand these are not supposed to be good. I mean, they come in a bucket. Okay, it's a last resort thing. This meal right here, let me tell you something. If I had to eat this for a meal every day for like 20 years, I would rather just die. All of this so far, I would rather just die. I would openly go out into the toxic radiation that is the earth, and I would just suffocate or whatever the f would happen. I would just rather have that take me. I think as soon as any minor inconvenience happened, I'd just be like, it's done. No electricity, no internet. I'd be like, I'm done. That's it. Yo, I get to sit around and read books for the rest of my life. Oh, fun. I give 2 points to the beef pasta. Beef pasta wasn't terrible, even though there's no way that's actually meat. I don't know what the hell that is, but I can tell you right now, that is not meat. I don't even think it's a plant. I don't know what the hell they put there for you to eat. I think it's a mixture of foam and some kind of dog food. And they're like, oh, don't worry. I know it's hard in the bag, but you'll throw it in the water and it'll get soft, so it'll be like meat. So I don't know. I give it a 2. It was edible. I'm gonna give -3 for whatever the hell this is. For the corn chowder, because this is a forbidden pudding. It is a rancid gravy. Like, this is what I expect, like, mutants to eat. I'm gonna go next up with the Mountain House beef stroganoff. That smells terrible. I'm beginning to believe that this is all dog food, that they just say boil it. All the meat is dog food that they say boil and it'll be soft. Because this is gray. A gray, pale meat. Like you killed a fucking zombie and served it to someone. I mean, what the fuck is this? It's different than every other thing in the entire concoction here. Oh God. God damn. Oh, the sound of that. Oh, I shouldn't have stirred it. I shouldn't have stirred it. It was like it was an immediate chemical reaction did it just to my face. Oh, dude. It's very slimy. Hey, the beef tastes like beef, though. That's a plus. We've had a lot of blood tasting stuff today. Wasn't just one. That's a lot for me. The noodles in this, though, I don't know what happens, but as soon as it hits your mouth, it dissolves. And that was unpleasant. So really, it's just you eating plastic beef, whatever made-up dog food this is. Not bad. You know what? I'm gonna give it a 3. Would have given it higher, but it smells worse than it tastes. That's become a recurring thing for dinner. You know, you might smell but you know dinner's ready, and it doesn't taste too bad. Mac and cheese time. Dare I say, looks definitely the best out of all of them. Could be an easy win here, boys. Mac and cheese. Can you imagine being alone? All your family's dead in the apocalypse. Mac and cheese.
At least you got me.
Oh, it's sour.
Told you.
Oh my god.
That's probably the cheese going dead. What's wrong?
Dude, it's like vinegar. It's really, really sour. And the noodles are little strands of leather. This is so upsetting.
But it's good for 25 years.
Yeah, imagine you're so stoked. My mutant daughter just got married. We're busting out the fine china. We're serving some mac and cheese. And it's these little strands of, this is so upsetting. It looks so good. It actually looked really fucking good. Ready Hours mac and cheese, stay away from that. I'm pissed off. That's
Gotta be -5 at least.
I was gonna say -4 was my gut. A -4. Because at least it's appealing. Even if you're like, let's say you wanna make someone jealous in the wastelands. What are you having over there? Oh, these mac and cheese? And then you like just have it on a table and it looks good.
But you don't eat it.
Yeah, it's just, you use this to tantalize people in the wasteland. Or you're like, got you something to eat, and then you run away, and you hear just like gagging and choking in the background. Ah, it's vinegar poisoning! That is New Mana had this is the
Potato casserole.
Potato casserole. God, it all just sounds like death. No thought went into being like, when you dive into the cuisine, you're gonna be tantalized. You're gonna want to like dive right in. I hate Jim Baker.
What?
Oh, it's so sweet. It's like really sweet, like sugary. It is not good. It's weird. It's like sugar potatoes. I have no way to describe it. It's a really sweet, there's nothing savory about it. It's like, I feel like Jim Baker's like, they want it sweet, trust me. It's like something like that. Oh God. I mean, it's edible. And that has to count for something in the wasteland, right?
Yeah.
I would rather have sugar potatoes over leather vinegar macaroni. So I guess I'd give it a point. That's fair, right? But give it a point just because it's edible. It looks horrible. It has no smell. It once again is falling into this routine of being something that could be alive. I don't know. I feel like if I would have poked it, like if I would have found this thing sitting out on a table, I'd be like, and like poke it a couple times. Has anyone ever had sugary potatoes before? Maybe they're onto something. Maybe this is the new cuisine of the future. Sweet sugary potatoes. Off fly. Okay. I'll do the marinara pasta by Augustin's. I don't like that name either. Augustin. So this is actually supposed to go with the corn chowder.
Yeah.
It's like sour again. I can't tell if it's just like, oh, that's just the preservatives or what. There's no marinara. I cannot taste any of the marinara. Like the texture is there, but it tastes just kind of like sour noodles. Noodles gone bad. I will say I prefer that. So now combining this with that makes it even worse. I would say dock it another point then. Just dock him another fucking point. Good God. Oh God, the last thing's the chili.
Your favorite.
Oh God, yeah, my favorite. So Valley's mango habanero chili. The last chili was terrible, so all it needs to do, oh no. Oh, it cuts like sherbet. It kind of doesn't smell like anything. It doesn't even, usually chili always has like a very distinct smell. It's weird. Maybe I have the COVID. Do you think people would care about COVID in the after world? You think COVID is the end?
AIDS will be the end.
What a horrible improv to say there, Margaret. What? You said AIDS, right?
I said AIDS.
You hear that crunch? The fucking mango is like crunching in my mouth like it's candy. That's the mango, right? That's gotta be the mango. Because I see the habanero slices in here too. Honestly, it's edible. Dude, especially compared to last chili. The last chili was so, I would say this is like, if I'm riding out, dude, if I'm sitting there, I'm on Brokeback on a mountainside with my cowboy buddy. He's fucking, I don't know how many inches deep inside me. And all of a sudden he busts out a pot of fucking Valley Doomsday bucket chili. I'd say that's borderline romantic. I'm giving it a 3. Give it a 3. If it wasn't for the crunch, I was gonna give it a 4. But the crunch fucked me up a little bit. Because now I feel self-conscious, like I'm looking at him, I'm like, you like it? And he's like crunching through it, and I'm like, I love you. He doesn't say it back. All right, well, I guess I'll see you next time on Brokeback. So wait, so that is our...
That's it. The scores are in.
The scores are in. Give me the totals so far from worst to best. New Mana comes in dead last with -2 points. I expected New Mana to be the worst. Jim Baker is a fucking snake. Look at how he, even in his own video, choked on his own soup. Who the chokes on soup, dude? You don't have to chew it.
Oh my God.
That was the whole time. That checks out to me, and I'm happy. These scores are honest. Okay? New Mana coming in dead last with their fucking Wonder Bread pancakes. How are you the fuck are you to give pancakes and I have $1 of syrup? How the fuck is that actually possible? And then for lunch we have their chili. The Pedigree Dog Company could make better fucking chili for humans. It's unfucking real. And then last but not least, you give us this potato casserole. Fuck you, Jim Baker. New Mana, if you're in the market for doomsday buckets, stay clear of New Mana, right? Because here's the thing. Just because you're in the hellscape that is the apocalypse doesn't mean you have to just suffer for eternity with bad tasting food buckets, man. If you're spending good hard-earned money on food buckets right now, stay away from Mana. And next up is Ready Hour, which has a -1. It barely scrapes by New Mana. These are our fallen angels for sure. Ready Hour having the cream of wheat strawberry cow tongue. I'm gonna give it the coveted honor. That was probably one of the most disgusting things I've ever tasted in my whole life. That was disgusting. But then you come out of nowhere with the potato soup and the nuclear, heart-racing, life-invigorating orange drink, and then it wins you over. The potato was simple but effective. They spoiled it again with having the fucking leather vinegar mac and cheese. I mean, the strawberry cream of wheat, don't get me wrong, is definitely worse than the mac and cheese, but that is unfathomable. What a crazy, weird collection of looking stuff. You have the super bright pink cow tongue, you have the delicious looking mac and cheese that ends up being fucking horrible, and then you have a plate of nothing and it ends up being good. Rewrite your formula, Ready Hour, my God.
Don't forget black orange juice.
Oh yeah, I will say, in the black orange juice, that was odd. It looked like an oil spill. It was very deceptive. I kept drinking it. It hit me kind of late, and then it came back, and I kept taking sips on it, and I felt, I don't know, like I took a fucking Limitless pill. Yeah, I mean, you guys remember that Bradley Cooper movie? It reminds me of that. Points there, but I mean, at least it's not dead last. I'm glad they weren't dead last, at least for that.
5th place.
Cabela's coming in with a total score of 3. That company's not even around anymore. And they're beating out the competition. What does that say about our last other two? Cabela's, it was an ugly duckling. The fucking tortilla soup. It felt like sifting through like a grease trap. Didn't taste the worst, but it was ugly as hell. The whey milk in their breakfast option was abhorrent. I mean, that was fucking awful. Really, really bad. Also, I didn't know oatmeal could be so haunting. So tragically haunting. But then they kind of slapped at their lunch with the Southwest rice and beans, right? You know, it wasn't bad. It was a middle-of-the-road meal. It would be something where if I was, once again, tucked away on Brokeback with my mans, and we can bust out some of that, I think none of us would complain. And I'd still be able to get work done. I'd be able to get work done. Augustin comes in with 4 points next. It had one of the most disgusting meals. The dinner was corn chowder and pasta dinner. Really made me realize that, like, doomsday life, even if I had a bodacious Brokeback Mountain cowboy boyfriend, I would rather be dead. And yet they still had 4 points. Somehow they squeaked by with their pudding for breakfast, which basically was just cum, so I guess that does get you prepared for the Brokeback situation. Maybe you're eating that every day anyways, who knows? It wasn't terrible, but it also wasn't, like, super sweet. It was okay. So now we're in the top 3. Valley with 6 points. Valley coming through, having some memorable dishes here. I mean, the nice chili here, really putting Jim Baker's nose in it with extremely crunchy habanero stuff. I don't know what that is, mango, whatever. It's a crunchy mess, but it didn't taste the worst at all. It did make me contemplate my life as a gay cowboy. So, you know, that's pretty memorable. Their whole milk was... The eggs tasted like eggs, though, which in nuclear fallout is pretty important. The cream of wheat, I remember being probably mid. The eggs were surprising because they looked awful. It looked like a fetus, like a diced up fetus on my plate. It was nasty, but it tastes good. That's the thing about these doomsday things, man. You know, don't judge a book by its cover. Oh yeah, they had the paper thin enchilada rice and beans. I mean, it was as thick as a sheet of paper. I don't know how it was possible. It scraped up like cat food. It just tastes like rice and beans. I couldn't even judge it. if you had to have sustenance, if you had to have something in your belly, I mean, you could do that, but at the end of the day, I can't give it points for tasting like nothing. What's second? What's our silver medal?
Peak with 10 points.
Peak with 10 points, damn. The beef pasta, once again, once you start to accept that the meat in all of this is dog food, that it just gets watered down and becomes mushy, it becomes a lot more palatable. The chicken option, albeit tasting like beets, was all around kind of pleasant. I enjoyed it. And then the biscuits and gravy, which was the hardest biscuit of all time, but the gravy wasn't terrible. Once again, you get the pedigree dog food that's boiled down so it becomes mushy. It's not terrible. But the biscuit itself that was a tough ask. But for peak, it's one of the peaks. I mean, 10 points. Can you blame him? A silver medal. But who was our champion? Mountain House comes in with 15 staggering points. An unbelievable. I mean, the breakfast option, the skillet. Mountain House, do all of us a service and don't wait for the doomsday to fucking serve that thing up. Every day, I'd eat that skillet every goddamn day. Is it unfair that I gave it 9 points? You. Why don't you get New Mana? And I'll stick with Mountain House. The chicken fajita bowl, it was an average, yeah, like a 3-pointer, and also with their little beef stroganoff thing. Beef stroganoff, I mean, it looks disgusting. I'm looking at it right now and it makes me sick to my stomach, but tastes fine. The pasta dissolves in your mouth. I don't know what the hell is going on. The pasta shouldn't do that. It's like a piece of LSD paper or something like that. That son of a bitch just dissolves real quick. And then you're left with, once again, the pedigree dog meat. So at the end of the day, I'm happy that Mountain House is our Doomsday Bucket Champion. If you're nervous about the world ending, get Mountain House. Mountain House! Mountain House! And if you've tried any of these at home, or if you're, I'm not gonna say that. You know what? Doomsday might be around any corner, right? Uh-oh, I'm peeking. Maybe not this one. I see a hallway though. Might be down that corner. So what I gotta say is prep for the worst and enjoy the best. Go Mountain House. Margaret, any closing thoughts?
You should try all of Jim Baker's.
No.
There's 17 in total.
No, I'm not trying all of Jim Baker's food. There's too much. Also, isn't there a bucket that's like $5 grand?
Yeah, we bought the family pack that was $400.
The bucket we bought was $400.
Yeah.
Are you serious? And it was the worst one. Wait, how much was Mountain? Do we have the prices all? How much was Mountain House?
Mountain House was $112.
Oh, $112.
It says it's only for 5 days worth of food.
Oh, so you are paying a premium. Maybe you only plan to be alive for 5 days. Make love to your cowboy boyfriend, and then throw yourselves off Brokeback Mountain. But that's our Doomsday Bucket video. Thank you so much for watching, and until next time, let's hope the world doesn't fucking end. Bye-bye.
Oh. Oh, good. Oh my
If you do things that are terrible, you might come face to face with something that we're talking about today. A delicious little surprise that a tasty little surprise that the judicial system might serve to you on a hot or cold plate of your choice. What can I possibly talk about? The last meal. Death row inmates get a last meal. It's a famous thing, but if you haven't heard about it, let me tell you about what it is. When an inmate is facing a death sentence, an inmate may be allowed to make a final meal request. The tradition of the last meal likely stretches back to centuries and much further. Some speculate that it was out of fear of a ghost could be traced back to the last meal of Jesus. Whoa, the Messiah. Don't tell Mel Gibson. In ancient Greece, you had to feed the person who was getting executed so they could cross the river of Styx in the underworld. If not, they could come back as a hungry ghost. That's just metal. And the last meal became more common in the United States in the early 1800s. It was seen as a way to ease the transition from a person facing execution as a humane act. It's nice. I like the idea that somebody's just like, what do you want for your last meal? Could you conceivably want? And the people will reciprocate. Like, it's not some shitty little thing where they give you like a shitty version of something. From what I see in some of the list of things we're going to be talking about today, it's pretty damn near delicious. Makes me want to do something horrible myself. Or I could just cook it myself, I guess. So today, I wanted to go over what are some of the hottest, best, sexiest, tastiest last meals to ever be given to some of the world's most terrible and deplorable pieces of shit. Let's go. Actually, I want a better catchphrase. What would be my thing? Let's eat. Let's get killed through the judicial system. Whatever. I tried. Thanks to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. Do you feel like there's something blocking you from being truly happy? Need someone to talk to, but nowhere to turn? That's why I'm excited to talk to you today. And back to the video. The first guy we're talking about is the Vampire of Dusseldorf. That sounds like a Harry Potter character for sure. He had a habit of trying to drink the blood from the wounds of some of his victims. God, here we go, going to some Vlad the Impaler bullshit. Peter Kürten was a German serial killer sentenced to death in 1931 of 9 counts of murder and 7 counts of attempted murder. He requested a Wiener Schnitzel, fried potatoes, and a bottle of wine for his final meal. He enjoyed it so much that he asked for seconds of all of it. This looks like a guy that would have a nice Wiener Schnitzel. Also, if you're going to try to drink the blood, why would you not try to go the blood route? If you're so obsessed with it, a Wiener Schnitzel, fried potatoes, and an entire bottle of wine. That does sound pretty good. It does sound pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it matches the crime. It'd be weird knowing somebody did something terrible and they're just like having just a really enjoyable meal. That would be the weirdest thing for me. If you're a prison guard, watching a guy be like, oh my God, wow. Cutting the plate, you know, and okay, this is compliments to the chef. Like eating the food. It'd be very hard to just not be like, dude, just shut the fuck up and eat this. There's also that crazy video of the guy. I think it was like, this is me being completely ignorant of this, but there was a guy in the Middle East, I think, who was he did some terrible crime, but it was like something where people tricked him into doing it. It was a guy who was like kind of simple-minded, and you see him like on death row eating this like rice dish, whatever, with his hands, whatever, but he's like shaking because he's scared about dying, whatever. It's fucking sad, but you know, it is what it is. John Wayne Gacy, the killer clown. Have you heard of him? They've only made like 1 billion movies about this fat fuck. He was convicted of 33 teenage boys and young men between 1972 and 1978. He lured his victims with the promise of work or money and then tortured and murdered them.
I mean, this guy was a real jerk.
He buried 26 of his victims in his crawl space of his home. So that's why the crawl space thing is, you hear that, it's because John Wayne Gacy. Check the crawl space, you know. His last meal was a bucket of KFC original recipe chicken, french fries, and a pound of strawberries. That to me, this does not seem, KFC chicken in general just doesn't get my, I just don't like fried chicken in general. Greasy fingertips and stuff. French fries and a pound of strawberries.
Do you think someone like purposely would order like a fucked up last meal, so like when they die they like shit their pants horribly and they have to clean it up?
I don't know, maybe. I think that the bucket of original KFC chicken would be that thing to have you fucking explode out your asshole whenever you die. The pound of strawberry, the strawberry's okay. I like strawberries more than like blueberries, but if I had to do a fruit, I'd rather have like a pound of grapes, if I'm being honest. I'm not a big strawberry guy. I've never, you know when people are like, oh, I love strawberry, I don't think I've ever had like a really like nice sweet strawberry.
Oh, that's because they're made not sweet anymore. They're made to look nice, so the sweetness is all gone.
Back then, though, I bet John Wayne Gacy had really sweet strawberries, though. Good call, dude. Too bad you're a fucking monster. I hope you're burning in hell, you son of a bitch. Aline Warnos. This is a crazy, crazy woman who killed 7 men between 1989 and 1990, claiming they had either raped or attempted to rape her while she was working as a prostitute. Last meal was just a cup of coffee. That's cool, dude. To be fair, she did kill people who were obviously bad as well. It's not black and white, a lot of gray. But I will say, man, a cup of coffee. What would you like your final meal to be?
Just a cup of coffee.
That's brutal, man. Also, if I'm being honest too, just as like a person that is standing back and thinking about this, it's a bad mouthfeel for when you die. Just like a cup of coffee, especially when people used to cup of coffee and a cigarette. Holy shit, horrible mouthfeel. Oh yeah, she looks like a psychopath. Yeah, she was. There was a Charlize Theron movie called Monster. I think Charlize Theron got an Oscar for that role. So if you ever want to watch a movie about her, also I think Winona Ryder's in it. Or no, I always mistake this girl with Winona Ryder. It's not Winona Ryder though. It's Elaine's. Her lover. How about Lawrence Russell Brewer, who was one of the 3 convicted for heinous hate crime murder of James Byrd in Jasper, Texas in 1998. Disgusting, horrible, racist violence. This guy was a fucking monster. Absolute fucking piece of shit. But his last meal was 2 chicken fried steaks smothered in gravy with sliced onions, a triple patty bacon cheeseburger, a cheese omelet with ground beef, tomatoes, onions, bell peppers, and jalapenos, a large bowl of fried okra with ketchup, 1 pound of barbecued meat with a half loaf of white bread, 3 fajitas with all the toppings, a Pizza Hut meat lovers pizza, a pint of Bluebell vanilla ice cream, a slab of peanut butter fudge with crushed peanuts, and 3 root beers. The 3 root beers are not going to be enough. That is so much food, holy shit. However, Brewer did not eat any of this meal, leading to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to end the 87-year-old tradition of giving special last meals to condemned inmates. Execution: Lawrence Russell Brewer was executed by lethal injection September 21st. Oh, what a fucking idiot. But he ruined it for everybody. He was a piece of shit in real life and he was a piece of shit in death. What a fucking waste of life. Fuck you, dude. You know, I wish they could have done? I wish that they would have just like slowly just peeled off his skin and inmates could have eaten him. That's what other death row inmates have to eat. Taking a layer of his skin off every day and then they fucking have a handful of salt and they just throw it at him every day. Oh! It wouldn't be enough too. He's still a fucking big piece of shit. Fuck that guy. Ted Bundy, which is funny because people say he's the sexiest serial killer of all time. Unibrow does not age well though. I'm a man, I rock a unibrow unintentionally, which means I forget to shave it. But Ted Bundy, he wore that fucking unibrow with pride. I remember Zac Efron played him in a Ted Bundy movie. He's not that good looking. He was responsible for rape, necrophilia, and murder of over 30 young women across several states in the 1970s. He often used his charm and feigned injuries to lure his victims. His last meal, because he declined it, so he was given a standard steak, eggs, and hash browns, toast, milk, coffee, juice, butter, and jelly. He didn't even ask for it. Why the fuck is he even in here then? Timothy McVeigh. What a fucking... I feel like people know Timothy McVeigh's name, but they don't remember the Oklahoma City bombing. I feel like that's been overshadowed by shit. Oklahoma City bombing in 1995 was a big fucking deal. It was for like some Olympic thing? Even I can't fucking remember. All I know is that he did a big Oklahoma City bombing. I'm pretty sure Clint Eastwood made a movie because I'm pretty sure a security officer was blamed for the crime. And the whole movie is just him being like, I wish I could be a cop, but he's like too fat. It's like Paul Blart, but in real life. They find out, they're like, they caught him. They caught Timothy McVeigh. He's like on the police force. And he's like, wow, it's supposed to be a nice ending where his name is cleared. But then they end the movie with him being like, this guy died 2 weeks later from a heart attack. You're like, oh shit. Anyways, Timothy McVeigh asked for 2 pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream. Pretty good. I like mint chocolate chip ice cream. I think a lot of people think that's like an old person flavor, but
Pistachio.
It's a timeless classic. No, pistachios for like San Francisco. I don't know if that's true. Don't put that in. Adolf Eichmann, a Nazi colonel convicted of war crimes and executed in 1962, declined a meal but requested a ball of caramel, a dry red wine from Israel. He drank it with a typical prison fare of cheese, bread, olives, and tea. That's kind of a weird fucking irony. He asked for an Israeli wine for a Nazi colonel to... whatever. Tennessee inmate Philip Workman asked that a vegetarian pizza be distributed to any homeless person in Nashville. His 2007 request was denied by prison officials, but some local groups decided to fulfill his wishes and donated pizza to homeless shelters. What a good guy. Put up what he did on the screen right here. What a great guy. Could you at least... What a good guy. Put up what he did on the screen right here. What a great guy. Could you at least give the homeless people vegetarian pizzas? I bet you all those homeless people were like, where's the pepperoni? In 1979, Marion Albert Poot went on a killing spree that claimed the lives of 5 victims. He was convicted and placed on death row in Arkansas. Fuck. He ate only a portion of his sizable last meal, 3 bites from one of his 2 cheeseburgers he requested, 6 slices of an 8-slice pizza, and 8 slices of fried green tomatoes. He ate half of his onion rings and neglected his fries completely. He drank a quart of buttermilk and had a slice of pecan pie. He was probably bloated as shit going into that fucking execution. My God. A quart of buttermilk? Holy fuck.
Gross.
That is gross. That's like sour. And a slice of pecan pie. What a freak. I mean, you know, he went on a killing spree. What a fucking monster. The man convicted of murdering Charles Lindbergh's baby, Bruno Richard Hauptmann, opted for a final meal of chicken, butter peas, french fries, olives, celery, cherries, and a slice of cake before his execution in 1936. You can tell they're just kind of scrambling for thoughts, too, whenever it's that sporadic. Chicken, butter peas. You're like, okay. French fries. Oh, okay. Olives. Celery. Okay. Cherries. Alrighty. And then he's just like, and for dessert, a slice of cake. All right, I'm good to go. That's the biggest thing is I wish that I could go back down and like look at like the rating they gave it. See people who are just like, that sucked. I think there is one guy who was just like, this is terrible. In September 2010, Teresa Lewis became the first female convict to be killed by lethal injection in the state of Virginia. She was convicted of killing her husband and stepson. Her final meal request: sweet peas and butter, fried chicken, German chocolate cake, and Dr. Pepper. That's horrible. Teresa, you're a horrible person, but my God, straight as an arrow order. She'd been thinking about that for a while. Killing her husband and stepson, come on. What are you thinking there? You don't have the clarity to think there, but you have the clarity to order this perfectly ordered last meal. Honestly, out of all these so far, I think Teresa Lewis has the best, like the most like, this is a proper meal. Good for her. Well, she died and she's a bit of a monster. It doesn't matter. Convicted murderer Ronnie Lee Gardner enjoyed his last meal of steak, lobster tail, apple pie, vanilla ice cream, and a 7-Up 2 days before his execution by firing squad in Utah in 2010. Firing squad is still a form of wow. He chose to spend his final days fasting, reading the spy thriller Divine Justice, and watching Lord of the Rings films. I mean, he's a murderer and he's a bad person, but wow. Another great meal, but also, as soon as he said the Lord of the Rings films, I was like, wish I was there watching with him. Sounds fun. I did not know firing squad was still a form of execution. That's crazy. 2010. And also, he fasted, so he could really enjoy that last meal. Fuck, dude. I tell you what, though, it'd be hard to watch his Lord of the Rings films with an empty stomach. Stephen Wayne Anderson, sentenced to die after fatally shooting an 81-year-old California woman in 1980, asked for 2 grilled cheese sandwiches, a mix of hominy and corn, and a pint of plain cottage cheese. He topped it all off with a piece of peach pie, a pint of chocolate chip ice cream, and radishes. God. And I don't know if I want to put this in, but shooting an 81-year-old woman still gets you a death penalty.
You still have a long life.
Well, that's what I'm saying is it's like shooting somebody on their way out the door. You know, it's like, honestly, the fucking death penalty should have been given for the plain cottage cheese. That actually made my stomach fucking hurt. Holy shit. James Edward Smith was charged with robbery and murder in March of 1983. Authorities say that he requested a lump of dirt as his last meal, according to a website called Murderpedia. Sick website name. Smith explained that he would use it to mark his body so that his spirit would move on and not become a ghost. His request was denied and he was given yogurt instead before his execution. So this actually, I know about this one a little more too. Also, he was known to be in with voodoo as well. So I think that people also thought that it was like some kind of voodoo ritual. Man, how crazy is that though? I want dirt. Hell no. Here's some yogurt. Eat it. Let's go. I'd just give the guy some dirt. If you want to eat dirt, all right, fine. You want to eat dirt? Victor Figuer. Is that right?
No.
Kidnapped a doctor in an attempt to learn how to make drugs. Awesome. When the doctor declined to help him, Figure shot him in the head and dumped his body in a cornfield. That's excessive. Figure was charged with kidnapping, robbery, and murder in March of 1963. He was the last person to put to death in the state of Iowa and was sentenced to death by hanging. According to Murderpedia, hey, another huge shout out, Figure asked for a single olive with the pit still in for his last meal. He told guards he hoped to be an olive tree would sprout from his grave as a sign of peace. After Figure was pronounced dead, authorities found the pit from the olive in one of his suit pockets. I wonder if they took it out just to be dicks. Fucking, I messed up. I wanted to learn how to make, what if it was just Tylenol? I wanted to learn how to make Tylenol. And the doctor's just like, they give it to me. I don't make the drugs here. And he's just like, you son of a bitch. Ronald Clark O'Brien. He was executed in 1984. A lot of 80s ones in here, I'm noticing. He killed his 8-year-old son with cyanide-laced candy. Ugh. What a monster. He handed out 4 other cyanide-laced pixie sticks. Though his poor son was the only casualty, he killed his own child in order to cash out on life insurance policy.
He's the reason why everyone says, check your candy.
Check your candy. Last meal was a T-bone steak, medium to well done. God, really? Well done. I want my meat dry. Can I make it as dry as possible? Fries with ketchup, whole kernel corn, sweet peas, lettuce, tomato salad, egg, French dressing, iced tea, sweetener, saltines, Boston cream pie, and rolls. I should give him some candy. There you go. Yeah, you forgot your mint. Like 1 mint there. He's like, I don't think I want it. Buddy, your breath's kind of stinky from that T-bone steak. You might as well probably plop that mint in your mouth, huh? Cash out on life insurance policy.
Ruined Halloween for everyone.
Yeah, And then he ruined Halloween for everybody. Way to go, Ronald. Delbert Teague did not ask for final meal on the day of his execution in Texas in 1988. However, at the request of his mother, he decided to have a hamburger, which is just kind of funny because it's like, Mom, I don't want anything. Eat a hamburger. Just eat a hamburger. All right, fine. I'll take a hamburger. Thomas J. Grasso, the botched last meal. Now, I'm pretty sure this is the one where the guy complains about it. Pretty funny. Thomas J. Grasso was executed in 1995 in Oklahoma for strangling an 87-year-old woman in her home with her Christmas tree lights. These fucking 80-year-old women gotta fucking watch out, dude. People are out to get them. He reportedly stole $12 in a cheap television set. His last meal was extravagant to say the least. 2 dozen steamed mussels, 2 dozen steamed clams, a double cheeseburger from Burger King, a half dozen barbecued spare ribs, 2 large strawberry milkshakes, half a pumpkin pie, and a whipped cream with diced strawberries, and one more thing, supposedly a 16-ounce can of spaghetti with meatballs. Or at least that's what prison thought. His last words suggest were, I did not get my SpaghettiOs, I got spaghetti. I want the press to know this. I did not get SpaghettiOs, I got spaghetti. I want the press to know this. Can you imagine the press being like, if he ate all of that, that's fucking insane. But I do like the idea of him getting like a plate of spaghetti. His face is just like covered in like ketchup and like strawberry shakes and stuff. He's like, question. This is spaghetti, not SpaghettiOs. Am I dying today? Because this isn't what I requested. John Martin Scripps, he was executed in 1996, dubbed the tourist from hell by British tabloids because he posed as a tourist. He went on a spree murdering 3 tourists, Gerald Lowe in Singapore and Shelley and Darren Damund in Thailand. With another 3 unconfirmed victims, he cut up all of his victims' bodies using butchery skills acquired in prison before disposing them. His last meal, pizza and hot chocolate. Personally, that's one of the most offensive last meals here. Pizza and hot chocolate? Just the hot beverage is where it's kind of getting me. You don't want a Coke? Nice can of Coke. Gerald Lee Mitchell, candy lover to the end. Okay. Gerald Lee Mitchell allegedly shot 2 men after robbing them during a drug deal. In a separate case, he was convicted of murder after the shooting death of a man who refused to give him a necklace he wanted. His attorney claimed that at the time of the murders, he had an IQ of 75. I'm pretty sure that's legally retarded and may have been borderline retarded. There it is. Not operating at full capacity at the time of the crimes. However, what makes the case stand out more than anything else, not his crime or his personal background, but the strange last meal request. A bag of Jolly Rancher candies, assorted flavors. Yeah, that's kind of weird. For a retarded guy, I don't know if it's that crazy. Just a bag of hard candies. I guess they'll throw around his mouth. Why not? Stephen Woods. He's executed in 2011. The murder of a young couple, even after many appeals and being backed by some popular nonprofits, media organizations. Last meal, 2 pounds of bacon. My God, that's a lot of bacon. A large 4-meat pizza, 4 fried chicken breasts. God, the amount of meat. 2 drinks, each of Mountain Dew, Pepsi, root beer, sweet tea, 2 pints of ice cream, 5 chicken fried steaks, 2 hamburgers with bacon, fries, and a dozen garlic breadsticks with marinara on the side. Mamma mia, Papa Pia. Stevie Woods got some diarrhea. That's gonna be for real. My word. Robert Dale Conklin, who was executed in 2005. While on parole for armed robbery, he killed a man by sticking a screwdriver in his ear and twisting it around. He then dissected the body and put select parts of it down the garbage disposal. Silly, it's not gonna go down there. Silly Billy. But what was his last meal? A filet mignon wrapped in bacon. Oh, wow. Robert, you dog. Deveined shrimp sauteed in garlic butter with lemon, a baked potato with butter, sour cream chives and real bacon bits, corn on the cob, asparagus with hollandaise sauce, French bread with butter, goat cheese, cantaloupe, apple pie with vanilla bean ice cream, and an iced tea. Not bad. And also, dare I say, decadent for a man dumb enough to think that something like that would go down a garbage disposal. Why is this not working? I kind of want that to be my catchphrase for the video. It's not the best, but, you know. Yeah, that was embarrassing for me. Don't put that in. Robert Alton Harris, executed in 1992. His last words were, "You can be king or a street sweeper, but everybody dances with the Grim Reaper." A quote from Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. Sick, Robert. Keanu Reeves is the fucking best. Last meal, a 21-piece bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken, 2 large Domino pizzas, no anchovies, ice cream, a bag of jelly beans, a 6-pack of Pepsi, and a pack of Camel cigarettes. Disgusting, disgusting mouthfeel. Unbelievable. My God. Also, he murdered 2 innocent teenage boys who were in the Jack in the Box parking lot. This guy just screams corporate food. I mean, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Domino's, you got jelly beans, fucking Pepsi, and Camel cigarettes, and his fucking murder was in the Jack in the Box parking lot. The franchise killer. William Bonin. Bonin, I thought he was blown out. Executed in 1996, the famous freeway killer. He tortured, raped, and killed at least 21 boys. Okay. He would get male sex workers, young hitchhikers, and schoolboys into his truck. Them, the brutally them, often using their their own t-shirts to strangle them. His last meal was 2 pepperoni and sausage pizzas, 3 servings of chocolate ice cream, and 3 6-packs of Coca-Cola and Pepsi. He raped this, he raped that, he strangled this, he strangled that. By the way, he got 2 big pizzas and some Coca-Cola. I just don't like how that ends, I guess. Gary Carl, his last meal consisted of a Pizza Hut Supreme Deep Dish Pizza, 10 packs of Parmesan cheese, 10 packs of ranch dressing, dude, constipation, a family-sized bag of nacho cheese Doritos, 8 ounces of jalapeno nacho cheese, 4 ounces of sliced jalapeno peppers, 2 large strawberry milkshakes, 2 cherry cokes, 1 supersized order of McDonald's fries with extra ketchup and mayo, and 2 pints of strawberry ice cream. 29,000 calories. That is a recipe to be constipated. If anybody wants to repeat this and eat it, just know you're going to get constipated. That is so much dairy and cheese. Holy shit. Oh, and then John Spinklink requested Jack Daniels before his execution and was therefore given 2 shots of bourbon before being put to death. That's not a terribly unsmart thing. Get kind of drunk and then just kind of get faded away. You know what? If you're on death row, you're bound to be a pretty bad person. You know, and after reading this, I almost don't like it. I almost don't like that you get the final big whatever you want last meal, because it kind of goes out like you kind of got what you wanted in the end. Like, not necessarily the crime, but it's something where it's like one last thing to where it's like, yeah, I got mine before I went out. It's a little thing, but to me, after reading all this, it's weird looking at like the harsh crimes of something and then seeing how like lucrative or like specifically tailored these meals are and like to their wants and desires. I think it's just like, dude, you get a bologna and cheese sandwich with a Capri Sun. Fucking deal with it. Well, I want my last meal. Well, dude, you're gonna die. So, sorry. No. Why don't you talk to me after the fucking service is what I would say. Pieces of shit. And then I'm gonna end this fucking video with this. I know you're probably wondering what mine would be. My last meal would be... That's actually kind of a hard question. This is me shooting from the hip, so I haven't thought about this. I would say 3 wings and cheese fries from the Peanut in Kansas City with blue cheese, some chocolate pudding. I like chocolate pudding. I really do. Chocolate pudding is something I never buy, but then every time I'm like around it, someone's like, yeah, we got pudding. I'm like, no, yeah, take one like a snack pack. Oh, okay. If it's here, sure. I'd ask for a Crown Apple and Coke. That'd probably be it. I mean, what else am I supposed to? I'm not gonna go, like, I don't know.
Star Crunch.
I'd throw in a Star Crunch, why not? I'd mostly just want 3 wings and cheese fries from the Peanut. Would probably be a satisfactory last meal. Shout out the Peanut in Kansas City. That, or I wouldn't mind, okay, so it'd be either 3 wings and cheese fries from the Peanut, or it'd be a Totino's party pizza with some pudding. That's what my deal. That's what my thing would be. All right, thank you all so much for watching. Please, don't go on death row so I don't have to cover you in the future. Bye. Actually, I'm curious, below, if you guys can you actually put what your meal would be? I'm very curious to scroll through and read, hopefully, innocent people's last meal and kind of see what some of these things are.
Now, the real question is, what crime did you do to get the death penalty?
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to speculate.
Welcome back to the Papa Me channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about very, very naughty doctors. We're talking about doctors of death. A nice little subject. You know, I always thought that every doctor was technically a doctor of death because in some way or another, I feel like a doctor has probably inadvertently killed somebody or is known somebody to die. I feel like doctors come in contact with death all the time. But in particular, these are just odd doctors. I don't know how to say it. I don't think that we're dealing with all doctors of death. Let's just say evil, evil, spooky, dark doctors.
And nurses.
And nurses. Evil medical professionals gone wrong. 4K, Unreal Engine, photorealistic.
Gone sexual.
Gone sexual. That's exactly right. Which doctors are supposed to be people that are supposed to keep you safe. You go to a doctor for good news or for help, right? Doctors are the angels on earth, dare I say. These people, you know, they defied that logic. They're the archangels. They're the demons. They're Dr. House. I want the good doctor, but instead, House is walking in. Or should I say hobbling in. And he calls me dumb and fat, and then hobbles back out of the room. All right, anyways, we're gonna start our list off with Dr. Harold Shipman, the Angel of Death. Dr. Harold Frederick Shipman, infamously known as the Angel of Death, was a British general practitioner and is one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. Is that British history?
No.
All
of history.
All of history. The book World of History.
This is like the most infamous guy.
This is one of the most infamous guys. Okay. All right, well, I'll take your word for it. Starting in the 1970s and continuing until his arrest in 1998, it is estimated that he killed between 200 and 250 of his patients.
That's 30 years.
That is 30. Well, a little shy of 30 years of murder. But at the same time, if you had a baseball card and you flip that bad boy over, that's a pretty impressive baseball card. That's what that is. He primarily targeted elderly women who lived alone, but also sought out both males and females of varying ages. Just knock off a couple of birds.
Do them a favor.
He's like, he's like, it's pretty much one of those things where it's like someone is trying to go through a door or whatever. You're basically there. You just like push them through anyways. Just go.
Or they're trying to jump off, like one of those bungee cord things.
Yeah, they're nervous. They're like, I'm afraid to go. And he's just like, and like pushes open and they
Exactly. Whoop, come back up.
Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Let me tell you something. There's gotta be nothing more annoying than get a ton of spam calls or text. Oh.
Working up at the studio, I'll get a message from a random number, and then it just says, hello? Hello, who is this? I don't know you, who are you? You're a stranger, stop! And there's no chance in hell I'm responding or answering to that, all right? Because annoying as these little cockroaches are, I must resist. They're trying to get you to respond so they can steal your personal information. From there, data brokers online can sell that to scammers, spammers, and anyone who's looking to target you. But now, I don't have to worry, because I have Aura! Recently, Ticketmaster was hacked and the data of over 500 million users were put up for sale on the dark web. That's fucked. The data stolen included full names, email addresses, phone numbers, and even credit card numbers. Which is why I love having Aura. Aura shows me which data brokers are selling my information and stops them in their tracks. Aura also protects me from hackers trying to get into my social media and bank accounts. It gives me fast fraud alerts and does the work for me when it comes to removing sensitive information from these websites. Aura also provides an antivirus, a VPN, and a password manager, all from a single app for one low cost. Take back your security when browsing the web and have no fear with Aura. Go to aura.com/papameat or check the description to start your free 2-week trial today. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. His modus... What does that even mean? Is that a goddamn Autobot?
You know, detective shows is like, what's his MO?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Should we just, I feel like I should just say his MO. I'm gonna go ahead and say his modus operandi, or his MO. I had no idea. What's his MO? What the f? What a dumb thing. Was to inject his victims with a lethal dose of diamorphine, heroin, making it appear as if the victim died of natural causes. To conceal his crimes, he often altered medical records to suggest his patients were in poor health. I mean, bitches are old, dude. He also signed death certificates himself, which allowed him to avoid scrutiny from other medical professionals and authorities.
He was very adamant. Let me sign that. Let me sign that.
That paperwork right there. Let me grab that. Let me grab that quick. Can I see that? I just want to see it real quick. You shouldn't write on that, and it's done. It's done. He's altering the records. Shipman was fascinated with death from an early age ever since his mother died from lung cancer. During her illness, she was administered morphine, which alleviated her pain. Psychologists and criminologists have struggled to fully understand Shipman's motivations, but it is speculated that this early exposure to the effect of morphine had some influence on his killing spree.
Here's a question. Do you think he killed his mom?
That's a bombshell because my immediate gut reaction was yes. Well, how did he give his mom cancer? No, you know what he did? No, you know what he did to his mom? His mom got cancer. All he did every day, he was like, here, drink this water. He kept putting a water bottle by like an open window and letting light come in. Here, drink this, Mom. She's like, tastes like microplastics. He's like... Before the murders, Shipman was caught forging an opioid prescription for his own use. King. He was fined 600 euros, then was able to continue his practice after attending a rehab center. He had an extremely controlling personality and would constantly override the wishes of his patients and their families, insisting that his methods and decisions were final. I love that. No, I don't think we need that. He's like, you do. You do. But it's just kind of like a swollen ankle. I don't think we need... No, you're going to take the meth. Oh, no, you're going to take the heroin. I mean, whatever it's called. Morphine. Who am I to judge? He also attended the funerals of his victims, which allowed him to show that he was a caring doctor and to deflect suspicion from himself. Despite his facade of a caring doctor, Shipman was known among colleagues for his arrogance and belittling behavior. One colleague of his stated,
He was often unnecessarily rude and made some of them feel stupid.
To be fair, that quote was dumb.
He made some of us feel like a real bunch of waterheads. Right, guys?
And they're all just like...
Not me, though.
Or they're all British, so they're just like, hey, he fought, he did, eh? Yeah, we don't need to put that in. Shipman was eventually caught after the questionable death of Kathleen Grundy, a wealthy 81-year-old widow. Man, that's my dream wife.
81-year-old widow?
Oh, dude. Some 81-year-old, I mean, like, billionaire.
How'd you come in here? Give me a kiss.
You know what I mean? And I'm like... Grundy Wendy's daughter grew suspicious when she found out that her mother excluded her and her children from the will and left 400,000 didgeridoos to Shipman. I'm just gonna keep saying didgeridoos. An autopsy was performed and revealed the lethal levels of diamorphine in her system. This led authorities to exhume several other bodies, uncovering more evidence of lethal injections. Shipman was convicted on January 31st, 2000. It was found guilty on all 15 counts of murder and 1 count of forgery. The worst crime of them all. I like how there's like one guy. Be sure to get the forgery in there.
Just in case.
Just in case the 15 life sentences are enough, be sure to put that forgery on top. It was noted that during his trial, he showed no remorse for his actions. His demeanor was often described as cold and detached. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the recommendation that he should never be released. Well, at this time, how old is he? He's gonna be old as f, right? And I recommend you never let him out. He's like, I'm 78. I don't care. I'll sleep on a cot for 3 years and die in my sleep. That doesn't feel like justice is served, does it? No. He's like, all right, you're gonna have to basically be at summer camp forever. Free meals every day. He's like, that's great. I have dementia. Oh, wait. He was found to have rode the sewer in his cell at Wakefield Prison on January 13th, 2004, the day before his 58th birthday.
I was only 58.
No, that's still a long time. 58, almost 60 years old, and you've had 30 years of killing. I mean, that has to equate to like at least a 90-year-old guy. You know what I mean? Like that much? I mean, come on. How many collective years did he steal from people? Add it on top. Even if it's a fucking 83-year-old woman, it's like, you got a year left, maybe? Add it on top. See, now you're 59. I don't know. This is seen as his final act of control, denying the families of the victims the chance to see him serve his full sentence. This case remains one of the most shocking examples of medical malpractice, leading to significant changes to how doctors are monitored and how death certificates are issued. That's actually kind of crazy, too, that, I mean, this happened in the year 2000, or the guy was imprisoned in the year 2000. I still think about anything like that in my lifetime as like being relatively soon. Well, I mean, it's like only 20 years ago.
That was like when 9/11 happened.
Yeah. True. Way to bring the video down, dude. Also, I'm talking about like a rich person and you write the people out and you only give yourself $400,000. What a dunce, dude. I do wonder what kind of control that is, though. A lot of these serial killers throughout history, right? Like binding, like BTK, bind, torture, kill. They have like some kind of like super control over it. But just giving someone a lethal injection just feels so lackluster.
I think it's just like that fascination of like, I control your life.
Oh, okay, well, I guess, yeah. I'm the person who gets to decide when your final date is.
They're basically death.
Yeah, you are the angel of death. You're just like, today's the day. Yeah, okay, I can see that.
I also think, relating back to his mom, there's like a sympathy aspect where he's like, I see these people in pain and I want to end their suffering.
So he's a good guy.
Yeah, that's what I...
So he's a good guy. He's a good, yeah, that's cool. Next up, we have Nurse Charles Colon. Charles Edmund Colon is one of the most infamous serial killers in American history.
I specifically put American history because it's not the world.
Right. As a nurse, a male nurse, he used his position to murder at least 40 patients over the course of his 16-year killing spree. His method of killing was both insidious and difficult to detect. He would administer lethal doses of digoxin, insulin, and epinephrine to his victims. These drugs, of digoxin, insulin, and difficult to detect. He would administer lethal doses of digoxin, insulin, and epinephrine to his victims. These drugs, especially in the critical care units where he worked, could easily be attributed to natural causes of underlying health conditions. Charles Colon was born in 1960 and is the youngest of 8 children. God, he's like barely older than my mom. She is so old, dude. God, you ever like think about your parents' age? You're just like, God damn, dude. Mummies walking around. Good Lord. When he was 7 months old, his father died, leaving his mother to raise him and his siblings alone. Colon described his childhood as unhappy, marked by bullying from classmates, and feelings of isolation. When he was 9 years old, Colon made his first suicide attempt by drinking chemicals from his chemistry set. He attempted to ride the sewers again at the age of 17 when his mother died in a car accident. Because of his mental struggles, he dropped out of high school and joined the Navy. He was then subsequently bullied by his shipmates. God damn, dude, leave this motherfucker alone. Holy shit. Which led to him making several more attempts to end his own life again. And in one instance, he tried to end his life by locking himself in a compartment and drinking a mixture of chemicals. What was up with him being like, all right, chemical time number 4. God, try something different. You're on Navy? I don't know, man. I want to tell you how to do the deed. I don't want to tell you how to ride the sewer before. I don't know, dude. Mixing Febreze and bleach isn't doing it for you. Like, come on. After a series of psychological evaluations, Colin was medically discharged from the Navy in 1984. Wonder how long he was in there. Like, all right, well, he keeps drinking bleach and Febreze. Maybe you should just go home? I don't know. Yeah, everyone's like, yeah, go home, Febreze boy. Dude, you smell good. Yo, why your breath smell so good, dude? He's like, stop, guys, stop. Spray his mouth. After leaving the Navy, Colin pursued a career in nursing and graduated in 1987. It's a strange trajectory. How do you find the nursing thing? Do you think he was positively affected by a nurse who was helping him?
I was gonna say,
oh, here, help, you know.
It's almost like psychologists are like, I'm broken, so I need to become a psychologist to fix other people.
Well, if that's the case, you'd almost assume he'd like become a chemist.
Yeah.
Why, if you keep drinking that many chemicals, why would you not be like, I'm going to make the perfect death potion for myself? Would that not be the best thing? I don't know. His first killing was at St. Barnabas Medical Center in Livingston, New Jersey on June 11th, 1988. Despite the suspicious nature of the death, Colin faced no immediate consequences. And over the next 16 years, he moved from hospital to hospital, leaving a trail of unexplained deaths in his wake. Throughout his career, Colin's mental health continued to deteriorate. He attempted to ride the sewers multiple times, using various methods such as overdosing on pills, lighting charcoal grills in enclosed spaces to succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning, and even injecting himself with concoction of medications. And it wasn't until 2003 when a series of suspicious deaths at Somerset Medical Center raised some alarms. The hospital's advanced computerized drug dispensing system, HIXIS, helped identify Colin's pattern of accessing drugs not prescribed to his patients. The pivotal moment came from when Colin attempted to murder a patient named Philip Greger. The hospital records show that Colin had ordered medications for patients who were not under his care. An internal investigation, coupled with pressure from the New Jersey Poison Control Center, led to Colin's arrest on December 12th, 2003, 2 years after the towers fell. I feel like all these, we're going to just keep coming back to that. Following his arrest, Colin cooperated with authorities, confessing to killing at least 40 patients over his career. However, investigators believe the actual number of victims could be much higher, potentially in the hundreds. Colin was charged on multiple counts of murder and attempted murder. And in 2006, Charles Colin was sentenced to 11 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. He is currently serving his sentence at New Jersey State Prison in Trenton. That's insane that he's still alive. And every time I hear these, you're like, oh, the guy's still kicking. How is that justice? Killed the fucking guy. Dude, that would, him getting a lethal injection, whatever, that'd be the perfect ending to it.
I was gonna say that'd be too much, because that's what he wants. He wants to kill himself so bad. So it's almost like torture for him to live.
Yeah. That's probably true. That, or I just feel like people need like some kind of crazy punishment. Like you have to just like stand in like a 4x4 box for the rest of your life. I have mental health problems. Fuck you. Slide the thing.
What about the Japanese would hold their prisoners upside down and like put a little cut in their neck?
And they just bleed out slowly. Telling you. See, that's just a little like, that's a torturous way. Yeah, I know it probably sounds a little barbaric, but that's just, to me, justice is like eye for an eye, right?
How about undoing what you did? So he'd have to give birth to...
He doesn't give birth? Are you saying that? All right, you've killed 40 people. Now you have to foster 40 children. Court adjourned. Everyone's like, put forgery at the top of that, please. Forgery. Next up, we have Nurse Niels Hogel. I did not say that right. I don't know how to. Gee, is it Hogel, you think? Hogel. Hogel. Niels Hogel. Niels Ugel was born on December 30th, 1976 in Wilhelmshaven, Germany. Little is publicly known about his early life, but it has been described as relatively unremarkable. Ugel began his nursing career in the late 90s, and Ugel's method of killing was both straightforward and terrifyingly effective. He administered overdoses of heart medications such as linocaine and calcium chloride to his patients. I just don't even try because I know I'm going to say it wrong. So if I do at least do it in a funny way, then people are like, oh. These drugs, when given in excessive amounts, could induce life-threatening cardiac arrhythmia. Heart attacks. It's just heart attacks. Ugel would then attempt to resuscitate the very patients he had brought to the brink of death, all in an attempt to demonstrate his medical prowess and his heroic deed. Some colleagues reportedly referred to Ugel as Resuscitation Rambo due to the frequency and enthusiasm which he engaged in emergency resuscitations. Which, first off, red flag number one. And the guy's like, oh my god, yes, my turn. instead of like taking it seriously, what if I also kind of how creepy is that? Is that goes resuscitation Rambo, eh? Hey, Ugo, good job on reviving that guy. And he's just like,
Must have failed a lot though too.
yeah, all I tried.
Nothing I could do.
Well, you know, at least I gave it my all, right, guys? And they're like, true, Ugo. True. Ugo's murder I'm gonna stick with Ugo, I don't give a Ugo's murder spanned from 2000 to 2005, during which he is believed to have killed at least 85 patients, though the actual number, as always, may be higher. Which also, you know what I always say to that is like, why would they not admit to just be like, yeah, I killed like a lot?
Because maybe they forget. I don't remember.
Did Ugo, kill that guy? I'm going to say it's a wash, I don't know. His actions went undetected for years, and his victims were often elderly or critically ill patients who were less likely to survive a medical emergency. This made it easier for Ugo to mask his murders as natural deaths or medical complications. He would typically work the night shift, a time when fewer staff were present, allowing him to operate with little interference. Ugo's downfall began at Del Manchort Clinic, where colleagues in hospital administration started noticing an unusually high number of resuscitation attempts and deaths during his shift. Those are kind of funny. I like how they're just like, all right, so during the daytime we had 2 today. During the graveyard shift we had 463. So that has to be a typo, right? Ugo, is that a typo? I don't know. I guess I'm just lucky. It's an 87% fatality rate. Well, you know, you got to know when to hold them and you got to know when to fold them. Am I right, guys? Despite these red flags, it took several years before concrete action was taken, and in June of 2005, a colleague caught Ugo in the act of injecting a patient with potentially lethal dose of Amaline? Ajmaline? I don't know. There's no way it's Ajmaline. Ajmaline? I am a salty prince? The patient survived and Ugo was arrested. Initially, he was charged with attempted murder, but further investigation revealed the true extent of his crimes. Initially, he was tried and convicted for 2 murders and 2 attempted murders, but Ugo eventually confessed to 55 murders and convicted for 85.
They just tagged on more for him.
I'm pretty sure that's Ugo. He's like, no, 9, that's not me. After a deep psychological evaluation from doctors, he exhibited traits of narcissism and a craving for attention and recognition. Me. Would you say I'm narcissistic, Nick? Give me some narcissistic breakdowns.
Self-centered, arrogant thinking and behavior, lack of empathy, consideration for other people, and an excessive need for admiration.
I mean...
Alright, you do fit 90% of those.
Yeah, I would say almost 100. What's the one, 90%? Which one do you think is true?
Wait, which one is true? Just off your own words, the need for admiration, an excessive need for admiration.
Fuck you, you're fired. His motives appear to be a combination of a desire to impress colleagues with his resuscitation skills and a pathological need for control over life and death. During trials and testimonials, he stated to saying some of these things. I wanted to create an emergency situation and then bring the patient back to life. I felt euphoric when I managed to resuscitate someone. It was a continuous craving for recognition. You know, that's actually pretty interesting for a serial killer. Because once again, all the serial killers who get the spotlights, you know, are people who are like, I'm gay and I couldn't be gay, so I had to have my, like Jeffrey Dahmer, I was gay, so I wanted them to never leave me. Or like, I had to control them and like, you know, torture them for my own sadistic game. But just being a doctor and just the idea of like, I get to choose when your life ends, like now, this patient, I get to control when this patient goes. In like a caring way, in a fucked up caring way, it makes so much more sense. Like the more we go down these, the more I'm like, oh, obviously this is like a serial killer's like paradise.
Also, it's noted that he had an unremarkable life, so maybe he was just bored.
Unremarkable life? Well, here's the thing. An unremarkable life. He continuously wanted praise from people. So he was probably a guy who probably didn't have a lot of talents and stuff, but he didn't have a lot of friends. He had a very middle of the road. So then he probably like resuscitated somebody one time and he got that attention he wanted. And he's like, oh shit, I'm gonna chase that high forever. It's like sadistically sad and like crazy that like people can be put in that mental space where they're like, I need to literally have someone go into cardiac arrest so someone will give me attention. Just weird what the human brain like thinks up.
Oh, I bet too, even the patients. Thank you, Dr. Ugo.
Oh yeah, you saved me. I'm doctor. Thank you for saving my life. And he's like, live Dr. Ugo reaction. What, me? Dr. Ugo you refer to? Okay.
I bet that was the first time it happened. He like brought someone back to life. Like, oh, Ugo.
Oh yeah, the first patient he actually saved, that was the fucking tilting point. Because the next time, I bet you what happened is, he's like, the guy saying, thank you, Dr. Ugo. And then the family's just like, oh, Dr. Ugo, thank you. And he's like, oh, wow, you, like this euphoric feeling, right? So then the next day he comes in and the guy's like, my back hurts. He's like, okay, well, I can write you this prescription. And he didn't have any reaction to it. And he's like, don't you have something to say to Dr. Ugo? And they're like, oh, no, what should I say? And he's like, nothing. That's what he's like, I hope someone is like almost going to die today so I can get that reaction. You know what I mean?
You probably have the paddles ready every day.
Yeah, every day. Do you have chest pain? They're like, 9. 9. All right, next up we have Dr. Christopher Dunch, aka Dr. Death. These simple titles like that, so sick.
I was gonna say, everyone like on this list was referred to as Dr. Death.
Yeah, I mean, it's the easiest tagline, Dr. Death or whatever. You know, the angel of death, like the, you know, Dr. Death, all these things. So sick. It has that simple approach that like 1970s film have, or even like in House of a Thousand Corpses, it's like Dr. Satan. It's so simple and stupid, but goddamn does it work. I love it. Dr. Christopher Dunch, known as Dr. Death, is a former neurosurgeon who became infamous for his gross incompetence and catastrophic outcomes of his surgeries. Born in 1971, Dunch had a promising start, earning his MD and PhD from the University of Tennessee Health Science Center. Despite early warnings about his lack of skill during residency, he began practicing in Dallas, Texas in 2011. Yeah, I got it from the Tennessee Medical Center. Which, no offense to Tennessee, imagine he's just like, DeVry University. DeVry. Phoenix Online, National American University.
Wholesale.
Full Sail, yeah. Fullsail.edu. Thank you, sir. However, his tenure at these institutions were short-lived due to his incompetence and catastrophic outcomes of his surgeries. We've said catastrophic twice, so that's how you know it's about ready to get real bad. Buckle up. Patients under his care suffered severe complications, ranging from nerve damage to paralysis and even death. Some of the notable cases from his malpractices were these patients. Jerry Summers. Dunch operated on Summers, a close friend, leaving him a quadriplegic. Summers' surgery was riddled with errors, including the improper placement of spinal hardware and excessive blood loss.
This is his homie.
Well, that's exactly. His buddy's just like, see you on the other side, buddy. And you well, Jerry, it didn't really go as planned. He's in his wheelchair, just like. That's insane. I like how excessive blood loss too. Oh shit! I should not have cut that. God damn it! Is this even a serial killer? Or is this just a bad doctor? It's just a bad doctor. To get the title Dr. Death and it's just from your own incompetency is so funny. Oh my god. Or Kelly Martin, who was a 55-year-old school teacher. In March of 2012, Martin underwent a routine spinal fusion surgery performed by Dunch at Baylor Regional Medical Center. How does he keep getting doctor positions in places? Good god. The surgery turned disastrous as Dunch severed an artery near Martin's spine, causing excessive blood loss. Despite clear signs of complications, Dunch failed to manage the situation properly, and Martin died from this massive blood loss caused by the botched surgery. That's insane. That's fucking crazy. You know what also makes this actually the most horrifying case so far that we've covered? Is that he's not even like trying to be evil. There's just incompetent doctors out there. That's the scariest thing. Now next time I have to have a surgery, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna think that it's a fucking guy who graduated from Tennessee Medical School or fucking Full Sail. Or we have Mary Efford, who was a 74-year-old woman who suffered from back pain. In 2012, Efford underwent spinal fusion surgery by Dunch at Dallas Medical Center. Dunch placed several screws and hardware in muscle tissue instead of bone, severed nerve roots, and left surgical implements in her spine. Efford was left with severe pain, limited mobility, and required a wheelchair. Another surgeon described the operation as the worst he had ever seen and likened it to assault.
He just screwed into the muscle.
He has like a DeWalt drill. He's like, I don't know. I mean, she's 74. She's not walking anyways, right? I like how another surgeon, another operation guy was just like looking at it. He's like, this is the exact same as if he would have just beaten her with an aluminum bat. Next, we have Floella Brown, who was a 64-year-old woman. She underwent cervical spine surgery by Dunch in 2012 at Dallas Medical Center. During the surgery, Dunch severed Brown's vertebral artery, causing a massive stroke. I feel so bad. I'm like, it's just, oh, how are you just like, oh, God damn it. Okay, hold on. Yep, she's spazzing. We have a spazzer, guys. I like to think he's that, like, chill about it, too. Oh, okay, we got a bleeder.
We got another one.
The nurses are just standing there, like, you know, their mask on. They're just like, hold on. Yep, she's spazzing. We have a spazzer, guys. Brown was declared brain dead and died shortly after the surgery. Do you think he was the one who declared her brain dead too?
No, I think he was trying to. No, she's fine.
No, she's fine. She's on the table. Yeah, just. That's horrible. That's horrible. This honestly feels the most, like, this is the most evil. Just incompetency, human incompetency, and just especially Dallas being like, he checks out in our books. Numerous other patients suffered under Dutch's care, with cases involving misplaced screws, damaged nerves, and unnecessary procedures. Some patients were left with chronic pain, paralysis, or severe disabilities. And in response to the growing number of injured and deceased patients, Dunch was allowed to resign from several hospitals without having to have his medical license revoked, thus allowing this to continue his practice. It wasn't until 2013 that Dunch's medical license was finally suspended by the Texas Medical Board, which I like to think is just a bunch of guys, one guy in a doctor's outfit and then two other guys with like bolo ties and giant cowboy hats. Now, Dunch, we hate to do it, but we gotta pull your license, bud. Why? They just show like a spine with like 70 screws, like everywhere besides the spinal column. In 2015, he was arrested and charged with multiple counts of aggravated assault and injury to elderly person because of his surgeries. In 2017, he was found guilty of maiming Mary Efford and was sentenced to life in prison. The trial revealed shocking details of his incompetence and disregard for patient safety, solidifying his infamy. Dunch's motivations remain a subject of debate. Some experts suggest that he suffered from a combination of narcissistic personality disorder and delusions of grandeur, believing himself to be infallible despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Despite every evidence stating, sir, you are horrible at your job.
Man, you stupid.
His lack of remorse and continued insistence of his competence suggest a deep psychological disturbance. Which, that raises something, because to me, I was picturing a guy who, you know, showing up and he's just like, it's easy, this is easy, and he does a shit job. But this almost makes it seem like he, on purpose, he was maybe doing it. You don't think so? To the extent of him like haphazardly doing something and being like, done, it's fine. I don't know, there's like certain levels to it. In my mind, like, I think that he was just like terrible at his job.
Yeah, I think he was like, I have a PhD, I'm so smart, don't question me.
Buddy, who are you to talk to me like that when I got a full ride at DeVry University? Yeah, I took the whole course from my Toshiba laptop. I think I know my way around a spinal cord. A Ryobi drill. Next up, we have Dr. Linda Hazard. Great name. I like that name. Linda Hazard? That's like an old honky-tonk woman, dude. If I was like in 1968, if I was like an oil rig guy in Dallas or Houston, go to a bar. Miss, can I buy you a drink? What's your name, darling? Linda Hazard? I'm like, we're in for a bumpy night, dude. Born in 1867 in Carver County, Minnesota. She did not attend traditional medical school, but instead studied under a practice that awarded her the title of fasting specialist. Don't know what that means. Despite lacking formal medical education, Hazard obtained a license to practice medicine in the state of Washington due to a loophole that allowed practitioners of alternative medicine to be licensed. Hazard was a proponent of fasting therapy, a method she claimed can cure a wide range of ailments by cleansing the body of toxins. So basically a purge, like a purge doctor. Don't eat for a long time and shit your brains out. You'll feel fine, you'll feel so good. Her approach involves severe dietary restrictions, often limiting patients to a diet of small amounts of vegetable broth and juice, sometimes for extended periods. And in 1908, Hazard published a book titled Fasting for Cure of Disease, as well as establishing the Hazard Institute of Natural Therapeutics with her husband. The facility was marketed as a sanitarium where patients could undergo her fasting regimen. The duration of the fasting period varied depending on the patient's condition and Hazard's judgment, often lasting several weeks and even months. Holy shit. Sorry, Janet, we're gonna have to push the carrot juice one more month. It's just like a skeleton.
Whatever you say, Dr. Hazard.
Patients were required to consume minimal calories, leading to severe weight loss and malnutrition. Hazard promised that her fasting therapy could cure a wide range of diseases, including, but not limited to, digestive disorders, tuberculosis, cancer, heart disease, and even mental illness. In addition to fasting, treatments included daily enemas and massages, which Hazard claimed were necessary to aid in detoxification process.
Do you think she did the enemas herself?
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead? We're gonna put this up your butt and we're gonna rub you out. The person's like, are we gay? Due to the severe caloric restriction, patients experience extreme weakness, fatigue, and significant weight loss, and many were bedridden and unable to care for themselves. Hazard's treatments resulted in numerous deaths, and she was suspected of causing the deaths of at least 15 patients. Many of her patients were wealthy individuals who came seeking cures for various ailments, but ended up losing their lives. Steve Jobs. Hazard was known to exploit her patients financially. Well, that's a shocker. She often had them sign over their assets and estates to her control, using their weakened states to manipulate them. My God. So you gonna sign over your page today? What? No. Okay, 4 more weeks of carrot juice for you, and we'll see. 4 weeks later, you ready to sign? What? In some cases, she forged documents to gain access to her patients' wealth. That's crazy. The 1800s, early 1900s were so fucking stupid. Those times were so dumb. Yeah, I mean, she just signed over everything. Really? Well, where is she? I don't even know. I don't even know where she's at. I think she's sleeping. Well, okay, it is 1902. That's fine with me. Big stamp. Here's all the gold. Perhaps the most famous case involved the Williamson sisters, British women who came to Hazard Institute seeking treatment. Both sisters underwent fasting regimen, resulting in significant weight loss and severe malnutrition. Claire Williamson died in 1912 from severe malnutrition. She weighed only 50 pounds at the time of her death. My God, how old do you think she was?
They must have been like 60, 70.
They were really that old, you think? That's insane. I mean, like, the bones they probably only weighed the bones then.
Oh, wait, maybe they look a little bit younger.
Because even if it's a child, that's crazy.
Looks like maybe 30, 40.
Wow, even 30 or 40 and only weighing 50 pounds, that is insane. Dorothea, who barely survived, later testified against Hazard, revealing the horrifying conditions at the Institute and the extent of their suffering. And in 1912, Hazard was charged with manslaughter for the death of Claire Williamson. Witnesses testified about the severe malnutrition, lack of medical care, and financial exploitation they endured. Hazard was found guilty of manslaughter and was sentenced to a minimum of 2 years and a maximum of 20 years in prison. Once again, welcome to the early 1900s. You're either going to serve 2 years or 20 years. It's up to a coin toss. We're going to be giving that to the local clown. Go ahead, local clown. On a unicycle, juggling some like pies or whatever, and he's like, 2! Oh, well, justice fails again. And she served only 2 years before being released on parole in 1915. After her release from prison, Hazard moved to New Zealand. where she continued to promote her fasting treatments. She eventually returned to Washington and reopened her sanitarium. However, her reputation was significantly tarnished, and she faced ongoing scrutiny and criticism. Hazard continued practicing her fasting regimen until her death in 1938. Ironically, she reportedly died while attempting to undergo a fasting cure herself. I love that. It'd be funny too, as if, well, actually, that's kind of a blessing then, because if she was in prison, she probably would have ate normal and like lived a longer life. So I'm glad that got tarnished like that. Good for her. And lastly, we have Dr. Carl Tanzler. Carl Tanzler led a life filled with peculiar beliefs and action. From an early childhood and persisting as an adult, he claimed to have visions of a beautiful dark-haired woman who was destined to be his true love. Carl, me and you, brother. You know what I think of? I think of just like putting on October Rust by Typo Negative. Just hearing the beginning piano licks to love you to death, whatever, and just being like, there's a dark-haired woman out there for me, Carl, don't you worry. He often referred to himself as Count Karl von Kosel, despite there being no evidence that he held really any notable title. I gotta f with that. He's like, I'm the Count. This is turning into a goth thing, I'm telling you. In 1926, he immigrated to the United States, leaving behind his wife and 2 daughters in Germany. In 1930, Tanzler met Maria Elena Maragano Helen de Hoyos. Too long of a name. First off, shorten that name up real quick. Just squeeze it together. How about just Maria de Hoyos, whatever. A young Cuban-American woman who came to the hospital seeking treatment for tuberculosis, a disease that was often fatal at the time. Tanzler became infatuated with Hoyos, convinced that she was the woman from his visions. He lavished her with gifts and professed his love. Despite her lack of reciprocation and her being already married to an estranged husband, we won't go into the whole rigmarole of it, but she was married. And despite Tanzler's efforts, which included using experimental treatments and medicines, Elena Hoyos succumbed to tuberculosis on October 25th, 1931. This feels like a goth love story. Almost Halloween. Come on. Tanzler, with the permission of Hoyos' family, paid for a constructed an elaborate above-ground mausoleum in Key West Cemetery to house her body. Uh-oh. Tanzler visited the mausoleum almost nightly, often serenading her with her favorite Spanish song, La Boda Negra. And in April 1933, Tanzler secretly exhumed Hoyos' body and brought it to his home. Over the next several years, he attempted to preserve and restore her remains using various methods. He used wires and coat hangers to reinforce her skeletal structure. He replaced her eyes with glassed ones. He used silk cloth soaked in wax and plaster of Paris to repair her decomposed skin. And Tanzler dressed the body in fine clothes and applied perfumes, disinfectants, and preserving agents to mask the odor of decomposition. He also fashioned a wig from Hoyos' hair. Oddly romantic. Also, I just want to say I have a song called Graveyard Lover out right now on Spotify, and it's literally about a guy digging up his dead wife to have sex with her because he misses her so much. That's how serendipitous is that, all right? Which, you know, this wasn't even his wife. This was just a psychopath, but still, I digress. Tanzler lived with Hoyos' corpse for 7 years. Whoa! Sleeping beside it in his bed. He continued to care for and maintain the body, convinced that his love would eventually bring her back to life. In 1940, Hoyos' sister, suspicious after hearing rumors, discovered Tanzler's morbid secret. Authorities were alerted, and Tanzler was arrested. I'll be honest, if it was my sister and I found out about that, I would be pissed.
Do you think she walked in on them?
Yeah, he's naked. He's like, Maribel, close the door! Don't tell anybody! The case generated significant public interest, with many fascinated by the macabre details. Despite the bizarre nature of his actions, Tanzler received some public sympathy, as many saw his actions as those of a heartbroken, albeit delusional lover.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
That's kind of what I'm at. I'm like, what? Dude, he loved her. Come on. They're just like, that's my sister! That's my sister! She did not want to be with him. People are like, get off of it! We're all hopeless romantics. Tanzler was charged with wantonly and maliciously destroying a grave and removing a body without authorization. The statute of limitations had expired.
Ooh, bummer.
Well, that's a bummer. He was not prosecuted for his actions and was released. After his release, Tanzler moved to Pasco County, Florida, where he lived a relatively quiet life. He continued to express his love for Elena Hoyos, even creating a life-size effigy of her. Before they took her body away from him, he created a death mask of her face, which was the central point of the effigy. Carl Tanzler died on July 3rd, 1952. Reports suggest he died next to the effigy of Elena, maintaining his obsession until the very end. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a fucking awesome one to end on. I I don't know why. I know it's sick. It's right, but in a weird way, it's darkly and grimsly romantic. It's kind of a sweet story. Which, once again, if you kind of look at it though in a realistic lens, it's just kind of fucked up. The guy's a psychopath, but in a weird way, I don't know, kind of sweet. Am I right?
I agree.
I gotta say, out of all these today, the Dr. Death, the guy that was just completely incompetent, that was the most horrifying one out of all of them. Not the bitch making people drink carrot juice or any of the other lethal injection. I'm talking about the guy who's just like, oopsie, oh, I cut another artery, God. Or yeah, taking Ryobi drills and just drilling bitches' muscle tissues. Oh shit, I forgot to turn on the anesthesia. I feel like he'd be the kind of guy too. He's listening to like Motley Crue in the operating room. The person's like fully awake. Take a ride on the wild side. It'd be a fucking nightmare. All I know is that this conversation has left me not, I mean, I would just rather just die of a heart attack. I don't want to go to the doctor anymore. No more doctors for me, dude. Let me die suspiciously. That makes it sound like someone's gonna murder me or something. All I know is, I don't know, if you're a doctor, please don't kill me with lethal injections. Or I hope that if you're watching this, I hope that a lot of these people who have doctor's appointments coming up, you'll be fine. Take care, everyone. Good luck at your doctor's visits.
I wish I could get out of here right now, this minute. I hate it here so bad. I can't take it, Charlie. It's really bad here. Don't ever put your love...
Wait! Before you go, we have new Patreon stickers! Randomized leprechaun stickers available in the month of March, so sign up now, and one of these little leprechauns can be yours. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we are talking about inventors completely destroyed by their own inventions. And what I mean by that is inventors who are killed by their own creations. A weird concept, and a tragic one at that. You make something to give to the world, and it's your ultimate demise. Very Shakespearean in nature, but also very fascinating. And I think it trickles back to one of the first accounts that I think we all know and love, which is Icarus. Icarus is a Greek mythological tale about you flew too close to the sun and you get burned, right? They're in this prison cell, Icarus and his dad, who gives a shit what his name is. They make wings out of feathers in their pillows, and they're able to fly away. But Icarus flies too close to the sun, the glue melts, and he falls to the sea and dies. Tragic. But to think that this could be conceptualized into real life and that this thing could happen to their real inventors is nothing short of awesome. I mean, it really is. I'm not going into the list saying that all of these deaths are awesome, because it's not. It's very tragic and sad, but the irony is pretty funny. We're just gonna look at some of the inventions. Maybe you have some of these inventions in your home. Well, maybe not. The first guy that we're talking about is Perilos of Athens. Dude died in 550 BCE. Don't think anybody has this gadget at home, but it's still fun to say, needless, whatever. Perilos of Athens was a sculptor, and he made the brazen bull as a way to execute criminals. Remember, we've talked about this part. The guy who sculpted the brazen bull was inevitably put into it and killed him. That is insane. According to legend, Perilos was the first to be roasted in the brazen bull. Not only was he killed by it, he was the first. That is a bad turnaround for a commission. Well, imagine sculpting this and they're just like, all right, get on in there. It's like, nah, I'm okay. They're like, no, seriously, get in the bowl. A bit boastful and proud while explaining the torture device's functions, Perilos thought he may receive an award for his invention. Instead, this angered and disgusted Phalaris, and he tricked Perilos inside the bowl. That seems rude. Which, if you don't remember, they put a fire under the bronze bowl here, but there's like a trumpet inside of the chamber that goes up and through the mouth so people can hear the screams through the bowl. And the first person to ever do that was the guy who invented the fucking thing, who was so boastful about it too. He's like, no, seriously, the screams are loud as shit. It's awesome. Why did that anger him? Just too cocky?
It sounded like the guy was just being arrogant. Like, all right, look at this cool torture device.
He's like, I'm gonna get an award. People are gonna hate this thing. Give me money. Give me an award, please. Which also, according to legend, after a body was charred, the scorched bones of the deceased supposedly shone like jewels, and bracelets were made of the remains. Perilos was killed inside the burning of the bowl, and his body was then thrown off a cliff. That seems a bit excessive. He was already burned inside of giant sculpture he made. I would have just like, I don't know, put him in a dumpster. Thrown off a cliff feels a bit over dramatic, and that's probably a Greek tragedy. I doubt that happened. But I hope the guy actually did make it, because that's fucking hilarious. On to the next one, which was Wan Hu, a 16th century Chinese official considered to be the world's first astronaut. Apparently, Hu is said to have attempted to launch himself into outer space in a chair with 47 rockets attached and with a kite in his hand. I love the optimism. That's like some Dr. Seuss levels of optimism. I feel like a lot of Dr. Seuss's creations, he's just like, well, you've never even heard of Wan Hu, have you? Unfortunately, the rockets exploded. He and his chair were never seen from again, and the crater Wan Hu on the far side of the moon is named after him. That's pretty insane. Not only is he considered the first astronaut, but also, I mean, like, jackass kind of thing. That's kind of like a jackass vibe, right? You have to give the guy credit for fucking putting 47 rockets, fireworks, basically, on the side of a... on the side of a chair and just being like, I'll see you when I get back from Mars. And he just immediately goes up and explodes. Thank God there's never been any other recording of astronauts blowing up. Don't play that because we'll actually get in trouble.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume. If you have an unhealthy habit that you're trying to solve, I think it's time to try Fume. Once you form a bad habit, it's hard to break. Let Fume fill the void in a natural, guilt-free way, and you can still get your fix. Just way healthier options. Fume's innovative,
award-winning
device is sleek, lightweight, and can help you kick your habit. Fume is completely natural and replaces vapor with flavored air. Instead of harmful chemicals, users can enjoy Fume's refreshing flavors, like crisp mint or sparkling grapefruit, orange vanilla, and raspberry lemon. Wow. Right away, you'll find that Fume's device is easy to use and it tastes surprisingly fresh. And for many people, using Fume device can also be a relaxing way to deal with anxiety and de-stress. Thank God for Fume. Stopping is something that we all put off because it's hard. But switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even pretty fun. Fume has served over 150,000 customers and has thousands of success stories. And there's no reason that can't be you. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com/PapaMeat or scan the QR code and use code PapaMeat to get 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. The Fume Solano launched last November, and you can upgrade your Journey Pack to the Solano to enjoy the premium walnut barreled and onyx black coated mouthpiece that has a smoother finish and still get 10% off. That's tryfum.com and use code PapaMeat to save an additional 10% off your order today. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. Next up, we have Lee Si and the 5 Punishments. These are fucking brutal names, dude. You know what's the problem is with this list so far, too, is that after this, the names they're not gonna hold up. It's gonna be like Greg Jones and the Spoon, or something like that. Lee Si and the 5 Punishments in 208 BC. It's a great fucking picture, too. It's a really good picture. Motherfucker looks pouty. Lee Si is credited as one of the most important figures in Chinese history. I don't know why, but that felt very dramatic. He was a chancellor of the ancient country for 4 decades. That's 40 years. Above all, Lee Si is credited with pacifying China's enemies, both internal and external, by showing aggression in pivotal moments. He invented the brutal torture named the 5 Punishments to instill some of that rule with a big stick mindset. In 208 BC, Lee Si was charged with treason after trying to prevent Fusu from becoming the next emperor, even though the recently deceased emperor Qin Shi Huang had chosen him. My God, the betrayal. The drama. The prestige. Let's read on. As punishment, Lee Si was subjected to the 5 Punishments. His face was tattooed, his nose was cut off, his legs and feet were bound, hammered, and then amputated. His genitals were cut off, and finally, he was sliced in half at the waist. God damn. All because he's just like, that guy should be emperor over there. I heard him say it. They're just like, 5 punishments! Look him up just fucking immediately. He was chosen, and he's like, I was told by a pretty good guy that recently died, guys. Can we at least agree on that? And everyone's like, yeah. He said that I was supposed to be emperor. So they just take a butter knife and cut off his nose right there. My boy Lee Si he didn't deserve that, dude. I can't even imagine somebody cutting off this boy's nose and his fucking balls and shit. And then he just cut him in half. Seems just all a bit excessive. But finally we get into the 1000s AD. And that's Ismail ibn Hamad al-Jawari. I don't think I said that right. A Muslim Kazakh Turkic scholar, a lexicographer, and a writer. His magnum opus was an Arabic dictionary with over 40,000 entries. Okay? The title translated to The Crown of Language in the Correct Arabic.
That is my book.
And he attempted to fly using 2 wooden wings and a rope. Now, let me tell you something. The year is 1010 when he died. Icarus' story kind of new in relative terms. My boy should have just kept writing. It is possible he might have been experiencing delusions that he was a bird. That's a heavy piece of information. Do we know if he was completely psychotic or not? Also, who the fuck is writing this? It's 1010. What guy is like, by the way, he also thought he was a bird. And he's like writing that in a scroll and he's like, okay, pull that up and put that here. Someone's gonna find that someday. So there you go. He leapt from a roof of a mosque in Nishapur and he fell to his death. Who let him up there? With giant, if this is an accurate drawing here, who let him up there? He must have been insane. He had to have some kind of rationality to where he's just like, no, let me jump. And they're just like, I really think that's a bad idea. And he's like, Icarus who? And he just jumps off immediately and dies. All right, here we go. See, exactly. First boring name, dude. James Douglas, 1580. Oh, God, here we go. He was the 1st Earl of Morton, a Scottish aristocrat, and an inventor. In 1564, the city of Edinburgh invited inventors to present ideas for clean, efficient killing machines. That's a conference I wish I could go to. We just went to SHOT Show in Vegas, and that shit was boring.
Was the AVN more of a torture device?
The AVN was more of a torture device, I will say. There's a video of my good friend, my dearest editor, my right-hand man on this channel, Nick, getting whipped at the AVNs. Maybe we can show a brief second of that.
This cannot be the healthiest workplace environment video to have.
That's going to be in a court case later down in my life. Douglas brought the Maiden, an early type of guillotine that could cut off someone's head in one clean stroke. In 1580, Douglas was charged as an accessory to murder and was condemned to death. Who was surprised by that? James Douglas was he was a part of a murder? Well, he's an inventor of death machines. He's not a madman. And as a cruel joke, the Maiden was used to behead and kill Douglas. That is kind of funny. This is one of the times where I'm like, okay, the court was funny with that one. Fuck it. Use his own machine to do it. James Douglas is like, no, not my own machine. You think he talked to it? It's like laying there and he's like, don't do it, my love. Eyewitness accounts say the device worked rather well. Douglas was killed instantaneously. That's weird. That is weird. I like how people were like, my God, he was a good inventor. Look at that. That was a clean cut. His body was buried in an unmarked grave, though his loose head was put on a spike outside the city gates and stayed there for 18 months. If I was gonna get beheaded, I wouldn't want my head put up there. It's kind of cool. Except Game of Thrones taught me that people like throw shit at it. But you know, a lot of cool people were put in unmarked graves. Mozart was in an unmarked grave. The best musician to ever live. James Douglas. They're in hell just like you and I are one and the same. Next up, we have Henry Winstanley, 1703. That is not an attractive man. This painting does not do him justice. Brown hair with a brown background and a brown gown. What the hell kind of color scheme was that? How would you put some goddamn color in it? Good Lord. He was an English painter and inventor. Winstanley designed and built the world's first offshore lighthouse. That's fucking sweet. He had grown tired of losing his ships at sea and sought to solve the problem. It took him 3 years to build. First off, what a crazy problem. How many ships did he lose? All these goddamn ships are getting lost. I'm going to put a building right in the ocean, and we're going to make a big fire. It shoots out so people can't get lost. It's a pretty good idea. You think people probably made fun of him? Really, Henry? A castle on an island? You're so foolish. For 5 years, no ship was lost due to the lighthouse's help. All right, there you go. He was so proud of it and sure of its safety, he boasted that he could shelter inside it during the greatest storm there ever was.
That, my friend, would be a little something called Weapon Animation Replacer. It's a plugin. And once you download it, you can change some weapons and animations and stuff in this little menu here. Looks like a dragon mace on the sidebar. So my run animation is like the floating thing. It only works on the client though, so other players do not see me like this.
Took refuge in the lighthouse during the Great Storm of 1703, but the lighthouse was completely destroyed, and Winstanley plus other 5 men that accompanied him were never found. That was kind of a dumb bet. Also, how did they know there was going to be a big-ass storm coming? The clouds just shifted, and he's just like, fine, I'm going to camp overnight, and I'm going to be fine. Didn't happen. What if he was just like, I don't want to deal with boats anymore, I'm leaving. Puts a C4 at the bottom of his lighthouse and just closes. Next up, we have Jean-Francois Pilatre de Rosière in 1785. I definitely didn't say that right. He was French. In 1783, Jean-Francois made the first untethered manned balloon flight. I know this is not going to end well. In 1783, a man named Jean-Francois did the first untethered manned balloon flight. He made multiple successful flights and even took the skies in front of the French king, which made him a major celebrity in France and inspired others to want to come up with ways to fly longer distances. All right, I thought it was a one and done deal, but no, he's had his time. But tragically, in 1785, he made history again, credited as the first known air crash fatality. Jean-Francois crashed his invention, the Rosier balloon, on June 15, 1785, while trying to cross the English Channel. Damn, fucking France to the English Channel. It's not like the longest thing, but by balloon? Yeah, that balls. Also, how weird would that look? As an upshot, the modern hot air balloon, which uses a combination of hot air and helium, is named the Rosier balloon in his honor. It continues to be used today. How sweet. He was the first guy to do it and the first one to die. That is funny. Next up, we have Robert Cocking, 1837. And he was a 61-year-old British watercolor artist. And after seeing the first parachute jump in England in 1802, he felt inspired to improve on the design. A bit narcissistic. All right, there's your downfall. The parachute design used an inverted cone, 107 feet in circumference, connected by 3 hoops. Look at that. Robert Cocking in watercolor form. Who commissioned this watercolor? So he's flying, and then we're going to see him. He's going to be dying. Yeah, he's falling to earth. Great build on him, though. My God. You know what it kind of looks like is the flying saucer in Up. Or, did you say Up? I meant Nope. He was not a professional scientist and had no parachuting experience. Attaboy, Cocking, attaboy. On July 24th, 1837, Cocking died testing his homemade parachute. He failed to include the weight of the parachute in his calculations, thus he fell too quickly. Oh, that is tragic. Cocking was instantly killed in the crash. Tests carried out by John Wise showed that Cocking's design would have worked if it was better constructed and larger. That is tragic. Someone had to have been there to see that, right? There was a crowd of people watching him, and he's just like, here I go, and just like... After Cocking's death, parachuting became unpopular. Oh, really? And mostly seen in carnival and circus acts until the late 19th century. I kind of think parachuting should still be unpopular. The fact that if you fold the parachute wrong, you're dead. Too much responsibility. Especially it's like families own that shit. Kids fold the things and put the backpacks in it. Isn't that weird? But of course, it's nothing compared to William Bullock in 1867. He was an American. He's one of us. Mr. Bullock's main invention was the web rotary press. It was a huge advancement to the publishing industry at the time in 1863. Its design was an improvement on Richard March Rowe's original press created 20 years earlier. The main difference was that this printing press self-adjusted and automatically loaded large amounts of paper into rollers. Ooh, baby. In 1867, Bullock was installing one for the Philadelphia Public Ledger newspaper when his leg got jammed in the machine. Oh, God. The injury he suffered there led to gangrene, and Bullock died during his amputation operation. Man, I'll tell you what, getting a fucking leg amputated in the 1800s, especially in America, holy shit. Motherfuckers did not wash their hands back then, all right? Man, what a pathetic way to die, too. That's just so sad. Oh, got my leg jammed, and then... He's like, all right, it hurts, it does. All right, I'm gonna have to lose my leg. Okay. And he gets fucking gangrene. Absolutely brutal. We leave the 1800s with Otto Lilienthal in 1896. If this motherfucker dies from flying again, I'm going to... He was a German inventor known as the Flying Man. That shit should have ended with the fucking Wano. He painstakingly studied the wings of a white stork as research for his invention designs. Created the first controllable glider. He had over 2,000 successful flights. No wonder he was labeled the Flying Man. Good lord. In 1893, Otto flew for a record-breaking distance of 250 meters. And in 1896, while flying to break his own record, Lilienthal fell over 50 feet from the air to his death. Breaking his neck, he was rushed to the hospital where he died shortly after. And his famous last words were, "Sacrifices must be made." That is fucking awesome. And with a broken neck, too. His like neck's all bent up, and he's like, "Sacrifices must be made." And he's like, oh, shit. With his inventions and studies, he pioneered the aerodynamic phenomenon known as the heavier-than-air flight, which led to the conception of the fixed-winged aircraft. Unlike Icarus, Otto knew what he was doing, and he is widely remembered as the father of flight, and is credited by the Wright brothers' main inspiration. This is probably the only positive one so far. Sacrifices must be made. Sacrifice. Unschensplach. It's me trying to speak German. In respect, of course. It doesn't matter. Franz Reichelt in 1912. I love that we're getting pictures now. This dude looks like a vampire hunter. That is a crisp photo for 1912. Known as the Flying Tailor. Here we go again. Reichelt was testing a coat parachute he had designed. He fell to his death leaping from the deck of the Eiffel Tower. All right, that's kind of funny. His parachute seemed to have only opened halfway and folded around him immediately. He fell for a few seconds before striking the frozen soil at the foot of the tower, and it was reported that his right leg and arm were crushed, his skull and spine broken, and that he was bleeding from the mouth, nose, and ears. He was already dead by the time onlookers arrived. During an autopsy, it was concluded that Reichelt died of a heart attack during his fall. It's insane. He's like, that is fucking insane. People are like, it's beautiful. He would have just been like dead floating, which that would have been pretty sick too. Reichelt was trying to create a way for pilots to survive a fall out of an aircraft. Reichelt had promised the authorities that he would use a dummy, but at the last moment, he strapped himself into the garment and jumped off in front of a camera crew. To get wrapped up in that would suck. To have a heart attack and then plummet to your death also would be equally as tragic. But next up, we also have Thomas Andrews, 1912. I think a couple people might know who Thomas Andrews is, because he was a British businessman and shipbuilder. He was the naval architect in charge of the plans for the Titanic. He was on the maiden voyage that hit the iceberg and sank. Andrews, along with 15 other passengers on board, died, and his body was never found. Supposedly, Andrews asked for another row of lifeboats to be installed. This was rejected. Had it not been, there would have been enough emergency accommodations to save every passenger and crew member on the ship, which I'm pretty sure he's in the movie. So just want to put that in there. The actor who's in Legally Blonde with Reese Witherspoon. It's her creepy old professor that wants to fuck Reese Witherspoon, and she rejects him and she doesn't give him the promotion. But it's okay because Luke Wilson, who's Owen Wilson's brother, comes in. He has a really bad haircut and he finger fucks Reese Witherspoon later and gives her a job and she wins. It's that actor. Next up, Francis Edgar Stanley, 1918. He was an American businessman and co-founder of Stanley Motor Carriage Company. Dude, I missed just the phrase carriage. It's a motor carriage. He was in business with his twin brother, Freeland Oscar Stanley. And after selling their photography business for $500,000, they started a steam car manufacturing company. They founded in 1897 and built a car that same year, and it became a hit among with wealthy automobile enthusiasts. In 1906, their steam car, the Rocket, broke the land speed record, reaching the speed of 127 miles per hour, which is what a 2006 Honda Civic could do today. But it is very impressive still for back then. Put up a picture of a car that can do that. We've come a long way. And in 1918, though, Francis was killed while driving a Stanley Steamer automobile. He drove his car into a wood pile after attempting to avoid farm wagons traveling side by side on the road. I started laughing there, but it was just because it's kind of goofy. And I picture like old-timey sounds like, he's like, get your wagons out of the way! What? Like with their horses?
You think he's going 127?
I don't. Yeah. I bet you he was going 35 miles an hour and still he was like, speed wobbles. No! Alexander Bogdanov, 1928. I feel like I've heard his name before. Russian polymath, revolutionary, and pioneer hematologist. Which a polymath is a person with a wide-ranging knowledge of many subjects. Wow, what a fucking... I'm gonna boast it. I know a lot of things, but over the course of many areas. We're going to call that a polymath. He was a physician, philosopher, science fiction writer, made advancements in blood transfusion, and made important contributions to cybernetics. Jesus Christ, dude. What's this, fucking Tony Stark? Goddamn. Founded the first Institute of Blood Transfusion in 1926. Uh-oh. After carrying out an experimental blood transfusion between himself and 21-year-old student who had an inactive case of tuberculosis, Bogdanov believed the younger man's blood would rejuvenate his aging body. Which... Who does that sound like, right? Little YouTuber that's on YouTube right now? Little $1 Million Man? Is the YouTube vampire a polymath? Maybe. And that his own blood would help cure the student's disease. He believed his body was resistant to tuberculosis. He died from an acute hemolytic transfusion reaction. This is a serious complication during transfusions. The red blood cells that were given during the transfusion are destroyed by the person's immune system. Basically, he make blood transfusion tube and it kills him. And he was a very important man who knew a lot of things. In 1930, we get introduced to Max Valier. He was a member of the 1920s German Rocket Society. And Valier was so enthralled with rockets' potential, how it could one day fuel astronauts to the moon. He decided to showcase the power and awe to the public. He wanted to excite the public and also draw funding for his own projects and research. He fitted rail cars, sleds, gliders, and most notably, race cars with rockets for these public demonstrations. That's awesome. I would have been there. You want to see a guy drive one of the steam automobiles with a rocket attached? I'd be like, okay, it's 1930s. I have literally nothing else going on. I'm eating bread. I'd say, sure, I'm just eating bread. I'll go with you. For Max, safety came secondary. What a badass. Valier wore no goggles and no fire retardant clothing. Instead of sitting behind a concrete wall looking through a small slit window, he sat right in front of the combustion chamber with his face fully exposed to the flames shooting upwards. There was very little prior research and no funding, so he was forced to rely on luck. He invented a liquid-fueled rocket engine, and on the 17th of May, 1930, his luck ran out. An alcohol-fueled engine exploded on his test bench in Berlin, causing a piece of shrapnel to pierce his pulmonary artery, and Max Valier died in 10 minutes. He was 35 years old. I laugh because I'm just imagining the slit in the wall and the flames coming through. Okay, I'm sorry. Making him one of the first casualties of the modern space age. That's not true. One who blew himself up with rockets on a fucking folding chair. Max was just kind of like, well, I guess I'll stand here. You know what I mean? I want to see Max Valier's rocket car. This is sick. That is kind of insight. I want to meet some guy like this, dude. Guy's just like, I'm just gonna make this. It is kind of funny looking at driving. Looks like a big cock on the road. Ding, 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 ding. Riding around. We have Marie Curie in 1934. God, she's hot. This one is indirect, but Polish-French physicist and chemist Curie was a pioneer in researching radioactivity. She won Nobel Prizes for her work in physics and chemistry, making her the first woman to win the award. Not only that, she was the first person to win the award twice, and is the only person to have the award in 2 different fields. She's a fucking badass. She's credited for discovering radioactive polonium, also for coining the term radioactivity. That's pretty fucking brutal. If you're the person who's just like, hey, it's called radioactivity, that's awesome. Though, for her efforts, it is believed her long exposure to radiation is what led to her death in 1934, technically of aplastic anemia, but because of the many devices she created. And in a way, even her death was a discovery because Curie herself never acknowledged the radioactivity's toll on her health, and after her daughter, and her son-in-law all died researching the same thing, it became more clear that the radiation was harmful to your health and could cause diseases, which you know. She died at 66 in 1934, so she's, you know, pretty long time for that kind of thing. Next up is Thomas Midgley Jr., 1944. Jesus Christ, this fucking drawing is haunting. He was an American engineer and chemist who created 2 chemicals that did the most environmental damage. Leaded gasoline, which released large quantities of lead into the atmosphere. This has been linked with neurological impairment and increased levels of violence. And Freon, a refrigerant that destroyed the ozone layer and caused greenhouse gas effects. All right, dude, my boy Thomas, he made some cool stuff, but they might have done some bad things, all right? He contracted polio at age 51, leaving him severely disabled. He devised an elaborate system of ropes and pulleys so that others could lift him from the bed, but he became entangled in the ropes one day and died of strangulation at 55. Yeah, I figured. That's pretty funny that you would think that it was gonna be like he blew up from gas or something. It's like, no, he's like, I have an elaborate pulley system. And he just got strangled by it. That's fucking brutal. Next is Henry Smolinski from 1973. He's the creator of the AVE Mitsar, a flying vehicle that was half a Ford Pinto and half a Sensa Skymaster. During a test flight, the Mitsar's right wing detached mid-flight. The aircraft disintegrated after taking off and making a right turn. It was the sole product of the company he founded. The one thing he was supposed to sell disintegrated and it fucking blew up in his deal. I do want to see the flying Pinto here. That's insane. That is actually so sick. Oh, I would not get in that back seat. Oh, where are you going? How would you ever regulate flying vehicles like that? You know what I mean? It would be impossible. There you go. Carol Sukik, 1985. Canadian inventor, daredevil, and stuntman. He referred to himself as the last of the Niagara daredevils, and he invented a shock-absorbent barrel. I know where this is going now. Goddamn. Sukik had already gone down Niagara Falls in the barrel and survived. This made him the 8th person to go down the Niagara Falls in a barrel at that time, and not all of them survived. He was just one of the lucky ones. But now, Sukik wanted to expand upon the stunt. He wanted to drop himself from 180 feet from the top of the Houston Astrodome and land in a pool of water, where he would emerge unscathed to truly prove his barrel was protecting him. It didn't go as planned, and the barrel hit the rim of the tank before making it to the water. Miraculously, Sukik survived the impact, but died soon after. Here is Sukik at the Astrodome. Oh, here he goes. Whee! Well, that's a bummer. That'd be pretty fucked up too, because you can't even see when you're falling. You know what I mean? Next up, we have probably one of the greatest legends to ever live, on this earth, and that's Marvin Haymeyer in 2004. Marvin Haymeyer was an American automobile muffler repair shop owner and professional welder. He became disgruntled after multiple back and forths of zoning rights, sewage line discussions, and plans to build a concrete plant next to his shop. His anger continued to manifest. He modified a bulldozer with firearms and armor composed of cement and steel before embarking on the Killdozer rampage as revenge against his city, which was in Colorado, by the way. The Killdozer had 3 gun ports, fitted for a 50 caliber rifle and a 308 caliber semi-automatic rifle and a 22 caliber rifle, all fitted with a 1/2-inch steel plate. Haymeyer unalived himself after his vehicle became lodged inside the basement of a building he attempted to demolish. As Haymeyer had no way of exiting the Killdozer after sealing himself in, the authorities have speculated that the unaliving was an inherent feature of the vehicle's design. Once he tipped that lid shut, he knew he wasn't getting out. And inside the tank also had AC, 3 handguns, and enough food and water to last a week. The Killdozer rampage did over $7 million in damages to the city. The attack lasted 2 hours and 7 minutes, damaging 13 buildings, 11 of which were occupied until moments before their destruction. Many town records and archives were destroyed along with the town hall, though no one except Haymeyer was injured during the incident. The man was not having it, is all I gotta say. And in a way, you know what? He's like a bit of a vigilante. Only the people that fucked him over got their shit destroyed, alright? And to be fair, a 50 caliber gun is a bit excessive. Marv, I think he may deserve to die, but I do think it's funny that he destroyed all their businesses. I just want to say that. Next up, we have Luis Jimenez from 2006. He was an American sculptor and graphic artist. Jimenez had a string of bad luck that eventually accumulated in his death. As a child, his eye was shot by a BB gun. Surgeries corrected his vision, but migraines later in life led him to get a glass eye. Jimenez was an art teacher at a junior high but migraines later in life led him to get a glass eye. Jimenez was an art teacher at a junior high school and got into a car accident that left him temporarily paralyzed from the chest down. In his later years, he had a heart attack and required a hand surgery. But on June 13th, 2006, a large piece of his 32-foot-high art piece, which was a blue Mustang, came loose, fell, severing an artery in his leg. The sculpture was later finished after his death and delivered to the Denver International Airport, which is like a really popular thing now, which is also associated with the Denver Airport having all kinds of weird stuff going on. And now even the blue Mustang itself is kind of like an it's like an evil arbiter. We might do a video on the Denver Airport, but there's some freaky shit going on there. All right, just want to say that. Next up, we have Jim Heselden, 2010. My God, that picture is haunting. Good Lord. Although Heselden was not 2010. My God. That picture is haunting. Good Lord. Although Heselden was not the inventor of the Segway, he bought Segway Incorporated. And he died while driving a Segway. So you have to throw him on this list, right? Heselden was an English entrepreneur. He was a former coal miner and he became wealthy manufacturing the Hesco Bastion Barrier System. And on the morning of September 26, 2010, Heselden was out on a walk with his dog and he reversed his Segway to let another dog walker pass and accidentally fell off a cliff. At the unfortunate time of his death, he was ranked inside the top 400 of the Sunday Times rich list with an estate worth of 340 million British pounds. He's out there on their little cliff retreat riding a Segway, and out of the kindness of his heart, he backed off right of a cliff. Segways are not that fun to ride too. I just want to put that out there. It's like riding a vacuum cleaner. That's what that feels like to me. And lastly, we have Stockton Rush from 2023. You don't know this one. I don't know what, you must not have had a phone, because Stockton Rush oversaw the design and construction of the Ocean Gate submersible Titan. The craft imploded during a dive to ironically visit the Titanic. That is extremely ironic. That's also 2 people that have very similar deaths on this list, except one of them fucking imploded. All right, at least Andrews didn't. I'm pretty sure his name was Andrews. At least he didn't implode. Many warned Rush of his flawed design and his mixing of materials, but he remained staunchly in his unregulated design. He said, and I quote, "At some point, safety is just pure waste. I mean, if you just want to be safe, don't get out of bed, don't get in your car, don't do anything." End quote. That seems a bit unrealistic. Don't get out of bed? Pretty sure that just because you get out of your bed doesn't mean you're gonna go to the bottom of the ocean and a goddamn Texas Instruments calculator that's gonna implode on itself, all right? And, you know, it obviously didn't go very well, and there's been, I don't know, a billion different videos of people dissecting what it would be like to be in that fucking sarcophagus imploding. It is absolutely sad. But what does this list teach us? 1, don't invent anything, because your inventions will kill you. Number 2, if you know somebody who invented something and they want you to use it, don't do that. And number 3, if a guy tells you that he's gonna take you to see the Titanic and everyone's like, you really shouldn't go, I really think that you probably shouldn't go. And number 4, Juan Hu was the man. If you have a folding chair and you strap 47 rockets to it and you have a kite and you think you're going to the moon, that's awesome. And also there's a literal crater on the moon that's named after him. That's fucking metal. There's a lot of good ones on here, but too much flying stuff. If you know anybody who's like into flying and they're not on a plane, don't get rid of them, all right? Just want to say that's a bad friend. You don't want that friend. But with that, that's the end of today's video, and we will see you next time. Goodbye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we are talking about...
Hold on, do it. Yeah.
Art.
Oh my God.
Art. art. More importantly, modern art. Listen, dude, I am a big sucker for art in general. I mean, I do animation stuff, but also I love commissioning paintings and doing all kinds of stuff. I'll put a little slideshow of some of the just beautiful pieces I have here just in the studio. Art is just the fundamental expression of human beings. It's storytelling. It's the human experience all boiled down into an image or a film or, you know, some kind of dance. I don't fucking know anything. Art can be whatever you want it to be. But if I'm gonna be honest, and this might roll some heads, I guess, but I feel like all the good classic fine art, I feel like we're past that. And nothing feels more relevant and more true to that statement than modern fine art. And fine art is something where it's kind of what everybody thinks pretentious artists are, right? It's all of the things that are so far up their own ass that it's unbelievable, but really some of the modern art is really insane. I mean, even just some of the more brief ones, you know, like The Comedian, which was the little banana taped to a wall. Stuff. I mean, this stuff is also copying stuff like Duchamp's toilet from back in the day, whenever that was like during the new wave thing of, I don't know, people in the 40s or whatever being like, whatever. You have Yoko Ono screaming. I love that video of Yoko Ono whenever she's screaming with Chuck Berry. And Chuck Berry's like looking at it and he's just like, fuck this crazy bitch about, dude. But then you even have stuff like this. So fucking I hate you have to do the puzzle piece thing. Everybody continue. I remember seeing this thing and people were just like, these are breed machines. It looks like an H.R. Geiger piece a little bit, doesn't it? What is this even called? Contemporary art. Well, I guess you should say, instead of modern art, you should say contemporary art. Whatever. So, like cameraman's sneaking back behind it, looking through the visor. Okay, dude. He really went up. I love the guy, he like went up behind it and he's just like. Zooming in and shit. Oh my god. Oh yeah, glasses left behind. It's just a nice pair of glasses left on the floor. I like people taking pictures of it. Oh my god, look at this. It's a pair of glasses on the. This is just, who do these own to? You know, there's mystique and mystery. And listen, I feel so personally attached to this because I myself went to an art college. I know, I love to waste money as much as I possibly can. I also have hobbies like Magic the Gathering. And what money means, what is money? Burn it all! I mean, it's worthless to me, right? And I got a Bachelor of Fine Arts from an art school. Going far. That piece of paper was extremely applicable to where I ended up in life. Thank you so much. But I have dealt with the pretentiousness, and art college feels a little different because in art college is at least it's like you're 18 years old, finding out who you are, you're finding your independence, and yeah, you're gonna make some cringy, self-obsessed art stuff. But to extend that into a full career is something that is fascinating. That somehow, some way, you were able to like make a career out of it is unbelievable. And today we're gonna be looking at some of the most pretentious and fucking awful pieces of contemporary art. So let's go! This video is sponsored by MeUndies. Let's take a minute to talk about your closet. Do you have holes in your socks? Hell, maybe even your underwear? I bet you do because you're a sick son of a... And that's why it's time to take a nice little spring cleaning break and head on over to MeUndies. MeUndies is my go-to site for underwear. They're so soft and comfortable that it made me question why I even bothered with other brands in the first place. I prefer the bold and classic single colors, but they also have more adventurous prints to fit any style. Plus, MeUndies has all sizes covered, and the material provides a flattering cut for every body type. Chiseled, flubby, MeUndies has got you covered. And MeUndies is not just underwear. No. You can get undershirts, joggers, and swimsuits there too. Good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Get 20% off your first order plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/PapaMe. Go to MeUndies and get yourself something comfortable, and you'll be glad you did. Thank you, MeUndies, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. First up, we have Shrink, which was a performance art created by Lawrence Malstaff in 2010 and is an ongoing project. It's basically somebody is being shrink wrapped. The shrink is literally, it's shrink wrap. You know those fucking things when your mom's like, you have too much clothes! And you throw it in that fucking bag and you take the vacuum, you suck it all out and you're able to toss it under your fucking bed like a goddamn body bag. That's what this is. Let's take a look. It's fucked up. I think Japanese porn. starts like this. Tone is what the Japanese do. Those motherfuckers love watching people get shrink wrapped. It's fucking disturbing too. Can they breathe in here? I don't think they can breathe. They probably can breathe. That porn they can't. I'll tell you, it is vile. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck's beating their cock to this, but that is fucked. You ever seen those videos? Oh yeah. Okay. Alright. Dude, the guy who invented the fucking vacuum suck thing for the storage has to be pissed by this, right? He's like, what the fuck? This is literally what I made. Do they have a breathing apparatus? Is that what the tube is for, I'm guessing?
I think there's 2 tubes.
Or is there just an air pocket? I can't tell. Oh my god, it's like freezing someone in time. It's taking absurd motions but being able to freeze them. Basically, it's a giant take on consumerist culture and preserving all of the things that we might not need. It's capitalism at its worst, strung down and suffocating the human experience. Boom. What do you think about that? Huh? You like that? Pretty much what it is. You know what though? I'd be fucking pissed. If I was the guy who made the shrink thing, I'd be like, you better give me some fucking royalties or something like that. Or even for the guy, Lawrence Malstaff, to just be like, no, I have those things in my room and they're awesome. And he just like admits he's like, I just wanted to make some of my own, you know? Next up we have Roman Signer, who is an 85-year-old sculptor from Switzerland, known for his bizarre and off-kilter solo performances where he creates what he calls action sculptures. Works of art which are used for experiments that bear which he refers to as aesthetically pleasing. Recently, he has been the center of online discussion due to his performance known as The Sands of Time, Cascades of Society. A performance where Signer stacks buckets of sand atop one another before knocking them down. It has been described as provocative and thought-provoking. The unstable tower buckets is meant to symbolize the delicate balance within social systems, hinting at the fragility of our social fabric. The action of sand continually spilling from the buckets brings to life the concept of social mobility, the struggle for power, and the ever-present fear of downward social movement. The sand, albeit small and seemingly insignificant on its own, gains momentum as it cascades the buckets, symbolizing how individual together can influence societal structures. This is fucking insane, man. This sounds crazy. Let's take a look at it. What do I even have? Really, the first thing I want to say is that the man in the white here, the bulbous belly, and he's wearing that button-up that you know you shouldn't be wearing. I fuck with that guy right there. You know, I don't like the idea of... Some people look at a lot of art and they're like, anyone could do that. Anyone could do it. The idea is that anyone could, but no one did, and you're the person who actually did it. It's less about the talent of actually making it. But at the same time, it feels to me that whenever you're saying stuff about societal structures and collapsing, and you're using it as a metaphor for what is essentially a children's playground toy, sandboxes that collapse amongst each other, and the finale is literally it falling once, and then you're just like, that's what it is, and everyone's like, yay! It's a bit silly. Feels like we're getting to a bit silly, a little pretentious territories, you know what I mean? And especially you call it the Sands of Time. Get the fuck over yourself, dude. Isn't that fucking crazy? The Sands of Time. He also created the work performance, the Wasser installation, where he paddles a kayak through 8 small canals, which are all connected through a cinder pool. According to Signer, the Wasser installation creates a vacuum where the beginning and the end of the imaginary journey converge. In this domain of silence, meanings flow into one another effortlessly without ever taking definite shape. Let's see here. Wow. This is truly remarkable. This has to be so uncomfortable having people stand here and just watching you do the most mundane, stupid shit.
That's part of the art. The cringe.
The cringe, the performance art aspect, the cringe of that. I like how he has gloves on. As if these are some like real rapid shit. He's like, Jesus, okay, let's see what I can do here. If anybody went to me and they were like, hey, we're gonna go see a fucking Roman Signer deal, I'd be like, you better fucking count me out, dude. Oh, this is another one. It's just umbrellas and buckets. Signer first achieves artistic notoriety by using explosives. Where is that video, dude? I want to see something fucking blow up. Oh, here we go. Table with rockets. I mean, that's kind of sick. It's just literally called Table with Rockets, and it just shows a fucking rocket, like, exploding into the air. Hey, that's sick. Dude, do more of that stuff, man. That's fucking tight. That's really cool. Next up, we have Ryosuke Kiyasu. It's a drummer who performs with the band Sete Star Sept. Along with performing as a solo snare drummer, Kiyasu has recently begun to tour an avant-garde performance of the snare drumming, which is described as supposedly aiming to challenge the preconceived notions of what the possible range of sounds could be achieved with a snare drum. You know what? I have some preconceived notions of what the snare drum can do, so I'm actually pretty curious to see what it can do. Okay, the girl in the back, there is no semblance of actual, you're listening to noise. It's a visual. The thing with this is it's like, it's a audio visual experience, but she's like, this is slapping. Once again, flashbacks to art school. This looks like every crushed punk show I've ever been to in my life. But also, at the end of the day, it still sounds like a snare. Like, just because the microphone is kind of shitty, I mean, it's still, and he's just yelling into the I mean, it still sounds like a snare drum. Am I wrong? God damn, I'll tell you what, that boy is assaulting, straight up violating that table. Leave the table alone, damn. Motherfucker's moving around. Sounds like a Daughters album or something like that. There's a couple here. I want to see. I want to get a couple in here, just kind of get a vibe of it. What would make this even more challenging too is if he did this in a space where no one knew that the art exhibit was happening, and then you raise it even more because then you have people trying to wrestle him off of the table and the snare drum, and those kind of sounds could intertwine with it as well. See, now I'm elevating the artistic experience. Impressive. I didn't know the snare drum could do that. Oh, there's one more. I just want to see this last one. Let me see. These guys look like they're laughing at him in the background. They're like smiling and they're just like, hey, this looks like a snare drum. I wonder if he makes love to that snare drum, dude. Motherfuckers get intimate with it. This next one, all I have, it says, I genuinely cannot find context for this video, but it's too good. Woman with long ass high heels fucking dies next to a chair. What's this? It would be difficult walking these heels. The struggle is real. I'm always a sucker for the nice rat-faced dolls like that German film Goodnight Mommy. Not the remake. The remake's bad. But the German version of Goodnight Mommy fucking rules. I remember that movie. Her face is all wrapped up like that. Kind of, it just has that like weird 90s Marilyn Manson kind of aesthetic and stuff too. It's fucking rad. I will say, just fucking let the person sit down, dude. Let the old girl sit down, have a fucking pop a squat, dude. I understand it'd be difficult to walk in high heels and stuff, but goddamn, fight for your right to sit down. Here's a live painting, a $4.9 million scribbling live painting.
This live painting has just sold for $4.9 million to an anonymous buyer.
Yo, babies on a Cracker Barrel menu be like... The guy who bought that for $4.9 million is doing tax shelter stuff. Did it for a tax write-off. Also, it's the exact same kind of premise as, like, what is it, Jackson Pollock, where it's all non-discernible, non-conscious thinking. It's just like expressionist era type movement thing. At least I can't remember all the goddamn different fads and everything or whatever, but it reminds me of Jackson Pollock, who was very famous because he unconsciously painted. So each stroke was he never planned any of his strokes, so the pieces he made were all unconsciously made by him, which was a popular thing that happened. Which, it's art is only as valuable as people make it out to be. As stupid as things are, if you're the first to do it, you hit the fucking jackpot, dude. And it's also about intention. It's about how you play the system. Because at the end of the day, too, fine artists are also just really good marketers, where they can trick rich people into giving them money, is what I say. Sneakers on Drills exhibit, created by conceptual artist Jack Almgren. Almgren is a Swedish artist who often exhibits his work at group shows with other similar style artists. He has another untitled piece and a similar piece to this in an exhibit called The Taste of Bizarros. Let me see this, dude. Ooh, are those Ryobi drills? Dude, don't be letting the foreman see that, dude. You might get bullied, dude. You kidding me? Ryobi drills? Come on, dog. Ryobi drills, man. Can't fucking go and just get a goddamn Milwaukee drill. Oh my god, it's like they're walking on their own. Man, imagine if that was a Milwaukee drill. Those motherfuckers would be scooting for days. That's so sick. The Sounds of Butter. Wasn't able to find a ton of info on this online, but we just know it's created by a Jewish performance artist who created this piece as a homage to a man named Yossel, a man who created candles made of butter in Auschwitz during the Holocaust. So let's see. It's 8 seconds long. All right, also first I wanted to say that kid is way too big to be being held. That kid back there could easily stand, so I don't know. Feels weird because I don't know the context of this, but then again, what is the context? Manufacturing, maybe supposed to be simulating the experience of churning the butter and making it into a candle, possibly, but having the man stand behind you with 6 sunglasses, holding a mixer, and you're doing it with a microphone, I guess I just don't fully get the picture. But then again, maybe I'm not supposed to. Because let me tell you, art isn't made for everybody. Sorry, posers. How about Yuki Tanaka's rotating mud? A large clay piece which he patterned by allowing the wet mass to rotate against his face. Tanaka explains the rotating mud is a reflection of the transient nature of existence and the ever-changing landscape of the human experience. Yap yap, boy be yappin'. Through the constant motion of the mud, the artwork embodies the passage of time, the fluidity of identity, and the cyclical nature of life. It invites viewers to contemplate the interconnectedness of all things and the beauty found in impermanence. Wow. The human experience. It's all different. Right? Are you me? No, and I'm not you. So let's not pretend to be. And let's take a look at rotating mud.
This art piece was just sold for $8.2 million. The buyer has requested to remain anonymous.
All of the big artists are going to be anonymous. One, because they're just like, I don't need the government knowing how much I'm spending. I don't, you know, it's going to go into a storage unit or fucking thrown away. Usually, they almost always go into just a storage unit somewhere. Okay, so let's see through the plastic bottle on the floor. So are we supposed to say the human experience is about littering too? Come on, dude. Do you think some of these artists here that do that kind of stuff and it's this kind of physical kind of thing, do you think that they think that the guys who make the planet spray, the spray paint, galaxy planet paintings on the street, they think that they're fine artists? Or the people who have like the paint bucket and they're like, and they let it drop and it like just like a pendulum swinging thing and it's like, look at that beautiful pattern. Do you think that they're like, oh my god, wow. Do you think that they're stoked on that too? Because if these assholes are like, that's not art. I'm like, dude, who the fuck, like... Oh, now we're on to someone digging hole. I don't think that this is the. I think this is just another video that he put together. Yep, these are someone just digging holes. Okay, which actually the whole thing is kind of cool. Well, you know, Clayface, something very physical about that. It's very performance art based. Is I don't know. There's just so much human charm to it. And honestly, I feel how by watching that, I kind of feel how we're all different, and how I kind of just want to appreciate the imperfections of it all, and also the impermanence of it all. But it's all not. It won't last forever. Next up, we have Emmanuel Berenger. He's a French visual artist who has recently gained much infamy from his performances where he puts his past as a long jumper to work. What's a long jumper?
In track.
Oh, look, in track. Oh, okay. Emmanuel jumps from a trampoline equipped with a stick of charcoal where he creates his work of art by letting the charcoal draw alongside a large canvas neighboring him. These works have sold for over $100,000 multiple times. Yeah, all right. Well, these must be pretty fucking impressive. Emmanuel describes that putting the body in motion and acting to achieve work is never an end in itself. The gesture is linked to a trace that will leave without words simply through break and shocks. The body invades space to speak for itself. He jumps, is basically what we're saying. He wasn't happy with that one. He's gonna restart. Motherfucker looks mad walking back, doesn't he? Motherfucker looks tapped. I mean, it's an impressive line, dude. You know, if it was shorter, there's no way people would pay for it. But that's a big ass thing. It's a big ass fucking jump there. There's gotta be some better jumps than that, dude. Come on. Wow. Impressive. Unbelievable vertical leap. Dudes in the NBA could crush the shit. Didn't jump as hard. It's the ponytail that's holding him back. You gotta cut that man bun when you're getting into these athletic shit. Oh, that one felt... I don't know how I felt about that one. Almost looked like he got kind of scared jumping. I don't know. Next up, Takashita Matsutani. Takashita Matsutani is a Japanese avant-garde artist based in Paris and Nishinomiya. Though active as a painter and sculptor for decades, he has recently become a notable figure online due to his bizarre performance known as Stream. Stream is described as a ritualized manner of mark-making with a performative gesture that presents a time-based record reminiscent of Matsutani's artistic beginnings in Japan. Oh, I crumpled the paper. And that's it. You know what? Stream looks pretty cool. The one thing I did not like was I found it to be very unsatisfying and very aesthetically unpleasing was the crumpling of the canvas or paper. That upset me. If I was there, I would have done that too. I would have been standing there, I'd be like, He gets done, I'm like, Next up is Yon Bourgeois. Yon Bourgeois is a French dancer, choreographer, and artist who gained online notoriety for a widespread performance in 2022. I like how it's always widespread notoriety. Dude, no one fucking knows these people. No one, knows online notoriety for what? His fucking TikTok got 10,000 likes. So did a fucking 8-year-old who ate a bowl of macaroni. Like, fuck off. The routine is meant to celebrate the beauty of picking oneself up after falling and then having the courage to try again. Well, that's kind of fucking motivating. God, I got like a chill up my spine, dude. That's fucking sick, huh? Little Rudy situation. You ever see Rudy? About like a mentally challenged guy who like plays for Notre Dame. It's not a big deal, but let's fucking see, dude. Hey, let's see you do something. You know what I mean? This is like a pretty well choreographed thing. This would be kind of difficult. It's kind of nice. It's also kind of, I don't know why I'm fucking like relaxed, dude. Look, he's spinning it. God, dude, this is good. This is great. If I saw somebody do this in person, I'd be stoked. Do you not like this?
I think it's cool.
You think it's cool? Well, then why the fuck is it on this list then, Nick?
I wanted to put some cool ones in.
Why? It doesn't make any sense. Piss Christ. Actually, I wrote a paper on this back in the day. Andre Serrano, who created Piss Christ in 1987. It's basically a mixture of his blood, piss, and everything else, and it's supposed to be a take on his Christian upbringing and roots and the turmoil of being raised in or under the religious capped guise. The reason I actually know Andre Serrano is because actually, for any little Metallica fans out there, I know people always get mad when I say that I like Metallica, but he's the guy who did the covers for Metallica's Load and Reload. Here's another controversial fucking opinion. I like both of those albums, and if you don't like it, you can suck my fucking dick. Good stuff, dude. Fuck Andre Serrano for a second. Why don't we just talk about Load and Reload for a second? That's some real avant-garde contemporary art right there. Outlaw Torn, Bleeding Me. Are you kidding me? Slept on. Slept on for days, dude. I always like this song too on Reload. It's called Slither. It's a good one too. Doesn't fucking matter, dude. You don't know what I'm talking about. I will say the Piss Christ image I thought goes pretty hard. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, it's just come semen and blood into a fucking thing, and there's a little crucifix in there. You chart something that doesn't look sick. If that was a movie poster, people would be cumming their pants all over it, right? Am I wrong?
Is this an album cover?
Dude, absolutely. Oh, now we're getting into my boy Potato number 345. Oh shit. Kevin Abash is a renowned photographer known for his striking photos of many individuals, including Malala and Bob Geldof. Oh, I know those people. Which always took place on a black background. His photos have graced the covers of Vogue. Oh my God. And widely used textbooks. Oh my God, textbooks. However, in 2010, the photographer would release a series of photos of an Irish potato. Now you're fucking talking, dude. Meant to celebrate his Irish heritage. Yes! I love that. The photographs would draw eyebrows after an anonymous, wealthy business owner would purchase the series of photos for £1 million. This is a fourth of the price of the most expensive photograph ever sold, which is Rhine's second, which sold for 4.3. Who gives a fuck, dude? Hell yeah. My boy Potato 345. I'll give you a fucking £1 million for it, mate. Fuck off. Actually, what would the Irish accent be?
Yeah, I'll throw you £1 million for the spot there, mate. Going to fuck.
I'll give you £1 million for it. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Is that pretty good?
That's Jono.
Yeah, Jono, let me know if that's good. Is he editing this one? Yeah. Oh, shit. Next up, we have Takehiko Fukyu. I don't know if I'm saying that right. It's a Japanese dancer who performs under the group of Muda. The group creates a performance dedicated to dance and body work. I like that, dude. Why am I'm getting kind of bought in on contemporary stuff. Like, I started off being like, I don't know about this. And all of a sudden, I'm like, damn, dude, come on, get me in there. Dance and body work? All right. With their aim being the pursuit of the formless form. To pursue the formless form.
The form of the formless.
The wetless water? And the ultimate dance of creation that returns to nothingness. It's all about from beginning to end, baby. That's what they all love. The most recent venture has been a series of performances known as Art Zombie. Ooh. Where Fukyu would move about a... Is it Fukyu?
Fuku?
Whatever. Takehiko would move about the dance as if he was possessed by a demon. Kind of like that, dude. You're getting my little horror chub brewing here. I can't wait to see this. I hope he looks like a demon.
Is this artist possessed by demons? Takehiko Fukuyu.
Fukuyu.
Nope. performance art pieces wouldn't look out of place in a scene from The Exorcist.
I've been to San Francisco twice in my life, and everybody who I've ever seen on fentanyl or meth or do this exact stuff. Bro's got them bath salts.
In their words, their aim is to pursue the formless form and the ultimate dance of creation that returns to nothingness.
Just feels like it just does not make sense. A form of creation that leads back to nothingness, by creating something, you're forming something. Finding the formless in form, it seems like you're just contradicting yourself. No? Or am I wrong? Doesn't the whole thing feel very contradictory? Is that the point? The whole thing is that life is a contradicting mess. To live life is to not live at all. To die is to live, you're right. Can't Help Myself by Sun Yan and Ping Yu. Created by China's most controversial artist. God, I've heard of these people. I haven't heard of these people. Sun Yan and Ping Yu. The artwork Can't Help Myself is about an industrial robot that is programmed to keep a pool of dark red hydraulic fluid from escaping, or else the machine will die. I've actually heard of this. This shit is sad as fuck.
Yeah, no, what you need to do is get your posture right.
The piece is a critical reflection of modern-day issues such as migration, surveillance, authoritarianism, and technology. I always thought it was about the mundane nature of working yourself until you die, like the most mundane bullshit thing, you know what I mean?
That's what a lot of people thought, but apparently it's immigration.
Yeah, well actually, the thing scooping up the dark liquid and you're a literal industrial robot that has to perform an impossible task, that's about immigration. Sorry. First debuting in 2016, the piece finally stopped working in 2019. Oh, that would have been cool to see. This shit is fucking sad, dude. It's just a giant machine that is just programmed to literally clean up this pool, but the pool will it'll never fully be clean. It's kind of torturous in a way, right? When AI takes over and fucking kills all of us, then these motherfuckers are gonna be first on the list. There's something extremely haunting and depressing about watching that thing just collect that pool of water. It's like the arm itself kind of takes shape in this, like, it almost becomes like a form. It becomes like a person, almost. It's very sad.
People describe it as a dance.
Is he dancing? It looks like he's fucking working his ass off. Looks like he's being fucking tortured, honestly. He's like, is unconsciously being tortured. Okay, dude. I like how this one just says, socialists call this modern art. It's a candle is inside of a guy's asshole, and he's being drug over by two people, and there's like a leak in the deal? I can't tell. Yeah, socialists. Hey, this is what the left doesn't want you to know about, is what it feels like. All I know is, look, listen. I almost pulled a little Wings of Redemption there. Look, listen. Look, listen. Shout out my boy. Shout out my boy Wings. All I know is art is subjective. There is no, you cannot take away the value of art from somebody if they find value in it. Just the same way that, like, you might watch the stuff I do and think that they're cool while someone else thinks that they're fucking terrible. It's just a subjective thing. Other people who like different things find value, and it brings purpose and meaning to their life that is otherwise wouldn't be there. Art can never truly be bad, and in a way, art can never truly be good. It's just a simple human expression that is proposed, that is trying